The 7 major transnational tech corporations join forces. Up to 99% realism, humanity's second world. A cacophony of chaotic voices surged like a tidal wave. Qi Delong's eyes snapped open, his heart racing as he instinctively tried to summon his netherworld bone generals. But in the very next moment, his expression drastically changed. His mental energy vanished without a trace. What's going on? My. Sweeping his gaze around, the scene before him came into sharp focus. A dimly lit rental apartment, an old, colorful television, a gaming helmet sitting beside a dusty computer, everything pointed to an unbelievable truth. He had been reborn, back to when Stardust had just launched its open beta. The heavens haven't forsaken me. Qi Delong's heart surged with ecstasy. Memories of his past life flooded his mind, and he could barely restrain his eagerness to dive into the game and settle scores with those who had wronged him. In the year 2333, led by the Shuayin Corporation, 7 global tech giants invested hundreds of billions to develop a new generation of fully immersive simulation game, Stardust. In no time, Stardust swept the global gaming market with its unparalleled realism, crushing all competitors within a single month. Every industry discovered boundless opportunities within the game and rapidly established a foothold. However, this prosperity lasted less than 2 years. Humanity suddenly realized that the employees of the 7 corporations, from shareholders and managers to janitors and security guards, had all mysteriously vanished without a trace. The world was thrown into an uproar, but what followed was even more terrifying. Skills and items from the game could be used in the real world. This shocking revelation immediately caught the attention of those with ambition. Conspirators, manipulators, and opportunists emerged in droves. Adding fuel to the fire was an insidious organization known as the Council of the Gods, plunging the world into chaos. In his previous life, Qi Delong had extraordinary luck. When purchasing his gaming helmet, he drew a globally limited super gift card. This assured him a hidden class and an SSS grade talent upon entering the game. Leveraging this advantage, Qi Delong transitioned into the class of Necromancer Archmage, commanding an endless army of undead. He carved a bloody path to the pinnacle of mage supremacy. He teamed up with Yang Wan, the Radiant Dragon Knight, and Sun Yameng, the Divine Phoenix Summoner, to storm the Council of the Gods' lair in a bid to eradicate the malevolent organization bent on world domination. However, at the critical juncture of their battle, he was fatally betrayed. The brother he trusted most, the woman he loved deeply, struck without hesitation after he had dispatched all his netherworld bone generals. Without his undead guardians, how could he possibly contend with the Dragon Knight, especially when caught off guard? In that moment, Qi Delong finally understood the truth. Yang Wan and Sun Yameng were high-ranking members of the Council of the Gods. Their so-called raid on the Council had been nothing more than a trap to eliminate him. Because Qi Delong had refused the Council's invitation, Yang Wan and Sun Yameng chose to dispose of him at this critical moment to prevent him from obstructing their grand ambitions. Realizing the truth, Qi Delong was consumed by rage and regret. But it was too late. In his despair, Qi Delong detonated the cores of all his undead. The resulting catastrophic explosion obliterated the Council's lair, dragging his enemies into hell with him. He had thought death was the end. But unexpectedly, he was reborn back to the moment when the game was about to launch its open beta. This time, I won't repeat my mistakes. You want to dominate the world? No. I'll make sure to dominate you first. Qi Delong let out a cold snort, swiftly inserting the super gift card into his gaming helmet as he awaited the game's initiation. The clock's hands steadily pointed to the top. With a crisp chime, Qi Delong entered the login interface. Dear player, greetings. A super gift card has been detected. Would you like to use it? The voice of the game assistant echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, Qi Delong immediately selected yes. Please choose from cloth armor, leather armor, and heavy armor. Heavy armor. Please choose from warrior or knight. Knight. Hidden knight classes have been listed. Judgment Knight, unique, no evil can escape judgment. Every time you are struck, damage is reflected back proportionally. Death Knight, unique, death is like the wind, always by your side. Every monster killed has a chance to be converted into a skeletal minion. Radiant Dragon Knight, unique, the true dragon soars, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Possess a lifebound dragon companion, attributes are shared proportionally. In my past life, you schemed against me. In this life, I'll take everything from you instead. I choose Radiant Dragon Knight. Class selected. Talent skills awakened. Lifebound dragon companion summoned. Enjoy your game. As the game assistant's voice faded, Qi Delong immediately felt an invisible surge of energy coursing through his body. Unlike the cold, deathly stillness of a necromancer archmage's power in his previous life, the energy of the Radiant Dragon Knight was like a brilliant sun, majestic and magnificent. Shi DeLong opened his attribute panel, and the information instantly appeared before his eyes. Title: Shi DeLong Dong Chang. Profession: Holy Light Dragon Knight. Level: Level 1. Attributes: Resolve, 20, increases attack and critical strike rate. Strength, 20, enhances defense and critical resistance. Constitution, 20, boosts maximum health and health regeneration speed. Spirit, 20, improves maximum mana and mana regeneration speed. Innate ability: 1. Steel Frame and Iron Bones. SSS tier passive reduces 90% of incoming damage and completely nullifies all abnormal status effects. Battle skill: 1. Slash, deals 100% attack damage to the target. No cooldown. An SSS tier talent, just as overpowered as expected. Shi DeLong couldn't help but marvel. In his previous life, Yang Wen had relied on this very talent to ascend to the pinnacle as the #1 knight in Stardust. As for Shi DeLong himself, he had once been a necromancer capable of summoning an infinite army of undead. Then there was Sun Yameng, the divine phoenix summoner, not a hidden class, but a lucky player who had stumbled upon a pet imbued with phoenix blood in the starter village. Through a series of quests, her pet eventually evolved into a phoenix capable of annihilating entire worlds. Now that I have a second chance at life, I won't let tragedy repeat itself. Just wait, soon, I'll claim the phoenix god pet and drag both of you into the depths of despair. Taking a deep breath, Shi DeLong reached into his pocket and pulled out a dragon egg, sealed with his soul bond. The egg, about the size of a human head, rested in his palm. In an instant, countless fine cracks spread across its surface. Within less than half a minute, a tiny, furry head poked out. It was covered in pure white fur that shimmered with a faint, soft glow. Its appearance resembled that of a puppy, with 2 bald wings and a long, slender tail. If Shi DeLong hadn't witnessed the Holy Light Dragon battling a wilderness boss before, he would have found it impossible to believe that this silly, adorable creature in his hands was actually a dragon. Oh whoa! The newborn Holy Light Dragon opened its mouth, letting out a soft, babyish cry before latching onto Shi DeLong's hand and enthusiastically licking it. You're too cute. I almost don't have the heart to let you fight those ugly monsters. As he gently stroked the Holy Light Dragon's silky white fur, Shi DeLong checked its stats. Name: Holy Light Dragon, unnamed. Grade: Boss. Level: Level 1. Health: 1000. Defense: 76. Attack: 84. Skills: 1. Tail Sweep, deals 300% attack damage to all targets within range. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Description: loyal, brave, powerful, and unyielding. As expected of a boss-grade pet, 1000 health points right out of the egg. And as my soulbound pet, it can revive after death and will never betray me. Unable to resist, Shi DeLong planted a kiss on the Holy Light Dragon's head. From now on, your name will be Steel Coin. A what? The little dragon shook its head fervently, almost like a rattle, clearly displeased with the unusual name. Fine, no Steel Coin. How about Iron Hammer, Wooden Stake, or Torch? Pick one yourself. As he listed the names, Shi DeLong couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. In his previous life as a necromancer, he had commanded 4 boss-grade undead bone generals as his guardians. Now that he had become a Holy Light Dragon Knight, Shi DeLong was determined to gather 4 boss-grade pets to honor their names. Since the Holy Light Dragon was his soulbound pet, it had the privilege of choosing its name. Awa! 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 The little dragon cried out 3 times, seemingly favoring the name Torch. Shi DeLong, not fluent in dragon language, took its response as agreement. Next, I'll need to reach level 10 as quickly as possible and secure that pet with phoenix blood. Equipping the white tier sword and shield from his inventory, Shi DeLong prepared to enter the game. In Stardust, monsters and gear followed a strict hierarchy. Regular monsters dropped white tier common gear. Elite monsters dropped blue tier fine gear. Boss monsters dropped green tier superior gear. Leader monsters dropped purple tier epic gear. Beyond that, there were legendary tier items, but their drop rates were so abysmally low that Shi DeLong, even as a top-tier necromancer in his previous life, had never laid eyes on one. Upon entering the game, Shi DeLong immediately sought out the village chief to take on a quest. The task: eliminate 500 monsters at or above his level to earn a bound piece of blue-tier fine equipment for any chosen gear slot. This was the only equipment-earning quest with no prerequisites, designed as a beginner's benefit. But Shi DeLong had no interest in such low-tier items. Soon, he would claim the Phoenix Egg and likely gather a full set of blue-tier fine gear in the process. Hey, young man, that's a level 3 monster respawn zone. Even a fully equipped team wouldn't stand a chance there. A gentle and elegant woman, captivated by Shi DeLong's strikingly handsome face and carefree demeanor, couldn't help but offer a warning. Before she could finish her sentence, Steel Coin's tail whipped through the air, landing squarely on the face of a flea rat. -233. A terrifying number for this stage of the game popped up, instantly depleting the flea rat's less than 200 HP. It died on the spot, utterly beyond saving. The woman was stunned. What kind of pet was this? How could it be so powerful? She had seen many summoners before, after all, it was a fairly popular class, but the pets summoned by others usually dealt single-digit damage at best. How could there be a pet like Steel Coin, whose attacks were downright monstrous? And why was this summoner holding a shield? Wasn't that something only knights could equip? Do you need something? Chi DeLong casually picked up the silver coin from the ground and turned to ask. In Stardust, the primary currencies were gold and silver coins, with an exchange rate of 1 gold coin to 10,000 silver coins. Before the recharge system was introduced, even a single gold coin could sell for at least 50,000 yuan in real-world money. Chi DeLong was broke right now, and 5 yuan was still money, nothing to waste. Oh, no, nothing at all. I just thought you looked so handsome and dashing. I wanted to make a friend, the woman said with a gentle smile, her voice soft and charming. Make a friend? Sure. Chi DeLong immediately sent a friend request, which she accepted without hesitation. Lu Zhani? Nice name. Chi DeLong Dongchang? That sounds like something out of a song, Lu Zhani murmured, her smile growing even brighter. Young man, want to team up? I'm a healer, you know. Lu Zhani puffed out her chest playfully and threw Chi DeLong a flirtatious wink. Trying to freeload off me? Chi DeLong chuckled, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. As a former undead archmage who had weathered countless storms, he had seen it all. Her intentions were as clear as glass to him. However, Chi DeLong drawled, his tone unhurried as he calculated inwardly. I don't do free carries. 10,000 yuan a month, and you can keep me. He turned and strode toward the depths of the flea rat horde, his movements as fluid as the wind, Steel Coin trailing behind him. 10,000 a month? That's doable. Lu Zhani gazed at Chi DeLong's suave retreating figure, an enigmatic smile spreading across her face. Inwardly, she mused, this guy, he's quite interesting. Deep within the dense forest, Chi DeLong dragged behind him 7 or 8 flea rats, their lifeless bodies evidence of the work done by Gangbang, who had whipped them to death with its tail. An SSS-level talent was truly something extraordinary. With a 90% damage reduction, the flea rats, creatures so formidable that even a full 5-person squad couldn't handle them, were nothing more than a mild nuisance to him. They couldn't even breach his defenses. His dragon companion, a leader-quality pet, was equally impressive. Once it matured, it could easily farm monsters on its own, leaving Chi DeLong free to sit back in the shade and leisurely soak up the experience points. Judging by how things are going, I might not even need to reach level 10. At level 7 or 8, I could probably go after the Phoenix Egg, he mused aloud. Gangbang's tail attack had a cooldown of 10 seconds, which perfectly matched Chi DeLong's timing for luring new monsters. Their coordination was seamless. After 3 consecutive waves of kills, a pleasant notification sound rang out. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Under normal circumstances, a knight, serving as a tank, would allocate all their points to strength and constitution. Strength increased defense and critical hit resistance, while constitution boosted maximum health and recovery speed. But Chi DeLong was no ordinary person. With a 90% damage reduction, he'd have already dived into dungeons if he wasn't worried about his damage output being too low. He allocated all 10 free attribute points into willpower. Along with the 3 attack points from his basic white weapon, his attack power now reached 63, just 21 points shy of Gangbang's. Bet you didn't see this coming, a knight pumping all their points into willpower. One sword strike from me deals more damage than a berserker. The best part? You can't even break my defense. Chi DeLong grinned smugly. Once he gathered a full set of blue quality gear, he was confident enough to solo a level 10 abyss dungeon. The 20-point boost to his attack was a game changer, a leap forward in his power. Spotting a nearby flea rat, Chi DeLong swung his sword fiercely. 17. Not bad, he could take one down in about 10 hits. Experience gain has slowed down after leveling up. Time to switch grinding spots. Scooping up Gangbang, Chi DeLong turned and headed to another leveling area. Thanks to his knowledge from his previous life, he wasted no time searching for monsters. He knew where the monster density was highest and where grinding was the most efficient. After running for 20 minutes, Chi DeLong stopped in front of a massive ant nest. This was one of the best leveling spots near the beginner village. Every 5 minutes, 10 level 6 patrol ants would spawn in the area. Attacking the ant nest would immediately trigger the emergence of 20 level 7 worker ants. If 200 ants were killed in succession, the queen ant would grow enraged and send out an elite quality level 8 soldier ant to deal with the intruder. In his past life, this spot had been monopolized by a small guild. They had farmed 3 or 4 pieces of blue quality gear here and sold them to a wealthy player, earning tens of thousands in the process. Shi Delong chose this spot because it was not only profitable but also because the ant's small size made it easier for gangbang to attack, increasing their efficiency in killing monsters. On top of that, the area had a chance to drop an item that could unlock dungeons early. Go get M, son. At Shi Delong's command, Gangbang gleefully charged forward. Against level 6 monsters, Gangbang faced noticeably more pressure. One tail swipe now only knocked off a fifth of an ant's health. When hit by the patrol ants, Gangbang lost over 70 health points. Not bad, you can take the hits, Shi Delong remarked with satisfaction. Fighting monsters 4 levels higher yielded rich experience rewards. As long as they could survive the initial waves, the rest would be much easier. You have slain a level 6 common monster, patrol ant. You gain 66 experience points. The pleasant notification sound accompanied the death of the first patrol ant. Shi Delong picked up the silver coin it dropped as Gangbang lunged at the second ant. Time passed, and Gangbang's health dropped below 30%. Its high attack power often drew aggro, forcing Shi Delong to block the monsters by positioning himself strategically. But Gangbang, being rather simple-minded, didn't know how to dodge effectively and still took hits. Taking turns tanking the monsters, the man and his pet became increasingly adept at working together, boosting their efficiency. Once all 10 patrol ants were slain, Shi Delong didn't immediately attack the ant nest. Instead, he retreated several dozen meters to a safe spot and began meditating to recover health. Farming monsters 4 levels higher, and it only drops 3 silver coins? What a ripoff! Even though he had experienced this countless times in his past life, Shi Delong couldn't help but grumble. After some rest, Shi Delong and Gangbang's health was fully restored, and 10 more patrol ants had spawned. Grinding for an hour, both Shi Delong and Gangbang reached level 5, with their stats undergoing significant changes. Name, Shi Delong Dongxiang. Class, Holy Light Dragon Knight. Level, 5. Willpower, 60, increases attack and critical hit rate. Strength, 20, increases defense and critical hit resistance. Agility, 20, increases attack speed and movement speed. Constitution, 20, increases maximum HP and HP regeneration rate. Spirit, 20, increases maximum mana and mana regeneration rate. Attack, 123. Critical rate, 1.8%. Defense, 45. Crit resistance, 1%. HP, 200. Mana, 400. This stat distribution is ridiculously unbalanced. If it were anyone else, facing monsters of the same level, they'd probably die the moment they're touched. Shi Delong sighed helplessly. In his hands, he only wielded a basic white weapon and a shield. All of his advantages relied solely on the free attribute points he gained from leveling up. Once he managed to get some proper gear, his strength would increase dramatically. Keep fighting! Shi Delong roared, swinging his sword downward. The ant nest in front of him was instantly torn apart, and 20 level 7 worker ants swarmed out in chaos. Steel Coin let out an enthusiastic woof, and charged forward, twisting its tail as it launched its attack. The worker ants stood no chance, they were swiftly annihilated. Shi Delong leveled up smoothly as a result. Just as he was about to take a short break, a piercing screech echoed from within the ant nest. The elite monster has finally shown itself. Shi Delong's gaze sharpened as he spotted a jet black ant, its body covered in what looked like a suit of iron armor, glaring at him menacingly. Name, Soldier Ant. Quality, Elite. Level, 8. HP, 1100. Defense, 150. Attack, 190. Skills, *. 1. Bite, deals 200% attack damage to a single target. Description, the Queen Ant's most loyal guardian. Elite monsters are guaranteed to drop superior grade equipment. Even though this game is stingy to the extreme, high-quality monster drops are always generous. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Shi Delong's face. Gripping his sword tightly, he charged forward without hesitation. Bang! A sword slashed fiercely onto the soldier ant's forehead, and instantly, a large resist popped up above its head. The attacked soldier ant let out a shrill screech and bit down hard on the shield, another big resist flashing up. Man and monster, neither could break through the other's defense. Roar! Seeing Shi Delong being attacked, Gangbang let out an angry, high-pitched roar, whipping its tail toward the soldier ant. The force behind the tail whip was immense, majestic and overwhelming. 359. Had anyone else been around, they would have been dumbfounded to witness Gangbang taking away a third of the health of this level 8 elite monster in a single strike. Nice one! Shi Delong praised, swinging his sword again at the soldier ant's forehead. 136. Ha, a critical hit. Shi Delong's surprise turned to delight. Triggering a critical hit with less than a 2% chance was truly unexpected. For Chi DeLong at this point, a level 8 elite monster was far too weak. In less than 30 seconds, the soldier ant was defeated. You have slain the level 8 elite monster soldier ant and gained 400 experience points. You have obtained Ant Fong Longsword. You have obtained Magic Breaking Slash. You have obtained 20 silver coins. Congratulations! You have reached level 7 and gained 10 free attribute points. Not bad. The first elite monster dropped a weapon and a skill book. Chi DeLong was thrilled. He gave Gangbang an affectionate kiss and quickly picked up the weapon and skill book. As for the 20 silver coins, they were insignificant compared to the loot. He decided to examine the items first. Name, Ant Fong Longsword. Type, one-handed sword. Quality, fine. Level requirement, level 8. Attack, 29. Willpower, +3. Effect, none. Description, a longsword forged from the fong of a soldier ant. Magic Breaking Slash, deals 200% attack damage to a single target, generates significant aggro, and forces the target to attack you. Costs 10 mana, cooldown, 10 seconds, ***. Equipment of fine quality or above always comes with random attribute bonuses. Fine, 1 bonus attribute. Excellent, 2 bonus attributes. Superior, 3 bonus attributes. This Ant Fong Longsword had a +3 willpower bonus. For knights who typically focused on stacking defense and health, this might have been unappealing. But to Chi DeLong, it was top tier. Not to mention the skill book. In the current market, skill books were worth at least 100,000 yuan, sometimes even priceless. With Magic Breaking Slash, the upcoming dungeon run will be a breeze. Chi DeLong's heart brimmed with excitement. Magic Breaking Slash was one of the core skills for knights. A knight with it was a proper tank, without it, they were just a defenseless meat shield. In the face of powerful skills from teammates, monsters often couldn't even be bothered to glance at Chi DeLong. Next, keep farming soldier ants until the Ant Queen shows up. Although Chi DeLong wasn't yet high enough level to equip the Ant Fong Longsword, Magic Breaking Slash made combat much easier. At least now, Gangbang wouldn't have to keep running from monsters. With perfect coordination between man and dragon, their efficiency skyrocketed. After an hour, Chi DeLong completed the village chief's quest and unexpectedly acquired 2 pieces of blue fine quality equipment, one of which was a rare accessory. Name, Soldier Ant Skull. Type, Helmet. Quality, fine. Level requirement, level 8. Defense, 26. Constitution, +2. Effect, none. Description, a helmet crafted from the skull of a soldier ant. Name, Ant Fong Ring. Type, Ring. Quality, fine. Level requirement, level 8. Attack, +9. Willpower, +2. Effect, none. Description, a ring forged from the fong of a soldier ant. Both the helmet and ring were excellent gear, with well-suited attribute bonuses. The helmet could fetch at least 20,000 yuan on the market, and the ring wouldn't be sold for less than 50,000. After killing 3 more waves of worker ants with Gangbang, Chi DeLong's experience reached 93%. He was close to equipping all 3 pieces of gear. But at that moment, a massive ant nest in the distance suddenly collapsed, followed by a notification sound. Area announcement. Due to player Chi DeLong Dongchang's relentless slaughter, the boss monster has been enraged. In 30 seconds, the level 8 boss monster Ant Queen will spawn at coordinates 444, 444. The announcement repeated 3 times, sending the entire beginner's village into an uproar. Whoa! A level 8 boss monster? It's guaranteed to drop green excellent gear. Which god tier player pulled this off? I can't even handle level 3 regular monsters, and someone's already fighting level 8 elites? And a boss on top of that? Big shot, please carry me. I'll do anything you want, 36H, guaranteed. The person above, isn't that sagging down to your belly button by now? Amidst the astonishment, envy, playful comments, and nonsense, the area chat became chaotic. Chi DeLong Dongchang? Hearing the announcement, Lu Zhani, who had been healing her teammates, froze for a moment. That name sounded familiar, where had she heard it before? She opened her friends list and couldn't help but exclaim, so it's him. Sis, what's wrong? A crisp voice rang out beside her as her younger sister, Shui Zhani, continued firing arrows wildly while turning her head to ask, "You're not that young anymore. I'm wondering if I should find you a brother-in-law." What? A brother-in-law for me? Shui Zhani's face was full of confusion, clearly unable to process what her sister meant. After closing the nearly bursting mailbox and rejecting all the incoming friend requests, Chi DeLong quietly waited for the queen ant to appear. The 30-second countdown quickly disappeared. Under the watchful eyes of Chi DeLong and his companion, Steel Coin, what emerged from the ground was A pig. No, the queen ant struggled laboriously as it burrowed its way out of the earth. It was about 1 meter long, with a front half roughly the size of 2 fists, dragging along a bloated abdomen. If one didn't look carefully, and without the system's regional prompts, 9 out of 10 people would mistake it for a pig. In nature, queen ants have no combat abilities. Their sole purpose is to continuously lay eggs. However, in the game, logic from the real world can't always be applied. Judging from the queen ant's appearance, even crawling to someone's side seemed like it would be a challenge. Sure enough, just as the queen ant emerged from its burrow, it stopped moving altogether. Instead, it raised its rear end. What the hell? Watching the rapidly growing ant eggs hurtling toward him, Chi DeLong quickly performed a lazy donkey roll to dodge. At the same time, he checked the queen ant's stats. Name, * queen ant. Rarity, * boss. Level, * level 8. Health, * 1950. Defense, * 214. Attack, * 273. Skills, * 1 Iseglaying * deals 300% attack damage to targets within range and applies a 10-second slowing effect. Description, * go forth, my children. Wow, this guy really is a professional egglayer. Chi DeLong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. In his previous life, the ant nest had been controlled by a small gang. By the time news spread, Chi DeLong had already left the beginner's village, roaming the lands with his undead army. As such, he only knew there was a queen ant here but wasn't clear on the specifics. Splat! An ant egg dropped to the ground, sending sticky fluid splattering everywhere. Taking advantage of the skill cooldown, Chi DeLong charged towards the queen ant from behind and unleashed a powerful demonic slash. 126. The blade sliced down, instantly locking the queen ant's hatred onto him. The queen ant's small, beady eyes fixated on Chi DeLong with murderous intent, as if wishing to devour him whole. 478. Chi DeLong followed up with 2 more strikes, accompanied by attacks from his summon coins. The battle had just begun, yet the queen ant's health had already dropped by a third. Suddenly, the queen ant raised her abdomen, launching a second egg bomb at high speed. The distance was too close, there was no time to dodge. The egg splattered all over Chi DeLong's face. In his previous life, Chi DeLong had relied on his undead army to bulldoze through everything, rarely engaging in combat himself. Caught off guard by the proximity, he had no chance to react and ended up hit squarely. 37. The level 8 boss monster finally broke through Chi DeLong's defense. Although the damage wasn't significant and the negative status effects were negated, the slimy and sticky sensation was absolutely disgusting. Anger boiled up in Chi DeLong's heart, and a wicked idea suddenly took root in his mind. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the queen ant's third egg bomb was imminent. Chi DeLong's gaze locked onto the queen ant's abdomen. As the next egg was about to be laid, Chi DeLong struck decisively, thrusting his sword directly into the opening. Squelch! 1210. A massive critical hit number flashed above the queen ant as her bloated body violently exploded. She was dead beyond saving. In Stardust, there was a unique mechanic: if a skill was interrupted, it would backfire on the user, resulting in a guaranteed critical hit. You have slain the level 8 boss monster Queen Ant and gained 888 experience points. You have obtained Queen Ant's necklace. You have obtained Living Ant Nest. You have obtained 60 silver coins. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 8 and earned 10 free attribute points. Name, Queen Ant's necklace. Type, necklace. Quality, excellent. Required level, 8. Attack, plus 15. Constitution, plus 4. Spirit, plus 5. Effect, none. Description: acquiring this necklace means you've eradicated the ant nest. Thank you for your contribution to the village ***. Living ant nest contains a large number of eggs that appear ready to hatch at any moment. Just as I thought, it's here. Chi DeLong's face lit up with joy as he held the ant nest in his hands. Besides leveling up, his primary reason for coming here was to get the ant nest. It was the only key to unlocking a dungeon early and could also earn him the village chief's assistance. The beginner's village had 7 dungeons, each providing poultry like chickens, ducks, and geese, or livestock meats such as beef, lamb, pork, and dog meat. Consuming these could slowly regenerate health and didn't conflict with other potions. Before reaching level 10 and leaving the beginner's village, every player could choose one dungeon to enter. The acquisition difficulty wasn't high, but the yield was enormous. In his previous life, many guilds had purchased these items from beginner players, stockpiling them for dungeon raids. Chi DeLong allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to willpower and equipped his blue quality weapon, helmet, and ring, along with the excellent quality green Queen Ant's necklace. His attack power skyrocketed to 243 points. If he were to duel another player, he could easily one-shot them with a single skill. Grabbing his summon coin pet, he quickly jogged over to the village chief to submit the quest and received a bound, self-selected blue-quality piece of equipment as a reward. However, Chi DeLong didn't rush to choose his equipment slot. He first wanted to enter the dungeon, assess the monster's strength, and then make his decision. Village chief, I'd like to enter the dungeon early. Could you lend me a hand? Chi DeLong handed over the living ant nest. You actually managed to retrieve this? You truly are the brave warrior I had high hopes for. With this ant nest, you'll no longer need to worry about food for your poultry. The village chief took the ant nest and handed Chi DeLong a key. Head through the small forest behind the village to coordinate 748. Use this key there to open the dungeon's entrance. It contains a special power that will greatly aid you in your challenge. But remember, once you leave the dungeon, the buff will disappear immediately. Thank you, village chief. Chi DeLong nodded, eager to rush into the dungeon and obtain a pet with phoenix bloodline to thwart the rise of the divine phoenix summoner, Sun Yaming, from the very beginning. Just as he was about to leave, the village chief suddenly stopped him. Warrior, wait a moment. The village chief stared intently at Chi DeLong's neck, his eyes glowing an eerie green. What are you doing? Chi DeLong was taken aback, unable to suppress a curse in his heart. In his previous life, that small guild had only mentioned that the ant nest could unlock dungeons early and grant powerful buffs. They never brought up the village chief's bizarre tendencies. But, of course, they wouldn't. Who in their right mind would go around publicizing being insulted by an NPC? Brave warrior, no need to panic. Could you let me take a look at your necklace? As if guessing Chi DeLong's thoughts, the village chief tempered the green glint in his eyes and took a step back. You should have just said so. Nearly scared me to death. Chi DeLong patted his chest, then handed the necklace to the chief. To think you actually killed that detestable ant queen. The village chief's face lit up with astonishment. It kept laying eggs endlessly, and its swarm of ants burrowed everywhere, gnawing on the fruit trees. Killing it is truly a relief. On behalf of all the villagers of Novice Village 666, I thank you. An unexpected bonus. Chi DeLong's spirits lifted. According to his past life experience, whenever an NPC expressed gratitude, it was almost certain they would reward you. Equipment, skill, books, even high-level quests, anything was possible. And as the leader of Novice Village, the chief surely wouldn't hand out anything below green tier quality. But after waiting for what felt like forever, the chief didn't make any move to offer a reward. And then, Chi DeLong couldn't help but ask, thank you so much. I risked my life to kill the ant queen, and you've got nothing else to say? May you live a long and peaceful life. Chi DeLong? What the hell? You old geezer, you're not playing by the rules. Anger surged in Chi DeLong's chest as he glared at the village chief with wide, bull-like eyes. The two locked gazes for a full 10 minutes before the chief finally couldn't take it anymore and broke the silence. Warrior, why are you just standing there? Oh, nothing. Just admiring how extraordinary and dignified you are, chief. Back in your younger days, you must have been dashing and debonair, a heartthrob, admired by all, flowers blooming in your presence. A true paragon of bravery and strength, the idol of countless women, especially middle-aged ones. Chi DeLong felt nauseous as he forced out the compliments, almost to the point of gagging. The NPCs in Stardust were highly intelligent, each with their own preferences and unique behaviors. Catering to their likes often led to unexpected benefits. In his previous life, there was a player who endlessly flattered an NPC general and managed to get promoted to the rank of a centurion. But when that NPC's rebellion failed, the player was also killed and reset to level 0. Chi DeLong wasn't sure about the village chief's personality, but as the saying goes, flattery never offends. No matter how shameless, bootlicking and fawning wouldn't make things worse, even if the chief didn't like it. Sure enough, hearing Chi DeLong's words, the chief's wrinkled, donkey egg-shaped face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, as if he had finally found a kindred spirit after decades of being unappreciated. I knew you were exceptional, a warrior after my own heart. The village chief stroked his beard, his entire demeanor seeming to rejuvenate by at least 10 years. Let me tell you, though I'm old, there are certain areas where I'm in no way inferior to you youngsters. Especially last night, with Widow Lu from next door. Hearing the village chief's half-spoken words, Chi DeLong's face instantly transformed into one of utter shock. Then, the shock shifted into bewilderment, the bewilderment evolved into a suggestive expression, and finally, that turned into a mischievous grin. The village chief's old face flushed an angry purple, his eyes darting around evasively. Village chief, he. Chi DeLong rubbed his hands together, looking every bit like a shady uncle luring a little girl into a corner for candy. In order to slay the queen ant, I risked my life, fought through blood and fire, battled for 3 days and 3 nights, died over 80 times, and only then managed to barely kill her. I shed blood, for the village, fought for the village with everything I had. A selfless hero like me, who made such brave sacrifices, shouldn't you reward me with a legendary piece of equipment to show your gratitude? 3 days and 3 nights of battle? Died 80 times? The corners of the village chief's mouth twitched, his face full of, "Are you ****ing kidding me?" If Chi DeLong hadn't caught him in a compromising situation, the chief would have stuffed his 60-year-old, unwashed sock into his mouth by now. A hero who has made such tremendous contributions and sacrifices for the village certainly deserves a reward, the chief said, forcibly suppressing his urge to slap Chi DeLong to death. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle. "When you head into the dungeon later, this potion should help you out." Chi DeLong accepted the bottle, inspecting its stats. His eyes lit up immediately. Basic Berserk Potion, increases attack by 100 points for 30 minutes. The description was simple, the effect brutally straightforward. At this stage of the game, this was definitely a game-changing item. Feeling quite pleased, Chi DeLong tucked the potion away with a grin. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he continued staring at the village chief. "Hero, I've already given you the item. Why are you still standing here?" The chief furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Village chief, about last night with Widow Lu from next door." Sure enough, the moment Chi DeLong opened his mouth, he mercilessly tightened his grip on the chief's weak spot. "I'll give you a universal recipe that allows you to refine higher-grade items from poultry and livestock meat." The chief suddenly lunged forward, covering Chi DeLong's mouth, nervously glancing around. Luckily, the other players were all busy grinding monsters and seemed oblivious to their exchange. "A universal recipe?" Chi DeLong snatched the recipe out of the chief's hand and read its description. His jaw dropped in astonishment. "Heavenly Artisan's refining technique, beginner, combine 2 or more identical items to enhance their effects. Combining different items may yield unpredictable results, ***. This is huge. I can't believe I got something like this." Chi DeLong quickly stashed the recipe away, feeling much more secure now. Like Chi DeLong, Yang Wan, and Sun Yamling, who were top representatives of combat professions, there were also champions among support professions. One of them was Sun Miao, known as the Heavenly Artisan Alchemist. With his extraordinary alchemy skills, Sun Miao nearly monopolized over half of the high-end potion market in the Shenzhou server. Unfortunately, in real life, he was terminally ill and passed away before game items could be brought into the real world. I always thought he was a hidden-class support player. Turns out he just got his hands on a recipe. Chi DeLong was overjoyed in his heart but kept a dismissive expression on his face. "Is that all? I didn't think someone your age would lack integrity so badly. You're quite skilled at pulling tricks. What's the point of just giving me a recipe? I don't even know alchemy or forging. This skill doesn't require alchemy or forging to use." The village chief was now suppressing his rage with great difficulty, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. "Don't lie to me. I'm just a poor, helpless, clueless, weak adventurer who knows nothing about this world. Whatever you say, I have no choice but to believe. If this doesn't work, well, I guess I'll just have to go tell Widow Lu MMPH. Before Chi DeLong could finish, the chief once again smothered his mouth with his hand. "The village chief has imparted to you intermediate alchemy. Would you like to learn it? The village chief has imparted to you intermediate forging. Would you like to learn it? Learn! Learn!" Chi DeLong pried the chief's hand away, his eyes filled with anticipation. "About Widow. Get out of here. You got it." Seeing the chief with bloodshot eyes, a darkened face, and steam practically rising from his head, Chi DeLong bolted without hesitation, not daring to linger. No joke, he had already pushed the chief to the brink of explosion. If he didn't run now, not only would he lose the benefits, but his life might be forfeit as well. After sprinting through the small forest behind the village, Chi DeLong arrived at the livestock and poultry farming area. Here, chickens, ducks, and geese, the 3 types of poultry, were penned separately, while cows, sheep, pigs, and dogs, the 4 types of livestock, each had their own enclosures. Players could choose to enter one of these 7 dungeons after reaching level 10 and before leaving the beginner village. The items dropped in the 7 dungeons weren't particularly different in strength, the only variation lay in their names. Chi DeLong chose the chicken dungeon. The pet of Sun Yamling, the Phoenix Summoner, was obtained here. Who wouldn't want to check out the chicken coop? 748. I can't shake the feeling that it's a sign of something, Chi DeLong muttered, glancing at the coordinates. Just as he was about to move forward, a burst of chattering voices reached his ears. "No way, you're such a deadweight. Spacing out while fighting monsters? Next time, we're not bringing you along." The voices were so familiar, as if they had been etched into his very soul. Day and night, they had been inseparable, sharing the same bed and pillow. He had believed they would live and die together, only to find that it was her life and his death. Though Chi DeLong had ultimately dragged that adulterous pair to their doom, the hatred and fury in his heart hadn't diminished with his reincarnation, it had only grown more intense. Sun Yameng. Chi DeLong turned around, and the moment his eyes fell on that familiar face, the murderous intent in his heart surged forth, utterly unrestrained. In his previous life, Chi DeLong's first encounter with Sun Yameng had been at the leveling ground of the Dawn Tomb. Back then, relying on his SSS grade talent, he had started to shine, making a name for himself. When he saw Sun Yameng, who looked so pitiful and helpless yet exuded a captivating charm, he had unhesitatingly stepped in, playing the hero to save the beauty. But now, I just thought of a riddle, Chi DeLong sneered, his lips curving into a cruel smile. Chicken pecks the maiden, maiden's skill defeats the chicken. If you swap maiden for chicken, it would be even more fitting. With that, he summoned his holy light dragon pet. Kill her. Roar. Steelcoin, his dragon, let out an excited howl before lunging forward. Hey, you there. The guy up ahead. Sun Yameng called out, moving toward Chi DeLong. I'm the leader of the ever-blooming guild. Help me hold off those monsters behind me, and I'll pay you $1,000. She was closing in, heedless of whether he was willing to help or not. Once she entered his aggro range, there was no way she would escape today. Besides, Sun Yameng had always been confident in both her figure and her looks. Countless men had groveled at her feet, only to be toyed with and discarded like playthings. What she sought was a man who could dominate her inside and out, someone who could make her tremble with awe, not just another pretty-faced fool. Seeing the shocked and dumbfounded expression on the man before her, a hint of disdain flickered in Sun Yameng's heart, yet her face remained soft and pitiful. But before she could speak again, her vision went black, and a notification echoed in her ears. You have been killed by player Chi DeLong the Invincible. You may retaliate within 1 minute. Too lazy to guess what the other party was thinking, after all, the game had just launched, he had plenty of time to toy with her slowly. Not just Sun Yameng, but also Yang Wen and the Pantheon Guild, none of them could escape. Chi DeLong would settle accounts with them one by one, making them regret ever stepping into this world. He took out a key and opened the door to the chicken coop. Or rather, the entrance to the dungeon. A warm current enveloped his body as chaotic noises reached his ears. Asterisk cluck cluck. Cluck cluck, asterisk. Ha ha, what a genius name. Looking at the chickens before him, Chi DeLong couldn't help but laugh aloud. Even though he already knew the names of the monsters in this dungeon, he still found it utterly amusing. Name, Nippon Chicken. Quality, Common. Level, 8. Health, 100. Defense, 132. Attack, 160. Skills, none. Description, a special breed imported from Nippon. Besides Nippon chickens, there was another level 8 common monster called the Korean chicken. Neither had any skills, and their stats were identical. Killing them would drop chicken meat. The hunt begins. Chi DeLong grinned wickedly, swung his sword at a chicken's neck, and then turned to charge at another. Chi DeLong dashed ahead while the chickens chased after him, their squawking echoing across the hills and fields. After running for about 10 minutes, he stopped roughly 50 meters away from the first boss. Steel coin. Chi DeLong turned around and raised his shield, blocking the chickens behind him. In his previous life, as an undead archmage, he didn't even need to fight personally by the time he reached level 20. He would summon 10 skeletal warriors and a skeletal priest, then sit in a shady spot to watch the show. The skeletal priest could heal other undead creatures and also convert corpses into soldiers. As long as he didn't pull too many monsters at once, the number of undead would keep growing, eventually becoming an overwhelming force. But in this life, reborn and determined to cut off Yang Wen's opportunities, Chi DeLong chose to become a holy light dragon knight, forcing himself to adapt to melee combat. Awah! Hearing its master's call, Steelcoin immediately began to attack. The level 8 common monsters couldn't even break through Steelcoin's defense, while Chi DeLong could easily slash away a tenth of their health with a single strike. Plus, with Steelcoin's area attack every 10 seconds, it didn't take long to clear out these Korean and Nippon chickens. About 30 chickens, nearly 200 pieces of chicken meat dropped. Only a welfare dungeon like this would be so generous. Chi DeLong pulled out a piece of chicken meat and shoved it into his mouth. Authentic chicken flavor. Crispy and tender, without a hint of gaminess. Chicken meat restores 10 health points per second for 30 minutes. Though its effect was half that of the lowest grade health potion, it lasted much longer and didn't conflict with other potions. Dungeon scenarios changed rapidly, especially in high-level dungeons, where any negligence could lead to total annihilation. A little extra health could ease the pressure on healers and increase the team's survival chances. While picking up chicken meat, Chi DeLong glanced at the boss not far away to check its stats. Meanwhile, Steelcoin obediently carried chicken meat over to Chi DeLong's side, sneaking a few pieces into its mouth whenever he wasn't looking. Name, Eco Chicken Greta. Quality, Elite. Level, 8. Health, 1, 700. Defense, 160. Attack, 200. Skills, asterisk. 1. Reprimand, deals 250% attack damage to targets within range. Description, no meat allowed. Compared to the level 8 elite worker ants, this monster had slightly higher stats. Its single-target attacks had been upgraded to area attacks, and its skills power had increased significantly. If worker ants could be subdued by overwhelming stats, then Eco Chicken required much more refined tactics. Eco Chicken's skill had a short cooldown, and even knights couldn't withstand it more than a few times. Dodging through movement was the only option, and that movement required precise spatial awareness. If it hit a teammate, a death was trivial, but enduring the ensuing curses about one's entire family was far worse. Of course, that was only for regular players. To Chi DeLong, even if the Eco Chicken unleashed its skill every second, it wouldn't matter if it couldn't break his defense. Sure enough, as soon as he entered its aggro range, the Eco Chicken flapped its wings and charged at him, viciously pecking his shield. Resist. Resist, asterisk asterisk. A skill and a normal attack neither broke through his defense. Minus 520. Minus 166. In contrast, Chi DeLong's own skill and normal attack not only maintained the aggro but also chopped away a third of its health. That's it? Chi DeLong chuckled, secretly pleased. Using the Ant Nest dungeon to enter early granted a 50% attack buff. With full combat stat allocation and a blue high-quality weapon, if he still couldn't deal damage, he might as well bash his head against steel coin and die. You have slain level 8 elite monster Eco Chicken Greta and gained 450 experience points. You have obtained Eco Boots. You have obtained chicken meat times 100. You have obtained 30 silver coins. Without much effort, Chi DeLong took down the eco-friendly chicken. Apart from the guaranteed blue-grade exquisite gear, he also obtained 100 pieces of chicken meat. Have to admit, elites are elites. Even the meat they drop is more than that of regular mobs. Chi DeLong picked up the gear and casually tossed a piece of chicken meat into his mouth. Name, Eco-Friendly Boots. Type, Boots. Quality, Exquisite. Level 8. Defense, 19. Strength, 2. Effect, asterisk. 1. Increases movement speed by 30%. Description, the eco-friendly. Such an ugly chicken, and it dropped a top-tier item. Looking at the attributes of the eco-friendly boots, Chi DeLong's face lit up with delight. Unlike other blue-grade exquisite gear, which typically came with fixed stats, only a very small number of items had special effects. Whether exquisite, excellent, or stellar, the chance of having a special effect was less than 1%, while legendary gear always guaranteed special effects. Increased defense and boosted movement speed. This was a dream PvP weapon for knights. In Stardust, all players started with the same base movement speed. Classes like assassins and archers, which wore light armor, could temporarily boost their speed with multiple skills, but those effects were always short-lived. These boots, however, granted a permanent bonus. As long as they were equipped, the 30% increased movement speed was always active. Feeling triumphant, Chi DeLong equipped the boots and continued advancing. The minor mobs couldn't break through his defense before, and now, with an additional 23 points of defense, they stood no chance. Pulling a trail of dozens of chickens behind him, he sprinted all the way to the second boss. 803, 766, 785, 896. With a single tail whip from steel coin, the minor mobs were instantly left with critically low HP. Chi DeLong gripped his weapon tightly and quickly cleaned them up. Harvesting another 200 pieces of chicken meat, Chi DeLong's experience bar shot up to 98%. All he needed to do was defeat this boss, and he would level up. Let me take a closer look at this chicken. Is it bold or not? Name, Perpetual Chicken. Quality, Elite. Level 9. HP, 1900. Defense, 178. Attack, 226. Skills, asterisk. 1. Perpetual Motion fires a laser beam that continuously tracks the target, dealing 150% attack damage to anything it touches. Description: who says perpetual motion is impossible? Wow, it really is a perpetual chicken. Chi DeLong exclaimed, excitement flashing in his eyes. This boss had once terrified countless players in the past, forcing entire teams to retreat in frustration and despair. Its skill was straightforward and brutal, relentless pursuit. It struck fear into anyone who dared approach. 555. With his buffs and skill enhancements, Chi DeLong unleashed his demon-slaying slash, delivering a staggering amount of damage that would leave players at his current level in shock. Cluck cluck. It was hard to tell if the chicken's cry was from excitement or fury. Its beady eyes locked onto Chi DeLong, and the feathers on its back stood on end, as if it were consumed by rage. Zzzzz. The sharp sound of static filled the air, and a white laser beam shot straight towards him. Chi DeLong immediately raised his shield and slammed it into the perpetual chicken's face. Asterisk splat. Splat, asterisk. His weapon struck madly at the boss, its HP depleting at a speed visible to the naked eye. This creature was undeniably strong. A fully equipped party would have a 90% chance of being wiped out by it, but in Chi DeLong's eyes, it wasn't enough. The boss's attacks were insufficient, and Chi DeLong's defense was as unyielding as a fortress. Without much effort, the boss let out a final wail and collapsed as its last sliver of HP was depleted. Chi DeLong smoothly leveled up to level 9. Only one piece of blue exquisite gear? So stingy. Chi DeLong muttered, his eyes scanning the attributes panel. Name, perpetual chestplate. Type, chestplate. Quality, exquisite. Level, level 9. Defense, 28. Willpower, 8. Effect, none. Description: there really is no such thing as a perpetual motion machine. After equipping the perpetual chestplate, Chi DeLong allocated all 10 free attribute points into willpower, instantly boosting his attack power to 279. With the bonus from his key item, his attack skyrocketed to 419. With a single strike, he could cripple players of the same class. If he got lucky and triggered a critical hit, it would be an instant kill. As the first dungeon players encounter, the difficulty of the 7 Chickens quest isn't particularly high. With a fully coordinated 5-player team, there's still a chance to overcome the first boss's challenge. The perpetual chicken, which Chi DeLong had just slain, required at least 5 top-tier players wearing basic white-grade gear, and even then, it took a stroke of luck to defeat it. However, the final boss that Chi DeLong was about to face was an insurmountable chasm for players at this stage of the game. Even a team of players in full blue-grade superior gear, ranked among the top 10 in their respective classes, would need extensive teamwork and endless grinding for a slim chance of clearing the dungeon. In her past life, Sun Yaming had managed to acquire a pet imbued with the Phoenix's bloodline, though not through actual skill, but by exploiting a system bug. Her father, an executive for one of the 7 multinational corporations, had begun laying the groundwork during the game's development phase. Although the exploit was eventually patched and her father was fired as a result, the subsequent rewards made it all worthwhile. Everything you achieved will be mine, Chi DeLong sneered as he charged forward, leading a group of smaller mobs. The wave of minions preceding the final boss was more numerous than all the previous ones combined. After all, since the final boss was nearly unbeatable, giving players a bit more poultry meat as consolation seemed fair. The game Stardust was brimming with humanity in its design, drawing players in and immersing them quickly. Its only flaw? It was outrageously stingy. So stingy it was inhumane. Stingy enough to make certain eagles bow their heads in shame. After clearing all the mobs, Chi DeLong's experience points skyrocketed, reaching 83% of level 9. Just as he had predicted, finishing this dungeon would allow him to hit level 10 and leave the beginner's village. That would mark the true beginning of his plan. Nearly 1,000 pieces of chicken meat, this'll last us a good while. Chi DeLong tossed a piece into his own mouth and another into steel coins, his pet's mouth, before turning his gaze toward the final boss not far away. Name, Bombing Chicken. Quality, Boss. Level, level 10. HP, 2800. Defense, 300. Attack, 388. Skills, asterisk. 1. Phoenix Ascension, every 10 seconds, summons a battle chicken to join the fight, inheriting 100% of its stats. 2. Heavenly Bombardment, flies into the air and hovers, dropping 3 eggs per second onto the ground below, dealing 300% attack damage to targets within the area. Description: a special monster with phoenix blood coursing through its veins, it is the undisputed king among poultry. The skill seemed straightforward, just fight the battle chickens on the ground while avoiding the bombing chicken above. But once the fight began, you would realize just how absurd this monster truly was. After ascending, the bombing chicken would never come down again, remaining airborne until its death. Battle chickens would appear every 10 seconds, with no limit to their numbers. If your team couldn't maintain a consistent damage output of over 280 per second while ensuring no one died, clearing this dungeon would be an impossible feat even if you kept at it for a year. To make matters worse, this boss was particularly oppressive for melee players. It would fly around in the air, out of reach, and with limited ranged attack options, players could only watch helplessly as it rained down eggs in a frenzy. The ideal setup for taking down the bombing chicken would include 1 knight, 1 priest, and 3 sorcerers or archers. Moreover, every player would need to be fully equipped in level 10 green-grade superior gear, with flawless teamwork and top-tier mechanics. But honestly, if everyone already had green-grade gear from boss drops, why even bother with this fight? Better to level up quickly, leave the beginner's village, and explore the vast open world instead. Because of this, in her past life, only Sun Yaming had managed to clear the dungeon by exploiting the system bug. This boss is truly ridiculous, but it's not unbeatable. Qi Delong pulled out a ring from the rewards he had earned from killing 500 mobs. After calculating its stats, he chose it without hesitation. You obtained the beginner's ring. The equipment automatically adjusted to the highest wearable level, granting plus 10 attack and plus 3 willpower, a decent piece of gear. Once combat begins, the bombing chicken takes about 5 seconds to ascend. That's the only window of opportunity. Unlike reality, the game doesn't impose fatigue. As long as I don't let go, I can fly alongside the bombing chicken, avoiding both the explosions and the battle chickens on the ground. Qi Delong stowed his shield and steel coin, took a deep breath, and charged straight at the bombing chicken. Bok bok bok. When Qi Delong entered its aggro range, the monster didn't attack immediately. Instead, it flapped its wings furiously. The wind roared, chicken clucks echoed, and its plump body began to slowly lift off the ground. At this rate, it would soon be airborne. As quick as a flash, Qi Delong leapt into the air. Just as the bombardment chicken soared overhead, he tightly grasped its claws. The bombardment chicken shot upward with a sudden burst of energy, and in the next instant, 3 eggs were launched into the air. They exploded with a deafening roar, shaking the ground. Qi Delong rapidly calculated, the blast radius was approximately 5 meters. Without acceleration skills, a player would need to start moving as soon as the eggs were airborne to escape the lethal explosion range. Back then, Sun Yaming had exploited a system loophole to evade the attacks from both the bombardment chicken and the combat chicken. However, due to her lackluster stats, she could barely chip away at the chicken's health, and only by triggering critical hits could she deal a few dozen points of damage. According to the game's rules, if a battle with a dungeon boss exceeded 15 minutes, the boss would enter a berserk state. All of its stats would double, and its health regeneration would skyrocket. With Sun Yaming's attack power and critical hit rate, even fighting for 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't have been enough to take down the bombardment chicken. Her success was only possible because of another rule. If the player engaged a dungeon boss for more than 5 hours and dealt cumulative damage exceeding the boss's maximum health, it would trigger a scripted kill. This rule was originally designed to accommodate determined players with insufficient stats, but it ended up being exploited by insiders for personal gain. After Sun Yaming cleared the dungeon, the Xuan Corporation was immediately notified. Logically speaking, players at her level couldn't possibly defeat the bombardment chicken, so the company reviewed the combat logs. In the end, Sun Yaming's father was fired, and the 5-hour scripted kill rule was removed. However, the rewards she earned were not revoked. Trading her father's unemployment for a daughter who became the strongest summoner, it was the deal of the century. Sun Yaming's father, smug and carefree, went on to marry 10 different women over the next 5 years. Now, the same system loophole was being exploited by Qi Delong, and once again, it was Sun Yaming's father who would bear the consequences. Whether Sun Yaming's father found her another mother, or her mother found her another father, it had nothing to do with Qi Delong. Splurt, 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 strike after strike, relentless and unyielding. To avoid getting injured by the explosions, Qi Delong didn't interrupt the boss's skills like he had with the Ant Queen. Instead, he unleashed his full power, slashing viciously at the chicken's neck. 147, 153, 144. Every strike dealt over 100 damage, each blow resonating through the chaotic cacophony of explosions. Such powerful abilities were utterly useless in the hands of underleveled players with subpar stats. But for Qi Delong, even if the damage were increased tenfold, it wouldn't have mattered. Suspended mid-air, he was completely unaffected. Let it explode all at once. Before long, under Qi Delong's relentless assault, the bombardment chicken finally fell, collapsing to its death. The combat chickens that followed vanished along with it. UVE slain the level 10 boss monster bombardment chicken. You gained 1000 XP. You received Shield of Interruption. You received Dragon Lord Stance. You received Phoenix Bloodline Pet Egg. You received Chicken Meat times 1000. You received 300 silver coins. Congratulations! You've reached level 10. You've earned 10 free attribute points. As the first player to clear the chicken dungeon, you've been awarded the special title Chicken King. System announcement: your team has become the first to clear the chicken dungeon. Please name your team. A string of notifications echoed in Qi Delong's ears. Calmly, he typed a few words into the dialog box. Server announcement: Team Is This It has successfully cleared the chicken dungeon. Team member Qi Delong Dongchang has been awarded 2000 XP, 1 gold coin, and will have their heroic deeds recorded in the Stardust Chronicle. The server-wide announcement rang out 3 times, and the entire game world erupted into chaos. I still only have a beginner's weapon, and someone's already cleared a dungeon? Big Pro, please carry me. I can beg and cry if needed. Holy crap, what's this chicken dungeon about? Is it the kind of chicken I'm imagining? Are there duck dungeons too? Chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, pigs, dogs, these are the 7 beginner village welfare dungeons. They produce a lot of meat. Haven't you checked the official website? So it's a meat-producing dungeon? What a waste! Such a waste! The regional chat descended into hilarious chaos, turning into a sea of joy. Meanwhile, several guilds and foreign spies had their eyes locked on the name Chi Dong Chang. Baka, find him and take him out. We can't let someone like this live. Sheba, do whatever it takes to prove he's one of us from Thief Nation. Upon hearing the server-wide announcement, Sun Yaming, who was grinding mobs, turned pale with anger. According to her plan, she had intended to purchase a few blue-quality rare items at level 10, then lead her team to defeat the smaller mobs and 2 sub-bosses. Before the bombardment chicken, she would then exploit the pre-arranged loophole to clear the dungeon and claim the final reward, the Phoenix Bloodline pet egg. But now, it was all ruined. The dungeon that was thought impossible to clear had actually been conquered. Whether the rewards from the Shuain Corporation would be confiscated was another matter, but one thing was certain, her father wouldn't escape unscathed. Damn it! Chi Dong Chang. It's him again, Chi Dong Chang. Sun Yaming trembled with rage, and in her frustration, she misfired her skill, accidentally pulling nearby monsters. The team's rhythm was completely disrupted, and within 10 seconds, they were wiped out. Ignoring the chaos in the regional chat, Chi Dong swiftly picked up the dropped loot and inspected the items one by one. Name, Shield of Interruption. Type, Shield. Quality, Superior. Level, Level 10. Defense, 58. Vitality, 20. Crit resistance, 3%. Effect, none. Description, blocks all incoming misfortune. Dragon Rider's stance, each attack by your dragon companion increases your defense by 10%. Each time your dragon companion takes damage, your attack increases by 10%. This buff can stack up to 10 times. Egg of a phoenix-blooded pet, with proper care, it can soar to unparalleled heights. Chicken King, all chickens, regardless of breed, will obey your commands, and all birds will show you some respect. Wow, I can't believe this skill dropped, this is awesome. Chi Dong exclaimed excitedly. Shields are exclusive equipment for knights, offering unparalleled defense. A good shield could instantly elevate a knight from mediocre to top tier. Many challenging dungeons become significantly easier once a decent shield is equipped. However, shields only block frontal attacks, unlike helmets, chest armor, gauntlets, or greaves, which provide all-round protection. This level 10 green-grade superior shield boasted an astonishing base defense of 58, along with 20 points of vitality and 3% critical hit resistance, an absolute top-tier item. If sold, it would easily fetch at least 200,000 gold, possibly becoming a hot commodity with no shortage of wealthy players vying for it. After all, legendary equipment is like true love, everyone knows it exists, but few have ever seen it. The Shield of Interruption was only one tier below purple grade exceptional gear and could at least remain effective until level 20. The Dragon Rider's stance was a passive skill exclusive to Dragon Knights, offering both offense and defense, capable of both tanking and dealing damage. When the pet attacks, I gain defense. When the pet takes damage, I gain attack power. This is what true synergy, shared hardships, and advancing together look like. Ecstatically equipping the shield and learning the skill, Chi Dong turned to check his new title. In an instant, his excitement vanished. What the hell is Chicken King? Obey me, all chickens? Birds will respect me? If it were that kind of chicken, maybe it'd be worth something. But who in their right mind would want to be the king of a bunch of poultry? After concealing his peculiar title, Chi Dong decided to hatch his pet egg. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed, and a fluffy little red head poked its way out of the eggshell. Chirp! A tender, excited voice carried a note of anticipation as the tiny creature struggled to free itself from the shell. It wobbled clumsily up Chi Dong's arm. Is this supposed to be a phoenix? Why does it look like a baby chick? Gazing at his newly hatched pet, Chi Dong was full of doubt, suspecting that Sun Yaming might have tricked him. But then he thought of Gangbang, who had looked just like a puppy when he was born. Now! Chi Dong summoned Gangbang. Glancing between the chick in his hand and the dog by his feet, a vague sense of foreboding settled in his heart. He opened the attribute panel to check the stats, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Name, Flame God Phoenix, unnamed. Quality, Leader. Level, 1. HP, 700. Defense, 56. Attack, 104. Skills, asterisk. 1. Blazing Inferno, summons a sea of flames, dealing 200% attack damage per second to targets within range for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description: the phoenix rises from its ashes, soaring to the heavens. From now on, your name will be Torch, Chi DeLong said with a gentle pat on the fluffy little head, a smile spreading across his face. Chirp, chirp. Torch seemed to like the name, gently pecking at Chi DeLong's hand with its tiny beak. Its health and defense were slightly inferior to Gangbang's, but its attack was significantly higher. That was completely reasonable, as the Flame God Phoenix was a mage-type pet, while the Holy Light Dragon leaned more toward the warrior role. Alright, it's time to leave the beginner's village, Chi DeLong declared. After giving the area a final glance to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything, he exited the dungeon. He jogged all the way to the village chief's house, where the old man was engrossed in a lively conversation with a stunningly beautiful woman. Whatever he was saying had the woman laughing so hard she was nearly in tears. Why are you here again? The moment the village chief saw Chi DeLong, his smile vanished instantly. Next door. Brave warrior. Let's not do anything rash. Let's talk this out. Before Chi DeLong could shout, the village chief quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Ahem. Chi DeLong forcefully pried the chief's hand away. Firmly, he said, I've decided to go see the world outside. Once players reached level 10, they could approach the village chief to receive a quest. Chi DeLong bid farewell to the other NPCs in the beginner's village and finally headed for the carriage waiting to take him to the teleportation point. So, the brave warrior has already reached level 10, the village chief said, visibly relieved as his tone softened. Take the carriage at the village entrance to the teleportation point, and from there, choose a town you like. That's it? Chi DeLong was puzzled. What about the series of exploration quests? No, those aren't necessary. Absolutely not, the chief said, shaking his head emphatically. As the village's hero, handsome, dashing, charismatic, and fearless, you can't be treated like an ordinary person. Besides, you risked your life to save tens of thousands of villagers. How could I dare waste your precious time? The chief laid on the flattery so thickly it was almost embarrassing. He clearly just wanted to get rid of Chi DeLong as quickly as possible. Tens of thousands of villagers? Hearing this, Chi DeLong instinctively looked around. The entire beginner's village didn't have more than 50 NPCs combined. Where were the tens of thousands he was talking about? Was Chi DeLong blind, or was the place packed with people he couldn't see? What was this, some kind of Stardust, Underworld edition? Could it be that he hadn't truly been reborn, but was instead trapped in a hellish game? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and his gaze grew increasingly suspicious. The village chief, noticing the change in Chi DeLong's expression, froze mid-smile. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed in defeat and reluctantly pulled out a small box, placing it in Chi DeLong's hands with obvious reluctance. Though we've had our misunderstandings, the chief said, a man should be broad-minded and magnanimous. There's no need to nitpick over trivial matters. The beginner's village is merely the starting point of your great journey. For me, it's my final days. Take my blessing and my life's treasure with you as you step into a broader world. Chief, I've made mistakes too. Hearing the chief's heartfelt words, Chi DeLong was deeply moved. Even after 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Perhaps he had misunderstood the old man. Maybe the village chief wasn't some shameless scoundrel, but a kind and generous elder. Village chief's final gift, asterisk a mysterious gift for the warrior, can only be opened after leaving the beginner's village. At the very least, it has to be some purple tier, excellent quality equipment. Full of anticipation, Chi DeLong said his goodbyes and immediately ran toward the edge of the village. At this moment, 9 hours had passed since the game had launched. Most players were still lingering around levels 5 or 6, with only a rare few reaching level 7. Players like Chi DeLong, who had managed to leave the newbie village, were as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. The streets were bustling with players hunting monsters. Due to the exceedingly low drop rates, nearly everyone was equipped with just a basic starter weapon. The men wore shorts, while the women had added a tube top to their attire, leaving their body proportions fully exposed. Chi DeLong sat atop a horse-drawn carriage, glancing around as he made comments left and right. His expression was hardly better than that of the village chief, who was notorious for being a lecherous old man. This one's big, that one's round, and that one, curvy. Ha ha, a perfect teardrop shape. It's making me hungry just looking at it. Sitting on a carriage and evaluating size and shape, isn't this the legendary touring for cups? The carriage circled around the village once before finally stopping beside a teleportation array. Without hesitation, Chi DeLong stepped into it. You have arrived at Dawn Town. You are the first player to leave the newbie village. You have earned the special title, Pioneer. Pioneer, a great trailblazer, the first to take the plunge. Starting favorability with all intelligent races increases by 10 points. The darkness dissipated in an instant, and the familiar scene before him made Chi DeLong sigh with emotion. The world remained the same, but circumstances had changed, so unpredictable and fleeting. That leveling maniac wasn't lying. The first player to leave the newbie village does indeed receive this special title. Chi DeLong smiled faintly, clearly in a good mood. What's the hardest thing in this game? Leveling up? Gear? Everyone might have a different answer, but if you could choose multiple options, favorability would definitely be among them. Each NPC had a unique personality, and winning their favor required catering to their preferences. For the greedy ones, you gave money. For the lustful ones, you offered women. For the vain, you flattered them. For the arrogant, you boasted endlessly. With enough effort, you could increase the favorability of a single NPC. But the players weren't dealing with just one NPC, they faced an entire crowd. Different types, different areas. And on top of that, they still had to fight monsters and complete quests. Who had that much time and energy? With this title, a lot of trouble could be avoided. Some prerequisite quests requiring high favorability could now be skipped entirely. Delighted, Chi DeLong equipped the title and set it to display. He then retrieved the chest the village chief had given him. Let's see what's inside. With anticipation, Chi DeLong opened the chest. There was no dazzling glow, no dramatic background music. Only an overwhelming stench that hit like a freight train. It smelled like a rotting foot or perhaps a compost pit that had been fermenting for years. The foul odor surged straight up his nostrils, piercing through to his brain. In an instant, Chi DeLong felt as though his soul had left his body. That old bastard. Just you wait. Before he could finish his sentence, Chi DeLong was forcibly logged out of the game. The smell was so overpowering that it exceeded the limits of human tolerance. To protect player health, the helmet automatically disconnected him. So, the miserly village chief actually gave someone a gift? Does he really like that otherworldly warrior? Back in the village, a beautiful woman watched Chi DeLong's departing figure with a puzzled expression. Like him? My ass. That little bastard swindled quite a few good things from me. This is karma. The village chief snorted coldly. Karma? What did you put in the chest? My socks, they haven't been washed in 60 years. The village chief stroked his beard, his face full of satisfaction. Tooey. Cough, cough, cough. Chi DeLong struggled to remove his helmet, stumbling to the window as he gasped for fresh air. It took him quite a while to catch his breath. That old bastard. That damned old bastard. He's way too ruthless. He trembled with rage, his whole body shaking. He had calculated every possible scenario, yet he never expected to be outsmarted by the village chief, that sly old man. You just wait, you old bastard. I swear I'll make you pay for this. With fury burning in his chest, Chi DeLong raised his middle finger to the sky. However, he didn't rush to log back into the game. To protect players' health, game helmets only allowed a maximum of 10 hours of online gameplay per day, while the more advanced game pods extended that limit to 16 hours. Chi DeLong had spent over 9 hours grinding his way to level 10, and now he had no choice but to wait until tomorrow to continue. Besides, the most critical title for leveling up was already in his hands, so there was no need to push himself further today. He pulled out his phone and checked his credit limit, just enough to buy a game pod. Without hesitation, he placed an order immediately. Let's get some sleep first. Tomorrow, the real battle begins. The lights went off, the blanket was pulled up, and, as the saying goes, heroes always have beauties who adore them. He stretched out his hand, kicked out his leg, and from under the blanket came a series of muffled, ambiguous murmurs. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky when the sound of knocking startled him awake. The delivery robot had arrived. Due to the increasingly severe problem of population aging, many entry-level jobs had been replaced by robots, and delivery services were no exception. These machines offered nationwide delivery within 24 hours, free installation, and a 5-year warranty. The Snow Drink Group's products were renowned for being almost flawless except for their hefty price tag. It took nearly 2 hours to install and calibrate the GamePod. Finally, everything was ready for him to log in. The sensory realism between the helmet and the GamePod was nearly identical, both offering ultra-high levels of simulation. However, the GamePod provided the advantages of extended playtime and superior comfort. With a crisp notification sound, Chi DeLong's figure appeared near the teleportation point in Dawnlight Town. A faint scent of flowers and grass filled his nostrils, while the melodious chirping of birds softly resonated in his ears. The realism was staggering. Opening his inventory, he noticed that the box he had acquired earlier had transformed into a new item. The village chief's socks, unwashed for 60 years, contains a horrifying scent that is disturbingly addictive. That old bastard, unbelievable. Chi DeLong raised his middle finger to the sky once more, intending to toss the socks away. But after a moment of hesitation, he stashed them in the corner of his bag instead. A treasure like this deserved to be shared, with friends, of course. Friends like Yang Wen or Sun Yameng. Jogging over to the class hall, he spent 200 silver coins to learn specialized knight skills. One-handed sword mastery, asterisk increases attack power by 10% when equipped with a one-handed sword. Shield mastery, asterisk increases defense power by 10% when equipped with a shield. In Stardust, weapons were not restricted by class. If they wanted to, even a priest could wield a giant axe to heal allies. But doing so would forfeit the bonuses provided by mastery skills. In the early stages of the game, a 10% attack bonus might not seem like much. However, as a player's stats improved, this difference would become overwhelming. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, players rarely equipped gear not meant for their class. After nearly 3 hours of trekking, Chi DeLong finally made it from the Dawnlight Town teleportation point to the northern village of Reed. He had come here for a specific item, an item that would give him a real-world advantage. "Hey there, friend, care to test your luck?" A voice called out from not far away. It was sharp and high-pitched, yet lacked any trace of youthful vigor. Instead, it carried a hint of sleaziness. "Right where you're supposed to be." Chi DeLong turned his head to see a goblin, short and squat, with dark green skin, a big nose, a wide mouth, beady little eyes, and pointed ears. It carried a tattered bag slung over its back. "Test my luck? What do you have for sale?" Chi DeLong asked, feigning curiosity. "I've got just one thing, loot boxes blessed by Lady Luck herself." The goblin pulled out a chest radiating dazzling golden light, nearly blinding Chi DeLong. These boxes contain all sorts of treasures, anything from simple health potions to stat-boosting items, and even legendary grade gear. "Opportunities like this don't come often. Only 10 silver coins per box." "Really? Then give me 100 of them." Chi DeLong feigned excitement, though inwardly he scoffed. Goblins were infamous for their traits: greedy, cunning, despicable, and shameless. There wasn't a single positive trait associated with them. Dealing with goblins was a risk. At best, they'd empty your wallet, and at worst, you'd end up dead. Chi DeLong wasn't here for the junk items these loot boxes might contain. He had a different goal in mind. "That'll be 1,000 silver coins," the goblin said, rubbing its hands together like a fly, a sly grin plastered across its face. Handing over the coins, Chi DeLong watched as 100 golden loot boxes appeared in his inventory. One by one, he opened them. The expression on his face shifted from eager anticipation to growing doubt. "You've obtained a sock with a hole in it. Obtained a pair of underwear with only a string left. 100 crates, all filled with completely worthless junk items so useless that even the stores wouldn't bother to take them. I don't believe it. Another 100. Chi DeLong let out a cold snort, slamming down 1,000 silver coins, his eyes blazing with fury. "Thank you for your patronage." The goblin merchant grinned from ear to ear. Business was business, and he never turned it away. In the early stages of the game, earning money was gruelingly difficult. Ordinary players would bleed dry just buying a dozen crates, but someone as unlucky as Chi DeLong? Rare, like finding a needle in a haystack. When another 100 crates were opened, Chi DeLong's face turned as dark as storm clouds. 300 more. He panted heavily, glaring at the goblin merchant with eyes full of rage, as if they were about to erupt into flames. "My friend, your luck doesn't seem to be on your side today. Maybe come back another time?" Sensing something amiss, the goblin merchant grew cautious, but his greed outweighed his fear. He pocketed the 3,000 silver coins with trembling hands. "I don't believe this." Chi DeLong ignored the goblin entirely, crouching down to continue opening the crates. 300 more crates later, the trash piled around him had turned into small mountains, nauseating to behold. Chi DeLong's expression shifted from doubt to despair, then to outright rage, his killing intent nearly tangible. 500. He slammed down 5,000 silver coins in front of the goblin merchant, his face as black as the bottom of a burnt pot. "My friend, I really think..." Crash! Before the goblin could finish his sentence, a shield as tall as half a person slammed into the ground with a deafening thud. There was no need for further words and no courage to speak them either. It was a shield this time. Next, it might very well be a sword. The goblin merchant silently pulled out 500 crates, his mind racing to plan an escape route. These so-called mystery boxes were all packed by him personally. He knew their contents better than anyone. Forget about epic or legendary gear, there wasn't even a single rare item inside. Just trash. Pure trash. By now, Chi DeLong was panting like a bull, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the goblin. The merchant's fear grew with every passing second, his legs trembling uncontrollably as thoughts of escape overwhelmed his mind. In mere moments, dozens of escape scenarios flashed through his head, and he swiftly chose the one with the least risk. However, before he could act, a white puppy and a red chick appeared out of thin air, one on each side of him. This, holy, light, dragon, and blazing, phoenix. The goblin merchant stammered, his face contorted in terror as he recognized the identities of the two creatures, steel coin and torch. They were the stuff of legends, mythical beings capable of devastating worlds. Though mere hatchlings, they were far beyond anything he could hope to handle. "You think you can run?" A chilling voice, cold as death itself, rang out, freezing the goblin merchant in place. He nearly wet himself on the spot. Trembling, he slowly lifted his head, only to be met with a sight that sent shivers down his spine. A face as dark as night, eyes glowing red with fury, and smoke rising from his hair. The fury of Chi DeLong was unmistakable. "Warrior!" With a thud, the goblin merchant dropped to his knees, utterly bereft of dignity. 1,000 chests, 10,000 silver coins, and all I get is garbage. If you didn't say otherwise, I believe the goddess of misfortune herself had a hand in this, Chi DeLong growled, pressing his weapon against the goblin's neck. The menacing aura radiating from him was so intense that even the timid goblin, along with the steel coin and torch by his side, dared not utter a sound. "Calm down. You must calm down." Seeing Chi DeLong in such a rage, the goblin merchant's face changed colors faster than a chameleon. Cornered by the threat of imminent death, he was forced to make a painful concession. "Warrior, please calm down. I'll refund you 500 silver coins. No, 800, no, I'll give you a full 1,000. The goblin merchant's expression contorted in agony, as though parting with the money was worse than death itself. 1,000? Do you think I'm some beggar?" Chi DeLong let out a cold snort, his face darkened with disdain. Seeing this, the nearby steel coin and torch took a step forward in unison, as though signaled by some unspoken agreement. 1,100. Not a coin more. If you want more, you might as well kill me. The goblin's voice caught in his throat, his despair palpable. For him, money was far more valuable than life itself. Life could be borrowed from the next incarnation, but once money was gone, it was gone forever. Who cares about your petty coins? What I want is your life. Unless. Chi DeLong's grip on his sword tightened, pressing it further against the goblin's neck. The blade's icy threat was unmistakable. Unless, what? The goblin's ears perked up, his spirit suddenly revived. As long as Chi DeLong wasn't asking for his money, anything else was negotiable. "Unless you can offer me something more precious than your life." Chi DeLong bared his teeth in a sly grin, his fox-like cunning on full display. Though this goblin appeared destitute, Chi DeLong knew he was hiding a rare artifact stolen from his tribe's treasure vault. In the later stages of the game, this artifact wasn't particularly valuable. But in the early stages, Chi DeLong wouldn't have sold it for 10 billion silver coins. After all, this artifact had the unique ability to bring in-game items into the real world. Something more precious than my life? The goblin froze, his mind going blank. He was nothing but a penniless swindler. Aside from the cursed treasure chests he used to scam people, he had little else to his name unless Chi DeLong wanted the tattered clothes on his back. But wait. Suddenly, a spark of recollection lit up in the goblin's mind. He remembered the artifact he'd stolen from the tribe's treasure vault, the one he'd taken countless beatings for. He had once thought it was a priceless treasure, but no matter how many methods he tried, it remained unresponsive. Frustrated, he had tossed it into a corner and nearly forgotten about it. If not for Chi DeLong's demand, it might have stayed forgotten forever. "Warrior, I only have. Hand it over." Before he could finish, Chi DeLong snatched the item from the goblin's grasp and turned to leave without so much as a backward glance. The reason Chi DeLong hadn't killed the goblin before obtaining the artifact was the uncertainty of its drop rate. If he failed, he'd have to wait another 2 years for a chance. And after obtaining the artifact, he spared the goblin to avoid unnecessary hostility. Goblins, though despicable and shameless, often had valuable items for sale. Their shops were part of a network, and it wasn't worth offending them over a single coin. The goblin merchant stood there dumbfounded, staring at Chi DeLong's retreating figure. It took him a full moment to process what had just happened. If he wanted this thing so badly, couldn't he have just said so? Did he really have to scare him half to death? "It's real. He wasn't lying. I actually got it." Chi DeLong looked down at the object in his hand, unable to suppress the surge of joy bubbling up inside him. The object was as clear as crystal, shimmering like jade. Tiny specks of starlight twinkled within, as though the dust of the cosmos had been captured in its depths. Dim starfall dust, life and death, soul and spirit, endlessly intertwined and bound together. Starfall dust is the remnant of stars destroyed, containing the purest essence of power. This was the rarest artifact in the game, the sole item capable of linking two worlds together. As the main storyline unfolded, players grew stronger and their understanding of the game deepened. After countless updates, players finally acquired the power to bridge the gap between the virtual and the real. When the star god fell, fragments of countless stars rained down from the heavens. When this dust touched animals, plants, or even inanimate stones, they transformed into terrifying monsters. Through immense teamwork and countless sacrifices, the players managed to take down one of these mutated creatures. Expecting the usual loot explosion, they were instead left with nothing but a single item, a fragment called Starfall Shard. Players were enraged, demanding answers from the developers, but the 7 multinational tech corporations behind the game had mysteriously vanished without a trace. In Chi DeLong's mind, the uses for the Starfall Shard seemed to surface all at once, as though awakened by some unseen force. And with it came an ominous sense of unrest in the world. The conspirators, the ambitious, and the hidden pantheon of gods. Everything was spiraling into madness. This is a complete stardust crystal, far more effective than mere fragments. But it's sealed, and we need to find a way to unseal it. Chi DeLong took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Life and death, soul and spirit. Intertwined, entangled. These 16 words are the key to the unsealing. Reversing life and death. Transforming the void into substance, that's the soul of life. Rising from death, that's the spirit of death. Luckily, I know where the soul of life is. I just need to locate the spirit of death, and I'll surpass everyone, 2 years ahead of schedule. Chi DeLong's face brimmed with confidence. 2 years, while it might not sound like much, it was incredibly precious. To those caught up in the hustle of life, such a span might pass in the blink of an eye. But to Chi DeLong, every single second was invaluable. He had to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength, to prepare himself for the chaos that was soon to descend upon the world. First, I'll run a dungeon, gear up, and then head to the Dawn Tomb to retrieve the soul of life. Chi DeLong calculated swiftly and dashed toward the nearest public dungeon. In Stardust, dungeons were divided into 2 categories. One type required no prerequisites, players could challenge it as long as they met the level requirement. The other type demanded the completion of intricate quests and the defeat of at least 2 boss monsters before it could be unlocked. Chi DeLong's target was the Eerie Rabbit Nest, the first dungeon available after the beginner village. Dungeons came in 4 difficulties: normal, hard, challenge, and abyss, corresponding to monsters of ordinary, elite, boss, and overlord quality, respectively. Not only did the loot drop rates far exceed those of the wild, but the experience gain was also exceptionally high. A level 10 player clearing all 4 difficulties could easily reach level 15. However, such a dream scenario was only good for daydreaming. The ultra-high difficulty of challenge and abyss levels made them nearly impossible for players at this stage. Most couldn't even clear hard mode yet. Moreover, dungeons had a 1-month cooldown, shared across all 4 difficulties. In other words, if you completed normal mode, you'd have to wait until the next month to attempt any of the other modes. This design significantly increased the value of dungeon gear. In fact, even when players reached level 70 or 80 in later stages of the game, level 50 equipment still fetched high prices. Some clever players had once tried to game the system by tackling the first 2 bosses in normal, hard, and challenge modes first, before attempting abyss mode. Their reasoning? Why not grab a few extra pieces of gear along the way? The result proved that some players were simply thinking too naively. The shared progress applied not to players but to the dungeon monsters. If you killed the first boss in normal mode, that same boss in the other 3 difficulties wouldn't drop any loot. And to make matters worse, while loot wouldn't drop, the bosses would still spawn. This approach was nothing but a waste of time, an exercise in frustration with no tangible benefits. The dungeon entrance was bustling with activity. At a glance, a dense crowd stretched as far as the eye could see, easily over 10,000 people packed into the area. As a designated safe zone, no non-party member could make any form of contact here. As long as the servers could handle it, even cramming tens of thousands into a single square meter wouldn't be impossible. Buying white-grade common headgear and chest armor. PM me if you've got some. Looking for full blue-grade superior gear. Money's no issue. Need a tank, now. Looking for a healer, urgently. The shouts rose and fell, blending into a chaotic symphony. The recruitment panel refreshed with hundreds, even thousands, of new messages every second. It was dazzling to the eyes. Fortunately, keyword filtering was available, otherwise, it would have been impossible to sift through. In Stardust, most equipment was unbound, allowing for free trade. Players bought gear to avoid wasting their monthly dungeon cooldowns and to push for higher difficulties. Some sought enjoyment, others chased profit. There was no right or wrong, just different choices. Chi DeLong strode up to the dungeon entrance and decisively selected Abyss mode. A once-per-month opportunity naturally called for the best possible experience. After clearing the dungeon, he planned to head to the Dawn Tomb, where monsters over level 20 roamed. Without sufficient stats to sustain him, even with a 90% damage reduction, survival would be impossible for long. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden notification sound interrupted him. It was a private message. Why would Big Sister be messaging me? In Chi DeLong's friends list, there was only one contact. Without a doubt, it was her. Of course, to spoil you. He. Just 9 words, yet they sent waves crashing through Chi DeLong's heart. He had seen bold ones before, but never one this bold and this striking. First, let me translate the text for you into English, ensuring it is both fluent and aligned with the reading habits of American audiences. Let me clarify first, Chi DeLong was not the kind of person who would abandon his principles for beauty. But she was just too overwhelming. No, it wasn't her size, it was her gentleness. What Chi DeLong loved wasn't big, it was gentleness. Anything else could be flawed, but gentleness was non-negotiable. What's wrong with me? Chi DeLong slapped his own cheeks, feeling something was definitely off. After a moment of thought, some theories began to surface in his mind. Stardust was not just an ordinary game, it truly existed somewhere out there. 2 years from now, when the update for the Fall of the Star Gods version arrives, the two worlds would connect, and the power of the Star Gods would manifest in the real world. In his previous life, Chi DeLong had chosen the Necromancer class, mastering a cold and lifeless energy that gradually turned his personality indifferent and even gave his body necrotic tendencies. While his physical functions were still normal, his interest in matters of romance, whether men or women, was practically non-existent. But this time, he picked the Holy Light Dragon Knight class, and things could not have been more different. Fierce, explosive, and strong. A young man brimming with vitality, now wielding masculine energy, how was he supposed to resist when faced with a charming older sister? What do I even do now? Chi DeLong's furrowed brow relaxed as he sent a party invitation to Lu Zhani. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared silently. Chi DeLong licked his lips, a surge of longing rising in his chest. Make me the party leader, and add my little sister to the group too. Lu Zhani smiled sweetly at Chi DeLong and replied, all right. Soon after, another figure materialized beside her. She stood at about 4 feet 11 inches, 150 centimeters, carrying a large bow on her back. Her skin was as fair and smooth as porcelain, and her large, watery eyes sparkled with mischief. Brother-in-law. Before Chi DeLong could even get a good look at her, the young girl threw herself into his arms. Instinctively, he caught her, his mind going blank. Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? Was she joking? Isn't my sister beautiful? The younger girl asked in confusion when she saw Chi DeLong's bewildered expression. She's definitely beautiful, but you can't just force this on me. Chi DeLong pried the girl off him and began checking their profiles. The elder sister, Lu Zhani, was a level 10 priest, equipped with a full set of basic white gear. The younger sister, Shui Zhani, was a level 10 archer, similarly clad in basic white gear. This setup might scrape by in hard mode, but they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder in abyss mode. Unmarried man, unmarried woman, one breathtakingly beautiful, the other dashingly handsome, this is a match made in heaven. Shui Zhani rattled on enthusiastically, as if she wouldn't rest until her sister was married off. Wait a second. Watching her excitement, a thought flashed through Chi DeLong's mind. Could it be, this young girl had been bullied by Lu Zhani her entire life? And now, in her desperation to escape this torment, she was trying to push her sister onto him? Chi DeLong's gaze grew sharper, contemplative. Alright, enough with the act. Just spit it out. Lu Zhani tapped her younger sister lightly on the forehead, making Shui Zhani tear up in pain. We gathered a full set of level 10 basic white gear, formed a party to try hard mode and show our skills, but we died over a dozen times. Wah, brother-in-law, save me. Shui Zhani clung to Chi DeLong's waist, her eyes brimming with tears, looking so pitiful she seemed on the brink of crying. If not for the fact that death didn't reset their level back to 0, the two of them would have already been sent back to the starter village by now. Even so, their experience points had been docked into the negatives, and recovering from that would not be a quick process. Brother-in-law, you're so strong, you cleared the starter dungeon all by yourself. Helping us through hard mode should be a piece of cake, right? Shui Zhani pleaded, her face full of desperation. Her pitiful expression softened even Chi DeLong's iron resolve. Ding, ding, ding. The system notification chimed, and Chi DeLong noticed it was a friend request from Shui Zhani. After accepting, he immediately received a long string of messages. My sister is 23 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, 168 centimeters, 36F, and has been dancing since she was little. We went to a prestigious private school, and our family is very strict. My sister has never dated anyone. Please, I'm begging you take her off my hands, crying emoji. Your sister is so impressive, and she went to a private school. surely she has plenty of admirers? Are you saying no one's ever tried anything inappropriate? Chi DeLong asked, his tone tinged with teasing. When you possess something valuable, it's only natural that others covet it. Wealth and power often breed arrogance. While society may have its differences in class, the principle of survival of the fittest remains constant. For those with wealth and power, life is often more ruthless than it is for the average person. This translation captures the humor, tone, and cultural nuances while adapting the style for a Western audience. Let me know if you'd like any changes. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but my elder sister, who seems gentle and virtuous on the surface, is actually a violent maniac. She's a martial arts expert. In the past, some people tried to pursue her romantically, only to end up so badly beaten that even their mothers couldn't recognize them. There was one particularly foul-mouthed guy, she kicked him so hard he flew dozens of meters. He's still in the hospital to this day. Holy sh*t. Are you freaking kidding me? Chi DeLong was dumbfounded when he heard Shui Zhenyi's words. He wasn't some inexperienced rookie, of course, he knew what kicking someone dozens of meters away entailed. This world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. In his previous life, Chi DeLong was a Lich Grandmaster, a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of his profession, and he had encountered things unimaginable to ordinary people. Ancient martial arts, advanced technological superweapons, supernatural abilities. By the year 2333, all of these were very real. He once took pride in his 4 infernal bone generals and his endless army of the undead. He didn't take these people seriously at all, and even some small countries had to act according to his whims. He thought that upon being reborn, even if he sped up the wheel of history with his presence, it would still take at least a year before he came into contact with such things. He hadn't expected to be approached by an ancient martial arts family on just the second day after the server opened. Chi DeLong didn't bother delving too deeply into their motives. These ancient martial arts families were proud and aloof, looking down on even wealthy merchants and nobles, let alone an ordinary person like him. Still, he understood, they likely just wanted to temporarily rely on him because he was doing well in the game. Alright, I can take you along, but the knight's gear, skills, and special items all go to me. Also, you have to obey me. Whatever I say, you do it. Chi DeLong didn't refuse. The difficulty of playing solo versus playing with a group of 5 wasn't much different. In fact, having more players wouldn't be a burden, it could even increase the drop rates. Deal. As long as we can get revenge. Shui Zhenyi clenched her tiny fists, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ding. A private message notification sounded again. Chi DeLong glanced at it. It was from Shui Zhenyi's older sister, Lu Zhenyi. My younger sister fell from a tree and hit her head when she was little, so she says some crazy things. Please don't be offended. Oh, I see. Chi DeLong suddenly understood. No wonder Shui Zhenyi seemed a little unhinged, her brain was already damaged. That being said, while the two sisters bore a slight resemblance to each other, the gap between their appearances was enormous. Standing side by side, the contrast was glaring. If Chi DeLong had to choose, a man can endure hardship himself, but he absolutely can't let his children suffer. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. Once the dungeon was cleared, they'd go their separate ways. He didn't have time to waste, he needed to obtain the unsealing items as soon as possible to prepare for the looming crisis. Well, since I'm already forming a team, I might as well take 2 more randoms. Chi DeLong opened the recruitment panel and typed, tank and healer are set. Looking for 2 obedient DPS players. The moment he posted the recruitment, applications started flooding in at a rate of dozens per second. Scanning the list, Chi DeLong decided to see if he could spot any familiar names from his past life. Lo and behold, he really did find one. The strongest marksman, Old Bao. Judging by his name alone, it was clear he was a cheeky and flamboyant character. Thanks, bro. The moment Old Bao saw Chi DeLong, he wanted to rush over and hug his thigh. However, just as he was about to move, something smacked him right in the face. Ah woo! A childish howl echoed in his ears, followed immediately by a sharp pain. Struggling to pull the thing off his face, Old Bao discovered it was a small dog with a long, slender tail. Ah woo! The little dog, named Gangbang, let out an adorably fierce growl. Instead of looking menacing, it was irresistibly cute. Ah, so adorable. Seeing Gangbang's appearance, Old Bao leaned in, wanting to pet it. Unexpectedly, Gangbang looked utterly disgusted and bit down hard on his nose. Ah! His screams echoed once more, making Chi DeLong facepalm in exasperation. This clown! Sigh. With a helpless sigh, Chi DeLong put Gangbang back into his inventory. Rubbing his sore face and nose, Old Bao finally behaved himself. Hello, big bro. Hello, sister-in-law. He greeted Chi DeLong and Lu Zhenyi with a deferential smile. If it weren't for the earlier fiasco, one might have mistaken him for a well-behaved, sensible young man.
What, you're only greeting them? What about me? Shuizhani's voice rang out, leaving old Bao momentarily stunned.
Although it felt a bit awkward, old Bao still called out, second sister-in-law.
Don't talk nonsense. Both of them are just placeholders like you. Qi Delong waved dismissively and asked, what's your real name?
Your in-game name is so annoying, it feels like you're taking advantage of me.
Ha ha ha, my name is Gongxi. Gong is in Dragon Gong, and Xi is in happiness.
Gongxi scratched his head, his face full of a simple and honest smile. While they were chatting, the 5-member team was finally complete.
The last to arrive was a little girl named Molly. She was sweet, innocent, and adorable like the girl next door who instantly evoked affection.
But only Qi Delong knew that this seemingly harmless little girl would one day become a top-tier assassin. Invisible, imperceptible, everywhere and nowhere. Many leaders of major guilds were assassinated by her, dying in the midst of thousands of guards, who could never figure out where she was hiding. A genius like her could easily be crowned the #1 assassin. But sadly, for some unknown reason, the little girl deleted her account one day and vanished without a trace. Now that Qi Delong had a second chance at life, he was determined to recruit this master from his past life under his banner. That way, he wouldn't face the Gods Guild alone in the future, besieged on all sides.
Hello, big brothers and sisters.
Molly seemed a little shy, her head lowered, not knowing what to do with her hands. Here, play with the puppy. Qi Delong summoned Steel Coin and placed the fluffy pet in front of Molly.
Who wouldn't love an adorable little creature? Molly was no exception.
Steel Coin, clever as ever, stuck out its tongue and licked Molly's face a few times, making the little girl giggle uncontrollably.
Gender discrimination. Gender discrimination.
Gongxi muttered under his breath, his eyes red with frustration. Why was the puppy cute and well-behaved in Molly's arms, but turned into a nose-biting, face-chewing little demon when it was with him?
He wanted to pet the dog too. Pet the dog. No one understood the rage in Gongxi's heart.
They only saw the twitch at the corner of his mouth and assumed he had Parkinson's.
Let's go, quick and clean.
After briefly explaining the rules to the two newcomers, Qi Delong led the team into abyss mode.
In an instant, the scenery before them changed dramatically, and a faint floral fragrance wafted into their noses.
What appeared before them was a vast expanse of farmland, neatly divided into squares. Lush green leaves swayed gently in the breeze. A few rabbits were busy working in the fields, watering, tilling, fertilizing, a picture of diligent labor. For first-timers in this dungeon, 9 out of 10 would be moved by the hard-working rabbits and hesitate to disturb them. But once you knew the dungeon's backstory, your perspective would change in an instant. Because these rabbits were all insane. They killed on sight, biting anyone they could catch. Several nearby villages had already been slaughtered by these rabbits, leaving not even the livestock alive. As a result, the Church of Dust issued a bounty, calling on otherworldly adventurers to come and exterminate them. This was the backstory of the Twisted Rabbit Nest dungeon. In Abyss mode, even the mobs were elites or mini-bosses. The final boss was immensely powerful, making the dungeon a high-level challenge for players at this stage. Yet Qi Delong, bold as ever, brought 4 rookie teammates along to farm gear. Wow, this rabbit's stats are insane. Can we really beat it? Shuizhani checked the monster's stats, covering her mouth in shock.
Name, Diligent Rabbit Gardener. Quality, Elite. Level 10. HP, 3600. Defense, 247. Attack, 331. Skills, *.
1. Hind leg kick, deals 200% attack damage to the target. Description: a hard-working rabbit that throws itself into its tasks with great dedication.
Once you left the novice village, monster stats increased dramatically. Without sufficient gear, even breaking through their defense was impossible.
For elite mobs like this one, even 2 of them together could wipe out a fully geared 5-player team. Watch my health bar, Qi Delong called out as he charged forward without hesitation.
-389. -88. With a single demon-slaying slash and a basic attack, he barely managed to chip away 500 HP.
And this was with his full combat-oriented stat build and top-tier gear.
Any other player wouldn't even scratch it. Oh whoa!
Seeing Qi Delong take damage, Steel Coin sprang into action. Shuizhani, Gongxi, and Molly quickly joined the fight as well.
Sure enough,
except for Qi Delong, the others could only deal a few dozen points of damage with their skills. Their basic attacks were entirely blocked.
Is this really the damage output of a knight? Gongxi stared in disbelief, silently lamenting that even a dog outperformed him.
A boss-tier pet, nothing to be ashamed of.
Believe in yourself. Someday, you might become Stardust's top marksman.
Qi Delong offered words of encouragement while casually summoning a torch.
Chirp, A tender chirp echoed, instantly grabbing the attention of all four.
A fiery red chick flapped its wings, spewing flames from its beak that engulfed a 3-meter radius around the rabbit gardener. Although the damage was completely resisted, the sheer momentum of its display was breathtaking.
Could this be another boss? A bold thought suddenly popped into Lu Zhani's mind. Smart guess.
Qi Delong raised his eyebrows, slashing his sword and taking the rabbit gardener's remaining health. You have slain the level 10 elite monster Diligent Rabbit Gardener, earning 500 experience points.
You obtained Carrot Staff. You obtained 30 silver coins. Congratulations! Your pet torch has leveled up to level 2. Congratulations! Your pet torch has leveled up to level 3. Congratulations! Your pet torch has leveled up to level 4. Torch shimmered with light as the massive experience points from the Abyss dungeon propelled it to jump 3 levels at once. In Stardust, pets only required 1/10 of the player's experience to level up and also benefited from an experience bonus due to level disparity. All a player needed to do was bring their pet to high-level zones, and the pet's level would skyrocket in no time. Of course, pets couldn't surpass the player's level, otherwise, Qi Delong wouldn't have to work so hard. A weapon for mages. It's yours. Casually tossing the carrot staff to Lu Zhani, Qi Delong charged into a group of monsters without hesitation. Earlier, he'd already tested the waters. Rabbit gardeners weren't particularly strong, and pulling a few at once wouldn't be an issue. Wow! A level 10 rare staff. Why can't it be a bow instead? Shui Zhani drooled enviously, looking as if she'd never seen anything so amazing before. Hurry up and keep up. Lu Zhani flicked her younger sister's forehead and quickly rushed after Qi Delong. After consecutively killing 8 elite monsters, Torch finally reached level 10. A sea of fire swept forth, sending the rabbits into a frenzy of squeals. Big bro, you got this. Brother-in-law, go, go. With 1 player and 2 pets unleashing relentless attacks, all the enemies trailing behind were reduced to ashes before they could even catch up. In the end, Shui Zhani and Gong Shi gave up pretending to be useful, transforming into cheerleaders clapping and shouting encouragement. Even Molly, though initially shy, was soon infected by the duo's silliness and joined in as part of the makeshift support squad. Ugh, there's nothing more terrifying than a group of fools banding together. Lu Zhani looked utterly conflicted, as if envisioning an unbearably chaotic future. To be fair, aside from the difficulty, the Abyss dungeon had virtually no flaws. Every elite monster dropped at least 1 piece of rare quality equipment upon death. In less than half an hour, the 4 of them had all upgraded their gear significantly, their bodies now faintly glowing with a soft blue light. Normal attacks were no longer resisted, and their skills could now deal over 100 points of damage. Let's take a break. After clearing out the last wave of minor mobs, Qi Delong stopped about 50 meters away from the boss. It was a corpulent rabbit, standing an imposing 3 meters tall with an equally hefty 3-meter waistline. Perched on its head was a black pot, while it carried a massive carrot in its paw. 2 pristine white teeth jutted out past its lips, and its blood-red eyes radiated a fierce and menacing aura. Name, Warehouse Guardian. Quality, Boss. Level 10. Health, 54,000. Defense, 407. Attack, 560. Skills *. 1. Back Kick. Deals 300% attack damage to the target. 2. Butt Slam. Deals 200% attack damage to targets within range. 3. Carrot Smash. Deals 300% attack damage to the target and stuns for 3 seconds. Description: the Carrot Warehouse's guardian and the head chef of the rabbit nest. Compared to the elite rabbit gardener, this boss's attributes were exponentially stronger. Its defense of 407 was essentially impervious to attacks, even against full strength builds. With 560 attack power, even a single hit could severely injure squishy characters. Add to that its 2 powerful additional skills, and it was a truly daunting foe. 1 wrong move meant certain death. To defeat this boss, players would need a full set of green quality gear, exceptional skill, and seamless teamwork. For most players at this stage, it was simply too early to attempt. Boss, I can't even break through its defense. Gong Shi lamented, looking miserable. He had only just managed to get himself a full set of blue rare quality gear and had barely enjoyed it for 10 minutes before running into this monstrosity. Don't panic. Watch as I show you what true power looks like. Qi Delong pulled out a basic berserk potion he'd swindled from the village chief. Upon consumption, his attack power instantly surged to 437 points. You 3, stay back. Healer, keep an eye on my health. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qi Delong charged forward. Minus 935. His demon-slaying slash triggered a critical hit, and the first strike dealt nearly 1,000 damage. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The warehouse guard, under attack, locked his gaze on Qi Delong, swinging down a massive carrot-shaped hammer with all his might. -18. The pitiful damage number floated up like a silent mockery. The warehouse guard's skill had managed to break through Qi Delong's defenses, but not entirely. His shield absorbed part of the blow, his talent mitigated another portion, and what remained was negligible, a mere scratch. "Boss, you're incredible." That skill activation was flawless. Gongshi cheered from a distance, his eyes glued to the scene ahead, not daring to miss a single detail. He thought to himself, Qi Delong had used his damage reduction skill to withstand the boss's attack. For regular attacks, Qi Delong relied on his positioning and movement. But soon, confusion crept in. Qi Delong was simply using his shield to tank the hits directly, no dodging, no indication of skill activation. Could it be a defensive talent? Gongshi pondered for a moment and concluded it must be the case. Talent was entirely luck-based. Gongshi considered himself fortunate, having drawn a B-grade talent that boosted his movement speed and attack speed by 30%. While it didn't directly enhance his attack power, it significantly increased his overall damage output. Before long, accompanied by an anguished roar, the first boss finally fell. You have slain the level 10 boss warehouse guard, gaining 5,000 experience points. You have slain the level 10 boss warehouse guard, gaining 5,000 experience points. You have obtained a big black cauldron. You have obtained rabbit bone gauntlets. You have obtained rabbit sinew longbow. You have obtained rabbit fur robe. You have obtained exorcism slash. You have obtained bodyguard. You have obtained 500 silver coins. Congratulations! You have reached level 11, gaining 10 free attribute points. As the boss collapsed, the loot burst forth like fireworks. Qi Delong quickly counted the rewards, secretly overjoyed. 4 pieces of purple epic grade equipment and 2 skill books had dropped. Name, a big black cauldron. Type, helmet. Quality, epic. Level, 10. Defense, 45. Courage, 9. Stamina, 7. Vitality, 9. Effect. 1. When something bad happens nearby, the blame will inevitably fall on you. Description: I'll take the blame, you take the fall. Name, rabbit bone gauntlets. Type, gauntlets. Quality, epic. Level, 10. Defense, 33. Courage, 10. Vitality, 8. Spirit, 8. Effect, none. Description: sturdy material, a natural enemy to carrots. Exorcism slash, deals 300% attack damage to targets within range, attracting a large amount of aggro and forcing them to attack you. Consumes 50 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Bodyguard, targets a selected ally, pulling them to your side and shielding them from all damage for the next 10 seconds. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown time 60 seconds. Both the equipment and the skill books were perfectly suited for Qi Delong. Following their prior agreement, he accepted them without hesitation. The area of effect damage from Exorcism Slash was even stronger than his previous skill Demon Breaking Slash, with a higher damage output. Meanwhile, Bodyguard was a crucial skill for protecting teammates and reducing the risk of a party wipe. After all, healers and DPS characters were fragile roles. In such high-difficulty dungeons, a single misstep could lead to their demise. The rabbit bone gauntlets were fairly standard, offering no particularly outstanding features. But this big black cauldron... the helmet, it gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Wait a minute, it's him. A flash of insight struck Qi Delong as he finally remembered. In his past life, there was a player infamously known as the unluckiest guy ever. Wherever he went, NPCs would chase after him as if he were a magnet for trouble. But as the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. This player somehow triggered numerous hidden quests that required unique conditions to activate. Despite dying countless times, he also reaped an incredible number of benefits. This kind of fortune couldn't simply be described as good luck or bad luck. If anything, it was a perfect balance of yin and yang, a Tai Chi luck. Using all 10 of his free attribute points, Qi Delong invested them into courage, then equipped the 2 pieces of purple epic grade gear and learned both new skills. The rabbit fur robe was handed to Lu Zhani, their main healer, while the rabbit sinew longbow was left to Shui Zhani and Gongshi to roll for. In the end, Gongshi's dice roll of 3 narrowly beat Shui Zhani's roll of 2, allowing him to claim the rabbit sinew longbow. Sis, I'm so unlucky. I can accept getting a 2-point roll, bad luck happens, and I admit it. But why did he get a 3-point roll? Wah! Shui Zhani buried her face in her sister's arms, her little cheeks rubbing back and forth incessantly. Her pitiful appearance made Qi Delong wish he could take her place, wish he could comfort her properly. Sigh. Rubbing her younger sister's little head, Lu Zhani wanted to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. In this situation, no matter what she said, it would sound like mockery.
Stop crying. For the next boss drop, all archer equipment will be prioritized for you, and leather armor for Jasmine.
As soon as Chi DeLong finished speaking, he charged toward the next wave of monsters. The effects of the basic berserk potion would only last for 30 minutes, and he needed to defeat the second boss before it wore off. If the boss dropped a weapon, it would solve the problem for their third teammate. If not, they'd have to rely on luck. That said, the chance of getting a weapon drop was actually quite high.
The loot system in Stardust was designed to be interesting, it wasn't purely random.
When Chi DeLong soloed, the gear and skills dropped were always ones that knights could use. In a party, however, the loot would be distributed with a degree of priority based on team contributions. During the fight against the Warehouse Guardian, Chi DeLong and his two pets contributed over 90% of the damage, so 4 out of the 6 items dropped were for knights. Lu Zhani, being the healer, got a cloth armor piece, while Shui Zhani and Gong Shi each received a weapon. As for little Jasmine, either due to bad luck or slacking off too much, she ended up with nothing. However, for the next boss, there was a high chance of assassin equipment dropping. Dungeon loot was designed to prioritize rather than guarantee, so it was rare for players to walk away completely empty-handed. After equipping 2 new items, Chi DeLong's attack power skyrocketed to 395 points. Adding the 100 points from the basic berserk potion and the 10% bonus from his one-handed sword mastery, his damage output was now ferocious. He tore through monsters like a beast unleashed, cutting them down with ease.
His moves were clean and precise, ruthless yet decisive.
With a single strike of demon-slaying slash, a level 10 elite monster lost half its health instantly.
For the unlucky ones, a critical hit would kill them outright. Congratulations! You have reached level 12. You have gained 10 free attribute points.
In mere moments, over 100 monsters were wiped out. The entire party leveled up again, and their bags were bursting with loot. Even level 10 fine quality equipment, no matter how poor the stats, could fetch several thousand yuan. If the attributes were decent, it could sell for over 50,000. With over 100 pieces of gear, it wouldn't be surprising to make 2 or 3 million in total. The 4 teammates, Lu Zhani, Shui Zhani, Gong Shi, and Jasmine, were all well aware of the value of the loot, but no one mentioned it. They simply focused on clearing monsters.
This level of group harmony made Chi DeLong feel deeply gratified.
Though Gong Shi could be a bit of a joker, his character was solid. In his past life, he had clashed with a major guild for the sake of his friends, enduring repeated deaths without a single complaint, a testament to his loyalty.
Unfortunately, good people don't always get good endings.
The very friends he treated with such sincerity ended up betraying him for mere personal gain.
As for little Jasmine, though she was undeniably a prodigy as an assassin, not much was known about her. She vanished quietly and was soon replaced by another assassin.
Then there were the sisters Lu Zhani and Shui Zhani, a pair of elegant yet impoverished beauties.
Chi DeLong planned to keep an eye on them for a while. Coming from an ancient martial arts family with deep traditions, their background was anything but simple.
Their web of connections was intricate and far-reaching. Used wisely, they could become a tremendous asset. Of course, Chi DeLong would never admit that what he desperately needed was a powerful healer.
Really, he desperately needed one. You 3, stay back. Healer, keep an eye on my health.
With this command, Chi DeLong immediately inspected the monster's stats.
Name, Rabbit General. Quality, Boss. Level 10.
Health, 66,000.
Defense, 422. Attack, 590. Skills, *. 1. Carrot Spear Technique. Normal attacks deal an additional 100% damage. 2. Reversal Strike. Deals 300% damage to targets behind the boss. 3. Throat Piercer. Randomly targets a player, dealing 500% damage and inflicting a 30-second bleeding effect.
Description: the Rabbit General is brave, invincible, and majestic, a true man among rabbits.
What a brave and invincible Rabbit General!
Chi DeLong couldn't help but marvel, secretly thinking to himself how troublesome this creature's abilities were.
Its normal attacks carried extra damage, just a touch could hurt you, and a direct hit meant death.
For fragile classes like priests and warlocks, encountering it was a shortcut to the grave.
Stay behind me, don't run around.
Chi DeLong had barely finished speaking when he suddenly stepped forward, entering the Rabbit General's aggro range.
Roar! With a deafening roar, the battle erupted instantly. A weapon resembling a long, slender carrot appeared in front of Chi DeLong in an instant. Thud!
A mighty force came crashing down, forcing Chi DeLong to stagger half a step back.
-36.
A pitiful 2-digit damage number floated up, followed by a large immune indicator. Resistance meant no penetration, while immune signified ignoring abnormal effects. With 2 pieces of purple armor, a green shield, and a talent that reduced damage by 90%, the Rabbit General's attack barely scratched through his defenses. It was so minor that aside from a slight numbness in his arm, Chi Delong felt nothing at all. "This is way too tough. You don't even need me here." Seeing the Rabbit General's attack barely deal any damage, Lu Zhani was utterly stunned. Sure, knights were known for their high defense, but this was on another level. "No, the tougher I am, the more I need a healer." Chi Delong turned to her with a serious expression. "Ugh, you perv." Lu Zhani wasn't some naive little girl. She instantly caught the hidden implication in Chi Delong's words, but instead of getting angry, she puffed out her chest with pride. "If you have strengths, why not show them off? It's foolish to hide your brilliance." 1111-566. A Demon Slayer slash and Evil Banishment Strike instantly dealt nearly 2000 damage. Combined with attacks from the little companion steel coin and the torch on his shoulder, the Rabbit General seemed to have had a major artery punctured, blood gushing everywhere. Thud 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 thud. The carrot spear moved with incredible speed, its attacks ferocious and relentless. Yet every strike was blocked by Chi Delong's massive shield. The violent vibrations traveled up his arm and to his shoulder, making Chi Delong marvel. The technology of the Shuayin Corporation was truly impressive. It felt like being right there in the action. "Take this. Return spear strike." The Rabbit General roared, its long spear thrusting out like a viper, striking Steel Coin, who had inadvertently wandered behind it. Squelch! The sharp spear pierced through, and Steel Coin let out a pitiful cry. At the same time, a buff quietly activated, boosting Chi Delong's attack power by over 50 points. This was the Dragon Knight stance, one of the core skills of the Holy Light Dragon Knight class. When Steel Coin got hit, Chi Delong's attack increased. When Steel Coin attacked, Chi Delong's defense improved. A perfect blend of offense and defense, master and pet, united as one. "You dare harm my beloved pet?" Chi Delong's inner drama took over as he hastily recalled Steel Coin, slashing his sword at the Rabbit General's head the moment he had the chance. 3333. Fueled by anger, the Evil Banishment Strike triggered a critical hit, instantly knocking off 5% of the Rabbit General's health. Suffering such a severe injury, how could the Rabbit General let it slide? It lunged forward with a vicious spear thrust aimed at Chi Delong. Squelch! AWOO. The dull sound was accompanied by another wail from Steel Coin. The little guy had been stabbed again. Meanwhile, the buff on Chi Delong stacked to 2 layers. "Wow, and I was just feeling touched a moment ago." Lu Zhani's face darkened, almost trembling with fury. When she saw Chi Delong's angry reaction to Steel Coin getting hurt, she had thought to herself, Chi Delong must be a good person. If he could protect even an in-game companion like this, surely he'd be loyal and selfless to his friends. But that sentiment lasted less than 2 seconds before Chi Delong's actions shattered her impression completely. What deep bond between master and pet? What care for his companion? All lies. The real purpose was to stack attack buffs. "You dare harm my pet? Prepare to die." Still immersed in his self-congratulatory drama, Chi Delong grabbed Steel Coin with his left hand, using it directly as a shield. Thank goodness dragon pets couldn't betray their masters, or Steel Coin surely would have bitten him by now in fury. Thanks to Steel Coin's self-sacrifice, the buff on Chi Delong quickly stacked to 10 layers. With flames engulfing the screen and critical hits raining down, the Rabbit General bled profusely. "You shameless scoundrel! Watch me end you with one strike." A furious roar exploded in their ears as the Rabbit General's spear flew forward even faster than its voice. Lu Zhani, hiding behind Chi Delong, turned pale. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. A 500% damage attack, this was a guaranteed one-hit kill, even for a fully armored knight without damage reduction skills, let alone a fragile healer like her. Lu Zhani sighed, resigning herself to death. But in the next moment, a tremendous force yanked her backward. Chi Delong launched himself forward as though propelled by a spring. 328. The critical damage numbers flashing above his head instantly shaved off a significant chunk of Chi Delong's health bar. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to care. Lu Zhani descended from the air, and the massive cafeteria table crashed directly onto his face. This sudden burst of motherly love left Chi Delong utterly dumbfounded. Big, soft, fluffy, absolutely mesmerizing. Had it not been for the system prompt asking whether he wished to penalize Lu Zhani's indecent behavior, Chi Delong might have stayed in stunned silence for quite a while longer. "Don't stray too far from me." The duration of the bodyguard's skill was nearing its end. Reluctantly, Chi Delong pushed Lu Zhani away and waved his hand, unleashing the move Evil Slaying Slash at the Rabbit General. "Oh!" Lu Zhani's cheeks flushed slightly. Without saying much, she immediately started healing Chi Delong. In this fully immersive simulation game, her physical body couldn't keep up with her neural response speed, leaving her helpless as the incoming attacks landed. The situation just now had been rather unusual. She had been sprawled on Qi Delong's face for a full 10 seconds. She wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't reacted in time or if she hadn't wanted to react in time. What a shameless pervert. Lu Zhani shot a fierce glare at Qi Delong, her expression indignant. After all, she had just felt something circling the peaks of her mountains several times. Minus 2,666. Minus 1,548. With Demon Breaking Strike, the Rabbit General's remaining health was easily wiped out, and the system notification promptly popped up. You have killed the level 10 boss monster, Rabbit General, gaining 6,000 experience points. You have obtained General's Battle Armor. You have obtained Carrot Pendant. You have obtained Sturdy Leg Guards. You have obtained General's Tier. You have obtained Fong Blade. You have obtained Shield Throw. You have obtained 600 silver coins. Congratulations! You have reached level 13. You've gained 10 free attribute points. A dazzling explosion of purple and green light lit up the battlefield, as brilliant as fireworks. 5 pieces of exceptional purple-grade equipment and a skill book. Another jackpot loot drop. Jasmine, this one's for you. It's a weapon. The lively Shui Zhani hugged the timid Jasmine, bouncing excitedly up and down. Meanwhile, Gongxi lowered his head, attempting to comfort the pitiful Steel Nugget. However, Steel Nugget wasn't having any of it. With a sharp bark, it bit down hard on his hand. This clown! Qi Delong sighed, too lazy to bother with Gongxi, who was clutching the coin and wailing in pain. Instead, he focused on examining the attributes of several pieces of equipment. Name, General's Battle Armor. Type, Chestplate. Quality, Exceptional. Level, 10. Defense, 51. Courage, 8. Strength, 8. Constitution, 6. Effect, none. Description, the strength of a general, unmatched and invincible. Name, Carrot Pendant. Type, Necklace. Quality, Exceptional. Level, 10. Attack, 26. Courage, 10. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 8. Effect, none. Description, a necklace carved from carrot, with faintly inscribed tiny letters. Name, General's Tier. Type, one-handed sword. Quality, Exceptional. Level, 10. Attack, 55. Courage, 11. Strength, 7. Critical hit, 3%. Effect, asterisk. 1. Every attack inflicts a rend effect on the target, dealing 100% attack damage per second. Damage doubles when the target is moving. Effect lasts for 10 seconds. Description, the Queen's Broken Tooth, the General's Tear. Skill, Shield Throw, hurl your shield at the target, dealing 300% attack damage and stunning the target for 3 seconds. Finally, a crowd control skill, and its range too. Qi Delong grinned as he equipped the 3 pieces of gear and learned the skill with practiced ease. He handed the sturdy leg guards to Shui Zhani and the Fong Blade to Moli. The distribution had been pre-agreed upon, and no one raised any objections. Next up is the true essence of this dungeon, the beginning of the main storyline. Qi Delong gazed at the long sword in his hand, letting out a soft sigh. The General's Tear, the Queen's Broken Tooth, a loving couple turned against each other. Mad citizens, traitorous warriors, a century-old dynasty crumbling overnight. Even in the world of rabbits, there are tales of joy and sorrow, reunion and separation. Compared to the complexity and volatility of human emotions, their feelings were much simpler and more straightforward. I can't take this. A timid voice broke the silence as Molly refused the dagger Shui Zhani handed to her. The girl's cheeks flushed red. She seemed unaccustomed to Shui Zhani's lively and outgoing demeanor. I didn't do anything. I can't take something so valuable. Molly took 2 steps back, exuding a kind of heartbreaking obedience. Children who cry get attention, but those who are overly understanding often go unnoticed. They give up their favorite toys and treats, only to receive a half-hearted good or obedient in return. The so-called good kids in their parents' eyes, they too once longed for love and warmth. Boss. Hearing Molly's words, hesitation appeared on Gongxi's face. His grip on his weapon tightened, only to loosen moments later like a deflated balloon. It seemed he had made up his mind. But Qi Delong didn't spare him a glance, tossing the coin over nonchalantly. If I can kill 1 boss monster, I can kill 2 or 3. Monsters that others can't defeat in days and nights, they last 7 or 8 minutes against me. He placed the Fong Blade dagger into Molly's hands. The timid girl looked like an injured puppy, curling up in a corner. In the future, if I have any tasks, I might need your help. Consider this dagger your retainer's fee. Remember, you must come whenever I call. Take it, be good. From now on, stick with me and call him brother-in-law. Shui Zhani wrapped an arm around Molly's shoulder, cheerfully persuading her. Thank you, brother-in-law. Molly was adorably clueless and actually followed Shuizheni's lead, timidly calling out brother-in-law. These two idiots. Xi Delong covered his face, suddenly feeling like the future was bleak. Meanwhile, Lu Zhani, who hadn't said a word all this time, glanced at Xi Delong. When their eyes met, her cheeks flushed slightly. Her mischievous tongue circled the peak of the mountain a few times, truly a little troublemaker. Ow! Ah! Gongxi's miserable wails echoed in the background, creating a scene that was both heartwarming and comical. Xi Delong pulled the coin off Gongxi's face and immediately headed toward the final boss. It was as if they had crossed an invisible boundary. What was once fresh and serene now gave way to the blood and madness of clashing armies. The land, yellowed and cracked, the farmland, shriveled and barren, the bloodstains, ancient and mottled, all bore witness to the brutal battles that had taken place here. The group of five pressed onward, the faint echoes of sharp screeches and frenzied roars gradually reaching their ears. This is so creepy. Do you think there might be ghosts? Shuizhani hid behind her sister, her little face filled with fear. Molly fared slightly better, but her pale face betrayed a similarly timid heart. What in the world happened here? Lu Zhani's delicate eyebrows furrowed deeply, her expression serious. It could be an invasion by external enemies, or perhaps just two groups of rabbits fighting each other. Xi Delong shook his head and walked ahead, alone. He had a premonition in his heart but chose not to speak it aloud. As the five of them pushed forward, the silhouettes of monsters quickly came into view. Apart from the diligent rabbit gardener they had encountered before, there was another type of rabbit. Name, Frenzied Rabbit Gardener. Quality, Boss. Level 10. Health, 7200. Defense, 321. Attack, 430. Skills, *. 1. Bite, deals damage equal to 250% of its attack power to the target. Description, a rabbit that has gone mad. This was a level 10 boss, with health, defense, and attack stats far surpassing those of elite monsters. Its skill damage was particularly terrifying. The most frightening part, however, was that these monsters didn't appear alone, they showed up in droves, all engaged in chaotic battle. Even three elite rabbits working together could only barely take down one boss rabbit, and their shrill cries, coupled with their merciless methods, were chilling. Yet, after fighting for so long, neither side had lost any health. Clearly, the system wasn't leaving any loopholes for players to exploit. If they wanted to pass, they'd have to clean up the monsters one by one. Go, Pikachu! Xi Delong shouted, hurling his shield at the nearest frenzied rabbit. Thud! 2777. The skill triggered a critical hit, instantly taking away nearly 2/5 of the rabbit's health. The heavily injured frenzied rabbit became enraged and immediately abandoned the three nearby rabbit gardeners, charging madly at Xi Delong. Good! Bring it on! Xi Delong didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced a step forward, brushing past the frenzied rabbit and slashing at the three rabbit gardeners behind it. 792. 747. 801. Three damage numbers popped up, instantly securing their aggro. Xi Delong ran ahead, the rabbits chasing closely behind him, while the other four members of the team, Lu Zhani and the rest, trailed tightly behind. It had to be said, there was a world of difference between knights. Some knights were as fragile as chickens, while others were as indestructible as tanks. Xi Delong clearly belonged to the latter category, and not just any tank, but the absolute top tier. Countless attacks landed on him, most of which he blocked with ease. Even the occasional critical hit only chipped away a few dozen points of his health. He was as solid as a rock, capable of taking on dozens of enemies at once without breaking a sweat. With a horizontal slash, damage numbers rained down like a storm, forming a continuous cascade. Though the effect of the beginner berserk potion had worn off, the damage remained fierce thanks to his purple, superior-grade weapon. Not to mention, the 10-layer buff provided by Steel Coin only added to his strength. Wave after wave of monsters fell, leaving behind a trail of loot. The elite monsters dropped blue, high-quality gear, while the boss monsters dropped green, excellent-grade equipment. The team of five quickly replaced their gear, storing the rest to sort out after the dungeon run. Thankfully, the dungeon allowed for mail transactions, otherwise, carrying all this loot would have been impossible. After clearing all the smaller monsters, the team finally faced the final boss. A massive carrot was deeply rooted in the ground, half buried in the soil, with the other half proudly standing tall. Its green leaves were covered in sharp, serrated edges, and its roots writhed around like serpents. Beside the carrot lay a pink rabbit, 2 meters tall, with blood-red eyes and gleaming white teeth. Its ferocity was palpable. The two bosses stood side by side, the rabbit's teeth gnashing incessantly, while the carrot's roots moved like living creatures, weaving in and out of the soil. Two bosses at once? And with so many abnormal effects? Who could possibly beat this? Gongxi couldn't help but exclaim in shock. One boss was hard enough to handle, let alone a buy one get one free situation.
This is indeed tricky.
Shi Delong furrowed his brow as he examined the boss's stats. While he wasn't worried for himself, he doubted his teammates could hold up for long.
Name, Deranged Rabbit Queen. Quality, Leader. Level, Level 10. Health, 58,000. Defense, 399. Attack, 620. Skills, asterisk. 1. Frenzied Gnaw, deals 300% attack damage to the target and applies a 30-second poison effect. 2. Extreme Overblow, deals 300% attack damage to surrounding targets and applies a 30-second poison effect.
Description: the Queen of the Rabbit Nest, driven insane for unknown reasons.
Mutated Carrot King. Rarity, Boss. Level, 10. Health points, 74,000. Defense, 511. Attack, 430. Skills.
1. Frenzied Root Stab, deals 300% attack damage to the target and inflicts tear and bleed effects for 30 seconds.
2. Leafy Whirlwind, deals 200% attack damage to all targets within range and inflicts poison for 30 seconds.
3. Bloodthirsty Rampage, increases lifesteal by 10% and immediately resets the cooldowns of Frenzied Root Stab and Leafy Whirlwind, lasting for 10 seconds. Description: a gigantic carrot of unknown origin, it is the Rabbit Queen's most cherished treasure.
In Stardust, abnormal status effects are generally divided into two categories. Poison reduces all attributes by 30% and decreases 1% of max HP per second. Bleed decreases 2% of max HP per second. Weaken reduces all attributes by 90%.
Tear causes 100% attack damage per second, damage doubles while moving.
Stun, unable to move or use any active skills or items. Root, unable to move. Silence, unable to use any active skills or items.
The first 4 cause damage over time, while the last 3 are control effects. The Rabbit Queen is insanely powerful, with both her skills inflicting poison. The Mutated Carrot King is equally terrifying, boasting tear, bleed, poison, and weaken effects, a full arsenal of abnormal statuses.
What do we do? Fight or not?
Gongxi rubbed his aching nose, feeling a tinge of panic. He had been slacking off during the previous 2 boss fights, but now that they had reached the final stage, there was no room left for idling. However, looking at the stats of these 2 bosses, he realized that slacking off was no longer a choice. He had to act, whether he wanted to or not.
Fight! How can we not fight? We've made it this far. If we give up halfway, how can we live up to our country's support and our family's expectations?
Shi Delong's righteous tone was unwavering and firm, leaving Gongxi deeply ashamed.
The boss is right. Blood may spill, heads may roll, but dignity cannot be tarnished. I'd rather risk it all and pull the emperor down from his throne.
Even if I die today, I will remain the world's greatest marksman. If one Gongxi falls, countless others will rise.
Gongxi clenched his right fist, determination etched across his face. In the next moment, with a fearless spirit of sacrifice and the resolve of, if not me, then who, this fool actually aimed his shot at the Rabbit Queen and fired. What the hell?
Seeing Gongxi suddenly attack, Shi Delong was stunned.
This wasn't just reckless, it was a suicide mission.
There was no time to curse. Shi Delong quickly activated his guard skill. As expected, his decision proved wise. The moment the battle began, a thick root shot toward them like a spear.
If not for Shi Delong's protection, Gongxi would have been killed instantly. Bang!
Shi Delong kicked Gongxi aside and immediately threw out his coin-like shield to distract the Mutated Carrot King.
The plan?
Let the shield keep the Carrot King occupied while Shi Delong dealt with the Rabbit Queen first.
1111, 604, 1217.
With his anti-magic, anti-demonic, and shield-throwing abilities, nearly 3,000 HP vanished in an instant, firmly securing the Rabbit Queen's aggro.
Crunch! Crunch!
A tremendous force struck as the Rabbit Queen's sharp teeth bit hard into Shi Delong's shield, producing a grating sound that made everyone's teeth ache. Shi Delong wielded his shield in his left hand and his sword in his right, launching a relentless assault, advancing and retreating fluidly.
134, 107, 141.
The constant stream of damage numbers was staggering, with occasional critical hits flashing. Meanwhile, Shuizhani, Gongxi, and Mali poured everything they had into attacking. The Rabbit Queen's health plummeted rapidly.
Before long, her HP dropped below 70%.
At that moment, the Rabbit Queen abruptly stopped biting and raised her rear high into the air.
Watch out!
Shi Delong shouted, swiftly pulling Shuizhani into his arms while simultaneously throwing his guard skill toward Gongxi.
Splat! 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 Viscous streams of liquid sprayed outward, slamming into Shi Delong's shield with resounding thuds.
At the same time, 2 notification sounds echoed in his ears. Your teammate Shuizhani has died. your teammate Molly has died. The Rabbit Queen's spray attack was devastating. If not for Chi Delong's quick reflexes, he would have been reduced to a lone survivor.
Get your hands off me, Shui Zhani muttered softly, though her expression showed no anger. Instead, she cast a healing spell on Chi Delong. The situation was urgent.
I didn't mean to. Chi Delong quickly let go of his grip and raised his shield to block the Rabbit Queen's attack. You squeezed twice. Lu Zhani shot him a glare. It was instinct, a man's instinct. Chi Delong was utterly embarrassed, realizing that the more he tried to explain, the guiltier he seemed. And you still have the nerve to talk. Lu Zhani's face flushed red with anger, but as a competent healer, she couldn't let her emotions get the better of her during battle. If the tank went down, the entire team would be wiped out. With a swift combination of skills Demon Breaker, Evil Slayer, and Shield Strike, the Rabbit Queen's health plummeted by over 7,000 points in an instant. Chi Delong, clad in a mix-and-match ensemble of purple superior and green excellent grade equipment, wielded his weapon mastery skill to amplify his attack power.
Coupled with Gangbang's selfless support, the damage he dealt was simply terrifying.
He picked up his shield and delivered a ferocious blow straight to the Rabbit Queen's mouth. While frantically stabbing her, he stole a glance at the mutant Carrot King not far away. Gangbang, with his thick skin and high endurance, had lost less than a third of his health and could still hold on for a while. Meanwhile, Torch stood safely at the rear, steadily casting fire like an old hand in the game. The earlier strategy of splitting the two monsters apart was mainly to give Molly a chance to participate. After all, the assassin class required boldness and precision. If she was too afraid of dying, she might as well have picked the warrior or knight class. But now that Molly was already dead, there was no need to keep the monsters separated.
Gangbang!
At Chi Delong's call, Gangbang eagerly trotted over, while Torch hid behind the sisters Snow Dew and Dewdrop for safety.
Focus fire. Take one down first.
Chi Delong unleashed all his single-target skills on the Rabbit Queen, using only Evil Slayer Slash to maintain aggro on the mutant Carrot King. The Rabbit Queen had high attack power but low health and defense. With her health already reduced significantly, it made sense to prioritize her elimination. Thick roots lashed out viciously but failed to hit Chi Delong, striking the Rabbit Queen instead. The two massive monsters, both fixated on Chi Delong, interfered with each other's attacks.
Thump!
A root viciously pierced through the Rabbit Queen's body, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from her.
Blood spurted out as her body trembled violently.
Though the damage wasn't as high as Chi Delong's attacks, her reaction was far more dramatic.
This is seriously not PG-rated, Chi Delong muttered, recalling some ancient audiovisual relics he'd unearthed years ago, showcasing a peculiar fascination some women from a small nation had with tentacle-like things. There was no time to dwell on the Rabbit Queen's peculiar charms. Chi Delong gripped his shield in one hand and his sword in the other, attacking furiously in rhythm with the writhing roots. The addition of the mutant Carrot King threw the fight into chaos, and Chi Delong's deliberate maneuvering only made the battle more surreal. Every bite from the Rabbit Queen landed squarely on Chi Delong's shield, while the mutant Carrot King's attacks were similarly blocked. Chi Delong's evasive movements were both precise and daring, while the Carrot King's strikes were nothing short of devastating. The two monsters, seemingly in perfect coordination, battered the Rabbit Queen into a frenzy. Her screams grew louder until, finally, she collapsed and died on the spot. You have slain level 10 boss monster Mad Rabbit Queen, gaining 6,000 experience points. Loot obtained: Queen's Broken Fawn, Ring of Madness, Staff of Teeth, Rabbit Fur Hood, Shield Tremor, and 500 silver coins. Congratulations! You've reached level 14. You have gained 10 free attribute points. With the Rabbit Queen gone, the mutant Carrot King couldn't hold out much longer and was quickly sent to its demise. You have slain level 10 boss monster Mutant Carrot King, gaining 6,500 experience points. Loot obtained: Shock Shot, Knockback Shot, Backstab, Shield Counter, Mysterious Red Crystal, and Shattered Life Essence, along with 600 silver coins. Congratulations! You've reached level 15. You have gained 10 free attribute points. System notification: your team has cleared the Eerie Rabbit Nest, Abyss Dungeon for the first time. Please name your party. As the mutant Carrot King hit the ground, a series of system notifications rang out, accompanied by a prompt to input a team name. Chi Delong burst into laughter, typed in a few characters, and decisively clicked confirm. Server announcement: the party Rabbit Queen is extra moist has successfully cleared the Eerie Rabbit Nest, Abyss Dungeon. Party members Chi Delong Dongxiang, Snowdew, Dewdrop, Old Bao, and Molly are awarded 3,000 experience points, 1 gold coin each, and their heroic deeds will be recorded in the Starchaser Chronicles. What the hell? Am I deaf or blind? Those big guilds couldn't even beat the first boss on hard mode, and someone cleared Abyss? I remember now. Isn't this the god-tier player who cleared the starter village dungeon? Absolute legend. Honey, please carry me. Shut up, ***ch. Draw your weapon. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's him again, Chi Delon.
Sun Yaming trembled with rage, wishing she could find Chi Delon, tear him limb from limb, and grind his bones to dust. First, he had killed her outright when they first met. Then, he'd stolen the opportunity she had spent years planning for.
This morning, Sun Yaming received a call from her father, informing her that Shuayin Group had suspended her for investigation.
All of this was closely related to the system vulnerabilities. What made it even worse was that, despite dying more than a dozen times, her team still couldn't clear the first difficult dungeon.
Yet Chi Delong, with a group of seemingly insignificant nobodies, managed to breeze through the abyss.
This was simply intolerable. Don't let me find you in the real world, or I'll carve you into 1,000 pieces and scatter them to the winds. Sun Yaming gritted her teeth, her furious expression resembling that of a crazed hen. The regional chat channel was in utter chaos, filled with noisy arguments and a cacophony of voices. Private messages and friend requests flooded in like a tidal wave for Lu Zhani and the other three, forcing them to turn off notifications. Meanwhile, Chi Delong picked up the pile of loot on the ground, quickly checking the attributes and distributing the spoils.
Name, Queen's Broken Fong. Type, one-handed sword. Quality, excellent. Level 10. Attack, 55. Willpower, 9. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 10. Effect.
1. Each attack applies a bleed effect to the target, dealing 200% attack damage per second for 10 seconds. Description: the broken fong of a queen, carrying the tears of a general.
Name, Ring of Madness. Type, ring. Quality, excellent. Level 10. Attack, 16. Willpower, 9. Resilience, 9. Spirit, 6. Effect, none.
Description: a ring carved from the bones of the rabbit queen, exuding a faint sense of madness. Shield slam: slam your shield hard into the ground, dealing 200% attack damage to all targets within range and stunning them for 3 seconds.
Consumes 100 mana, with a 10-second cooldown. Shield counter: reflect all incoming attacks back to the caster for 5 seconds. Consumes 50 mana, with a 100-second cooldown.
Mysterious red crystal: a red crystal of unknown origin.
Perhaps a priest from the Dustlight Church could offer some insight.
Shattered life essence: permanently increases maximum health by 1000 upon use. As per their agreement, all equipment, skills, and special items usable by knights were handed over to Chi Delong. The rest of the loot was distributed among the other 4 based on their respective classes. The Fong staff was given to Lu Zhani, while the backstab skill book went to Mali. After obtaining his weapon, Gongshi voluntarily gave the rabbit fur hood to Shui Zhani.
The remaining 2 skill books were split between Gongshi and Shui Zhani.
With that, all the items dropped by the boss had been distributed.
What remained were the blue quality rare and green quality superior items dropped by the regular monsters. Do any of you know someone who deals in equipment trading?
Chi Delong put away his belongings and asked directly.
Nope. Gongshi shook his head.
As a casual player, the number of people he actually knew could be counted on one hand, let alone any merchants.
Molly's situation was quite similar.
The little girl was somewhat introverted and shy about talking to strangers.
Expecting her to have any friends was out of the question. They could only count on Lu Zhani and her sister.
I do know a few people in this line of work, but...
Lu Zhani looked at Chi Delong, smiling slyly, and asked, "Aren't you afraid I might run off with it all?" "Of course not." Before Chi Delong could finish his sentence, Shui Zhani couldn't resist interjecting. "Brother-in-law's not worried. After all, we live at MMMPH.
Oh, what a disaster." Chi Delong covered his face, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lu Zhani. Having a younger sister who constantly tried to push her into someone's arms must make it hard to even sleep peacefully at night.
"Leave everything to you. Prioritize converting it into gold and silver coins.
You can take a 30% cut as your commission." Chi Delong waved his hand with a grand gesture, like a man who knew how to delegate authority.
He wasn't worried about Lu Zhani running off. For one, people from ancient martial arts families weren't short of money to begin with.
There was no reason for them to ruin their reputation for such trifles. For another, if Chi Delong could clear a level 10 abyssal dungeon, he could certainly clear level 20 or even level 30. Offending a top-tier player over a bit of petty profit was simply not worth it.
But the main reason? Chi Delong just didn't care. He had already given away superior-grade equipment. Why would he be concerned about high-grade or excellent-grade gear? Chi Delong's objective was crystal clear, to find and unseal more stardust, staying one step ahead.
If possible, he also wanted to explore a way into the ancient martial arts circle through the Lu sisters.
Ancient martial arts were the mainstream cultivation system in Shenzhou.
They managed to suppress both superpowers and advanced tech weapons, which meant they had unique advantages.
Otherwise, Shen Tiandi, one of the 3 planetary leaders of the Earth Federation, wouldn't be universally recognized as the world's #1.
Unfortunately, something unknown seemed to have occurred in his past life. When chaos descended, all the top-tier powerhouses from the
real world disappeared.
Even up to the moment Qi Delong detonated himself to death, he hadn't heard any news about their whereabouts.
Boss, if you get your hands on a guild establishment token, would you consider founding your own guild? Gongxi suddenly asked, immediately catching the attention of the other 3.
At first glance, this seemed like a simple question, but it carried deeper implications. If he wasn't mistaken, someone had likely private messaged Gongxi, offering a high salary to recruit him into a guild or to buy his equipment.
By asking this question, Gongxi was making his stance clear.
If Qi Delong established a guild, he would wait.
If Qi Delong chose to remain unaffiliated, Gongxi would join a guild offering good terms.
Molly didn't say anything, but her attentive expression suggested she was thinking along the same lines as Gongxi.
Of course I'll create a guild. I have no intention of being anyone's lackey.
Qi Delong's words reassured them. As long as they held on for a while, they would become guild veterans. After equipping everything that could be equipped and using all the available skills and items, Qi Delong's stats had reached a level that most players could only dream of.
Name, Qi Delong Dongxiang. Class, Holy Light Dragon Knight. Level, 15.
Valor, 227, increases attack and critical hit rate. Strength, 63, increases defense and critical hit resistance.
Constitution, 70, increases max health and health regeneration rate.
Spirit,
42, increases max mana and mana regeneration rate. Attack, 620. Critical hit rate, 9.81%. Defense, 375. Critical resistance, 6.15%. Health, 2400. Mana, 1260. Innate skill, 1. Steel Body, SSS passive reduces 90% of incoming damage and negates all abnormal statuses. Combat skills,
1. One-handed sword mastery * increases attack by 10% when equipped with a one-handed sword.
2. Shield mastery * increases defense by 10% when equipped with a shield. 3. Dragon Master's stance * each attack by the dragon pet increases the master's defense by 10%.
Each hit the dragon pet takes increases the master's attack by 10%. Buff can stack up to 10 times. For a demon slaying / deals 200% attack damage to a single target, generates massive aggro, and forces the target to attack the user.
Costs 10 mana, 10-second cooldown.
5. Evil Bane / deals 300% attack damage to all targets in range, generates massive aggro, and forces all affected targets to attack the user.
Costs 50 mana, 10-second cooldown.
6. Guardian's Shield **, select a target and instantly pull them to your side, shielding them from all damage for the next 10 seconds.
Consumes 100 mana, cooldown, 60 seconds. 7.
Shield Throw **, hurl your shield like an arrow loosed from a bow, dealing 300% attack damage and stunning the target for 3 seconds.
8. Shield Slam **, smash your shield into the ground, dealing 200% attack damage to all enemies in a circular area and stunning them for 3 seconds. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown, 10 seconds. 9. Shield Reflection **, reflect all incoming attacks back to the caster like rippling waves for 5 seconds. Consumes 50 mana, cooldown, 100 seconds.
###, support skills.
1.
Alchemy, intermediate 0/5000, **, gold is easy to come by, but a good formula is priceless.
This is the essence of an alchemist's wisdom. 2.
Forging, intermediate 0/5000, **, only through relentless hammering can true masterpieces be born.
A blacksmith's soul is tempered in the flames. 3. Celestial Refinement, novice 0/1000, **, combine 2 or more identical items to greatly enhance their effects. Attempting to merge different items, however, yields unpredictable results.
Despite investing all his attribute points into his stats, Qi Delong found his health pool stubbornly low. After consuming a fragmented essence of life, his health instantly increased by 1,000 points, making up for some of the deficit. Unfortunately, there was only one essence. If he could have 10 or even 8 of them, that would be ideal. In the eerie rabbit nest dungeon, the most valuable treasure wasn't the gear or skills but the mysterious red crystal. This crystal was the source of the mutated carrots and the rabbit's madness. Handing it over to the priests of the Dustlight Church would unlock the main storyline of Stardust. And that was an SSS tier quest, the only confirmed pathway to obtain legendary quality equipment. Currently, only 9 pieces of legendary gear are known to exist. The sun, moon, star, heaven, sea, and wind artifacts representing the 6 great nations and the ancestral relics of the goblins, dwarves, and elves. To acquire legendary items, aside from completing the main storyline quest, one would need to infiltrate these 9 factions and either steal or seize them. In his previous life, Chi DeLong was an undead archmage commanding legions of the undead, yet he had never dared to challenge these factions. Not because he lacked courage, but because he simply didn't stand a chance. Most undead relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm enemies. Only a select few elites, bosses, or overlords had the power to stand against formidable foes. But against high-level skills, sheer numbers were meaningless. One move *** blazing flames of annihilation ** would leave nothing but ashes, no matter how many came. Let's go. Time to head home, everyone. After choosing to exit the dungeon, the 5 party members were instantly teleported to the safe zone at the dungeon's entrance. Chi DeLong's successful clearing of the abyss-level dungeon dealt a heavy blow to many guilds. Some players, unable to handle their frustration, logged off on the spot in a fit of rage. Others, with stronger mental resilience, stayed online but found their enthusiasm waning and began considering quitting. Among them was Sun Yameng. Big sis, are we really just going to let this slide? A female player, seething with anger, clenched her fists. That bastard will have to leave the dungeon eventually. We should ambush him outside. Exactly. We've got so many people, spitting on him would be enough to drown him. A group of female players grumbled indignantly, as if Chi DeLong had committed some heinous, unforgivable crime. They conveniently forgot that during their first encounter, they had lured monsters directly to Chi DeLong. Sun Yameng resented Chi DeLong for stealing her opportunity, which led to her father being suspended and investigated, but she ignored the fact that the starter village dungeon was open to everyone. The current situation was no different. It was a public dungeon anyone, even a stray dog, could enter. Chi DeLong neither stopped them nor insulted them. He merely entered with a small party and cleared the dungeon. How could they blame their own incompetence on him? That said, reality painted a different picture. To these self-proclaimed princesses, wild chickens, and fairy maidens, manipulative girls, they could never be wrong. Even if someone pointed out their mistakes, they would never admit it, let alone change. The entire world could be mistaken, but they would always be right. What? Hard evidence? Then they'd resort to throwing tantrums, twisting the truth, and turning the tables on you. Such behavior was practically ingrained in their very souls and innate SSS tier talent. Note: this commentary is specifically targeted at Sun Yameng and her group within the story and is not intended as a broad generalization or insinuation. Since that's the case, we'll ambush around the safe zone. The moment he shows up, we'll unleash every single skill on him. Sun Yameng gritted her teeth, her beautiful face twisted into a ghastly expression, as if she were a vengeful spirit. In her eyes, no matter how strong Chi DeLong was, he was still just one man. If they bombarded him with control skills, even a dragon would have to coil up, and a tiger would have to crouch. They only needed 10 seconds. No, just 5 seconds. That would be enough to leave him with no escape. Sun Yameng gripped her staff tightly, as if she could already see the tragic scene of Chi DeLong being overwhelmed by a barrage of skills. However, just as she stepped 3 meters out of the safe zone, her vision went black, and a notification sound echoed in her ears. You have been killed by player Chi DeLong Dongxiang. You may retaliate within 1 minute. Do you have some grudge against her? Seeing the kill notification in the team chat, Shuizhani couldn't help but ask. Not really, nothing major, Chi DeLong replied casually and briefly recounted the incident from the beginner's village. His words immediately sparked Shuizhani's fury. That's outrageous. They deliberately lured the monsters over to harm you. I've heard about how shameless they are, and now I see it's all true. Oh? How are they shameless? Tell me more. Chi DeLong perked up his ears. In his previous life, Sun Yameng had always been the epitome of gentleness, wisdom, and competence in his mind. She was like a goddess descended from the heavens, flawless and perfect. If she hadn't confessed the truth herself, Chi DeLong could never have believed that the woman he loved had done so many despicable things behind his back. Now that he was reborn, Chi DeLong's primary goal was to prepare for the future calamities, and revenge against that wretched couple was temporarily put on hold. In his eyes, even though Sun Yameng had conspired with Yang Wen to betray him, the moments of joy they shared at the beginning remained the most treasured memories of his life. If he encountered her, he might kill her in passing, but he saw no need to go out of his way to target her. But hearing Shui Zhenyi's words now, Xi Delong realized he might have underestimated Sun Yameng. This woman was far more complex than he had imagined. Talking about that woman and her guild is a mess in itself, full of melodrama, stupidity, and shamelessness. Shui Zhenyi's face was filled with disdain as she added fuel to the fire, recounting everything she knew. Xi Delong, Gongxi, and Molly were left utterly speechless. Sun Yameng's in-game name was Blossom Queen, and her guild was called Blossom League. The Blossom League only accepted female players, with extremely high standards for appearance and figure. To put it simply, even the least attractive members were at least campus-level beauties. However, while they emphasized looks, they cared little about character. Whether due to their inherently vile nature or the psychological distortion from being excessively flattered by simps, almost none of the Blossom League members had a sound mind. Cheating, meddling in relationships, love triangles, sowing discord, stealing lovers, there was no bottom to the disgusting things they could do. They had even driven a pregnant woman to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Such shameless actions should have long been punished by some enraged vigilantes, but the world, unfortunately, doesn't work that way. Sun Yameng and her group came from wealthy families and were adept at various psychological manipulation techniques. Even if someone woke up to the truth, they would have already been left in ruins. Want revenge? Sorry, aside from their names, all the information you know about them is fake. China is vast, good luck finding them. Sun Yameng and her ilk were like a pack of wild wolves, ripping apart helpless little animals without restraint. When they were done playing, they'd wag their tails, transform into pampered house pets, and pick a family they fancied to leech off of. The tragic part? In his previous life, Xi Delong was the fancied fool. Until the day he died, he never saw through Sun Yameng's true colors. Yet, no one could have predicted that something as absurd as reincarnation would happen to him. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket, Xi Delong muttered to himself, shaking his head in deep reflection. Breaking free from the mire, no longer blinded by filth, learning the truth from others was far easier than uncovering it yourself. That's enough. Let's get back to business, Xi Delong said, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. While he bore resentment and anger toward Sun Yameng's shameless deeds, more pressing matters awaited his attention. Killing people in the game was meaningless. The real opportunity for vengeance would come when the virtual bled into reality. To unseal the artifact Stardust, he needed both the Soul of Life and the Soul of Death. While the location of the Soul of Death remained a mystery, the Soul of Life was something he could acquire right now. After purchasing some basic mana potions and a few teleportation runes from a nearby village, Xi Delong set out for the Dawn Crypt. The Dawn Crypt, located on the outskirts of Dawn Town, was a burial ground for numerous unidentified wanderers, bards, and nearby villagers. Over time, filthy undead creatures had begun to spawn within, occasionally attacking passing travelers. The reversal of life and death, turning the intangible into tangible, is the essence of a soul of life. Simply put, when an undead creature is resurrected through certain means, its soul, once saturated with the aura of death, becomes infused with vitality, transforming into a soul of life. Conversely, when a living being is on the verge of becoming undead, its soul, brimming with life force, is eroded by the presence of death, turning into a wraith of death. Deep within the Dawn Tomb lies a powerful necromancer who has been scheming for centuries to achieve resurrection, and success is now within reach. Xi Delong ventures into the depths of the Dawn Tomb, his goal clear, to slay the necromancer and seize the soul of life. To avoid unnecessary complications, Xi Delong had to deal with the necromancer as swiftly as possible and seize the soul of life. As for the SSS tier main quest involving the legendary quality equipment, the only quest item was already in his possession, there was no way it could slip away. After clearing the abyss difficulty of the creepy rabbit nest dungeon, Xi Delong's inventory was almost fully equipped with purple-grade exceptional gear. He was only missing a shield, a pair of boots, and a ring. In addition to these, he had also acquired an extra one-handed sword of exceptional quality. General's Tears and Queen's Fawn, both are incredible weapons, but I can only choose one, he muttered, hesitating once more before finally making up his mind. Both General's Tears and Queen's Fawn were known as the strongest weapons before level 20, often nicknamed the Scraping Gods for their consistent damage output. In his previous life, a certain player had risen to fame by mastering the art of heavenly crafting, proving just how powerful this skill could be. If he succeeded, it would be a huge win. Even if he failed, he could bear the loss. One had to admit, apart from its stingy loot drops, this game was virtually flawless. He opened the skill interface, placing the two weapons inside. To his surprise, the new item's level was displayed. A level 10 exceptional weapon is a sacrifice, and not only are the attributes uncertain, but the level only increases by 3? Xi Delong grumbled, but without hesitation, he threw in another spare weapon. Sure enough, the predicted level of the new equipment rose to level 15.
Go big or go home. Let's see if it's a jackpot or a complete bust, Chi DeLong declared.
As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light burst forth. When the glow faded, a one-handed sword with fine serrated edges appeared in his hand.
Name, *unnamed. Type, *one-handed sword. Quality, *exceptional. Level, *15. Attack, *65. Fortitude, *13. Constitution, *11. Critical rate, *4%. Effects,
*1. Each attack applies a tear effect, dealing 100% attack damage per second. Damage doubles while moving, lasts 10 seconds. 2. Each attack applies a bleed effect, dealing 100% attack damage per second, lasts 10 seconds.
Description, none. Not bad.
2 times the damage per second. This sword is worth 3 regular ones.
Speedy scraping at its finest, Chi DeLong exclaimed in admiration.
It truly lived up to the reputation of being a skill that could elevate an entire crafting subclass. It was simply unbeatable. Equipping the new weapon, Chi DeLong's attack power skyrocketed to an astonishing 635 points, and his critical rate reached 10.87%. With one strike, players of the same level would be left barely clinging to life. The creepy rabbit nest dungeon was still some distance away from Dawn's Cemetery. At his current pace, it would take at least another 2 hours to get there. With nothing better to do, Chi DeLong retrieved the chicken meat he had obtained from the starter village and began synthesizing it. Out of more than 2,000 pieces of chicken, only 200 remained after the process, but the effect was significantly enhanced. Premium chicken meat, restores 100 health points per second for 30 minutes. As time passed, the closer Chi DeLong got to Dawn's Cemetery, the darker the surroundings became. By the time he reached the graveyard's entrance, it was so dark he could hardly see his own fingers. A chilling wind brushed his face, and faint wails echoed in the air.
Dawn's Cemetery was far from an ideal leveling spot.
Dim, oppressive, and cold, it was teeming with undead creatures. Headless corpses, exposed hearts, and legless monsters crawling on the ground. It was a terrifying sight, testing the limits of one's courage. In his past life, several timid female players had been so scared they wet themselves, and one elderly man's heart stent reportedly malfunctioned from the fright. Despite its eerie atmosphere, the graveyard still attracted countless groups of players for one simple reason: profit. The monsters in Dawn's Cemetery dropped an item called Soul Essence, which, when consumed, permanently increased one's mana cap. For mage players, damage and mana were eternal concerns. High damage meant greater bursts of power, while high mana ensured sustained combat capability. The debate over whether to prioritize short-term bursts or long-term endurance had raged among mage players for half a month, until the discovery of Dawn's Cemetery as a prime leveling spot. "This is it," Chi DeLong said, looking at the countless gravestones ahead. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. From the outside, Dawn's Cemetery appeared to be nothing more than an inconspicuous mound of dirt.
Dozens of shabby gravestones lay scattered amidst overgrown weeds and bushes.
Everywhere the eye could see was desolate and barren. The entrance was well hidden, difficult to spot unless deliberately searched for. In his previous life, a rookie player stumbled upon this place by accident. Terrified, he screamed and accidentally drew the attention of a nearby monster. In a twist of fate, this led to the discovery of Dawn's Cemetery. The frightened novice, suppressing his curiosity and fear, ventured no more than 10 meters inside before disconnecting in terror. He later posted on the forums, angrily criticizing the developers for their negligence. Curious players, intrigued by his description, flocked to the location and uncovered Dawn's Cemetery, a leveling paradise that was finally revealed to the public.
Go scout ahead.
The corner of Chi DeLong's mouth curved into a mischievous grin as he summoned Gangbang and commanded it. Gangbang, naive and carefree, had no awareness of the treachery in human hearts. Although the surrounding environment filled it with dread, it obediently stepped forward upon hearing Chi DeLong's words. Then, a piercing scream shattered the silence, followed by a series of chaotic crashing sounds.
Gangbang scurried back in a panic, clutching tightly onto Chi DeLong's leg, its entire body trembling.
The terror of the Dawn Tomb was no joke, enough to make little girls wet themselves and old men suffer heart attacks.
Traps like doors opening to instant death, ghosts lurking around corners, and corpses hanging from above,
all combined with hyper-realistic simulations to create a chillingly immersive experience.
"Look at you, such a coward,"
Chi DeLong sighed in exasperation. With Gangbang in his left hand and his weapon firmly gripped in his right, he strode into the Dawn Tomb.
"You have entered the Dawn Tomb."
A notification echoed in his ears as a sudden gust of wind rushed at him from the front. He quickly thrust Gangbang forward to block the attack while slashing his sword in a swift counter.
-3,237.
You have slain a level 20 common monster, Wandering Corpse.
Gained 234 EXP.
A massive critical hit number floated above his head, the monster slain in a single strike.
Not so tough after all. Chi DeLong chuckled lightly, swapping Gangbang for a shield.
The Dawn Tomb comprised 3 layers. On the first basement level, the monsters included Wandering Corpses and Wandering Wisps, both at level 20. On the second basement level, they evolved into Enraged Ghouls and Enraged Wraiths, with levels rising to 25. The third basement level, however, was exclusively populated by level 30 zombies. While the monsters here weren't particularly powerful, their overwhelming numbers and expansive aggro range made them a nightmare.
Often, killing one would immediately attract a horde of others. Sure enough, as the monster fell, faint specks of light began to emerge from the distant darkness.
The lights grew larger and closer. Chi DeLong shared his experience on the forums, harshly criticizing the developers for their negligence. Curious players flocked to the Dawn Tomb based on his description, and this prime leveling spot was finally exposed to the public.
Go scout ahead.
The mischievous grin returned to Chi DeLong's face as he issued the command. Gangbang, still young and inexperienced, had no concept of how cruel the world could be. Despite feeling frightened by the eerie surroundings, it obediently ventured forward at his urging.
And then, a whoa!
A chilling scream ripped through the air, followed by the chaotic sounds of things colliding.
Gangbang bolted back in terror, its tiny paws clutching Chi DeLong's leg as it trembled uncontrollably.
The horrors of the Dawn Tomb were legendary, capable of making even the bravest lose their nerve. Lethal surprises like sudden door traps, ghosts appearing around corners, and corpses dangling ominously from above.
Combined with the incredibly realistic graphics, these elements made the experience truly immersive.
Pathetic. Chi DeLong sighed, lifting Gangbang in his left hand while gripping his weapon tightly in his right.
With resolute steps, he entered the Dawn Tomb. You have entered the Dawn Tomb.
A notification sounded as a gust of wind rushed at him from the front. He thrust Gangbang forward to block the attack and simultaneously swung his sword downward.
Minus 3,237.
You have slain a level 20 common monster, Wandering Corpse.
Gained 234 EXP.
A massive critical hit floated above his head. The monster had been one-shot.
Piece of cake. Chi DeLong smirked, swapping Gangbang for his shield.
The Dawn Tomb had 3 levels. On the first level, the monsters consisted of Wandering Corpses and Wandering Wisps, both level 20.
The second level featured Enraged Ghouls and Enraged Wraiths, which were level 25.
By the time you reached the third level, only level 30 zombies remained.
Although the monsters weren't extraordinarily strong, their sheer numbers and wide aggro radius made them extremely challenging. Typically, as soon as you killed one, you'd find yourself surrounded by dozens more. As expected, with the death of the monster, faint lights began to shimmer in the distant darkness. The lights grew brighter and closer. Title: Wandering Will-O-the-Wisp. Quality: Common. Level: Level 20. Health: 2,200. Defense: 344. Attack: 460. Skills: 1. Self-destruct, deals 200% attack damage to all targets within range. Description: a will-o'-the-wisp drifting aimlessly, easily attracted by the slightest sound. This type of monster has average stats, and even fragile classes like priests or warlocks can survive a single explosion. But what if a dozen, or even dozens, of them explode at the same time? Even a knight would be sent flying sky-high. Shield slam. Zidlon slammed his shield into the ground with a booming force, sending out an invisible ripple in all directions. With an ear-splitting roar, the monster's health instantly dropped by half, and 2 unlucky ones were left critically injured. Seeing the situation under control, Zidlon calmly activated Shield Rebound. A faint shimmering barrier enveloped him like a protective shield, reflecting all attacks for the next 5 seconds. As expected, the 2 critically injured monsters self-destructed, triggering a chain reaction. The surrounding will-o'-the-wisps all exploded simultaneously, the deafening blasts echoing like thunder and rattling everyone's nerves. The eerie green glow gradually faded, and the ringing in his ears subsided. Meanwhile, the torch on Zidlong's shoulder obediently spat out a small flame, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Look at you, trembling like a scared puppy. Zidlong yanked out Gangbang, who had been cowering behind him. The little guy's eyes were brimming with tears, his face full of fear. Zidlong was about to scold him, but suddenly remembered his own childhood, locked away in isolation. The despair, the helplessness, the terror. Gangbang was feeling the exact same way now. Ah! He sighed softly, placing the torch on Gangbang's back, and marched forward once more. Running away doesn't make one stronger. The only way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. As his bonded dragon companion, Gangbang would be with him through countless challenges and face all kinds of enemies.
Backing down would only turn him into a useless mutt instead of a sacred light dragon soaring through the skies. The Dawn Tomb was vast, but the passage to the next level was extremely narrow, with no landmarks to guide the way. Zidlong wasn't in a rush, he took his time clearing monsters while searching. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. Looking at the faintly glowing green item in his hand, Zidlong nearly broke down in frustration. 2 whole hours. At least 300 monsters killed, and only 1 dropped. Snowdrift Corporation's reputation as the stingiest company in history was well earned. Residual Soul Essence, using this item permanently increases mana by 100 points. After consuming the Soul Essence, his mana bar increased slightly. Zidlong let out a sigh and continued to sweep through the area. Monsters fell one after another, his experience bar steadily climbed, and Gangbang's fear gradually diminished. Although still nervous, he no longer whimpered like before. If other players saw Gangbang's reaction, they'd definitely praise the game developers for their meticulous attention to detail, a pet that displayed such nuanced behavior. But Zidlong knew the truth. Gangbang wasn't just some program, he was a living, breathing companion. He'd wag his tail excitedly when eating something delicious, snarl in anger when provoked, and tremble in fear when encountering ghosts. He was obedient and loyal, like a neglected child desperately seeking attention and love. Maybe I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated him that way. Zidlong recalled how he had used Gangbang as a shield not long ago, a pang of guilt welling up in his heart. Good boy, from now on, if I have a bowl of food, you'll have a pile of scraps. He ruffled Gangbang's tiny head and took out 2 pieces of chicken to hand over. Woof! Seeing the chicken, Gangbang immediately forgot his fear, wagging his tail excitedly and devouring the food. The torch, on the other hand, was far more refined, pecking at its meal delicately, like a proper lady from a noble house. Zidlong sat nearby, taking the chance to rest. Opening the official forums for Stardust, the top post was a glaring bounty notice. A reward of 1 million federal credits for killing Zidlong once, or 20,000 credits for providing his location, verified upon confirmation. Who could harbor such deep hatred for an honest, upright man like me? Zidlong smirked knowingly, the answer already clear in his mind. Sure enough, the culprit was none other than Sun Yameng, the woman he had shared his bed with for years. 200,000 federal credits, as easy as picking it up off the ground. With a sly grin, Zidlong quickly typed a few lines. Since forum accounts were bound to in-game characters, impersonation was impossible. However, posts and replies could be made anonymously to protect one's privacy. This opened up endless possibilities for manipulation. Ding, ding, ding. A notification sound chimed. Sun Yameng, who was in the middle of battling monsters, opened her private messages on the forum and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong, sis? Next to her, a baby-faced but towering female player named Wanhua Mengbao asked, someone's given the location of that bastard cheetah Longdonqiang. Who is it? Sun Yameng asked curiously. Wanhua Mengbao leaned over for a look and frowned. Anonymous? Could it be a trap? Not sure, but what if it's real? Sun Yameng responded. Better safe than sorry. Let's send a scout to check it out and get ourselves ready too. As she spoke, she sent a private message to Cheetah Longdong, attempting to probe his reaction. However, there was no response. After closing the private message window and browsing through dozens of posts, Gangbang and Huoqi had just about finished their meal. Cheetah Longdong called out to them, signaling to move forward. The interior of the Dawn Tomb was dark and cavernous, with only faint outlines visible. Huoqi, like a faithful torch, kept casting skills as soon as their cooldowns were up and breathed fire during downtime to light the way ahead. After wandering along the edges for several hours, Cheetah Longdong had leveled up to 16. Finally, in a concealed corner, he discovered the passage to the next floor. Marking it on his minimap, he raised his shield and dove in without hesitation. The monsters on the second floor were called Enraged Corpses and Enraged Wraiths, both formidable foes at level 25. Cheetah Longdong checked their attributes, but apart from their names and levels, everything else was marked with question marks. In Stardust, every 5 levels marked a significant threshold. Exceeding a dungeon's level cap by 5 levels meant you couldn't enter. For example, the Eerie Rabbit Nest was a level 10 dungeon. Even though Cheetah Longdong was now level 16, he wouldn't be able to enter even if it reset. Similarly, fighting monsters 5 levels higher than you meant no experience or loot could be gained. Conversely, being 5 levels lower than a monster meant you couldn't view its stats. But none of that mattered to Cheetah Longdong. Unless it was a boss or a leader, his defense was impregnable. Gra-ah! Cheetah Longdong's sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of several nearby monsters. Soon after, countless green lights appeared in the distance, swiftly converging on his position. The aggro range of the monsters on the second floor was significantly larger. In the game's early stages, even elite squads fully equipped with excellent gear could be wiped out by these swarms if they weren't careful.
But who was Cheetah Longdong? With his SSS grade talent reducing 90% of incoming damage, he feared nothing.
You two, stay behind me, he instructed Gangbang and Huochi before charging headlong into the swarm of monsters without a second thought.
Purge slash, shield shock, shield counter.
A wraith surge engulfed the surrounding 10 meters in a freezing inferno that persisted for half a minute before gradually dissipating. Cheetah Longdong's experience bar surged by a third, and 2 soul essences dropped. Under normal circumstances, clearing the Dawn Tomb required strategy, not brute force.
Upon entering the lower floors, players would typically aggro 1 or 2 monsters and quickly retreat to the entrance, using the narrow corridor to block additional enemies.
Survive the initial wave, and a safe zone could be established, making further progress much easier.
But Cheetah Longdong's reckless playstyle?
For ordinary players, it was a death sentence.
No matter how many tried it, they'd end up obliterated, left entirely incapacitated in the game.
Using the soul essence, Cheetah Longdong gained an additional 200 mana points. The monsters on the second floor were both more numerous and more ferocious than those on the first. Wraiths, when reduced to below 10% health, would self-destruct, dealing indiscriminate damage and
triggering chain reactions.
In comparison, the corpses seemed almost docile, slowly shuffling forward to claw and bite, never grouping up, and always maintaining a polite 1 meter spacing between each other.
You have obtained a residual soul essence. You have obtained 1 silver coin. Congratulations! You have reached level 17. You have gained 10 free attribute points.
After slaying a few more corpses, Cheetah Longdong leveled up again.
Fighting monsters 9 levels above him yielded generous experience. As for the loot, as stingy as ever.
So stingy it was maddening, infuriating even. Using the soul essence, his mana increased by another 100 points. The silver coin went into his stash. $5 was still money, enough to buy a meat bun. That said, Cheetah Longdong had slain nearly 1,000 monsters in the Dawn Tomb, and not a single piece of common equipment had dropped.
The miserly loot system truly lived up to its infamous reputation.
Of course, it could also just be Cheetah Longdong's rotten luck. Guaranteed drops were few and far between, while anything else was just trash.
And if even trash didn't drop, soul essence doesn't count as guaranteed loot, does it?
Cheetah Longdong suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Putting aside his chaotic thoughts, Cheetah Long, carrying his trusty coin and torch, continued his sweep of the second underground level. After 5 long hours, he finally found his target in a secluded corner.
Necromancer Mace.
A large robe enveloped his entire body, his ethereal form silently floating in the air. In the dim underground, he would have been nearly impossible to spot if not intentionally searched for.
You look like someone in need of assistance.
Cheetah Long initiated the conversation.
The necromancer was still marked as a friendly entity, meaning he couldn't be attacked.
A series of quests would be needed to reveal his true nature. I was once the most talented alchemist on this continent, but human effort has its limits, unable to withstand the relentless passage
of time.
Yet, death is not the end, but a new beginning.
Over the years, I've been researching ways to bring the dead back to life. After introducing himself, the necromancer presented a task. Brave adventurer, could you help me gather 100 death essences?
These items, imbued with concentrated death energy, can be found on zombies in the
3rd underground level.
If you manage to defeat the central copper armor corpse and retrieve its death essence, I will reward you handsomely.
I'd be delighted to assist you, but
Cheetah Long hesitated, a troubled expression on his face.
The Dawn Mausoleum is so dark that I can't see anything beyond a meter ahead.
Let alone finding my way, it's almost impossible to locate the entrance to the 3rd level.
I've been here for centuries, with little to do.
I drew a map, and now it's yours.
Great, I'll head out immediately.
Cheetah Long took the map and used it without delay. The next moment, the overwhelming darkness receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Though it didn't brighten the area like daylight, his visibility improved significantly. Moreover, the necromancer had even marked the locations of the passages connecting the different levels. Cheetah Long jogged to the entrance of the 3rd underground level, holding his shield tightly as he ventured inside. Unlike the 1st and 2nd levels, there were no sudden ambushes when opening doors, nor were there any frenzied ghostly flames or vengeful spirits. Before him stood row after row of zombies, as still as terracotta warriors, eerily silent like obedient children. Cheetah Long inspected the attributes of the zombies. As expected, all of them showed up as question marks.
Name, failed alchemical zombie. Quality, common. Level, level 30. Health, defense, attack, skills, description, level 30 common monsters.
Their stats shouldn't be too high, Shi Delong muttered, raising his hand to launch a shield throw. 1555. A burst of over 1,000 damage instantly halved the zombie's health. Defense is around 500, health exceeds 3,000. Shi Delong quickly deduced the zombie's stats based on his own attributes and the damage dealt. After all, these were just common monsters. Though their levels were slightly higher, they posed no real threat. He retrieved his shield and swiftly dispatched the zombie with a few more strikes. Without hesitation, Shi Delong activated his train-pulling mode. There was no lingering, no greed, and certainly no helplessness or despair like Xiaoyu felt when facing the swallow. As he passed by each zombie, Shi Delong delivered a fatal blow. That should be enough, he said, stopping after running 100 meters and roughly counting the zombies chasing him. Shield shock. Exorcism slash. A flurry of damage numbers erupted above the zombies' heads, their health quickly dropping below 30%. Seeing this, the torch perched on Shi Delong's shoulder opened its mouth and summoned a sea of fire. You have slain level 30 common monster failed alchemical zombie and gained. You have slain level 30 common monster. A massive wave of experience points surged in, while death essences scattered across the ground. These quest items were guaranteed drops, unrelated to luck. Killing a monster would always yield them. Shi Delong summoned his coin companion to collect the death essences, then continued pulling more monsters. Time passed quickly. The quest items were already more than sufficient, but Shi Delong wasn't in a rush to return to the necromancer. He wanted to see if defeating monsters 13 levels above him would yield any additional rewards. Following the map's markings, Shi Delong cleared the path and finally discovered the Copper Armor Corpse at the central location. Name, Copper Armor Corpse. Quality, Elite Boss. Level 30. Health, Defense, Attack, Skills, Description. This level 30 boss monster, much like regular monsters, offered no useful information upon inspection. However, judging by its appearance, it was undoubtedly not an easy opponent. Its body was robust and muscular, with broad shoulders and a thick waist. It wielded an 8-foot-long spear, wore bronze armor, and had protruding fangs with blood-red eyes. Just standing there, it exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity. -521. -1111, -520, -1217. With a shield toss, the bronze-armored corpse was stunned. Without giving it a chance to react, Shi Delong decisively unleashed Shield Shock, Demon Slayer Slash, and Evil Slaying Strike. The 3 consecutive attacks came as fast as a thunderbolt. As the bronze-armored corpse was about to counterattack, Shi Delong quickly raised his shield. Shield Reflect. -2692. The sharp claws struck down fiercely, but the massive damage instantly rebounded. Shi Delong thought to himself, just as I suspected, this monster immediately used its skill. Over 6,000 damage in one hit, nearly 1/3 of its health bar gone. Does this thing have nearly 20,000 HP? Taking advantage of the shield reflect's residual effect, Shi Delong swung his sword. Resist. A large word appeared before his eyes. His attack had failed to penetrate the monster's defense. As expected of a level 30 boss, its attack and defense are absurdly strong, Shi Delong remarked, though he couldn't hide the pride in his heart. While others are still fighting level 10 small fry, I can already go toe-to-toe with a level 30 boss. Roar! 5 seconds passed in an instant, and the glow surrounding him dissipated. The reflect effect was gone. The bronze-armored corpse let out a furious roar, its claws shooting forward like arrows. Boom! The deafening impact echoed, and the terrifying force pushed Shi Delong back 2 steps. A giant critical damage number floated above his head, instantly reducing his health by 1/5. Good heavens! If not for my SSS grade talent, this hit would have sent me flying. Shi Delong quickly pulled out a piece of premium chicken meat and stuffed it into his mouth. By then, several of his skills had just come off cooldown. He once again stunned the monster with a shield toss, immediately following up with Shield Shock, Demon Slayer Slash, and Evil Slaying Strike in a seamless combo. The bronze-armored corpse's health was now down to just 1/3. Shi Delong played it safe, striking decisively whenever his skills came off cooldown. You have slain the level 30 boss monster bronze-armored corpse, gaining 9,000 experience points. You have obtained Bronze Ring. You have obtained Essence of Death. You have obtained 300 silver coins. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 18. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Defeating a higher-level boss was truly rewarding. Though the 300 silver coins weren't much, it was a windfall compared to regular monsters. One piece of equipment dropped, which seemed to be the baseline guarantee. So stingy. Shi Delong couldn't help but curse. However, when he saw the attributes of the bronze ring, his anger instantly turned into joy. Name, Bronze Ring. Type, Ring. Quality, Excellent. Level, 30. Attack,
25. Willpower, 16. Effect. 1. Increases attack speed by 100%. Description. It is said that there's also a silver ring. I never expected the legendary bronze ring to appear here. Qi Delong gazed at the ring in his hand, feeling increasingly ecstatic. In his past life, there had been a player known as the Phantom Archer, capable of firing 5 arrows per second, leaving after images of his arms. Such an astonishing speed wasn't due to a hidden class or special talent but rather thanks to 2 pieces of equipment, one of which was this very bronze ring. Unfortunately, that player had been a severe recluse, always keeping to himself and never granting interviews. The bronze ring's attributes had only become known because a lucky player happened to encounter him. If there's a bronze ring, there must also be a silver ring, or even a gold ring. Qi Delong regretted deeply. In his past life, he had relied on legions of undead to dominate the battlefield and had little need for equipment. Instead, his focus had been on Sun Yameng, neglecting other players and their gear. Who could have guessed that he would get a second chance at life? If he had known, Qi Delong would have memorized every opportunity from his past life. Returning to the second underground floor of the Dawn Tomb, he handed over 100 essences of death and the bronze-armored corpse's essence of death to the necromancer, Maze. As expected of a warrior I've placed my trust in, you did not disappoint me. The necromancer was overjoyed and immediately pulled out a recipe. This is a potion I researched while I was still alive. I hope it will be of use to you. Intermediate Berserk Potion, increases attack by 200 points for 30 minutes. Requires magic crystal powder, sun spirit grass, and dew. Holy crap! Qi Delong was utterly stunned. After countless trials and tribulations, he had finally obtained a bottle of beginner's Berserk Potion from the village chief in the starter village. Yet now, the necromancer had handed him the recipe for an intermediate Berserk Potion without hesitation. As expected, NPCs were far superior to that old turtle of a village chief. If that were all, Qi Delong wouldn't have been so astonished. After all, completing the quest might eventually turn the necromancer, Mace, into an enemy who would kill the player, and this recipe could be considered a form of compensation for dying. What truly thrilled Qi Delong, however, were the materials required to craft it. Sun spirit grass, just common weeds found under the sunlight, abundant everywhere and practically dirt cheap. Dew, an easily obtainable byproduct when gathering herbs, available in huge quantities and ubiquitous. The most valuable ingredient was magic crystal powder, which could be acquired in a level 20 dungeon. Once the dungeon was unlocked, the cost of this item wouldn't go beyond 100 silver coins. But if sold, it could fetch at least 1 gold coin, a 100-fold profit, absolutely worth it. And don't think it's expensive, there's no such thing as discounts here. Every time someone pioneers a dungeon, if they don't spend hundreds of thousands of federal credits, they wouldn't even dare to show their face to others. For big guilds and wealthy players, rarity and prestige were what they sought. Please help me collect 100 withered bone flowers. The necromancer, Mace, issued another task, his voice low and mysterious. The Dawn Graveyard is saturated with deathly energy, corrupting the surface and causing flowers to grow that resemble skeletal hands. If you can slay the withered bone flower king and retrieve its flower bud, I will grant you a generous reward. I'd be honored to assist you, but Qi Delong's face showed hesitation as he played his usual trick. To defeat the bronze-armored corpse, I've already used up all my special tools. I barely escaped with my life as it is. The withered bone flower king is immensely powerful. Given my current strength, I'm afraid I can't handle it. When I was alive, I collected a number of skill books. Perhaps this one might meet your needs. I will not let you down. Qi Delong accepted the skill book without missing a beat and left without looking back. Heh, greedy human. Watching Qi Delong's retreating figure, the necromancer's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He didn't care about being extorted by Qi Delong. After all, everything would eventually be returned to him in the end. You wretched thing, do you really think I don't know what you're up to? Qi Delong sneered coldly as he quickly used the skill book. Eye of Truth allows the user to view information about monsters up to 20 levels above their own. This skill wasn't particularly rare in the late game, almost everyone had it. But in the early game, it was extremely valuable. Aside from certain wild boss monsters, it could only be obtained through B-grade or higher quests. Of course, those daring enough could also extort it from NPCs, just like Qi Delong did. If Qi Delong doesn't want this skill, he can choose others instead, such as the skills of a dedicated knight or general-purpose abilities like throwing or diving. For most players, being able to view the attributes of monsters below level 5 is more than enough. After all, monsters above level 5 are nearly impossible to defeat. Viewing their stats or not makes little difference. But Qi Delong is different. He plans to challenge higher level, higher grade monsters. The improvement brought by this skill is even more terrifying than that of exceptional equipment. When he reached the surface, Chi DeLong immediately spotted a withered bone flower. This item is a quest object, completely devoid of any attributes or uses unless the quest is accepted first. Only then can it be seen. Just like killing the zombies on the third underground level earlier, the higher the completion rate, the richer the rewards. The final difficulty and the reward are naturally closely tied to the degree of completion. If the copper-armored corpse and the withered Boneflower King are not slain, Necromancer Mace can still be resurrected. However, his power will not reach its peak, and the loot obtained after killing him will be mediocre at best. The reverse is also true. Having been reborn, Chi DeLong has resolved to stay ahead of everyone and would never settle for mediocrity. He wants Necromancer Mace to resurrect at his strongest state so that he can reap the best rewards after killing him. While collecting withered boneflowers, Chi DeLong searched for the withered Boneflower King's location. It didn't take much effort before he spotted the monster's trail in a mountain hollow. It stood approximately 3 meters tall, its body entirely white, a grotesque fusion of countless finger-sized bones compressed together to resemble a sunflower. Its stalk had a diameter of over half a meter, with 8 thick bone roots plunging deep into the ground. Above was a circular disc of bones adorned with countless sharp spikes, densely packed and spine-chilling. Activating the Eye of Truth, the attributes of the withered Boneflower King were immediately revealed. Name: Withered Boneflower King. Quality: Boss. Level: Level 30. Health: 21,500. Defense: 860. Attack: 1,156. Skills: 1. Bone Shard, shoots a bone shard, dealing 300% attack damage to a single target. Cooldown: 10 seconds. 2. Bone Spike, summons bone spikes from underground, dealing 250% attack damage to targets in a straight line. Cooldown: 15 seconds. 3. Bone Venom, detonates all scattered bones, dealing 200% attack damage to targets within a 10 x 10 meter range, with an additional 30-second poison effect. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Description: flesh decays into mud, bones bloom into flowers. The Eye of Truth lives up to its reputation as an essential late-game skill, revealing information in exhaustive detail. Not only does it display cooldown times but also offers brief descriptions of the skills. Over 20,000 health, over 800 defense, more than 1,000 attack. What a savage beast, Chi DeLong muttered. Even before his voice faded, his shield was already flying toward the withered Boneflower King. Thud. 1304. Although it didn't trigger a critical hit, the damage was still impressive. Seizing the opportunity during the stun effect, Chi DeLong unleashed a combo of Demon Slaying Slash, Evil Banishing Strike, and Shield Bash. The 3 consecutive strikes shaved off nearly 4,000 health points from the withered Boneflower King. Afterward, he positioned his shield in front of himself, preparing to counterattack. Whoosh! A sharp bone shard shot out from the disc atop the withered Boneflower King and struck the shield instantly. At the same time, a row of bone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. Savage, ruthless, and venomous. If this weren't a game, a man hit by such an attack would be rendered unfit for fatherhood, and a woman would think childbirth is painless in comparison. The word resist popped up above Chi DeLong's head, while the withered Boneflower King displayed 2 high damage numbers. 2608. 2022. Nearly 5,000 health points, enough to seriously injure even a level 30 boss monster. The withered Boneflower King's defense was too high. Normal attacks couldn't even tickle it, so Chi DeLong didn't bother wasting his energy. He planted his shield firmly and patiently waited for his skills to cool down. Under the dim night sky, an assassin crept stealthily toward a specific set of coordinates. Shifty-eyed, with a face as sly as a rat's, it was as if this man was born to sneak around and commit petty theft. His name was Little Thief, a lackey of Tyrannosaurus Rex, the boss of the fierce dragon gang. His job was to gather information. After learning Chi DeLong's location, Sun Yaming approached Tyrannosaurus Rex for help. As a seasoned simp, Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't afford to show any negligence when the goddess asked for assistance. He immediately dispatched Little Thief. This should be the place, Little Thief muttered, shuddering as he glanced at the nearby collapsed pit and broken tombstones. He had a bad feeling, as if something inside might crawl out at any moment. There should be a very well-hidden entrance nearby. Chi DeLong Dongshan must be hiding in there, Little Thief reported to Tyrannosaurus Rex via private message. Upon receiving orders to continue investigating the surroundings, he began circling the edge of the graveyard. The area was empty, dimly lit, and deathly silent. A chilling wind brushed against his face, accompanied by faint sobbing sounds that drilled into his ears. Little Thief couldn't help but feel the hair on his head stand on end. Why choose this godforsaken place to hide? A petty thief muttered a curse, his heart racing with urgency, wishing he could make a break for it right now. but the boss's orders hung over him like a sword poised to strike. If he failed to complete the mission, this month's bonus would vanish like smoke. He moved cautiously, his movements furtive, like a predator lurking in the shadows. After about 10 minutes of walking, a muffled boom suddenly echoed from ahead. The ground trembled faintly, and what sounded like wailing cries lingered in the air. Could it be a boss fight? The thought instantly ignited his excitement, a wave of thrill washing over him. Such a commotion had to mean at least a level 20 elite or boss monster. Assassins excelled at stealth and ambushes. With Ji DeLong locked in battle with the boss, he could seize the perfect opportunity to reap the spoils. Killing Ji DeLong would earn him the 1 million federal coin bounty, and the boss's loot would be his as well. 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? As for the boss's orders, who cared about the boss anyway? After a few twists and turns, he entered a mountain hollow, and the scene before him made the thief nearly leap with joy. Sure enough, Ji DeLong was locked in combat with a boss. Fate is on my side. The thief suppressed his excitement, quietly hiding in a corner, waiting for the right moment. However, perhaps due to the dim light in the distance, he failed to notice that the little white dog beside Ji DeLong had suddenly turned its head and glanced in his direction. Killed level 30 boss monster Withered Boneflower King, gained 8,000 experience points. Obtained Withered Bone Shield. Obtained Holy Light Healing. Obtained Flower Bud. Obtained 280 silver coins. Congratulations! You've reached level 19. Gain 10 free attribute points. Holy Light Healing. Instantly restores 70% of health. Consumes 200 mana, cooldown 100 seconds. Damn it, so stingy. A level 30 boss, and all it dropped was a single skill book? Ji DeLong grumbled under his breath, but inwardly, he was thrilled. The Holy Light Dragon Knight was an advanced fusion class combining Paladin and Dragon Knight, granting a bonded dragon companion while retaining classic Paladin skills, healing and resurrection. Unfortunately, as a tank, the Paladin's healing abilities were mainly for emergencies. A clutch heal for himself or reviving the healer in a pinch. But this was no ordinary player. Ji DeLong was far from average. With his SSS level talent providing 90% damage reduction, a single heal was essentially an extra life. Imagine dozens of players battling him for hours, finally bringing him to the brink of death. Just as they think victory is in sight, 1 heal later, he's back on his feet. Who could they even complain to? Name, Withered Bone Shield. Type, Shield. Quality, excellent. Level 30. Defense, 125. Willpower, 45. Constitution, 40. Effect, none. Description, bones entwined and hardened into a shield. The shield stats were exceptional, far superior to his current level 10 shield. Unfortunately, he couldn't equip it yet and had to set it aside for now. He allocated all 10 attribute points to willpower and immediately used the skill book without hesitation. Ji DeLong stashed the quest item and prepared to head back to the second underground floor to find the necromancer, Mace. Just then, Gangbang, his companion, suddenly bit him. What's the matter? Ji DeLong asked curiously. Gangbang was smart, it was clear he was trying to communicate something. Woof! Gangbang let out a low bark, pointing his slender tail toward the entrance of the hollow. Someone's there? Ji DeLong swept his gaze casually in that direction. The hazy light revealed nothing but shadows. Gangbang nodded silently. Heh, they're quicker than I expected. Ji DeLong rubbed Gangbang's little head, a cold smile forming on his lips. After all this time, Sun Yaming's people had finally arrived. Shield in his left hand, sword in his right, with a dog and a chicken following close behind. Ji DeLong pretended to be completely unaware, walking forward as though he had no defenses up. Step by step, he closed in on his target. The thief's eyes were glued to Ji DeLong, his breath held unconsciously. Just 2 more meters, and I can strike. First, I'll stun him, then follow up with a triple damage burst thrust, go invisible, sneak around for a backstab. He just finished that boss, his HP probably hasn't fully recovered yet. The thief calculated in his mind, as if he could already see Ji DeLong lying at his feet, blinded by lust, and equally so by greed. The little thief was so fixated on how to kill Ji DeLong and claim the reward that he failed to realize anyone capable of soloing a boss was not someone he could afford to provoke. The distance was closing, soon, he'd be within striking range. But just then, Ji DeLong suddenly halted and slammed his shield into the ground with a thunderous crash. What's he doing? The little thief's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, darkness engulfed his vision, and a notification chimed in his ears. You have been killed by player Ji DeLong Dongchang. You may retaliate within 1 minute. What the hell? I got one shot? Though the little thief had a sleazy appearance, his wits were sharp, and he quickly pieced things together. Shocked as he was, he wasted no time sending a private message to his boss.
Since the million Federation coins reward and the boss loot were out of his reach, he might as well obediently complete T-Rex's assignment. You have killed a non-red name player, a little thief. Kill value +1, that's it? Shi DeLong sighed. He'd expected a tougher opponent but found nothing more than a weakling. Stuffing the corpse into his inventory, Shi DeLong strolled leisurely toward the second underground floor of the Dawn Graveyard. When a player dies, their body remains at the spot of death for 30 minutes, while their soul respawns at the nearest revival point. If they return to their body or are resurrected by teammates within the time limit, they only lose 5% of their current level's experience. Otherwise, they lose 10%. This mechanic, of course, led some pervy players to entertain unsavory ideas, hoping to exploit the system. But alas, Stardust was not an adult-rated game and left no loopholes for such degenerates. The bodies left behind after death functioned like special items. They could be stored in inventories but couldn't be physically touched. Returning to the second underground floor, Shi DeLong handed over all the withered bone flowers and flower buds to the necromancer, Mace. Ah, as expected of the brave warrior I've placed my trust in. You did not disappoint me. The necromancer's face lit up with excitement as he pulled out a recipe. This is an elixir I researched in my living days. I hope it proves useful to you. Swift Wind Potion, increases movement speed by 20% for 10 minutes. Requires Wind Spirit Crystal, Beast Blood, ***. It's the Swift Wind Potion. What a huge win! Shi DeLong's heart surged with joy as he hurriedly learned the recipe. It was common knowledge that player versus player, PvP, battles burn through resources far more than dungeon runs. Between potions and operational costs, no one could sustain competitive PvP without a fortune. Every skirmish between major guilds was nothing short of a festival for merchants and scalpers. Like the Berserk Potion, the Swift Wind Potion was universally beneficial, suitable for all classes and players. Especially in mid to late stage guild wars, carrying a few Berserk and Swift Wind Potions in your inventory was practically a badge of honor. Unfortunately, the most crucial ingredient for crafting the Swift Wind Potion only dropped in level 30 and above dungeons. Making serious money off it would take some time. In the meantime, Shi DeLong could focus on farming the level 20 dungeons, using intermediate Berserk potions to rake in a fortune. With more money, his preparations for the future would only get easier. The essence of death harbors an immense concentration of death energy. Within the withered bone flower, life force and death energy intertwine. All I need now is one final component, and I'll be able to resurrect. The necromancer, Mace, turned to Kidlong and said, "Bring me a corpse where the life force has not yet dissipated. It must have been dead for no more than 30 minutes. A corpse with lingering life force? What a coincidence!" Kidlong pulled out a thief's corpse and tossed it onto the ground. "I happened to stumble across this while gathering withered bone flowers. It's perfect timing." Seeing the corpse Kidlong produced, the necromancer froze for a moment. His gaze deepened. "You've done well. Don't worry about my work," Kidlong said, patting his chest confidently, though a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. He asked, "The corpse is yours, where's my reward?" "Don't rush. What's meant for you, no one can take away," Mace replied with a faint smile, his expression veiling deeper intentions. "The resurrection ritual will take some time. You can rest while I finish. Once I'm back, I'll reward you properly." As soon as he finished speaking, Mace transformed into a wisp of black smoke and flowed into the corpse. In the next instant, a fierce wind howled, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf-like cries. Before Kidlong's very eyes, waves of dark energy converged from all directions, frantically merging into the corpse. Finally, Kidlong murmured, stepping back 2 paces, quietly awaiting the necromancer's revival. Although Mace appeared generous and courteous, Kidlong knew he was rotten to the core. In a past life, after completing a mission, the leader of a large guild was betrayed by Mace, who killed him without hesitation. Unfortunately for Mace, his cunning exceeded his luck. The guild leader had rallied a 1,000-strong team to aid him in the mission. In the end, Mace was hunted down and killed in an ambush, his century-long plan for resurrection crumbling just after succeeding. Time ticked on, and the dark energy swirling around the corpse gradually diminished. The name hovering above the body shifted to red letters. Kidlong activated his Eye of Truth, and detailed information appeared immediately. Name, Resurrected Necromancer Mace. Quality, Boss. Level, 35. Health, 32,500. Defense, 950. Attack, 1, 794. Skills, ***. 1. Evil Spirit Roar, unleashes a roar fueled by soul energy, dealing 250% of attack damage to all targets in a 180-degree frontal arc, inflicting a 3-second stun. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 2. Summon Zombies, calls forth 10 zombies to fight alongside him. When a zombie dies, it explodes, dealing 200% of attack damage to targets within a 5 by 5 meter area and causing a 30-second poison effect. Cooldown, 60 seconds. 3. Nurture within energy, instantly restores 50% of maximum health. Cooldown, 60 seconds. 4. Dark Rampage, infuses himself with dark energy, increasing attack by 100% but reducing defense by 50%. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Description: once a prodigious alchemist, May spent a century plotting his resurrection, and now he has finally risen from the dead. The level had increased by 5, yet the strength had multiplied several times over. The necromancer before him was a foe that even the copper-armored corpse and the withered Boneflower King combined could not rival. Foolish adventurer, die. The necromancer, freshly resurrected, roared at Chi DeLong. Visible ripples of energy spread instantly, almost exploding right in front of him. Well, this guy's got a temper just like mine. The necromancer attacked without warning. Chi DeLong had no time to react and hurriedly raised his shield to defend. 3535. A thunderous blow struck him like lightning, forcing Chi DeLong to stagger 2 steps back. The shield counter skill was practically invincible. Without an SSS grade talent, just relying on damage reflection, this knight could rise from being a weakling to becoming a powerhouse. Come forth, my minions! The necromancer's roar had barely ended when he unleashed his second skill. Wielding his staff, he summoned a horde of zombie underlings. Damn it! Do you take me for a sickly cat just because the tiger hasn't shown its claws yet? Chi DeLong bellowed in fury, hurling his shield forward with all his might. Taking advantage of the necromancer's 3-second stun, he rapidly executed a barrage of skills ***, demonic / ***, spellbreak, and shield shock, all striking the necromancer in quick succession. 501, 1145, 476, 1226. Over 3,000 damage in total, yet it barely scratched the surface. Foolish adventurer, did you think this was the end? No, this is just the beginning. The necromancer's lips curled into a sneer before he burst into maniacal laughter. Dark forces, shield me. Behold your doom. Before he finished speaking, thick black smoke gushed from his body. Chaotic whispers and endless darkness engulfed Chi DeLong in an instant, like the wails of ghosts and wolves, as if hell itself had descended. Something's wrong. There's something very off about this monster. Chi DeLong's brow furrowed deeply. In his previous life, a guild had also completed this mission, forcing the necromancer to reveal his true form. But back then, it was only the bare minimum, a level 25 elite monster, far less terrifying than the one before him now. If that had been all, it wouldn't have mattered. No matter how strong, it was just data, its skills would follow preset patterns. But this monster in front of him felt different, as though it had independent thought. It began with a probing attack using Spectral Roar, and upon realizing Chi DeLong was tough to handle, it immediately cast Dark Frenzy. However, its cleverness backfired. The 100% attack boost barely managed to pierce Chi DeLong's defenses. But the 50% defense reduction? That was its undoing. -1, -2, -1, -355, -3, -1. The staff strikes landed, but the damage numbers that popped up were pitifully low. Even the occasional critical hit failed to shake Chi DeLong. Is this skill undetectable? Or, is it not even a skill at all? Chi DeLong glanced around, sensing that the situation was growing dire. The darkness was suffocating, blinding him completely. His innate talent granted immunity to all abnormal statuses, so this shouldn't be happening. Unless the necromancer had used some kind of item. Well, this is an unexpected bonus. Chi DeLong smirked coldly, a plan forming in his mind. Bosses using items wasn't unusual. The NPC intelligence in this game was exceptionally high, each one had its own personality and behavior. The necromancer, Mace, was not only a boss but also an NPC, so this situation was well within reason. Steel coin, torch, roar, chirp. With a call, 2 of his pets were summoned and immediately joined the fray. The torch spat a wave of flames while Steel coin raised a paw, pointing to a spot ahead on the right. The necromancer's item might have been able to obscure Chi DeLong's senses, but it couldn't fool Steel coin and torch. Sure enough, a single slash landed, instantly producing 3 damage numbers. -244, -239, -241. The necromancer's Dark Frenzy skill had halved his defense, effectively digging his own grave. Previously, Chi DeLong couldn't break through the defense and had to rely on 4 skills to chip away at him. But now, even basic attacks from his weapon were enough to cause serious trouble. How is this possible? The necromancer cried out in shock from the sudden attack but quickly regained his composure. So it's the legendary dragon pet and phoenix bloodline.
I underestimated you. But no matter, it'll just take a bit more effort. With those words, the necromancer fell silent. Steel Coin raised its paw, pointing in another direction. Good boy, you're amazing. Shi DeLong pulled out a piece of premium chicken meat, stuffed it into his mouth, then raised his shield and slammed it to the ground with force. Boom! An invisible shockwave rippled outward, tearing through the darkness as a flurry of damage numbers erupted, illuminating the scene instantly. Around him were 10 zombies, with the resurrected necromancer standing a little farther away. Though the monster's items were powerful, they were far less critical than the system. You sneaky thing, you're pretty good at hiding, huh? Seeing the sudden numbers appear, Shi DeLong grinned viciously and unleashed all his skills in a torrent. -1011, -1566, -1004, -1523. A series of over 4-digit damage numbers flashed incessantly, interspersed with countless hits of over 200. Shi DeLong, like a berserk demon, relentlessly charged at the necromancer's body, attacking back and forth. As for the 10 zombies, who had the time to deal with them? Arg, you think you've won? I cannot die. Enriched by energy, the necromancer howled in agony, retreating rapidly as his figure became engulfed in a pitch-black light. Steel Coin and Torch could only watch helplessly as the necromancer's health fully recovered, entirely powerless to intervene. Already forced to use your healing skill? Too weak. You don't even make this fun. Shi DeLong licked his lips, his face twisted in menace. He hadn't expected this guy to crumble in just 20 seconds. Die for me. As soon as its cooldown ended, the necromancer roared furiously, unleashing his ultimate skill, Wailing of the Evil Spirit. With 1794 base attack boosted by 100% in Dark Fury mode, the damage surged to 3588. With a 2.5x skill multiplier, the attack dealt nearly 9,000 damage. For an ordinary knight, fully equipped with level 10 exquisite gear and even a damage reduction skill activated, this attack would still result in instant death. But against Shi DeLong, it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. -555. Thanks to his innate skill's massive damage reduction, the necromancer's strongest attack felt like a mere tickle and would be fully healed in no more than 6 seconds. How is this possible? The sight before him was too horrifying. The necromancer stared in disbelief, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. You'll never understand how impenetrable I am. Though Shi DeLong was all talk, his hands never stopped moving. In a mere 10 seconds, the necromancer's Dark Fury mode came to an end, his attack and defense reverting to their original levels. But the outcome was already decided. He had no chance to turn the tide. You have slain level 35 boss monster Resurrected Necromancer, Mace, gaining 15,000 experience points. You obtained Inheritance Scroll, Necromancer. You obtained Veil of Darkness. You obtained Soul of Life. You obtained 200 silver coins. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 20. Gain 10 free attribute points. Veil of Darkness, summon a 10 by 10 meter area of darkness around a selected target, lasting for 10 minutes. The veil follows the target and cannot be dispelled by any means. Remaining uses, 2/3. Inheritance Scroll, Necromancer, unlocks the hidden Necromancer class quest when used. Soul of Life, reverses life and death, turning the intangible tangible. An Inheritance Scroll for the Necromancer class, huh? Shi DeLong's emotions were mixed as he examined the item. The Necromancer class had countless ties to his past life as an undead archmage, yet their essence was as different as summoners and warlocks, completely distinct. Necromancers excelled in death magic, boasting a vast arsenal of control skills. In contrast, undead archmages prided themselves on summoning legions of undead creatures to sweep through armies. One focused on precision, while the other emphasized overwhelming numbers, two entirely different paths. If this were within the game, a necromancer commanding undead armies would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. Unless someone possessed legendary equipment like the Kings of the Six Nations or was a top-tier class beyond the third tier, they would be doomed to exhaustion against an endless undead horde. However, in the real world, the situation was entirely reversed. The necromancer's eerie and unpredictable magic, combined with incredible survival abilities, made them equally adept in offense and defense. If Shi DeLong had chosen the hidden necromancer class in his past life, he certainly wouldn't have ended up betrayed and killed by Yangwen and Sun Yameng, that despicable couple. Necromancers are strong, but they're no match for my current class. I'll find a suitable owner for this scroll or just sell it. Inheritance scrolls were incredibly rare, and the Veil of Darkness was extraordinary as well. Once caught within it, death was almost certain. If not for the help of Steel Coin and Torch, Shi DeLong would have had to endure the entire 10 minutes of the Veil's effect before he could deal with Necromancer Mace. Moreover, the Veil of Darkness didn't limit its target. This meant he could use it on a boss-level monster. Seeing this, Xi Delong couldn't help but develop a strong desire for the wild field bosses. As long as he kept his distance, the chance of killing them wasn't out of reach. After packing everything away, Xi Delong did not rush to start the SSS level main quest. Instead, he turned and headed down to the third underground level. He wanted to grind more soul essences here to boost his mana reserves. While Xi Delong was thoroughly enjoying himself, Sun Yameng led a large pack of dog cubs toward the Dawn Tomb. The Blooming Flowers Guild's dozen women and the Fierce Dragon Gang had formed two massive teams of 1,000 players each, marching with unstoppable momentum and an awe-inspiring aura. To an outsider, it might even appear as though they were embarking on a grand crusade to uphold justice and vanquish evil. Boss, how about we start a livestream? We could call it the first 1,000-player battle in Stardust history. The recently resurrected thief snuck up to T-Rex's side, his face brimming with excitement. His shifty eyes and sneaky demeanor made him seem like a natural-born rogue. It was almost a pity he wasn't out there thieving. Livestream? 2,000 people ganging up on one guy? If you're not embarrassed, I sure am. T-Rex shot him a sidelong glance, his expression displeased. He was a sycophant, not an idiot. While most sycophants seem to lack a functioning brain, he happened to be the rare exception. If this were a fight between guilds, losing wouldn't matter much. The game had just launched, and everything was still in its early stages. Losing now didn't mean they'd lose in the future. In fact, with the right performance and handling, it could even attract a wave of new players to join their cause. But the current situation was entirely different. 2,000 players against one person, losing would be humiliating, and winning wouldn't be praiseworthy either. No matter the reasoning, the outcome was bound to invite ridicule. Besides, Sun Yameng would never agree to a livestream. What would the fish in her pond think if they saw this? The Dawn Tomb was located on the outskirts of Dawn Town, and after a few hours of travel, they finally arrived. Dim and desolate, the place was shrouded in an eerie silence. A cold wind brushed past their faces, and faint, ghostly wails echoed intermittently in the air. Some of the female players turned pale, huddling closer to Sun Yameng. Big sis, there aren't ghosts here, are there? Flower Blooming Treasure hugged herself, her big, wide eyes darting nervously in the darkness, her face full of fear. In a game, anything's possible. Sun Yameng's expression wasn't much better, but as the guild leader and the leader of so many sisters, she naturally couldn't show any fear. Search the area. There should be some sort of entrance or cave nearby. Big sis, I'm scared. You're scared, but you still have to go. Sun Yameng glared at her, replying firmly, I'll go with you all. All right. Flower Blooming Treasure rested her chin on her impressively large chest, dragging her feet forward with great effort. Her timid demeanor was 3 parts genuine and 7 parts feigned, her intentions all too obvious. Sure enough, a few players from the Fierce Dragon Gang immediately stepped forward to protect her. Boss, we found a hole. Should we try to go in? With the collective effort of 2,000 people, they soon located an entrance leading to the underground level of the Dawn Tomb. As long as it's a hole, we can squeeze through it. At most, it'll just take some effort. Tyrannosaurus Rex, brimming with confidence, strode up to the entrance and fixed his sharp gaze on it. The entrance was 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, not exactly spacious, but not so tight as to cause suffocation. Send someone in to scout ahead. As soon as the words left his mouth, an assassin skilled in stealth volunteered without hesitation and slipped inside. 10 seconds later, the assassin sent back intel through the team channel. This map is called the Dawn Tomb. I'm on the first underground level. Not far from here, there are 2 types of monsters. One is called Wandering Corpse, and the other is Wandering Will-o'-the-Wisp. They're both level 20 normal monsters, 8 levels higher than us, so the intel is limited. Boss, should we test their strength? Wait for your stealth cooldown first. Understood. The overall quality of the Raging Dragon Gang was solid, and the gang leader, Tyrannosaurus Rex, had no notable flaws aside from his tendency to act like a lovesick puppy. Oh, right. In some people's eyes, this wasn't called being a lovesick puppy, it was a display of deep devotion. Once his stealth skills cooldown reset, the assassin targeted one of the Wandering Will-o'-the-Wisps and decisively threw a stone at it. Then, your teammate, an old thief, has died. What happened? Seeing the combat alert, Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately asked, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He had known Old Thief for years. While not the best player, he was undoubtedly top tier. This kind of scouting mission was something Old Thief had done countless times before. There shouldn't have been any problems. The aggro range of the monsters here is massive, and their battle instincts are off the charts. I aggroed one, and monsters dozens of meters away also rushed over. These monsters self-destruct, triggering chain explosions without mercy. The area around me is now cleared, you can come in. Got it. We're coming in now. Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded firmly and crawled into the passage without hesitation. After making his way through the narrow path, the first thing he saw was Old Thief's corpse. "Priest, quick, resurrect him." With the help of a priest who had learned the resurrection skill, Tyrannosaurus Rex finally managed to get Old Thief back on his feet. Only then did he call for Sun Yaming to come inside as well. This bastard really knows how to pick a spot. Sun Yaming cursed inwardly as she stepped into the first underground level of the Dawn Crypt, feeling as though she was venturing into the very heart of the enemy's lair. Wandering corpses roamed aimlessly, ghostly flames darted about, and the oppressive sense of terror surged rapidly, suffocating her. "Boss, found something good." As soon as the notification chimed, Tyrannosaurus Rex opened his private messages and was instantly delighted. Residual soul essence permanently increases mana by 100 upon use. Didn't expect something like this to drop. Excited, Tyrannosaurus Rex shared the soul essence in the team channel. It dropped after a wave of mobs self-destructed earlier. The drop rate seems pretty high. Let's keep grinding mobs while searching for Dragon Dongxiong. Seeing the information about the soul essence, Sun Yaman was overjoyed. This was a treasure every mage dreamed of. With it, mages could allocate all their attribute points to willpower without worrying about balancing between attack and mana. "Whatever you say, I'm all in." Sun Yaming gave Tyrannosaurus Rex a sweet smile. Her obedient and charming demeanor made his heart flutter. As the leader of the guild, Tyrannosaurus Rex was no fool. After some testing, he devised a self-destruct strategy. Low-level players would lure mobs away from the main group at a safe distance and clear out the wandering ghost flames, while the rest of the team focused on handling the corpses. Sacrificing a few for the benefit of the majority, though ruthless, it was the most effective solution. 5 in 2 hours, not bad at all. Tyrannosaurus Rex marveled and then placed a soul essence in front of Sun Yaming. "Damn that Snowdrift Corporation, this is too much." Dragon Dongxiong kicked a zombie square in the head, seething with anger. He had monopolized the third underground level of the Dawn Crypt, pulling together 40 or 50 mobs to kill at once. Though the drop rate was low, it was consistent. But for 2 hours straight, with over 1,000 mobs falling to his blade, not a single soul essence had dropped. Did they secretly nerf the drop rate? Though he knew it was unlikely, Dragon Dongxiong still opened the official site and contacted customer support. The response left him stunned, even a little incredulous. The Dawn Crypt was a special map with its own unique loot mechanism. For every 500 mobs killed, 1 soul essence was guaranteed to drop. If lucky, it could drop after killing just 50 mobs. However, the map had a maximum limit of 4 soul essences per hour. With bad luck, you might not get a single one. Moreover, the third level of the Dawn Crypt shared its drop rate across all players. With millions farming mobs at the same time, only 4 soul essences could drop per hour. Each player could only obtain a maximum of 10 soul essences in total. As it happened, the soul essence Dragon Dongxiong had obtained 2 hours ago was his 10th. Snowdrift Corporation really knows how to pinch pennies. He muttered bitterly, but on deeper thought, it made sense. A rare item like this would surely have strict limitations. If dozens or hundreds could be easily farmed, who would bother strategizing or balancing their stats anymore? Besides, soul essence provided a huge boost to mages, making it unfair to other players. "Let's move out. Time to leave." Dragon Dongxiong signaled to Gangbang and Torch to follow him as they retraced their steps. Their next objective was to find the priests of the Dustlight Church and trigger an SSS grade main storyline quest. Departing directly from the Dawn Crypt was much closer than returning to Dawn Town. Ding ding ding. The notification tone sounded. Dragon Dongxiong opened his private messages and saw it was from Lu Zhani. "I've sold all the equipment. Total value is about 3.6 million federal credits. Since the server just launched, in-game currency is extremely scarce. I could only gather 30 gold coins. If you want, give me your account number and I'll transfer it. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a bit longer." Lu Zhani got straight to the point, wasting no time. "Just transfer 20 gold coins. Keep the rest as your commission." Dragon Dongxiong sent her his account number. He wasn't afraid of her discovering his real identity. They had no grudges. Hiding would only make him look weak. 10 gold coins as commission? "Little brother, you're quite generous." Lu Zhani sent a message back, playfully emphasizing the word little. "It's rare to find someone trustworthy. How could I be stingy? Don't you agree, big sister?" Dragon Dongxiong deliberately emphasized the word big in his reply. "Hee hee, little brother, you're so amusing. Big sister really likes you. And big sister is gorgeous. It's my honor to know you." Their banter grew increasingly flirtatious, as though they were just a step away from making things explicit. Sometimes, fate works in mysterious ways. A few meetings, a few conversations, and mutual fondness begins to brew, eventually blossoming into affection.
This is what people call love at first sight, or, more bluntly, being captivated by someone's charm at first glance. What an interesting woman, Xi Delong muttered, the image of Lu Zhani swaying, ample curves flashing through his mind. He subconsciously licked his lips. Hungry. As Xi Delong walked, he chatted absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, Gangbang and Torch silently cleared out mobs around him. Time passed slowly. Xi Delong traversed the passageway connecting the second and first levels of the underground dungeon, preparing himself for the incoming onslaught of ghostly fire. Suddenly, he noticed the area around him was crowded with people. You guys? Xi Delong frowned slightly. How could someone have found the Dawn Tomb so quickly? It hadn't been that long. But soon, he understood. It had to be Sun Yameng. Sure enough, a familiar face came into view, prompting a cold smile to creep across Xi Delong's lips. There's someone else here? Wait, it's Xi Delong Dongxiang. The sight of Xi Delong emerging from the tunnel triggered a flash of realization in Tyrannosaurus' mind. Caught up in the thrill of grinding mobs, he'd almost forgotten his true purpose for being here. Attack! Tyrannosaurus roared without hesitation, swinging his massive axe down toward Xi Delong. Thud, a dull sound echoed as a massive resist floated above Xi Delong's head. Even the berserker's full-force strike failed to break through his defenses. Pathetic. You're weaker than the chickens in the starter village, Xi Delong sneered, glancing at the combat log. His screen was filled with counterattack prompts. You were attacked by player Tyrannosaurus. You may counterattack within 1 minute. You were attacked by player Velociraptor. You may counterattack within 1 minute. You were attacked by player Deinonychus. You may counterattack within 1 minute. Shield slam. Xi Delong slammed his massive shield into the ground, sending invisible shockwaves rippling outward. Instantly, dozens of enemies sustained over 1,000 points of damage each. The game had only been live for 2 days, and these players from the Raptor gang were barely equipped with basic level 10 white gear. Under Xi Delong's assault, they were annihilated in seconds. Impossible. Even with damage reduction, there's no way that would be resisted. Aren't knights supposed to focus on defense and health? How could I get one shot? Tyrannosaurus's face twisted in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he activated Bloodthirsty Frenzy. But before his massive axe could fall again, his screen went black and a notification chimed in his ears. You have been killed by player Xi Delong Dongxiang. The game mechanics were clear. In player versus player combat, any attack by a team member placed the entire team into a unified combat state. If the attacked player killed anyone in the team, it wouldn't increase their infamy or killing aura. Thus, when Xi Delong spotted Sun Yameng and the Raptor gang, he didn't strike first. Instead, he chose to counterattack. Is that all you've got? It's like you're scratching an itch, Xi Delong sneered as he secretly turned on his recording function. While he slashed away mercilessly, his words were just as sharp. Today, not only would he dominate 1,000 opponents with his sword, but he'd also outtalk them all with his words. Why be someone's lackey when you could live with dignity? He unleashed a demonic slash, clearing the fan-shaped area in front of him. Every player in range fell instantly. Shield in his left hand, Xi Delong followed up with a shield counter. Hundreds of abilities rained down on him, colorful, dazzling, and chaotic. The sheer volume of ranged attacks from hundreds of casters could, in theory, overwhelm any opponent, even if each individual hit dealt minimal damage. Normally, the sheer force of numbers would ensure victory, but reality was far crueler. A torrent of resist and immune notifications floated above Xi Delong's head, illuminating the Dawn Tomb like a radiant beacon. Man and dog walked different paths. Your actions defy moral decency, Xi Delong declared coldly. Step by steady step, he advanced. With each swing of his sword, another player fell. Some were one-shot, others bled out or succumbed to the effects of rend and bleed. To a boss monster, his attacks might have felt like mere scratches. But to players, they were skinning them alive. Why is this happening? Why can't we break his defense? Why are our controls being resisted? A squad leader couldn't hold back his furious roar, his face pale with fear. Players were supposed to be the fourth calamity, fearless and unyielding against any challenge. If it had a health bar, they'd kill it, even gods. But now, as countless abilities were resisted and controls shrugged off, fear crept in. Confusion set in. They began to doubt Xi Delong, doubt the game, doubt themselves, and ultimately doubt this absurd world. A mere firefly, how dare you compete with the sun and moon? Xi Delong mocked, standing his ground. He made no effort to dodge, allowing the abilities to rain down on him. This battle wasn't just about overwhelming his enemies, it was about making a statement. He wanted to crush them utterly, to instill terror in Sun Yameng and her lapdogs, once and for all. The 10 seconds passed in a flash, and both Shield Shock and Demon Slaying Slash, the two area of effect skills, had finished cooling down. Xi Delong's gaze swept across the battlefield, quickly locking onto a cluster of mage players. But just as he was about to act, a tall figure stepped in front of him. A broad chest, an imposing figure, and a determination to face death head-on. In this dim and desolate tomb, that figure was like a ray of light, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of the many players from the fierce Dragon Guild. "I'll hold him off, everyone retreat!" The resurrected Tyrannosaurus roared, his expression filled with tragic resolve. He deeply regretted letting his lust cloud his judgment, provoking this god of death. But now that things had come to this, he could only try his best to salvage the situation. Besides, Tyrannosaurus strongly suspected that Chi DeLong had either exploited a bug or was an insider working for the game developers. Otherwise, given the current level of player capabilities, how could there be a situation where thousands of players couldn't break through his defense or control him? "You think your death can stop me? You really overestimate yourself," Chi DeLong sneered, his smile twisted. "Man and dog, two different paths, biologically incompatible. A fleeting thrill will only leave you with a lifetime of regret. Give it up, you were never meant to be. You." Hearing the blatant mockery in Chi DeLong's words, Tyrannosaurus erupted in fury. But just as he was about to retort, his vision went dark, and a system notification echoed in his ears. "You have been killed by player Chi DeLong Dongxiang. You may counterattack within 1 minute." So much talk for someone so useless. With a single demon-slaying slash, Chi DeLong finished off Tyrannosaurus and charged toward the nearest group of players. His environmental combat boots, which boosted movement speed by 30%, made it nearly impossible for the mages and warriors to escape. As for the assassins and archers, they had long fled in disarray, terrified by the carnage and spurred on by their guild leaders' desperate cries. Out of the 2,000 players in the fierce Dragon Guild, some were dead, some had fled, and the few remaining weren't worth pursuing. Chi DeLong shifted his focus and locked eyes on Sun Yameng. "Now it's your turn." He advanced step by step, his presence so menacing that the players from the blossoming alliance trembled uncontrollably. His vicious attacks, combined with his twisted expression, made him look like a demon straight out of hell. Why do you keep opposing me?" Sun Yameng's eyes burned as she glared at Chi DeLong. Even now, she refused to acknowledge her own mistakes. "That's a question I should be asking you," Chi DeLong replied coldly, cutting down a nearby female player with a single strike. "Back in the starter village, you lured a mob of monsters to me, trying to kill me, remember? You put $1 million bounty on my head on the forums, remember? You brought all these people here to block me, remember? You." Sun Yameng wanted to argue, to claim that Chi DeLong had stolen the opportunity that should have been hers and had killed her outside the dungeon entrance, but the words caught in her throat. She was shameless, but she wasn't stupid. All the conflicts had started because of her, and no amount of explanation could change that fact. Moreover, she couldn't risk mentioning the incident in the starter village dungeon. If she did, her father's crimes would be exposed, leading to his removal from office and complete disgrace. "I'll remember you. This isn't over." Sun Yameng fixed her gaze on Chi DeLong, trying to etch his face into her memory before her inevitable death. She wanted to remember it in her soul, carve it into her bones. Chi DeLong didn't kill her right away. Instead, he turned and began methodically cutting down the remaining blossoming alliance players. Finally, he walked up to Sun Yameng, a cold smirk curling his lips. "Have you memorized my face? Should I send you a photo? Or maybe just give you my address?" "You." Staring at Chi DeLong's infuriating face and listening to his mocking tone, Sun Yameng trembled with rage. In the next moment, her contorted expression relaxed, and her curvaceous body froze in place, standing unnaturally still. At a glance, she looked like a flawless, lifeless doll. "Disconnected from sheer rage? With a temperament like that, and you still think you can take me on?" Chi DeLong shook his head and finished her off with a single strike. The 2,000-strong guild had been reduced to shreds before him, with only a lucky few managing to escape. After summoning his companions, Steel Coin and Torch, to collect the loot, Chi DeLong closed his recording interface. With a few quick edits, he uploaded the video to the game's forum. The video's title? The First Stardust Tournament, a one-man army versus 1,000, the Man-Dog Showdown. It was pay-per-view, 1 silver coin or 5 federal credits per watch. This time, Chi DeLong didn't bother to post anonymously. If he was going to make money, he'd do it openly and with pride. As soon as the video was released, it immediately caught the attention of a massive number of players. The pro actually uploaded a video? A man versus dog battle? 1 against 1,000? What's that supposed to mean? That sounds pretty intense. The word dog is in quotation marks, it probably has another meaning. I thought so. No matter how skilled he is, there's no way he could take on 1,000 actual dogs. Whatever, let's watch it first and see. Yeah, it's just a single silver coin. Might as well check it out. If the title was enough to spark curiosity, the content completely ignited the passion in their hearts.
A majestic figure, an overwhelming aura.
1 against 1,000, defeating enemies with ease and dominance.
The taunting remarks became classics, quoted endlessly by players.
Humans and dogs are worlds apart, reproductive isolation. These phrases even became go-to sayings for players when mocking sycophants.
Bang! How infuriating. I'm going to explode from anger.
Sun Yame kicked open the lid of her gaming pod. Her previously delicate and stunningly beautiful face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot.
From childhood to adulthood, which man hadn't groveled and flattered her upon seeing her? The moment she spoke, which man wouldn't give his all, even willing to squander his family fortune just to see her smile? But Chi Dilong-Donkiang, that damn Chi Dilong-Donkiang. Ah,
you humiliated me, so don't even think about having a good time yourself. Sun Yame's face twisted, looking like a vengeful spirit as she burned with rage. She grabbed her phone, dialed a number, and shouted furiously, I want Chi Dilong-Donkiang, that bastard, utterly ruined. I want him to live a life worse than death.
Not bad, I actually managed to loot a soul essence.
In the dawnlight tomb, Chi Dilong stood amidst a mountain of spoils at his feet, feeling exceptionally pleased. Each player could drop at most 10 items upon death, but there was no limit to how many could be consumed.
He swallowed 4 soul essences without hesitation, then opened the in-game forum to take a look.
His mood became even brighter. The video he uploaded had been online for less than 5 minutes, yet it had already garnered over 20,000 views.
That meant
20,000 silver coins or 100,000 federal credits, which was enough to cover his living expenses for the next 2 years. On top of that, the items dropped by the defeated Menglong gang players could fetch quite a sum if sold. He opened his mailbox, retrieved 20 gold coins, and stuffed a pile of level 10 common white-tier equipment into it. At this stage, common equipment was still the mainstream choice, so there was no reason to let it go to waste.
Ding ding ding! A notification suddenly popped up.
Chi Dilong opened his private messages. It was from Lu Zhani.
What did you do? The regional chat is full of people cursing you. All cursing me? That's quick feedback.
Chi Dilong chuckled, immediately understanding what had happened. The regional chat was flooded with players spamming accusations, all claiming that Chi Dilong had hacked, exploited bugs, or used illegitimate means to clear the dungeon. Some joined in to curse him, while others tried to defend him, only to have their messages drowned out by the relentless spam. Not only that, but the official forum had exploded with trending posts about him. Hundreds of threads were being posted every second, all questioning whether Chi Dilong had cheated or exploited bugs. The customer service hotline was likely swamped as well, probably on the verge of collapse. Chi Dilong, however, didn't even feel the need to defend himself. He closed the browser.
Who would know who he really was?
Not to mention that Shuayin Corporation's encryption technology was top-notch. Finding his real identity would be impossible.
Even if they did manage to track him down, so what?
If it came down to a real fight, it was hard to say who would end up dead or alive.
Calculating the time, he realized his 16 hours of gameplay for the day were almost up.
Chi Dilong decided to log off right where he was and leave the main quest for tomorrow.
The 2 million federal credits from selling equipment had already been deposited into his account.
He paid off the loan he had taken to buy his gaming pod, then ordered some fast food. While waiting for the delivery, he gave Lu Zhani a call. The line connected, and the sound of running water came through. It seemed she was taking a shower.
Chi Dilong's heart skipped a beat as he teased, taking a shower? Send me a photo, pervert. In your dreams. I've been starving after gaming all day. Send me a picture to satisfy my hunger. If you're hungry, go find your mom. Mom, you're shameless.
Lu Zhani was rendered speechless, her face flushed red from Chi Dilong's brazen teasing. In all her years, it was the first time anyone had dared to speak to her so impudently. By all logic, she should be furious, but strangely enough, she wasn't. Instead, she felt a hint of satisfaction. Let's talk later, she said, hanging up the phone. She shook her head and rinsed off the soap bubbles from her body. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, startling Lu Zhani into crossing her arms over her chest. Big sis, it's just the 2 of us women in the house. What are you so scared of?
Shui Zhani gave her a disdainful look. I'm afraid you'll feel inferior.
Lu Zhani spread her arms. The transparent water cascaded down her curves, catching a faint sheen of light that was particularly alluring.
Ah!
Shui Zhani glanced at her sister, then at herself. She let out a scream and fled the room, covering her face. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Chi Dilong opened the forum and found that all the spam posts had been deleted, leaving only a pinned official announcement. The content was divided into 2 parts. The first addressed the accusations against Chi Dilong. After thorough investigation, it was confirmed that Chi DeLong's data showed no abnormalities and that he had not exploited any bugs. Therefore, no action would be taken against him. As for the trolls, those spamming in-game chat were muted for 3 days. Forum spammers were banned for a day, and those harassing customer service were banned for 3 days. The second part of the announcement detailed a half-hour emergency update. Regional chat was now pay-to-post, costing 1 gold coin per message. World chat had its fee raised from 10 gold coins to 100 gold coins per message. The in-game shop had also been opened, offering over 100 sets of attribute-free costumes and 3 types of carriages for purchase. Overall, things were handled quite well. After uncovering the truth, those troublemaking trolls who disrupted order were dealt with seriously. The opening of the in-game marketplace was good news, but for the perverted old players, it was more of a curse than a blessing. After all, their days of window shopping were over. As for the carriage system, Chi DeLong almost wanted to hug the programmer and kiss him. But damn, now that he had a mode of transportation, it felt like a godsend. After 2 days of the server being live, his legs were practically about to give out from all the running. After eating his fill, Chi DeLong didn't rush back online. Instead, he anonymously sent a message to Sun Yame through the game forum. The coordinates have been confirmed. Now hand over those 200,000 Federation coins. Although Sun Yame was so furious she nearly lost her will to live, she didn't try to back out of the deal. That was because the money had already been entrusted to the forum's escrow system, leaving no room for her to renege. Pleasure doing business with you. After receiving the money, Chi DeLong sent another message to Sun Yame before finally logging back into the game. The soul of life was now in his possession. Next on the agenda was to unlock the SSS grade main storyline. Opening the in-game marketplace, Chi DeLong selected the cheapest carriage out of the 3 available options. There was no time limit, it charged per trip. Each ride, from boarding to disembarking, cost 100 silver coins. For players at this stage of the game, spending 500 real-world dollars just to ride a carriage in-game was ridiculously extravagant. But with more than 20 gold coins in hand, Chi DeLong was absolutely loaded and didn't care in the slightest. As the silver coins were deducted, a plain and utterly unremarkable carriage materialized out of thin air. Setting his destination, Chi DeLong placed a small pillow under his head, lay down in the carriage, and began to doze off. The Dawnlight Church's outpost was located at the far edge of Dawnlight Town, in the opposite direction from the Dawnlight Tomb. Running there on foot would take 4 hours, but the carriage ride cut that time in half. You have arrived at your destination. Enjoy your game. The notification chime sounded in his ears, jolting Chi DeLong awake from his groggy state. Looking ahead, a white church came into view. We're here, huh? Chi DeLong muttered, scratching his head as he stepped off the carriage. The Dawnlight Church worshipped the goddess of light and was dedicated to spreading her radiance. Each small town had a branch, which offered free medical treatment to the townsfolk, earning their respect and admiration. The priest in charge of Dawnlight Town's outpost was named Ji Chi, a kindly elder with a benevolent demeanor and a generous spirit. In his past life, Chi DeLong, as an undead necromancer, had crossed paths with him numerous times, several of which nearly ended with his own death. The Church of Dustlight worships the goddess of light, representing the forces of the light faction. Chi DeLong, as an undead archmage, was a core member of the dark faction. When the two sides met, it was like fire and water, an irreconcilable conflict destined for a life or death outcome. In this life, Chi DeLong had chosen the profession of Holy Light Dragon Knight, a role that prominently featured the words Holy Light, clearly marking it as a high-tier combat role within the Light faction. As expected, the moment Chi DeLong appeared, a priest named Ji Chi immediately came forward to greet him. Great Forerunner, noble Holy Light Dragon Knight, welcome to our sanctuary. Ji Chi's favorability toward you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 10 points. Ji Chi's favorability toward you has increased by 20 points. Current favorability, 30 points. As Ji Chi spoke, his favorability soared instantly. Chi DeLong speculated that the initial 10 points likely came from the Forerunner title, while the subsequent 20 points were a result of his Holy Light Dragon Knight profession. Favorability, as an independent system, was notoriously difficult to raise. People are complex, each with their own preferences and personalities. To increase favorability, one must cater to individual tastes. For the greedy, offer money, for the lustful, offer beauty. However, the NPCs in this game were highly intelligent. Sudden, unexplained flattery would often trigger their suspicion. Not only would this fail to increase favorability, but it could even have adverse effects. High favorability allowed players to unlock special quests and uncover hidden information. Low favorability meant the NPCs wouldn't even spare you a glance. In his previous life, a player had spent 5 years raising an NPC's favorability to the maximum value of 100 points. And what was the reward?
A romantic partnership? A life of shared adventures? Oh, young one, don't let your imagination be so limited, be bold. Once the favorability hit 100 points, that NPC actually turned into the player's pet. Of course, Chi DeLong had no intention of turning this old priest into his pet. Having been reborn, seeing this old friend again brought neither anger nor nostalgia, only a sense of irony.
Everything was as it had been, yet he himself had changed. Respected priest Chi, I discovered something in the rabbit's nest and am unsure of its origin, Chi DeLong said as he took out a mysterious red crystal. This item, it does seem familiar, Chi replied, taking the crystal and falling into deep thought. After about 2 minutes, Chi finally spoke again. Last month, my assistant, Stone, reported discovering something similar. You should head to the Poison Spider Forest west of Dawntown, you might find him there. Would you like to accept the SSS tier main quest First Ring, the beginning of the mutation? Note, this is a solo quest of extremely high difficulty. Failure will result in automatic forfeiture of the quest and hostility from all members of the Church of Dustlight. Yes, may the goddess bless you. With a pious expression, Chi drew a cross over his chest. In the earliest stages of civilization, the cross symbolized the sun, light, and humanity's primal faith. But as history marched forward, the cross was co-opted by corrupt religions and militarized factions, used to deceive the masses. The Church of Dustlight's goddess represented light and hope, restoring the cross to its original, sacred meaning. After bidding farewell to priest Chi DeLong immediately set off for the Poison Spider Forest. With nothing else to do during the journey, he opened the in-game forum. One particular post, titled The Man vs. Dog Showdown, had already exceeded 10 million views and was rapidly climbing. He checked his in-game wallet, over 5 million silver coins and 25 million federal credits. Just a few days since launch, and this game's already gone viral. Truly a masterpiece crafted by the 7 leading tech corporations, Chi DeLong muttered to himself. He converted the silver coins to gold, adding the proceeds from selling equipment, and rounded up his total to exactly 600 gold coins. Then he transferred the federal credits to his bank account, bringing his balance to over 26 million. In just a few days, Chi DeLong had gone from penniless to wealthy, all thanks to a single video. This was just a glimpse of the phenomenon that was Stardust. Its popularity was beyond words. In under 10 years, the entire world's structure will be reshaped. Wealth is fleeting, but power is eternal, Chi DeLong sighed, gazing at the distant green mountains as his thoughts drifted. Time passed slowly. Eventually, a system notification chimed, signaling that Chi DeLong had reached the Poison Spider Forest. Towering trees blotted out the sun, with rays of light filtering through the gaps, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air carried a faint floral fragrance, and the cool, refreshing temperature made it an ideal spot for an afternoon nap. Unfortunately, this beautiful area was infested with venomous spiders. Getting too close would provoke their fierce attacks. Summoning his companions, the steel coin and the torch, Chi DeLong let them handle the monsters while he found a shady spot to lie down. The spiders were only level 20 ordinary monsters easily dispatched by his summoned creatures in just a few moves. Chi DeLong was in no rush to seek out the NPC tied to the main storyline quest. After all, they would always show up on their own. He had been lying under a tree for over half an hour. Just as he was about to doze off, a gentle voice woke him up. "Brave warrior, could you do me a favor?" Chi DeLong opened his eyes to find a sweet, adorable girl standing before him. She was precisely the NPC he had been looking for. Stone. What kind of favor? Let's hear it, Chi DeLong said as he stood up, casually summoning back his steel coin and torch companions. "I've run into some trouble and was hoping you could help me," Stone said with a shy smile. Her demeanor was so endearing, like the girl next door, that it stirred a protective instinct in him. "I'm the assistant to Pastor Chi of the Dustlight Church. Lately, my brother and I have been investigating the sudden appearance of venomous spiders. Through our research, we discovered a way to deal with them. But, just yesterday, we spotted the brood mother, an incredibly dangerous spider. My brother chased after it but hasn't returned since. Brave warrior, please find my brother and recover his research notes. I'll reward you." At this point, Stone paused briefly before adding, "If the enemy is too strong, just bringing back the notes will suffice." Chi DeLong was stunned. Shouldn't rescuing her brother take priority? Only the notes, not the brother? What kind of logic was that? Sure, there's an old saying about disciplining a brother while he's young, but outright abandoning him seemed a bit excessive. "Alright, I'll do my best," Chi DeLong sighed, then dashed off in the direction Stone had pointed, with his steel coin and torch in tow. Having been given a second chance at life, Chi DeLong only remembered the broad strokes of history and a few key opportunities. The specific details, however, were a blur. After all, who could have predicted something as absurd as reincarnation? Yet, here he was,
living proof. The further he ventured, the dimmer the light grew, and venomous spiders began to appear in greater numbers. Chi DeLong advanced slowly, clearing out the monsters around him as he went. After about half an hour, Chi DeLong finally reached the entrance to the dungeon, the destination for this quest. Without hesitation, Chi DeLong dove straight in. After passing through the narrow entrance, the space ahead opened up dramatically. A spacious passageway stretched out before him. The air was damp and slippery, dimly lit, and reeked of a pungent, fishy odor. Chi DeLong quickly lit the torch he had prepared in advance, and the surroundings instantly became clearer. The passage, with a diameter of about 5 meters, was covered in dark green moss, and the ground was littered with pale bones scattered everywhere, creating an eerie atmosphere. He moved forward quickly. As he progressed, the number of bones increased, and their variety became more complex, eventually forming piles as tall as small hills. Unfazed, Chi DeLong marched on until he came face to face with the first boss. Name: Venomous Spider Matriarch. Type: Boss. Level: Level 20. Health: 158, 400. Defense: 740. Attack: 1000. Skills: Asterisk. 1. Venomous Web Spit * sprays webbing from its spinnerets, dealing 300% attack damage to targets within a 20 by 20 meter area. Causes 30 seconds of poisoning and immobilizes targets for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 20 seconds. 2. Piercing Leg Stab * strikes with 2 legs in a cross pattern, dealing 400% attack damage and inflicting 30 seconds of bleeding and tearing effects. Cooldown: 10 seconds. 3. Venomous Coating * sprays venom at a target, dealing 300% attack damage and inflicting 30 seconds of poisoning. If the target remains in the same spot for more than 2 seconds, a 4 by 4 meter venom puddle is left behind, dealing 200% attack damage and causing 30 seconds of poisoning to anyone who touches it. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Description: * Once the leader of venomous spiders, it has inexplicably become frenzied and violent. Holy crap, this thing is terrifying. Even though Chi DeLong had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder this was an SSS level main quest. The difficulty was sky high. All 3 skills were deadly enough to devastate an elite team. Especially the venomous coating. If teammates panicked and ran around aimlessly, there wouldn't even be safe ground to stand on. Although the level 20 boss's attack and defense were inferior compared to a level 30 elite monster, its health was several times higher. Taking it down would be a brutal test of a team's endurance and coordination. But Chi DeLong didn't care. A boss monster? So what? First, break its defenses. -3, 877. From 20 meters away, Chi DeLong hurled his shield with force. A massive critical hit number appeared over the venomous spider matriarch's head, accompanied by a few golden stars indicating a stun effect. He dashed forward, retrieved the shield, and immediately unleashed a combo of Shield Slam, Purge Evil, and Demon Breaker in rapid succession. -801, -1534. -789, -23, -18. A flurry of damage numbers floated above the spider matriarch's head, and its health bar visibly dropped. Seeing this, Chi DeLong didn't get greedy for damage. Instead, he braced himself with his shield and activated shield counter. Boom! A dull, heavy sound echoed as a terrifying force pushed Chi DeLong back 3 meters. Yet, a massive critical hit number appeared, signaling that the reflected damage had landed as a critical strike. -7368. Was it his lucky day, or was it the spider matriarch's unlucky misstep? Chi DeLong shook his numbed left arm and stepped forward again, slashing fiercely at the spider matriarch's head. -25, -23, -18. The pitiful damage numbers that appeared left Chi DeLong feeling rather embarrassed. It seemed he had broken through its defenses, but not entirely. Steel Coin, Torch, he shouted. His 2 pets immediately joined the fray. Steel Coin's long tail lashed against the spider matriarch's legs with a sharp, metallic clash, while Torch, ever nimble, stayed a safe distance of 10 meters away, sneakily setting fires. In a matter of seconds, Chi DeLong's 4 skills had just come off cooldown, and he unleashed them all in one go. The battle proceeded in an orderly fashion, and the spider matriarch's health steadily declined. Just as he was gaining momentum, the spider matriarch suddenly stopped attacking and retreated 2 steps. Not good! Chi DeLong shouted angrily and rushed forward, but he was too late. Splat! 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 ***. A torrent of sticky, white substance spewed out, forming a massive web with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. It was as if countless spiraling threads were flying in all directions, and the air was filled with sticky, viscous liquid. The area within a 10-meter radius of the spider matriarch became completely covered in webbing, leaving Chi DeLong no escape. In that instant, Chi DeLong felt as though he had fallen into a cesspit,
the disgusting sensation making him nearly gag. Damn it, I got sprayed right in the face. Rage boiled within him, his anger surging to the forefront of his mind. Fueled by an indomitable spirit of sacrifice, Ji Delong charged fearlessly toward the spider matriarch. Even as the venomous spray continued to rain down, he aimed directly for the underside of the spider's abdomen. Squelch! The sharp blade in his hand vanished into the creature's body in an instant, his arm sinking in halfway. The slimy, revolting sensation overwhelmed him, and Ji Delong couldn't suppress a gag, his stomach churning in disgust. The venomous spider queen also suffered a tremendous blow, letting out a piercing scream as massive damage numbers floated up one after another. Minus 5,278. Minus 5,322. Minus 5,336. Minus 5,756. According to the game mechanics, when a skill is interrupted, it causes critical damage to the caster. Venomous webbing was a multi-stage skill, and each interruption triggered a critical hit. Ji Delong's strike was utterly devastating, nearly suffocating the venomous spider queen to death. The creature let out continuous wails as its body convulsed violently, and its health instantly plummeted to less than 10%. Hisses. The sharp screech was filled with rage and resentment. Ignoring the sticky venom spraying out behind it, the venomous spider queen turned around to retaliate, spitting a glob of a mouthful of venom splattered onto Ji Delong's face. The stench was nauseating, and the slimy texture was utterly revolting. Ji Delong clenched his lips tightly shut, cursing furiously in his heart. Spraying from the front and the back? What do you think you are, a gourd baby? He neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, Ji Delong pressed his shield firmly against the spider queen's face, slashing madly with his longsword in his right hand. Time flew by. Amid the spider queen's heart-wrenching shrieks, its health bar finally hit rock bottom. You have slain the level 20 boss venomous spider queen and gained 10,000 experience points. You have obtained Venom Fang. You have obtained magic crystal powder times 50. You have obtained 1,000 silver coins. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 21. You gain 10 free attribute points. Damn, a level 20 boss, and this is all it drops? Ji Delong couldn't help but curse when he saw the loot. Just one weapon and 50 crafting materials? Why is it that during party runs, bosses drop multiple pieces of equipment and even skill books, but when soloing I only get a single weapon? Is this game blatantly discriminating against solo players? Although the 1,000 silver coins were a nice bonus, Ji Delong wasn't the type to care about small amounts of money. He continued to grumble under his breath. However, when he checked the weapon's attributes, the gloom on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Name, Venom Fang. Type, one-handed sword. Quality, excellent. Level requirement, level 20. Attack, 80. Fortitude, plus 19. Constitution, plus 21. Spirit, plus 19. Effect. 1. Each attack inflicts a poison effect on the target, dealing 100% of your attack as damage per second and reducing all stats by 30% for 10 seconds. Description: my teeth are my most formidable weapon. Magic crystal powder, contains immense, volatile power. Sure, the quantity of loot is stingy, but the quality? Absolutely stunning. Ji Delong took out the crafting materials he had prepared in advance and began concocting potions. Since the server had only recently launched, the supply of Yangling grass and dew was limited, resulting in inflated prices. However, with a hefty sum in hand, Ji Delong couldn't care less about the cost. Each bottle of mid-tier rage potion required only 1 unit of magic crystal powder. The venomous spider queen had dropped 50 units, perfect for crafting 50 potions. Selling each potion at 2 gold coins would yield a total of 100 gold coins, or 5 million federal credits. Monopolistic profits were this lucrative, and with so few competitors, Ji Delong felt like he was harvesting a field of cash crops. After crafting 10 potions in a row, Ji Delong stashed his materials and set off toward the next boss. The dungeon was called Venomous Spider's Nightmare. There were no trash mobs, only 3 bosses. The first 2 were grotesque spider monsters, while the final boss, ha ha ha. In his past life, this dungeon had been a favorite among pervy players. They loved and hated it in equal measure, complaining about the dark, wet, and claustrophobic environment while being utterly captivated by the beauty and allure of the final boss. The passageway twisted and turned but wasn't particularly deep. After walking for a few minutes, Ji Delong reached the second boss. It stood about 3 meters tall and was equally wide. A massive, dark green spider, grotesque and menacing, exuding savagery. And atop its head, the upper body of a man loomed ominously. Title: Toxic King, Stone. Quality: Boss. Level: 20. HP: 185,000. Defense: 770.
Attack, 1080. Skills.
1. Source of venom. All of Toxic King Stone's attacks inflict a poison effect, stackable up to 4 layers. 2. Venomous Web Spray. Shoots venomous webs, dealing 300% of attack damage to targets within a 20 by 20 meter area, inflicting poison for 30 seconds and immobilizing for 5 seconds.
Cooldown, 20 seconds.
3. Frenzied Limb Stab. Cross attacks with 2 limbs, dealing 400% of attack damage and inflicting a 30-second bleeding and tearing effect.
Cooldown, 10 seconds.
4. Venomous Coating. Sprays venom onto a target, dealing 300% of attack damage and inflicting a 30-second poison effect. If the target remains in one spot for more than 2 seconds, the ground will be covered in a 4 by 4 meter venom pool, dealing 200% of attack damage and inflicting a 30-second poison effect.
Cooldown, 20 seconds.
5. Web Convergence. Shoots out a massive web, wrapping all targets and dealing 200% of attack damage, inflicting a 30-second poison effect and immobilizing for 3 seconds. Then pulls all targets in front of itself and deals 300% of attack damage, inflicting a 30-second poison effect and stunning for 3 seconds.
Cooldown, 30 seconds.
6. Toxic Earthquake. Slams the ground, causing violent tremors and spraying venom, dealing 350% of attack damage to all targets within a 30 by 30 meter area, inflicting a 30-second poison effect and stunning for 3 seconds.
Cooldown, 30 seconds.
Description. Once an assistant to Priest Jichi, no one knows what caused Stone to become this monstrosity. Compared to the venomous spider matriarch, Toxic King Stone has slightly higher attack, defense, and HP, and possesses 3 additional skills. Source of Venom allows the already terrifying poison effect to stack up to 4 layers, dealing over 4,000 damage per second. A fully purple-geared knight wouldn't last a few seconds against it. Web Convergence paired with Toxic Earthquake is a classic team-wiping combo. All targets are pulled together, stunned, and then crushed when Stone slams down, leaving no survivors.
So this is Priest Jichi's assistant, Stone. But then, who's that girl outside?
Shi DeLong read the monster's description and instantly pieced it together. The real Stone, who had been investigating the mysterious red crystal, must be dead. This monster disguised itself as him, standing at the entrance to the Venom Spider Nightmare Dungeon, asking Shi DeLong to retrieve his research notes.
What exactly happened to Stone after he left Dawnlight Church's branch in Twilight Town? What kind of horrifying tortures did he endure? As long as the research notes are found, the truth will come to light. Let's see if you can give me a real challenge.
Shi DeLong downed a mid-tier berserk potion in one gulp, boosting his attack power by 200 points, reaching an astonishing 988. Just one more level, and he'd break the 1000 attack threshold.
Thud, a heavy impact echoed.
As soon as the battle began, Toxic King Stone was struck by a shield, leaving it stunned. Shi DeLong followed up with a shield slam and a rapid 3-hit combo, finishing with a shield counter.
In less than 10 seconds, Stone's health had already dropped by over 20,000.
Shi DeLong's nearly 1000 attack power was like a relentless tempest, each
strike drawing blood and dealing devastating damage. With bleeding and tearing effects stacked, each normal attack dealt triple damage, utterly overwhelming. As skills were unleashed non-stop, Stone's health steadily fell.
Meanwhile, Shi DeLong quickly maxed out his 4-layer poison debuff, losing about 100 HP per second. He swiftly pulled out a piece of roasted
chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. The health regeneration perfectly offset the poison damage.
Occasionally, a critical hit would pop up, not particularly significant, but still satisfying to see. Ah, it hurts so much. Suddenly, Stone let out a pain howl, its face twisted in madness, raising its giant abdomen for a venom spray. But Shi DeLong, having already suffered from this move before, wasn't about to fall for it again.
Die already.
Remembering his previous defeat, anger surged within Shi DeLong.
Without hesitation, he lunged forward with another fierce strike. Squish, the sensation was slick.
Unlike the soft, jelly-like body of the venomous spider matriarch, Stone's body felt firm and elastic, like gripping a plump red date tucked inside a steamed bun.
The tactile feedback was oddly memorable. Damn it, why am I thinking about such weird stuff?
Shi DeLong shook his head, quickly dismissing the bizarre thoughts from his mind.
Minus 5,555. Minus 5,738. Minus 5,787.
Massive critical damage numbers flashed one after another. Stone's health plummeted like a breached dam, draining rapidly.
Why do this to me? Stone roared toward the sky, its wails of agony deafening.
The next second, a massive spider web shot out from the spinneret, instantly covering a 30-meter radius.
Steel Coin couldn't
dodge in time and was immediately ensnared, while Torch cleverly darted to hide at Shi DeLong's feet, narrowly escaping disaster.
The party-wiped skill is here. Shi DeLong immediately recognized it. The Poison King, Stone, made no effort to conceal his intentions, his moves were blatantly obvious. It was definitely a combination of web convergence and toxic ground explosion. Sure enough, as soon as the enormous web was unleashed, it was violently yanked back. Poison King Stone leaped into the air, and from his shattered rear erupted a blinding green glow. Boom! A massive body leapt high into the air, smashing a gaping hole into the ceiling before plummeting back down with a thunderous crash. Sticky bodily fluids and white spiderwebs splattered everywhere. Chi DeLong decisively activated his shield counter, blocking the deadly blow. But Gangbang wasn't so fortunate. Layer upon layer of spiderwebs cocooned the creature into a tight bundle, while venom dripped onto its body, instantly dyeing its dog-like face a sickly green. MMPH. Gangbang struggled desperately, but no matter how hard it fought, it couldn't break free and could only look pitifully at Chi DeLong for help. This stupid dog. Chi DeLong sighed helplessly and recalled Gangbang into his pet space. In his past life, the Holy Light Dragon had been a majestic, awe-inspiring figure, renowned far and wide. Even the fearsome wild boss monsters had to avoid crossing paths with it. But now, why did it seem no different from a clumsy, foolish dog? Could it really be true that pets take after their owners? No. That's absolutely not the case. Chi DeLong shook his head firmly, his gaze falling on the torch at his feet, and a sense of calm returned to him. Now this was a reflection of the owner's character. The Poison King, Stone, launched a relentless assault, akin to a storm, stripping a layer of dust off Chi DeLong's body. With all 5 of his skills unleashed, the boss monster's health swiftly plummeted to below 30%. Chi DeLong maintained his steady rhythm and decisively struck the killing blow. You have slain the level 20 boss Poison King, Stone, earning 12,000 experience points. You have obtained Adhesive Shield. You have obtained Shattered Life Essence ×2. You have obtained Magic Crystal Powder ×50. You have obtained Stone's Diary. You have obtained Field Notes. You have obtained Donkey Brand Backpack. You have obtained 1,200 silver coins. Amid the boss's agonized wails, a massive pile of loot exploded outward like a shower of blossoms. Chi DeLong's eyes immediately locked onto the shield among the spoils. He quickly picked it up to inspect its attributes. Name, *Adhesive Shield. Type, *Shield. Quality, *Superior. Level, *20. Defense, *120. Willpower, *22. Sturdiness, *23. Constitution, *19. Effect, *1. Each time you are attacked, reduce the target's attack speed and movement speed by 20%. Description, *A shield covered in sticky mucus. Once it touches something, there's no escape. Ha ha ha. Another piece of gear with a special effect. Chi DeLong felt a surge of joy as he quickly equipped the shield. His attack power soared to an impressive 816 points, and his defense increased to 479 points. Even at its baseline, the quality of this shield was exceptional. The shield's stats far outclassed 2 inferior superior grade pieces of armor combined. After gathering all the loot, Chi DeLong examined each item one by one. Shattered Life Essence, * permanently increases maximum health by 1,000 points upon use. Field Notes, * contains detailed information on various poisonous creatures, valuable for toxin research. Stone's Diary, * a diary belonging to a cheerful child, brimming with humor and wit. Donkey Brand Backpack, * for some reason, it bears the word donkey. Increases backpack capacity by 30 slots upon use. The Field Notes were a quest item and could only be handed over to an NPC. As for Stone's Diary, it was something Chi DeLong could read. After consuming the 2 life essences and equipping the Donkey Brand Backpack, Chi DeLong finally opened the diary. August 6 th*. My sister and I arrived in the poison spider forest to conduct research on the green venom spiders. This is my first project since becoming a student under teacher Ji Chi. I feel both excited and nervous. Spiders are one of the 5 poisons, with countless species and subtle differences between them. But for now, I only need to focus on understanding this one species. August 7 th*. Things are not going as expected. The green venom spiders here are aggressive and highly hostile, completely unlike what the books described. What's going on? I might need to find a local to ask about this. August 8 th*. According to the garrison captain, the changes seem to have started last month. It's not just the green venom. Spiders, every animal in this forest has become unusually violent. Even the usually docile anteaters have begun attacking travelers. August 9 th*. The root of the problem seems to lie deeper within the poison spider forest. The deeper we go, the stronger the monsters desire to attack. This afternoon, I discovered a dark cave surrounded by a large number of green venom spiders. I was bitten. August 10th. Due to the poisoning, I rested today. My sister made me a hearty dinner. It smelled and looked amazing, and I ate until I was full. But the braised pork seemed a bit overcooked. I could taste a hint of bitterness. August 11th. Today is still a rest day. The table was filled with a feast of delicious dishes, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. My sister's cooking is unparalleled. To marry her must be the reward for saving the world in a past life. However, the bitter taste of the braised pork was overpowering. I didn't want to eat it, but under her expectant gaze, I forced myself to finish everything on my plate. August 12th. I felt a bit dazed today, as though everything around me was shrouded in a double image, yet my strength seemed to have increased significantly. Just a moment ago, I accidentally crushed a drinking glass in my hand. My sister's gaze carried a hint of nervousness, as if she were looking at a venomous green spider. Perhaps I was imagining it. This might just be the aftermath of poisoning. August 13th. The dizziness had improved significantly today, so I decided to venture into the cave to uncover its secrets. My sister prepared insect repellent, antidotes, and even my favorite snacks for me. Hee, my sister is the best. I like her so much. The diary abruptly ends here, but the secrets it contains are far from trivial. The monsters in the poison spider forest were particularly ferocious, their aggression intensifying as one approached the dungeon's entrance. After eating the food prepared by his sister, Sherdong experienced a dazed mental state but gained an unusual surge of strength. Meanwhile, the fake Sherdong had tasked Chi Delong with retrieving the investigative diary, even at the cost of the younger brother's safety if necessary. Piecing together memories from his past life, Chi Delong gradually uncovered the truth. The fake Sherdong had been conducting illicit activities in the poison spider forest, causing the creatures there to become increasingly violent and frenzied. When the real Sherdong came to investigate, he encountered the imposter. The fake Sherdong then disguised herself as Sherdong's sister, deceiving him to obtain his research data. The imposter waited for the right moment to turn the real Sherdong into the second boss monster of the dungeon, using the same methods meant to deal with the poison spider forest itself. As for the exact details of how this was done, Chi Delong had no way of knowing. He wasn't a god, he couldn't remember everything, nor could he speculate on everything. Warrior, have you found the investigative diary? While Chi Delong was deep in thought, a soft and alluring voice called out from above. Looking up, Chi Delong saw none other than the imposter disguised as Sherdong. I found it, but I'm trapped here and can't climb up. Chi Delong waved the diary in his hand as he replied. That's fine. Toss the diary up first, and I'll find a rope to pull you up. The fake Sherdong urged eagerly, showing no intention of letting Chi Delong return the way he came. Her impatience was obvious. This was clearly more than just an ordinary quest item. Throw the notebook up? What if you decide to leave me behind? Chi Delong's heart was on high alert. He already knew this woman harbored ill intentions. The calmer he remained, the more agitated she became. Warrior, stop joking. Hand over the notebook, and I'll get you out of here immediately. Fake Stone's gaze was sharp as a blade, carrying a faint murderous intent. Save me first, or you can forget about getting the notebook. Chi Delong remained fearless, steadfast in his resolve. Handing over the investigation notes would make the task easier to complete, but it would derail the main storyline, requiring a significant amount of time to get back on track. He didn't want to waste time, especially since there was a chance of losing the drop from a boss monster. I was planning to spare your life, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. In that case, die. Fake Stone snorted coldly and leaped down in an instant. As she descended, a dense fog suddenly appeared, enveloping her completely. When her feet touched the ground, the mist dispersed, revealing a tall, striking female monster before him. Name, Succubus Tide Princess Danako. Quality, Boss. Level 20. Health, 205000. Defense, 900. Attack, 200. Skills, *. 1. Dream of Loss. Prolonged contact with the succubus drains vitality continuously, dealing 1150 damage per second during combat. 2. Mass Charm. An overwhelming beauty that captivates all who gaze upon her, drawing them irresistibly closer. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 3. Mass Lash. Deals 300% attack damage to all targets within a 5x5 meter radius and silences them for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description: an enigmatic creature of unknown origin, bearing a striking resemblance to the succubi of legend. This monster's stats were off the charts, and its figure was nothing short of breathtaking. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, her curves were alluring, with skin as fair as snow. Her captivating face radiated seduction, while her fiery, voluptuous figure was mesmerizing. 2 thumb-sized sharp horns adorned her forehead, and a pair of black bat-like wings spread behind her.
Clad in a tight black leather suit that barely covered certain areas, her appearance was irresistibly provocative. In her hand, she wielded a slender leather whip that snapped crisply with every flick. Among all the players Chi DeLong had encountered in the novice village, none could compare to this succubus's figure. Only Lu Zhani's gentle and graceful charm could rival her allure. Tisk, tsk, tsk. That figure, that face, that layout. Chi DeLong's gaze was fixated, his mind involuntarily recalling an ancient game called Tormenting Yuna. Especially the leather whip, it was almost too fitting. The last two monsters weren't satisfying enough. This one? I'll make sure to have some fun. Chi DeLong licked his lips, a sly grin spreading across his face as he raised his shield. Thud! The shield struck the succubus squarely on the head, and golden stars immediately swirled around her. Seizing the opportunity, Chi DeLong launched a series of attacks. Ah! A scream echoed as Chi DeLong's excitement surged, unburdened by any guilt. The succubus's cries only added to his exhilaration, fueling his adrenaline as he struck faster and harder. Her health plummeted below 90%, and the succubus cast him a seductive glance. Handsome, come play with me. Her enchanting smile was paired with a voice filled with invitation. Her sultry figure appeared even more irresistible at that moment. Chi DeLong's expression turned lecherous as he lowered his shield and approached slowly, eventually kneeling before her. Not just him, Steel Coin nearby was also drooling, his tongue flicking out to lick the succubus's snow-white thigh. Foolish humans, prepare to embrace the kiss of my whip. Activating her mass charm skill, the succubus immediately transitioned to her next attack. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, but a resist and immune mark appeared above Chi DeLong's forehead. Not only was her attack ineffective, but even the status effects were nullified. How is that possible? The succubus was stunned. She hadn't anticipated that Chi DeLong would be not only incredibly resilient but also immune to status effects. Though her surprised look was undeniably captivating, Chi DeLong showed no mercy. You dared to make me kneel? Prepare to die. Fueled by rage, Chi DeLong thrust his sword forward. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as a massive critical hit number floated above the succubus's head. In the next instant, the world seemed to fall silent. Chi DeLong stared at his half-sheathed sword, then at the succubus's face, which shifted from pale to red, from red to purple, and finally to an ashen black, like the color of a burnt pot. It was as if a new world had just been unveiled before him. In his previous life as an undead archmage, Chi DeLong had been more skilled in large-scale battles rather than these elite team challenges. Although he later managed to summon the Netherbone, a necromantic creature comparable to a boss-level monster, that was something that only became possible after he reached level 60. During every battle, he would hide behind the protection of his undead minions, which led to his complete lack of understanding when it came to melee combat strategies. While he was aware that some highly intelligent humanoid monsters might have weaknesses, he never expected this particular one to actually be true. Interesting. How very interesting. A twisted smile gradually spread across Chi DeLong's face as a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Ah, die. Just die for me. The succubus, gravely wounded, roared in rage, raising her whip and lashing it down with all her might. Her face was contorted with pain and fury, her rage so intense it seemed almost tangible. Gone was the seductive allure she once exuded. She wanted nothing more than to knock Chi DeLong to the ground and lash him into a bloody pulp with her whip, leaving him writhing in unbearable agony. Come on, you little wench. Chi DeLong raised his shield, blocking her attack, and followed up with a powerful kick to her vulnerable spot. A critical damage number floated above her head, and the excruciating pain made the succubus tremble uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Chi DeLong pressed the attack. He swung his shield with full force, slamming it into her, then unleashed a relentless chain of blows. Let me smash your brains out, he cackled with a devilish, wild grin, the scene quickly spiraling into chaos. Ah! The succubus's screams echoed through the battlefield as she crumpled to the ground clutching her stomach. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, like leaves in the wind, and her once beautiful face was now etched with anguish and humiliation. Yet Chi DeLong only grew more exhilarated. How about giving it a try? Staring at the weakened, helpless succubus on the verge of tears, Chi DeLong's primal instincts were fully awakened. His thoughts grew wilder by the second, and finally, he reached out his sinful hand toward her. A peculiar sensation traveled up his arm and into his brain, causing Chi DeLong's eyes to light up. He hadn't expected it to actually work. In that case, he gave a firm squeeze, his thoughts becoming even bolder. But just as he prepared to act on them, a sudden notification sound interrupted him. System notice, your team has successfully activated the dungeon nightmare of the venomous spider. Please name your team. Sigh, what a pity. The rush of adrenaline was gone, leaving only a void of emptiness behind.
Chi DeLong let out a long sigh and typed a few words into the input box. Server announcement: the team SoSoft has successfully cleared the prelude stage of the dungeon, activating the level 20 dungeon Nightmare of the Venomous Spider. Team member Chi DeLong Dongxiang has been rewarded with 15,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and their heroic deeds will be recorded in the Stardust Chronicles. Server announcement: the level 20 dungeon Nightmare of the Venomous Spider has been activated. Coordinates 888,888. All brave adventurers are welcome to challenge it. Congratulations! You have reached level 22. You have gained 10 free attribute points. The same announcement echoed 6 times across the entire Gajo region, silencing the world. Holy sh*t, it's Chi DeLong Dongxiang again. Is he the son of the Snowdrink Corporation's CEO or something? A voice, filled with disbelief, broke the silence. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it stirred waves that spread across the entire player community, causing an uproar. When the majority of players were still struggling in the hard mode version of the level 10 dungeons, someone had already cleared a level 20 dungeon, and on its highest difficulty, no less. In Stardust, there were 2 types of dungeons. The first type was public dungeons like Creepy Rabbit Nest, which had no prerequisites other than level requirements. The second type, however, was dungeons like Nightmare of the Venomous Spider, which could only be triggered via main or side quests. Once successfully cleared, these dungeons would then become public, open for all players to challenge. They actually fled to avoid humiliation. These AI are shockingly advanced. Chi DeLong sighed in amazement. Having been reborn into this world, he noticed that while this game was similar to the one from his previous life, there were many differences. In his past life, he only had a superficial understanding of the game and had never delved deeper into its mechanics. He had known that certain NPCs and monsters possessed high intelligence, but he never realized how advanced it truly was. He had known that future events would lead to drastic changes, but he never understood why they would happen. Nothing occurred without a reason, the signs had always been there. Perhaps I need to re-evaluate this game, not as if I'm observing everything from a god's perspective, but as an actual participant, Chi DeLong reflected, deciding to retrace his steps. At that moment, a faint glimmer of light caught his eye amidst a pile of rubble. Could it be? His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed over, pulling apart the stones. Sure enough, a small chest the size of a human head lay quietly beneath the debris. If not for his sharp eyes, he might have missed it entirely. I knew this game was stingy, but I didn't think it would outright withhold rewards. The moment he opened the chest, a flood of notification sounds rang out. You have obtained the Chain of Charm. You have obtained the Ring of Charm. You have obtained the Succubus Little Tail. You have obtained Redemption. You have obtained Magic Crystal Powder times 200. You have obtained 2,000 silver coins. Finally, something beyond the guaranteed minimum. Chi DeLong's eyes brimmed with excitement as he looked at the loot in the chest. He quickly picked them up and checked their attributes. Name, Chain of Charm. Type, Necklace. Quality, Excellent. Level requirement, Level 20. Attack, 40. Willpower, 21. Constitution, 22. Spirit, 19. Effect, none. Description, radiates unparalleled charm. Name, Ring of Charm. Type, Ring. Quality, Excellent. Level requirement, Level 20. Attack, 24. Willpower, 20. Endurance, 18. Constitution, 23. Effect, none. Description, radiates unparalleled charm. Succubus Little Tail, * cute with a hint of mischief, seductive with a dash of allure. Redemption, * revive a non-hostile target. Consumes 200 mana, cooldown 600 seconds. Chi DeLong allocated all his free attribute points to willpower, then equipped the 2 new items. His attack power skyrocketed to 923 points, inching ever closer to breaking the 1,000 mark. This thing, he frowned as he examined the small tail in his hand. The item's head was pointed like a peach, with a long tail extending from the back. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled a censored plug. Don't tell me that all succubus tails are just attachments? Chi DeLong muttered under his breath, tossing the item into his backpack before heading back the way he came. He planned to find Preacher Ji Chi to continue with his next quest. After renting a horse-drawn cart from the in-game store, Chi DeLong paused for a moment, pulling out the weapon he had obtained from defeating the venomous spider matriarch. It was a level 20 purple-grade excellent weapon, with base stats and attributes far superior to his current level 15 gear. Logically, equipping higher-level gear of the same quality was a no-brainer. But while the new weapon had better base stats, the older one had unique effects that couldn't be ignored. After a moment's hesitation, Chi DeLong finally made his decision. I'll take the gamble. The worst-case scenario is starting over from scratch.
He used the level 20 weapon, Venomous Fang, as the base material, combining it with his level 15 excellent weapon components. With a dazzling burst of light, a new weapon emerged before him. Name, *unnamed. Type, *one-handed sword. Quality, *excellent. Level, level 22. Attack, *85. Courage, *23. Strength, *21. Spirit, *19. Effects, *1. Each attack applies poison, dealing 100% attack damage per second and reducing all attributes by 30% for 10 seconds. 2. Each attack applies rend, dealing 100% attack damage per second, doubled while moving, lasting 10 seconds. 3. Each attack applies bleed, dealing 100% attack damage per second for 10 seconds. Description, none. Ha, it worked. The ultimate scraping sword. Shi Delong threw his head back in wild laughter, clutching the blade tightly and planting a big kiss on the steel. Although the 4% critical hit rate was gone, the rend and bleed effects had been preserved. Each strike was equivalent to 4, and with the added bonus of reducing all attributes by 30%, it was practically the ultimate tool for whittling down enemies. From now on, you'll be called the Scraping Sword, Shi Delong thought joyfully to himself. With this sword in hand, even if gods descended, he was determined to scrape them down bit by bit. Using the spare time while traveling, Shi Delong ground the remaining 290 crystal powder shards into potions. He kept some for personal use and set aside the rest for sale. Given the current low production of gold coins, Shi Delong decided to convert everything into Federation credits instead. He sent a message to Lu Zhani, who replied in less than 10 seconds. The two exchanged messages back and forth, chatting for about half an hour before finally getting to business. Lu Zhani, not wanting to deal with the hassle, simply sent over the name of the merchant who had handled the equipment last time. So it's him. Seeing the name, Shi Delong had a sudden epiphany. No wonder this person could swallow up such a huge inventory in one go. The man's name was No Money, a top-tier businessman in the real world. At the age of 30, he took over a company on the brink of bankruptcy and, within 5 years, turned it into one of the top 100 globally. With his exceptional personal abilities and extensive network, he built a vast commercial empire. A figure like him should have been stirring up storms in the business world, wielding power to create massive upheavals. Yet, at the age of 50, he chose to step away from it all, resigning from all his positions and declaring he would never involve himself in business affairs again. Such decisiveness, it was truly the mark of a legend. Although no one knew why this living legend had returned to his old trade in the game, collaborating with him was undoubtedly an honor. Adding him as a friend and stating his intentions, they exchanged a few pleasantries and quickly reached an agreement, signing an exclusive distribution contract. During this period, the intermediate Berserk potion would be sold solely by Qian Bu Duo, with profits split 90-10. With his sharp instincts, Qian Bu Duo was convinced that Shi Delong must have other recipes or had already mastered the method to obtain them. He tried to sign a lifelong partnership agreement with Shi Delong, but was flatly refused. Shi Delong wasn't a fool, he knew what a lifelong agreement entailed. Though in a few years, morality and law might become mere formalities, for now, Shi Delong intended to enjoy life to its fullest. The carriage swayed gently, and before he realized it, they had arrived at their destination. Handing over the investigation notes to Priest Ji Qi, Shi Delong recounted in detail everything he had seen and experienced in the nightmare of the venomous spider dungeon. The more Priest Ji Qi listened, the graver his expression became. By the time Shi Delong finished, Ji Qi's brows were tightly furrowed, his face heavy with concern. A succubus? She's studying venom? And she's experimenting on humans? After hesitating for a moment, Priest Ji Qi took out a skill book from his robes and said in a solemn tone, "You've done well. This skill book was given to me by an old friend on his deathbed. It might be of some use to you." "Thank you." Shi Delong accepted the skill book, his eyes lighting up. It was actually a universal skill for Dragon Knights. Dragon Blood Sword Qi. Absorb the life force of your dragon companion and convert it into sword energy, capable of dealing up to 1000% attack damage. Does not consume mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds, ***. As a Dragon Knight, one's core abilities were naturally tied to their dragon companion. For instance, the Dragon Master's stance relied on the dragon companion to provide stacking buffs. Dragon Blood Sword Qi was immensely powerful, especially in player versus player combat, or it could instantly obliterate squishy opponents with a single strike. In front of Shi Delong, with his unconventional all-willpower build, even knights fully equipped in superior-grade purple gear wouldn't stand a chance. "I'll need some time to study the purpose of this crystal. You can tend to other matters in the meantime," Priest Ji Qi said before turning and retreating into his inner chamber, no longer paying Shi Delong any attention. Seeing this, Chi DeLong logged off directly. After playing the game for so long, he felt hungry and decided to grab something to eat first. Emerging from the gaming pod, Chi DeLong pulled open the curtains. Bright sunlight spilled across his face, yet he felt no warmth from it. I still can't fully adapt to this vast and majestic light, he muttered self-deprecatingly, grabbing his phone and heading downstairs to a nearby bun shop. The shop wasn't large, only about 10 square meters. A middle-aged man in his 40s, honest and hard-working, was busy kneading dough, while his wife packed buns for customers at the counter. 2 red date and pork buns, please, Chi DeLong called out, casually finding a spot to sit. It was already 4 p.m., and the place wasn't too crowded. Most of the customers were elderly locals or passers-by. The rich aroma of the buns filled the air, tempting anyone nearby to pause and take a whiff. The shopkeeper's wife worked quickly, and in less than half a minute, a plate of buns was brought to his table. The buns were enormous, just enough to fill both hands. Beneath the smooth, white surface was a tight, springy meatball, topped with a delicate pink red date that made the bun look flawless. Gently pinching the bun, it felt soft and tender, almost melting at his touch. Holding the bun in both hands, he popped the red date into his mouth first. Its subtle sweetness spread through his palate, making his fingers itch to grab more. Biting into the bun, the savory broth burst forth, its rich flavor rushing straight to his brain. Chi DeLong took a deep breath, his face full of delight. What's wrong with you? It's just a bun. Why the exaggerated expression? A disdainful voice came from nearby, making Chi DeLong break into a cold sweat. Turning his head, he was instantly infuriated. Short and stocky, nothing but waste from head to toe, and wearing enough powder to weigh 3 pounds. If a cannon hit you, would there even be blood? Which pigsty collapsed and let you out? You! Chi DeLong's sarcasm left the humanoid creature, who vaguely resembled a woman, seething with rage. She was about to lash out but stopped herself. Flashes of a humiliating memory from months ago, of being kicked into the mud and eating dirt, flooded her mind. She clenched her fists and swallowed her anger. Humph, all you're good for is running your mouth, she sneered as she sat back down. Chi DeLong snorted coldly, rising with his head held high and leaving without looking back. This woman lived in the same neighborhood as him. Despite looking like a pig, she called herself a little fairy. She was always running her mouth, commenting on everything she saw. If that were all, Chi DeLong could have ignored her, avoiding her to keep his peace. But life wasn't that simple. Though Chi DeLong didn't want trouble, trouble often came looking for him. Since he rarely left his home, only going out every couple of weeks to buy essentials, he was shocked when this woman reported him for allegedly cooking drugs in his apartment. The truth was finally revealed, but instead of apologizing, that Sao not only showed no remorse but brazenly resorted to sarcasm, claiming it was for his own good. This left Chi DeLong fuming with rage. From that moment on, the two were at complete odds with each other. Every encounter turned into a verbal clash, and occasionally, things even got physical. Because of these petty disputes, Chi DeLong found himself in trouble with the authorities multiple times. At first, it was just a slap on the wrist with some educational warnings. But as these incidents piled up, even the police grew tired of him. Each time, the issue was resolved by paying compensation, but it left Chi DeLong financially drained. Meanwhile, that Sao managed to profit quite a bit from it all. Damn it! I've got 20 million in my account, enough to keep you in the ICU till your last breath. Chi DeLong cursed under his breath, feeling as though his entire day had been ruined. Back home, he collapsed onto the sofa. While waiting for his food to digest, he opened up the game forum. Thanks to triggering the venomous spider nightmare dungeon, the forum was once again ablaze with activity. Chi DeLong skimmed through the posts, which he could roughly categorize into 4 types. The first were posts like The Unspoken Secrets of Chi DeLong, Dong Chang, and the Snowdrift Group Boss, essentially investigative deep dives. The second were posts like Damn Shills, Go Die Already rage-filled rants. The third were posts like Asterisk Chi DeLong Can't Be Hacking, right? Asterisk, full of malicious speculation. And the fourth were posts like My Only Purpose in Life is to Be Cannon Fodder Existential Musings. Rational players weren't many, most were bandwagoners, clueless observers, or hired trolls. Aside from these, the most eye-catching post was one pinned by the admin, a generous bounty for a walkthrough. Wait, no, it was a generous bounty for offspring post. The poster was hoping Chi DeLong would contact them privately, stating the price was negotiable. It's him! Seeing the username of the poster, Chi DeLong was instantly reminded of his past life. The man's online alias was Asterisk Bloodfire, Underworld Emperor Asterisk, but his real name was Wang Xiaoming. He was the leader of a second-tier guild called Bloodfire Skyhold. Wang was a man of loyalty and generosity. After the game's apocalyptic transformation, he led his comrades to occupy a small city and made a name for himself. Unfortunately, the more loyal a person, the more tragic their end. After following him for over a decade, one of his trusted brothers betrayed him over a woman. The guild was infiltrated and destroyed from within by the Pantheon Alliance. In the end, Wang Xiaoming was horrifically dismembered and killed. Having been reborn, Qi Delong was determined to use his foreknowledge to build his own faction. He planned to recruit virtuous lone wolves and forge alliances with reputable groups. The more friends, the more paths, the fewer enemies, the fewer obstacles. By tying his interests to others, he could ensure that in times of trouble, he'd have allies willing to risk everything to help him. Qi Delong sent Wang Xiaoming a message, and within 10 seconds, he received an enthusiastic reply. With just a few exchanges, the deal was sealed. The walkthrough wasn't particularly complicated. Combining his past life knowledge as a necromancer and his first-hand experience in this life, he could easily devise effective strategies. What troubled most players were the stat requirements. Of course, the level 20 dungeon would be a whole different story. Thanks to gaining the skill Eye of Truth, Qi Delong could see attributes far more detailed than others, making his walkthroughs even more accurate. After logging in, he mailed a few pieces of equipment he no longer needed to Wang Xiaoming, who promptly transferred the agreed-upon payment. Qi Delong closed the chat window, purchased a horse-drawn carriage from the marketplace, and set off toward his next destination. According to Pastor Ji Qi's description, succubi were extremely malevolent creatures from the depths of hell. They could awaken the deepest desires within humans or other beings, driving them into madness and transforming them into monsters. Though Ji Qi was a pastor of the Dustlight Church, his primary role was treating common folk. Matters concerning hell and demons were better understood by the frontline Night Orders. Pastor Ji Qi directed Qi Delong to seek out Night Shira in the Kamala Highlands. She had led troops in battles against Hellspawn and might have valuable information. The carriage moved steadily, and Qi Delong wasn't in a rush. Time passed quietly in the calm of the journey. Feeling a bit bored, he opened his friends list to check the levels of his acquaintances. The sister duo, Lu Zhanyi and Shui Zhanyi, were diligent, already reaching level 18. Gongxi was slightly behind at level 17. As for Mo Li, she's only level 14? That little girl is way too lazy, Qi Delong muttered to himself, though a faint smile appeared on his lips. Adorably sweet, Emily looked no older than 15 or 16, a prime age for sleeping in. Coupled with the heavy burden of schoolwork, it made sense she didn't have much time to game. Her sudden account deletion in the past life likely had something to do with this as well. Shaking his head, Qi Delong was about to close the friends list. But just then, he noticed something unusual. Mo Li's level had changed. Not an increase, but a decrease. From level 14, she had dropped to level 13. What's going on? Qi Delong couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. He didn't act rashly but instead focused intently on his friends list. In less than 10 minutes, Molly's level had dropped again. If you die once, you lose at most 10% of your experience. Dropping an entire level in under 10 minutes means she's dying repeatedly. His mind raced, and Qi Delong quickly pieced together the situation. There were several possibilities for such a scenario, maybe a forced resurrection map, or perhaps an extremely difficult quest, or even being spawn-camped at the revival point. But considering the game had only just launched, and most players were around level 10 or so, how could there be special maps or quests of that kind? The only reasonable explanation was that Molly was being spawn-camped. Someone was trying to kill her back down to level 10. Damn it! Thinking of Molly's timid, wounded animal-like demeanor, Qi Delong's anger surged uncontrollably. Whoever was doing this, for whatever reason, they were as good as dead. Qi Delong had said it before, even Jesus wouldn't be able to save them. Suppressing the murderous intent boiling in his chest, Qi Delong sent Molly a message. You have been attacked by player Invincible Fist. You have 1 minute to counterattack. You have been killed by player Flower Blooming Treasure. You have 1 minute to counterattack. Outside the respawn point near Dawnlight Town, Molly stood amidst a group of players, struggling not to let her tears fall. She had been grinding in the wild when, suddenly, these players surrounded her. They attacked her, humiliated her, and now had her cornered at the respawn point. Depending on its location, a respawn point wasn't necessarily a safe zone. The one she was stuck at was outside Dawnlight Town, at least 200 meters away from the NPC guards. Even if the fighting continued for days, the town's NPCs wouldn't notice a thing. Molly had tried to escape, but countless skills rained down on her every second. She would die the moment she revived. She wanted to log off, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Why should she, someone just trying to play the game properly, have to endure this kind of humiliation? Ding ding ding. The notification sound suddenly rang out, jolting Molly from her despair. Seeing Qi Delong's message, tears she had been holding back finally spilled over, streaming down her face.
Brother-in-law, I'm stuck in a special map. I can't get out for now. She sent back a reply.
The overwhelming grievance she had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a sense of warmth and joy. It feels so good to know someone cares. Molly closed her eyes, no longer looking at the players tormenting her. After all, the worst that could happen was being knocked back to level 10. Since the game had only just launched, she could catch up again with some effort. It was just a shame about the equipment she'd lose. Ding ding ding. Another notification came through. It was another message from Chi DeLong. Just 2 words, yet they burned like a blazing sun cutting through the darkness, illuminating the despair in her heart.
I'm coming. Molly didn't close the chat window.
Instead, she kept staring at it. Like an abandoned puppy, no matter how much torment, hunger, or suffering it endured, it would still wait, holding on to hope for its owner to return.
This little girl, did she lose her mind?
Flower Blooming Treasure sneered as she looked at Molly, whose lips now curved into a faint smile. As a longtime member of the Flower Blooming Guild, she had done far worse and more despicable things than this.
Sympathy was something she could never feel.
On the contrary, she found the greatest pleasure in destroying beautiful things. She had once smashed a puppy to death in front of its mother and shoved needles into kittens.
At 17, she even tortured a poor 4-year-old boy to death.
All the above are purely fictional and bear no relation to any real events or individuals.
Any resemblance is purely coincidental. Relying on her family's connections, she had escaped punishment and roamed free.
But instead of repenting, Flower Blooming Treasure became even more unrestrained. She used public opinion and her family's influence to drive the boy's grieving parents to their deaths. The darkness of human nature was laid bare in her. Losing her mind would be perfect. I'll make sure everyone connected to Chi DeLong suffers a fate worse than death. Sun Yaming gritted her teeth, her face twisted with rage. Her eyes locked onto Molly as if she wanted to devour her alive. She hated Chi DeLong to the core, and by extension, anyone associated with him. Not only did she want to make Chi DeLong's life unbearable in the game, but she also wanted to leave him no escape in the real world. There's no need to get so worked up. We've got plenty of time to play this out. Invincible Fist, the leader of the Fist Gang, leaned in with a sycophantic grin.
Boss, we've got trouble, someone's broken in.
A sudden exclamation broke the silence, leaving Invincible Fist visibly displeased. He was just about to start enjoying himself, but someone had the audacity to interrupt him.
Could they not even read the room? How were they supposed to keep up with him if they lacked even this basic awareness? Someone broke in? Just kill them, isn't that obvious? Do I have to spell it out for you?
Invincible Fist snorted coldly as he spoke.
Boss, we can't hurt him. Wait for me.
Chi DeLong quickly sent Jasmine a message and immediately headed back to the city.
The game Stardust encouraged players to engage in battles with one another.
While there were plenty of respawn points, most of them were located outside the
safe zones.
At this early stage, players still knew very little about the game. From the location where Jasmine was ambushed, it shouldn't be far from Dawn Town. Chi DeLong swiftly locked onto a few possible locations and began searching them one by one. It didn't take long before he found the right place.
No matter who you are, you're all dead.
Raging with fury, Chi DeLong clenched his fists as his thoughts burned with anger.
The reasons and backstory didn't matter.
He would remember these players, and once the game's restrictions were lifted, he would personally settle the score with each and every one of them. Returning to Dawn Town, Chi DeLong purchased a carriage from the in-game shop and immediately rushed toward the nearest respawn point.
Before long, a large group of figures came into view. The Divine Fist Gang?
So it's these mutts. When Chi DeLong saw their guild name, his heart sank, and he immediately pieced together the truth. The Divine Fist Gang, known in the previous timeline as the Divine Dogs or the Mad Dogs, was infamous. The guild leader, Divine Fist Invincible, along with the top-tier members, were all obsessive dog enthusiasts.
Don't doubt it, there are plenty of bootlickers in the world. Some of your friends might even be among them.
It's just that they haven't met the right master yet, so they seem relatively normal. As for Jasmine, despite her venomous heart, her distinguished family background, doll-like face, and ample assets made her impossible to ignore, even for those who weren't naturally inclined to grovel. Divine Fist Gang business.
Outsiders, stay out of the way. A small fry from the Divine Fist Gang stepped forward to block Chi DeLong as he approached.
Before he could finish his sentence, everything went black, followed by a system notification. You have been killed by player Chi DeLong Dongxiang. You have 1 minute to retaliate. With nearly 1,000 attack power, Chi DeLong killed the lackey in a single strike. Without a word, Chi DeLong swung his blade, cutting down anyone in his path.
Assassins, knights, it didn't matter.
If they weren't killed instantly, they would be torn apart by the effects of bleeding, poison, and rupture. A second strike was rarely necessary.
Steel coin. Torch. Shi DeLong didn't need to say more. His 2-leader tier pets immediately began their rampage. Though they often emerged battered and bruised from dungeon runs, against this group of weaklings, they were like gods of slaughter descending upon the battlefield. Steelcoin lashed its tail, killing over 10 players in one swipe. A casual claw strike left its targets either dead or critically injured. Torch was even more ferocious. A sea of fire poured down, instantly clearing out any players it touched. At level 22, these leader tier pets had offensive power, defense, and health that regular players couldn't hope to match. Their chain skills rained down relentlessly. When a critical hit triggered, it barely scratched their health bars. When it didn't, the damage was outright resisted. As Steelcoin and Torch carved through the battlefield, leaving corpses in their wake, Shi DeLong charged straight into the enemy ranks like an unstoppable force. Shi DeLong's ruthless efficiency struck terror into the hearts of the Divine Fist gang. They tried to run, but most didn't have the chance to turn before they were cut down. "It's you, Shi DeLong Donqiang." Divine Fist Invincible, having received frantic messages from his guild members, arrived on the scene with Sun Yaming and Jasmine in tow. Despite his wealthy and influential background, Divine Fist Invincible, along with the countless titles and privileges he enjoyed, was no different from the small fry in Shi DeLong's eyes. The crimson arc of Shi DeLong's dragon blood blade swept across the battlefield. Sun Yaming didn't even have time to speak before she was slain. Shi DeLong had no intention of wasting words with them from beginning to end. After his failed attempt to set an example last time, this time, he was determined to leave them utterly terrified. In the blink of an eye, within just half a minute, Sun Yaming, Jasmine, Divine Fist Invincible, and others were all respawning at the nearest respawn point. Jasmine and Divine Fist Invincible were pale with fear, while Sun Yaming's expression twisted into something more monstrous than a ghost's. "Shi DeLong Donqiang, you'll die a horrible death." Her voice, shrill and filled with rage, had barely finished echoing when his shield came flying through the air, slamming into her head with a sickening thud. The venomous woman was killed instantly once again. To deal with Jasmine, the Divine Fist gang had mobilized over 1,000 players, while Jasmine herself had brought 20 of her own. Though fewer than the numbers from the last battle at Dawn Crypt, their overall strength was significantly higher. But against Shi DeLong, such differences were negligible. Steelcoin and Torch alone were enough to tear through their ranks. Add Shi DeLong into the mix, and they stood no chance. "You, go guard the respawn point." Woof! Hearing Shi DeLong's command, Steelcoin eagerly bounded over to the respawn point. With a tail sweep every 10 seconds and a respawn time of nearly a full minute, no one would survive under Steelcoin's watch. As for logging off, even if they logged off, their bodies would remain. Logging out in an unsafe state meant death, and death still meant losing experience. Previously, they had used this exact method to trap Jasmine at the respawn point. Now, Shi DeLong retaliated in the same way. Over 1,000 players were killed back down to level 10. This should be enough to strike fear into those small-time troublemakers, shouldn't it? Shi DeLong was not a petty man. After his rebirth, he had even been willing to temporarily set aside his hatred for his enemies, focusing all his energy on preparing for the impending upheaval. But when he imagined the horrific scene Jasmine must have been enduring, his rage reignited. Debts have creditors, and grudges have their roots. Why should an innocent, timid little girl bear such undeserved suffering? Wan Huameng, Divine Fist Clan, today is just the beginning. From now on, every time I see you, I will kill you. Remember this face. After killing everyone at the respawn point, Shi DeLong stood there with a cold expression, radiating murderous intent. "No matter where or when, if you see me, you will die." Brother-in-law. Seeing Shi DeLong standing there like a god of death, Jasmine couldn't hold back anymore. She burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. Her petite body trembled slightly, and tears streamed down her cheeks. That pitiful sight reignited Shi DeLong's fury, which had only just subsided. "With me here, no one will dare harm you." He gently patted Jasmine's head, silently sighing in his heart. Such a young child shouldn't have to endure such hardships. Though he couldn't protect her forever, Shi DeLong resolved to ensure that during their time in the game, no one would ever harm her again. Time passed slowly. The players from Wan Huameng and the Divine Fist Clan kept dying and respawning, only to be killed again. One by one, they were all forced back to level 10, their belongings spilling out of their inventories in bags. Some wept bitterly, others snarled and cursed in fury. Shi DeLong ignored their hysterical outbursts. His face remained emotionless, and he gave no response. He simply edited the video footage from earlier and uploaded it to the official forums with the title, Stardust Second 1 vs 1,000, Humans vs Dogs Battle Royale. As before, the video was pay to view, 1 silver coin or 5 federal credits. Fair price, high quality, trustworthy for all. If nothing unexpected happened, there would certainly be a third event, a fourth, a fifth.
When you encounter trouble, tell me right away. No lying, understood? Chi DeLong gently patted Jasmine's small head, his voice firm but tender. Okay. Jasmine nodded and hugged Chi DeLong's waist tightly. Her tear-streaked face had already dried, now graced by a contented smile. Adding flowers to a brocade is easy, but providing help in a snowstorm is invaluable. In moments of despair, even the smallest support leaves an indelible mark. To soothe Jasmine's fragile heart, Chi DeLong decided to postpone his plans to head to Kamara Highlands. On one hand, the area required level 25 to unlock, and he was still 3 levels short. On the other hand, Jasmine had dropped to level 12, and he intended to help her level up together. Fortunately, he'd just beaten the players from the Blossoming Alliance and the Divine Fist Gang back to level 10, and all their equipment had dropped an unexpected windfall. Finding a suitable grinding spot, Chi DeLong directed his companions, Steel Penny and Torch, to farm monsters while he spent time playing with Jasmine. Are you still in school? Yes. Jasmine hesitated for a moment before stammering, I am in my 3rd year of middle school. 3rd year, huh? That's a lot of academic pressure. Chi DeLong nodded knowingly. In Stardust, the game didn't have strict age requirements for players. As long as you were 10 years old and had parental consent, you could enjoy all its content. Lying beside Jasmine, Chi DeLong made casual conversation while Jasmine responded cautiously, as if treading on thin ice. This little girl clearly had something on her mind. Chi DeLong guessed she was likely not a top student, otherwise, she would have bragged about her achievements by now. Brother-in-law, do you like Sister Lu Zhani? Jasmine suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yeah, I guess I do. Chi DeLong chewed on a blade of grass while recalling the red date and pork buns he had for breakfast. They were truly mouth-watering. What do you like about her? Jasmine tilted her head, her face full of curiosity. I like the maternal beauty she exudes. Chi DeLong replied nonchalantly, thinking it best to avoid being too explicit in front of a child. Oh. Jasmine lay back down, her face showing a puzzled expression, clearly unable to grasp the concept of maternal beauty. After a few days of effort, Chi DeLong finally reached level 25, bringing Jasmine up to level 18 in the process. Only then did he board a carriage bound for Kamara Highlands. Truth be told, grinding monsters to level up was painfully slow, far less efficient than tackling dungeons. Even in the later stages of the game, completing a dungeon in Abyss mode could boost your level by at least 1, whereas grinding monsters could take 1 or 2 months. Luckily, Steel Penny and Torch were unaware of Chi DeLong's thoughts, otherwise, they would have cursed him on the spot. Grinding monsters? What a joke! If it weren't for them doing all the work, Chi DeLong would have just been AFK. The carriage swayed as it traveled, rocking Chi DeLong into a drowsy state. You have arrived at your destination. Enjoy your gaming experience. A notification chimed, and the carriage beneath him instantly disappeared. Chi DeLong surveyed his surroundings and immediately spotted a military camp not far away. The members of the Dustlight Church were divided into 2 main factions, the Cleric Order and the Knight Order. The Cleric Order handled logistics, while the Knight Order was responsible for combat. Players starting in beginner villages would train as novices. Upon reaching level 10 and moving to a town, they could officially transition to their chosen class, unlocking specialized skills and enhancing their equipment attributes. At level 40, players could undertake a second-class advancement quest to gain more powerful skills and stat bonuses. From that point on, the gap between players would grow increasingly pronounced. The strong would get stronger, and the weak weaker, a disparity that became particularly stark after the third-class advancement at level 80. Even the weakest third advancement class could easily defeat a group of second advancement players. The gap between the two was almost insurmountable. Hidden classes, however, didn't face such limitations. They started at the peak of power, making it easy to dominate other classes. Of course, if a hidden class had exceptionally good luck, there was also a chance to undergo another class advancement. As for how lucky one had to be, to Chi DeLong's knowledge, only one person in his previous life had ever achieved it. Welcome, noble pioneer and esteemed Holy Light Dragon Knight. Your arrival is an honor. Much like Priest Ji Chi from Dawnlight Town, the camp's guards immediately stepped forward to greet Chi DeLong upon seeing him. Hello, I was referred here by Priest Ji Chi from Dawnlight Town. I'm looking for Knight Sarah. Chi DeLong stated his purpose, and the guards promptly led him into the command tent. The Holy Light Dragon Knight was one of the pinnacle combat forces of the Light faction, representing the peak of the Knight class. Coupled with the title of Pioneer, it was no wonder he received such respect. Guard A's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 10 points. Guard A's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. Current favorability, 30 points. Guard B's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 10 points.
Guard B's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. Current favorability, 30 points.
A series of notifications indicating increased favorability flooded the screen, including one from Shira, the leader of the camp.
Thanks to the introduction by Pastor Jichi, Shira's favorability even exceeded that of other NPCs by 2 points. A succubus has appeared in Dawnlight Town? And it even turned stone into a monster? After hearing the explanation from Kidalong, Shira furrowed her brows tightly, her expression dark as ink. I found this in the rabbit nest.
According to Pastor Jichi's research, it seems to contain a power that can drive creatures into a berserk state.
Kidalong pulled out a crimson crystal, and Shira's face instantly turned pale. This is a demon crystal. A demon crystal from the depths of hell. What's a demon crystal? Kidalong promptly asked, hoping to extract more information.
A demon crystal is a rare mineral from hell that can induce mutations in living beings, causing rage, bloodlust, and a heightened desire for combat, until they completely lose their sanity.
Depending on the environment and the creature's physical constitution, their bodies might also mutate grotesquely into monsters.
As for Stone, that poor child, he must have absorbed the life essence of a venomous spider, which led to his transformation. Shira paused briefly, seemingly lost in thought, before continuing, but in this world, everything follows a balance of yin and yang.
Where there is loss, there is also gain. With the right method, even a demon crystal can be turned into a useful asset.
I have a way to grind a demon crystal into powder and, with various ingredients, make potent attribute-enhancing potions.
However, I'm in a bit of trouble right now and need your help. Go ahead, I'm listening. Kidalong nodded, knowing the main event was about to unfold. Dawnlight Town is a neutral settlement.
According to the agreement, any of the 3 great empires of Tianhaifeng or the Sun Moonstar Federation can station troops here.
However,
for certain reasons, the 6 nations treat this place as a war buffer zone.
But that's not the point. The crucial part is that we are on the verge of complete annihilation. Complete annihilation? Kidalong glanced around the camp.
Including all the NPCs, there were fewer than 10 people. It already seemed like they had been wiped out. This area is called Razorfawn Highlands. There's a moderately sized mine here, rich in high-purity saltpeter deposits.
Half a month ago, the foreman reported an attack by a large group of goblins.
We came to the rescue immediately, but the number of goblins exceeded our expectations, and many of them were goblin assassins. Shira sighed heavily before continuing. These ugly goblins caught us off guard, causing heavy casualties among our team.
We don't know when reinforcements will arrive. For now, we can only rely on you.
The formula Shira had for turning demon crystals into powder was crucial. As the main storyline progressed, the drop rate of demon crystal powder would gradually decrease, replaced by demon crystals of various sizes. Though they came with severe side effects, demon crystals were key materials for crafting numerous potions and specialized equipment.
A bunch of goblins nearly wiped you all out? Kidalong questioned.
Under normal circumstances, goblins are cowardly and cunning creatures, considered the lowest of the low.
Even a level 30 goblin would flee in fear of a level 20 human.
But the goblins here are completely different,
Shira said, shaking her head with a deep frown.
These goblins are vicious, bloodthirsty, and have even adopted professions similar to humans.
Goblin assassins can cloak themselves in ambush,
while goblin archers fire from a distance.
Our priests were caught completely off guard, leading to this near-catastrophic defeat.
I see.
Kidalong nodded and pressed further. Do you know what caused this?
I suspect it's the influence of the demon crystal. Otherwise, their nature wouldn't have changed so drastically.
There might even be
a leader among the goblins, because aside from their heightened aggression, they also organize large-scale harassment operations.
Head to the mine and rescue the trapped miners first. With their help in fortifying defenses, we can hold out a little longer.
Understood.
Kidalong accepted the quest and turned to leave.
Following the path toward the mine, he had only gone about 200 meters when he spotted a goblin. It was a short creature with dark green skin, a wide mouth, small eyes, sharp teeth, and large ears. It clutched a dagger and was crouched in the grass, its dark green skin blending almost perfectly with the surrounding environment. Unfortunately for it, the bright red name hovering above its head was far too conspicuous, and Kidalong spotted it from dozens of meters away.
Name, Goblin Assassin. Quality, Common. Level, 30. Health, 3,200. Defense, 490. Attack, 655. Skills.
1. Backstab, sneaks behind the target to launch an ambush, dealing 150% attack damage and stunning the target for 3 seconds.
Cooldown, 20 seconds.
Description: a member of the Razorfawn Alliance Goblin Forces.
A trash like you isn't even worth my effort, Chi DeLong sneered disdainfully, summoning his companions, Steelcoin and Torch. Oh whoa!
As Chi DeLong's loyal partner, Steelcoin immediately charged forward with a fierce howl, while Torch calmly perched on Chi DeLong's shoulder, meticulously grooming its feathers. Despite the countless goblins on Kamala Heights, all around level 30, they were nothing more than cannon fodder before Chi DeLong. After clearing his way through them, he quickly approached his destination. Rather than heading straight into the mine, Chi DeLong decided to locate the foreman first. This foreman wasn't your average NPC, he was filthy, rich and notoriously corrupt. Overseeing thousands of miners, he skimmed a portion of the mine resources each time they were turned in. Once a month, 12 times a year, and over 10 years, that added up to 120 times. With thousands of miners being shortchanged 120 times each, the sheer amount was terrifying. Saltpeter, as the key ingredient for gunpowder, had to be mined, but Chi DeLong had neither the time nor the inclination to swing a pickaxe. His plan? To haul in enough saltpeter in one go to last for years. It should be around here. Maybe over here. It's definitely here. After flipping over 7 or 8 massive boulders, Chi DeLong finally found his target. The foreman was a grotesque figure, a bulbous head, a neck even thicker than his head, and a belly that outpaced both a textbook example of a walking lamppost ornament. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. I have money, lots of money, and or two. I'll give it all to you, just spare my life. A shrill scream erupted as the foreman's corpulent body cowered between the boulders, trembling so violently that even the rocks quaked alongside him. You said it! A sly grin crept across Chi DeLong's face. Since the foreman was so cooperative, Chi DeLong had no reason to hold back. Not a goblin? Hearing Chi DeLong's voice, the foreman, who had just been trembling like a scared puppy, suddenly stood upright in defiance. Move these rocks out of the way. Perhaps too accustomed to bossing around miners, the foreman's tone was outrageously arrogant. And then, bang! Move your mother's rocks. Chi DeLong's foot shot out, sending both the foreman and the boulders flying in one swift kick. This wasn't a safe zone, and the foreman wasn't some critical quest NPC like Necromancer Mason. A scumbag like this could die and no one would care. As long as no witnesses saw, who'd know whether he was slain by goblins or fell to his own demise? You're a knight of the light faction. You can't treat me this way. The foreman's heart was filled with dread, but he still tried to stand his ground, albeit defiantly. The followers of the light faction were known for being reasonable, devoted to the goddess of light, treating others with benevolence, and never bullying the weak. Violating these principles would lead to expulsion. What the foreman didn't realize, though, was that Chi DeLong was no ordinary knight. He was one of the pinnacle warriors of the light faction. Even the most righteous organizations wouldn't risk offending a powerhouse for the sake of a scumbag who exploited miners. Light faction? Chi DeLong let out a mocking laugh and summoned his battle companion, Steelcoin. Recognize this? The Holy Light Dragon. The moment the foreman saw Steelcoin, he collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed with fear. The ability to summon a Holy Light Dragon? That could only mean one thing: Chi DeLong was a legendary Holy Light Dragon Knight. When Chi DeLong chose this hidden class, he had registered with the Dustlight Church. Priests like Ji Chi and knights like Shella could instantly recognize him by his extraordinary aura. But as a neutral NPC, the foreman could only discern Chi DeLong's class, not his full background. In this moment, the foreman's heart sank into the depths of despair. He wasn't stupid, just greedy and shameless. Ordinary knights didn't scare him, but provoking a Holy Light Dragon Knight? Not even the mayor could shield him. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. I have money, lots of money, and or two. I'll give it all to you, just spare my life. The foreman begged desperately. In the span of a few sentences, the foreman reverted to his initial groveling state. Seeing this, Chi DeLong couldn't help but chuckle. This game was too realistic. It was almost like dealing with real people. Well then, what are you waiting for? Hand it over. Chi DeLong snapped. Yes, here you go. All of it. The foreman didn't dare hesitate. Trembling, he pulled out a massive bundle from behind him. UVE obtained saltpeter times 5 786, 666. UVE obtained 1,645 gold coins. UVE obtained 8,944 silver coins. No wonder that guy in my previous life managed to strike it rich overnight, even keeping 2 high school girls as mistresses. What a fortune that must have been, Chi DeLong muttered to himself, marveling at how quickly robbery could yield wealth. Take all the money and ores. Just spare my life, I beg you. The foreman knelt on the ground, banging his head desperately, tears streaming down his face, his appearance utterly pitiful. I am a dragon knight of the light faction. How could I possibly? Chi DeLong's lips curled into an amused smirk. Thank you. The foreman forced a flattering smile, but the next second, his expression was swallowed by sheer terror.
Did you really think I'd let you go?
Chi DeLong's sword swung down, and the foreman collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Obtained saltpeter times 4,000,000.
Obtained 1,000 gold coins.
The system notification echoed in his ears, and Chi DeLong's mood soared.
Killing the foreman wasn't just about tying up loose ends to prevent him from reporting to the Church of Dustlight.
In his previous life, some unlucky fool, having read too many novels, assumed that beginner villages were filled with powerful NPCs, where even the livestock were legendary beasts. That idiot sneaked into the village chief's home at night to steal a chicken, thinking no one would notice. But as fate would have it, the theft was witnessed by a parrot raised by the widow next door. What followed was a brutal chase involving all the village's livestock, pets, and NPCs. The scene was utterly tragic. Aside from avoiding such complications, Chi DeLong had also wanted to see how much the foreman had been hoarding. And the results exceeded his expectations. Turns out, the foreman hadn't just been hiding valuables, he'd been hoarding quite a lot. This should last until the mutation begins, Chi DeLong thought, his heart brimming with satisfaction as he looked at the 9 million blocks of saltpeter in his inventory. Saltpeter, an essential material for crafting various explosive items. In Stardust, items with the same name had no stacking limits, meaning even 900 million blocks of saltpeter would only occupy a single inventory slot. Though not as common as copper or iron ore, saltpeter was far more valuable. Both alchemists and artificers relied heavily on saltpeter, and for specialized secondary professions like engineering, the material was absolutely indispensable.
Without saltpeter, the entire engineering profession would grind to a halt. Unfortunately, nearly all ores, including saltpeter, were controlled by the 6 nations, the 3 tribes, and the Church of Dustlight.
Players could only access the scraps, impoverished remnants unworthy of the major faction's attention. Under normal circumstances, every NPC corpse would be inspected to determine the cause of death. Injuries caused by goblins differed from those inflicted by players, allowing investigators to deduce the characteristics of the culprit and conduct a thorough search. But Chi DeLong was no ordinary player, he was a holy light dragon knight, a pinnacle combatant of the light faction. A mere greedy, despicable foreman did not warrant being mentioned in the same breath as him. Even the most righteous bishop would find ways to cover up the evidence.
This game was so realistic, it was almost indistinguishable from reality right down to its intricate social dynamics.
If it weren't for the knowledge that this was just a game, Chi DeLong might have believed he'd been transported to another world.
But then again, was this game truly fictional? If it was, why could the items within it manifest in the real world? There's no point overthinking it now.
The most important thing is to reach level 30 and hunt down monsters that drop the death wraith. Chi DeLong shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He already had a few targets in mind for obtaining the death wraith. Once he hit level 30, he'd take them down one by one.
He tried to stuff the foreman's corpse into his inventory but failed. Too lazy to cover it with rocks, Chi DeLong casually tossed the body aside.
The mine wasn't far from the foreman's hiding spot, just a few minutes' walk. The entrance to the mine was wide, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters.
2 thick rails ran parallel into the darkness, gradually disappearing from sight.
As Chi DeLong stepped in, the faint scent of gunpowder wafted into his nostrils. At the same time, a burly silhouette came into view.
Name: Enraged Stone Elemental. Quality: Elite. Level: 30. Health: 9,600. Defense: 650. Attack: 862. Skills:
1. Mountain Crash, leaps high into the air and slams into the ground, dealing 200% attack damage to targets within a 10 × 10 meter area and stunning them for 3 seconds.
Cooldown: 10 seconds.
2. Crushing Blow, strikes a single target, dealing 250% attack damage and stunning them for 3 seconds.
Cooldown: 10 seconds.
Description: a previously docile stone elemental that has inexplicably become extremely aggressive. The stone elemental resembled a living boulder, with a round belly and a round head, giving it an oddly endearing appearance. The mine was crawling with these enraged stone elementals, level 30 elite monsters that were a real hassle to clear out. To ordinary players, this was a daunting challenge, but in Chi DeLong's eyes, they were all trash.
Go! Take it down! At Chi DeLong's command, Gangbang lunged forward without hesitation.
Meanwhile, Torch lazily perched on Chi DeLong's shoulder, having casually unleashed its fire attack and left the rest to others.
Lazy thing, Chi DeLong sighed helplessly. Gangbang was like a dutiful and well-behaved son, always eager to demonstrate its abilities.
Torch, on the other hand, was like a spoiled daughter, waiting for others to cater to its every need. Whenever he snacked, Chi DeLong made sure to toss a few extra pieces of meat to Gangbang. The more obedient and diligent a child, the more care and attention they deserved.
because only he understood how much unspoken grievance lay behind that obedience. You have slain the level 30 elite monster Raging Stone Elemental and gained 2000 experience points. You obtained Boulder Shield. You obtained Saltpeter. You obtained 40 silver coins. Thanks to Gangbang's relentless effort, the Stone Elemental was quickly defeated, dropping its guaranteed loot. Chi DeLong spared the items a glance before tossing them into his backpack. The attributes were garbage, he'd save them up and unload them onto some poor sucker later. The mining tunnel stretched on endlessly, with a Raging Stone Elemental appearing every few dozen meters. Such a dense concentration of elite monsters would slow even top-tier players with perfect teamwork to a crawl. But Chi DeLong wasn't in a rush. He killed them leisurely, treating it as a way to make money. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Chi DeLong's backpack had been filled multiple times. He kept the items with good attributes for himself, while the rest were stuffed into the mailbox, sent to those broke players. That old guy was a business genius. He could sell something worth 100 coins for 500, and the buyer would still be tearfully grateful, feeling like they'd scored a bargain. What's going on? Chi DeLong suddenly felt an itch on his back, as if bitten by some bug. He scanned his surroundings, but there was nothing but stone. Could I be imagining things? He scratched his head and kept moving forward. Just when he thought it was his imagination, the sensation returned less than half a minute later. What the hell? Chi DeLong muttered, finally realizing something was off. This wasn't some random itch, it was a hidden enemy attacking him. Since the attack couldn't cause actual damage, the system was using this itch as a warning. It wasn't long before the familiar itching sensation returned. Chi DeLong slammed his shield into the ground with force, sending an invisible shockwave rippling outward. Shield tremor, minus 1386. A damage number exceeding 1000 appeared instantly, forcing the hidden enemy out of stealth. Taking advantage of the 3-second stun, Chi DeLong quickly activated True Sight to check the enemy's attributes. Name, Goblin Assassin Centurion. Rarity, Leader. Level, 30. Health, 28,800. Defense, 828. Attack, 1,107. Skills. 1. Stealth. Conceals the user for 30 seconds, reducing movement speed by 50% but increasing attack power by 100%. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 2. Backstab. Strikes from behind, dealing 150% attack damage and inflicting a 3-second stun. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Description: a centurion of the Goblin Assassins allied with the Toothfang Valley forces. Prefers ambushing its prey while hidden. Well, damn. This thing's a sneaky little bastard, Chi DeLong couldn't help but exclaim. 30 seconds of stealth with a 30-second cooldown. Against other players, this would mean instant death. They wouldn't even know how it happened. This monster was a sneaky trickster, just like the boss of the Shuain Corporation, a super stingy miser. Dozens of elite stone elementals in the front, a leader-class assassin in the back. The lengths they went to ensuring players couldn't gather resources were downright devious. As players' levels increased, similar resource collection zones would gradually open up. But let's not forget all mining resources were controlled by the 6 nations, 3 clans, and the Dawnlight Church. If you wanted to mine or gather herbs, you'd have to pay a hefty fee. Either buy a lifetime permit outright or submit to an ongoing revenue share. To this, Chi DeLong scoffed and silently raised 2 middle fingers. Alright, son, go get him. At Chi DeLong's command, Gangbang charged in headfirst. Torch, though lazy by nature, wasn't idle once its cooldowns reset. Minus 2,200, minus 1,314, minus 2,345, minus 222, minus 256, minus 213. Massive damage numbers floated above the enemy's head, interspersed with several smaller hits in the 200s. The nickname Scraping Sword was spot on, the damage was brutal. While the Goblin's stealth had a cooldown of 30 seconds, Shield Tremor only needed 10. The Goblin Assassin Centurion barely had time to vanish into stealth before he was struck out of it. Under the combined assault of Chi DeLong and his 2 pets, the monster couldn't muster any resistance and was swiftly slain on the spot. You will all be killed by the leader. With a shrill and despairing wail, a large assortment of items exploded out like a celestial scattering of flowers. You have slain the level 30 boss monster, Goblin Assassin Centurion, gaining 6,000 experience points. You have obtained Thorn Dagger. You have obtained Thorn Ring. You have obtained Thorn Armor. You have obtained Thorn Bracelet. You have obtained the skill Stealth. You have obtained the skill Throwing Daggers. You have obtained Letter for the Kobold Elder. You have obtained Saltpeter times 60,000. You have obtained 300 silver coins. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 26. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Wow! Did Lady Luck finally decide to show up to work? 4 pieces of gear and 2 skill books dropped? Chi DeLong stared in shock. Since the game launched, he had killed no fewer than 8,000 monsters. Even with a low drop rate, it should not have been so barren. And yet, aside from the occasional silver coin or two, he had gotten nothing. Whether it was elite monsters or boss monsters, they had all only dropped the bare minimum rewards. Leader tier monsters were a bit more generous, but not by much. The only time he had ever seen a big loot drop was when he had teamed up with Lu Zhani, Shui Zhani, Gongxi, and Jasmine. This had left Chi DeLong with a lingering suspicion: had Lady Luck cursed him? But now, this pile of items in front of him reignited his confidence. Lady Luck hadn't cursed him, she had just been taking a day off. Oh, my dearest goddess of fortune, MWA. Chi DeLong puckered his lips and blew a loud kiss into the air before finally beginning to collect the items. Name: Thorn Dagger. Type: Dagger. Quality: Superior. Level requirement: Level 30. Attack: 93. Willpower: 23. Critical rate: 3%. Effects: 1. Thorn Set, 1/2 increases critical rate by 10%. 2. Thorn Set, 1/4 increases movement speed by 20%. 3. Thorn Set, 1/6 increases stealth duration by 30%. 4. Thorn Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown time by 50%. Description: equipment painstakingly crafted by the legendary assassin Queen of Thorns. Collect the full set to unlock guidance for transitioning into the hidden class Thorn Assassin. Name: Thorn Ring. Type: Ring. Translation continues. Quality: excellent. Level: 30. Attack: 25. Willpower: 21. Critical rate: 3%. Effects: 1. Thorn Set, 1/2 increases critical rate by 10%. 2. Thorn Set, 1/4 boosts movement speed by 20%. 3. Thorn Set, 1/6 extends stealth duration by 30%. 4. Thorn Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown by 50%. Description: this equipment was meticulously crafted by the legendary assassin, the Queen of Thorns. Collecting the entire set will unlock a unique path, allowing the wearer to change their class to the hidden profession Thorn Assassin. Name: Thorn Armor. Type: Leather Armor. Quality: excellent. Level: 30. Defense: 83. Willpower: 25. Critical rate: 3%. Effects: 1. Thorn Set, 1/2 increases critical rate by 10%. 2. Thorn Set, 1/4 boosts movement speed by 20%. 3. Thorn Set, 1/6 extends stealth duration by 30%. 4. Thorn Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown by 50%. Description: this equipment was meticulously crafted by the legendary assassin, the Queen of Thorns. Collecting the entire set will unlock a unique path, allowing the wearer to change their class to the hidden profession Thorn Assassin. Name: Thorn Bracers. Type: Gloves. Quality: excellent. Level: 30. Defense: 58. Willpower: 22. Critical rate: 3%. Effects: 1. Thorn Set, 1/2 increases critical rate by 10%. 2. Thorn Set, 1/4 boosts movement speed by 20%. 3. Thorn Set, 1/6 extends stealth duration by 30%. 4. Thorn Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown by 50%. Description: this equipment was meticulously crafted by the legendary assassin, the Queen of Thorns. Collecting the entire set will unlock a unique path, allowing the wearer to change their class to the hidden profession Thorn Assassin. Skill: Stealth, *. While in combat, the user can remain hidden for 10 seconds. Outside of combat, the stealth duration is unlimited. Performing actions such as moving, using skills, activating items, or taking damage will break the stealth state. Mana cost: 100. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Skill: Dagger Barrage, * throws all daggers in hand, dealing damage equal to 100% of the user's attack plus 200% of the dagger's attack to all targets hit. Letter to the Kobold Elder, *. A letter presented to the Kobold Elder by the Goblin Chieftain, seemingly containing secrets related to an impending Goblin rebellion. The situation seems a bit tricky. Aside from the universal skill throwing daggers, why is everything else assassin-related gear? A thought flashed through Chi DeLong's mind. Could it be that these 4 pieces of gear are just the guaranteed drops? 4 pieces of equipment dropping at once, and as a set no less, had a high likelihood of being just that. Following the rules of this game,
You're always given a ridiculously overpowered reward at the start, like a sweet honey date, but it's bound to get tough later on. A complete set of gear requires 8 pieces, and killing a boss only drops 4 at best. The remaining 4? Either they're tied to insanely difficult chain quests, or you'll have to hunt down specific monsters to get them. In his past life, someone had managed to collect 7 pieces of the set and thought they were on the verge of ultimate glory. But the moment they saw the requirements for the last piece, they were dumbfounded. The final piece of the set was held by an outdoor world boss. Now, outdoor world bosses and dungeon bosses were 2 entirely different beasts. Dungeon bosses had a player limit, but outdoor bosses? You'd be facing thousands upon thousands of players at once. And even so, the number of outdoor bosses killed by players was less than a tenth of dungeon bosses. It was clear, collecting a full set was a trap designed to torment players. But no matter. With Chi DeLong's help, even an outdoor boss wasn't entirely out of reach. Though the stealth skills in these 4 pieces of gear were clearly geared toward assassins, Chi DeLong wasn't left empty-handed. At least he could still learn the universal skill, throwing daggers. As the name suggests, throwing daggers involves tossing daggers. The more you can hold, the more you can throw. If you could grab 10 daggers, that's 10 daggers thrown at once. And the skill wasn't restricted to just daggers, you could throw stones, bombs, even potatoes if you wanted. The name might not sound impressive, but the power behind it was nothing to scoff at. Well, a pleasant little surprise, I suppose, Chi DeLong said with a grin. He happily mastered the skill and, armed with his coin pouch and torch, ventured deeper into the mine. After spending several hours battling over 100 elite rock monsters, Chi DeLong finally found the group of trapped miners. They were huddled in a narrow tunnel, visibly trembling with fear but thankfully suffering minimal casualties. The monsters in the mine had been cleared out, and the return trip went smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Chi DeLong escorted the miners back to the camp, where the night Shella greeted them with uncontainable joy. "How are things in the mine?" Shella asked. "Not great. The place was crawling with crazed rock elementals, and I even ran into a goblin assassin centurion," Chi DeLong replied as he handed over a letter labeled for the Kobold Elder. After reading the letter, Shella's face darkened, her brows knitting into a tight frown. "This is serious trouble," she muttered gravely. "It seems the goblins have made contact with the kobolds. I suspect they're plotting something sinister." "Kobolds?" "Yes, kobolds," Shella confirmed, taking a deep breath before continuing. "The Kamara Highlands are divided into 2 regions, one occupied by goblins and the other by kobolds. Normally, the 2 are at each other's throats, constantly at war. But for some reason, the goblins have become unusually active lately, while the kobolds have been eerily quiet. Honorable Dragon Knight of the Holy Light, I need to oversee the miners as they build defensive fortifications. The investigation will have to rely on you. If you can stop whatever they're planning, that would be ideal. Oh, and I have something that might help you. You have received 7 wolves." "Alright, I'll go check it out," Chi DeLong replied. Accepting the quest, he took off running while examining the newly acquired piece of equipment. Name, 7 wolves. Type, belt. Quality, excellent. Level, 25. Effect, increases damage dealt to players by 100%. Description, a childhood nightmare. Holy crap, a PK god-tier item. Chi DeLong couldn't help but blurt out upon seeing its stats. A 100% damage boost? That was practically critical hits with every strike. Chi DeLong's attack power was already high, and with this, no other player would stand a chance. Even before, his attacks could either one-shot opponents or whittle them down with relentless strikes. Now, it didn't seem like much would change, just the speed of their demise. In Stardust, gear was divided into 4 qualities: common, fine, excellent, and legendary. Additionally, equipment could be categorized as either standard or special gear. Headgear, chest armor, gloves, boots, weapons, necklaces, and rings. These 8 slots were considered standard equipment. Belts, cloaks, and accessories, on the other hand, were classified as special gear. Standard gear was relatively easy to obtain, but special gear only appeared occasionally in certain quests. Getting a piece of special gear now was proof of how generous the rewards were for this SSS tier main storyline quest. Special gear was called special for a reason, it always came with unique effects. These effects could range from completely useless to absolutely game-breaking. The special effect of the 7 Wolves belt was undoubtedly in the latter category, a godlike ability, and a nightmare for other players. Reflecting on this, Chi DeLong quickened his pace. After half an hour of running, he finally arrived at the Kobold territory. Hiding behind a large boulder, he carefully observed the Kobold's stats. Name, Kobold Berserker. Quality, common. Level 30. Health, 3500. Defense, 510. Attack, 630. Skills, asterisk. 1. Bloodthirst, burns 1% of HP per second to increase attack by 100% and applies a 10-second bleed effect. Description, Berserkers of the Fanged Valley Alliance. This is no ordinary kobold, it's a dog that walks upright. Their bodies are covered in scraggly brown and black fur, short and stout in stature, with drooping skin on their faces and oversized canine teeth protruding from their mouths. At first glance, they resemble Shar-Pei dogs attempting to mimic human walking. But unlike pets, these kobolds reek of a nauseating stench. Kidalong didn't want to get too close. He muttered to himself, gross. Alright, you two, do your thing. He summoned Steel Coin and Torch, his two trusty companions, and launched a cleanup operation. Under the relentless onslaught of Kidalong and his pets, the kobold berserkers fell one after another, the scene unfolding like a bloody spectacle. Yet, their comrades showed no hesitation, rallying together amidst a cacophony of barking and snarling. Unlike his earlier approach in the mines, Kidalong wasn't here to kill every monster in sight. His goal was to gather intelligence. Too much bloodshed could raise alarm. He decided to first uncover the connection between the kobolds and goblins before making his move. After clearing out the berserkers in the area, Kidalong carefully avoided the patrolling kobolds and stealthily delved deeper into the territory. Before long, he found himself in front of an enormous tent. Massive wooden beams held it up, and its sides were tightly wrapped in animal hides. The entrance flap was adorned with goblin skulls, a grisly and ominous display. This must be the place, Kidalong thought. Instead of barging in, he tucked himself into a concealed corner and waited patiently. Sure enough, after 5 minutes, a chaotic barking broke the silence. He turned his head to see a towering kobold approaching, surrounded by a pack of yipping kobolds. The imposing figure wore a cloak made of some animal's hide, a large necklace strung with bones hanging around its neck, and a warped staff gripped tightly in its hand. It exuded an aura of authority, its presence alone marking it as extraordinary. Name, Trusted Aid of the Kobold Elder. Quality, Elite. Level 30. Health, 26,000. Defense, 760. Attack, 1207. Skills, asterisk. 1. Rapid Spin. The staff spins at high speed, extending and retracting to deal 12 damage per second to targets. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 2. Explosive Fireball, conjures multiple fireballs, each dealing 250% attack damage to targets within a 4x4 meter radius and knocking them back. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 3. Ring of Fire, pushes all targets within range 20 meters away, dealing 200% attack damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 4. Summon Allies, calls for reinforcements. The number summoned depends on the density of nearby monsters. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description, the Casanova among dogs. Holy crap, this thing is legit? A true specialist. Good thing I have no sense of moral integrity, otherwise, I'd be shattered by now. Kidalong was astonished by the stats of the creature. The Shuane Corporation cut corners wherever possible, yet here they were, shamelessly churning out monstrosities like this. What's the point of this skill set? To curry favor with the Kobold Elder? Oh, no wonder it became the trusted aid. As scenes from dog-themed movies played in his mind, the sudden barking of kobolds snapped him back to reality. Woof, delivering a message, woof. The trusted aid barked while gesturing animatedly with its staff. The surrounding kobold berserkers wore serious expressions as if they understood every word. What the heck? What's it even saying? How can they tell what it means? Is the real meaning hidden in those barks? Kidalong was utterly baffled. He came to gather intelligence, not solve riddles. Aside from incomprehensible babble, all he heard were endless woofs. Did they seriously think he could understand them? Even a real dog wouldn't make sense of this nonsense. Kidalong, feeling helpless, decided to stop hiding and hurled his shield directly at the enemy. Minus 5,555. A massive critical damage number appeared above the target, instantly reducing 1/5 of the Elder's Confidant's health bar. Seizing the opportunity, Kidalong unleashed a combo of 3 rapid strikes, his attack slicing away until the creature's health was halved. Steel Coin, Torch. Awooh! Chirp! Like feral beasts, his two pets charged forward, mercilessly clearing out the surrounding minions. Foolish human! The Elder's Confidant finally recovered from the stun effect and began its counterattack. Retreat! 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 The creature swung its bone staff, summoning flames from thin air that spread outward in a fiery ring. Zzzzz. The searing fire hissed and crackled as it scorched the air, erupting in a shower of sparks when it made contact with Kidalong's body. However, instead of forcing him back as expected, a large immune floated up above Kidalong, leaving the Elder's Confidant dumbfounded. Its canine brain struggled to comprehend.
What had just happened? It wasn't as sharp as the alluring and cunning succubus Keohan Dinako. After a brief moment of confusion, it gathered dozens of fireballs in an instant. Boom! A towering inferno engulfed Chi DeLong, turning the area within several meters into a sea of fire. Woof, you're doomed. The dog-like creature barked smugly. As the Elder's confidant, it was no mere decoration. This devastating move had incinerated countless goblins alive. A mere human, let alone a human like Chi DeLong, would stand no chance. Even the Night Syra from the nearby Dustlight Church camp wouldn't walk away from such an attack unscathed. But then, the unexpected happened. A faint purple glow tore through the flames, slamming directly into the creature's forehead. How, woof, is this possible? Its canine face contorted into disbelief. This technique had been unstoppable, why was it failing now? With that dog brain of yours, it's no surprise you can't figure it out. Chi DeLong smirked coldly, pressing his attack. The Elder's confidant's health rapidly dwindled, leaving it with only a sliver of life. One more strike would finish it off. At that moment, the creature suddenly raised both hands high and began chanting in an eerie tone. Woof woof, woof, woof your mother. Chi DeLong bellowed in anger, bringing his sword down hard on its dog-like skull. You have killed level 30 elite boss Elder's confidant of the Kobold clan and gained 6,500 experience points. You obtained Blazing Explosion Staff. You obtained Blazing Explosion Pendant. You obtained Blazing Explosion Hood. You obtained Blazing Explosion Boots. You obtained Blazing Fireball. You obtained Armor of Flames. You obtained Kobold Head. You obtained Letter to the Goblin Chief. You obtained 350 silver coins. Just like the Goblin Assassin Centurion before it, the Elder's confidant exploded into a pile of loot upon death. However, as Chi DeLong glanced at the items, all emblazoned with the prefix Blazing Explosion, a thought occurred to him. Could these be part of a set? Chi DeLong picked up everything from the ground, then turned around suddenly and delivered a powerful strike. The demon-slaying slash thundered down with an unstoppable force. Although the Elder's trusted aide was already dead, his final summoning skill had not been interrupted. Within a 100-meter radius, Kobold berserkers heard the summoning and charged in frenziedly, surging forward like an unstoppable tide. This scene reminded Chi DeLong of the stray dogs in rural villages. They would always form gangs, moving in packs. If you provoked one, you'd quickly find yourself being chased by an entire pack with nowhere to hide. Though Chi DeLong had never personally experienced rural life, he had heard stories of how to deal with such situations. First, you would approach cautiously, offering food to make peace and gradually earn the favor of the village's alpha dog. Once you secured the alpha support, the other strays would begin to act more politely. Step by step, you could isolate and surround the rest of the pack, taking them down one by one. Eventually, you would defeat the alpha, establish dominance, and claim your position as the new leader. The Kobold berserkers summoned by the Elder's aid numbered at least 200, but to Chi DeLong, they were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Together with his two pets, he waged an intense battle. In just 5 minutes, he had wiped them all out. Let's hope my guess is right. Chi DeLong found a clean rock to sit on and began inspecting the loot that had just dropped. Name, Flame Burst Staff. Type, Staff. Quality, Excellent. Level 30. Attack, 97. Courage, 23. Spirit, 21. Effects. 1. Flame Burst Set, 1/2, increases critical hit rate by 10%. 2. Flame Burst Set, 1/4, increases mana by 2,000 points. 3. Flame Burst Set, 1/6, reduces mana consumption by 30%. 4. Flame Burst Set, 1/8, reduces skill cooldown time by 50%. Description: a piece of gear meticulously crafted by the legendary warlock, the Flame Burst Sovereign. Collecting the full set will lead you to guidance, unlocking the hidden class Flame Burst Warlock. Name, Flame Burst Pendant. Type, Necklace. Quality, Excellent. Level 30. Attack, 29. Courage, 21. Spirit, 22. Effects. 1. Flame Burst Set, 1/2, increases critical hit rate by 10%. 2. Flame Burst Set, 1/4, increases mana by 2,000 points. 3. Flame Burst Set, 1/6, reduces mana consumption by 30%. 4. Flame Burst Set, 1/8, reduces skill cooldown time by 50%. Description: a piece of gear meticulously crafted by the legendary warlock, the Flame Burst Sovereign. Collecting the full set will lead you to guidance, unlocking the hidden class Flame Burst Warlock. Name, Flame Burst Hood. Type, Hood. Quality, Excellent. Level, LV 30. Defense, 45. Willpower, 25. Spirit, 20. Effects. 1. Flame Burst Set, 1/2, increases critical hit rate by 10%.
2. Flame Burst Set, 1/4 increases mana by 2000 points. 3. Flame Burst Set, 1/6 reduces mana consumption by 30%. 4. Flame Burst Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown time by 50%. Description: crafted with utmost dedication by the legendary warlock, the Flame Burst Sovereign. Collecting the full set will grant guidance to transition into the hidden class, Flame Burst Sorcerer. Name: Flame Burst Foot Wraps. Type: Foot Wraps. Quality: excellent. Level: LV 30. Defense: 36. Willpower: 22. Spirit: 24. Effects: 1. Flame Burst Set, 1/2 increases critical hit rate by 10%. 2. Flame Burst Set, 1/4 increases mana by 2000 points. 3. Flame Burst Set, 1/6 reduces mana consumption by 30%. 4. Flame Burst Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown time by 50%. Description: crafted with utmost dedication by the legendary warlock, the Flame Burst Sovereign. Collecting the full set will grant guidance to transition into the hidden class, Flame Burst Sorcerer. Name: Burning Armor. Type: Chestplate. Quality: excellent. Level: LV 30. Defense: 83. Willpower: 23. Strength: 22. Effect: 1. Upon being attacked, ignites the attacker, dealing damage equal to 100% of your attack power over 10 seconds. Description: the blazing flames symbolize the Elder's burning love. Skill: Flame Burst Fireball, summon 3 fireballs, each dealing damage equal to 200% of your attack power within a 5 by 5 meter radius. Consumes 500 mana. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Each summoned fireball has a 30% chance to split into 2. Split fireballs also have a 30% chance to continue splitting. Split fireballs do not consume mana or reset the cooldown. Item: Kobold Head Statue, a peculiar statue worshipped by kobolds, seemingly harboring unparalleled power. Stroke it gently with a smile, and perhaps a miracle may occur. Item: Letter to the Goblin Chief, a letter from the Kobold Elder to the Goblin Chief, seemingly plotting something secret. Burning Armor? Not bad, from a scraping master to a scraping grandmaster. Chi DeLong equipped the new armor and immediately felt a wave of warmth flow through his body. It was akin to the gentle and bright sunlight of spring, not scorching, but comforting. This was an unprecedented sensation, one that could only feel so real within the realm of gaming. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment for half a minute before pulling out the Kobold Head Statue, a radiant smile spreading across his face. The fuzzy texture felt soft and smooth, like a newborn puppy, delivering an exquisite tactile sensation as if he had touched a miracle. A what? Seeing Chi DeLong grinning foolishly, Steel Coin tilted his head in confusion. Chirp, has the master gone dumb? Torch leapt onto Steel Coin's head, brimming with curiosity. Oh whoa, no way, master is the smartest person in the world. Steel Coin shook his head firmly, his stance unwavering. Chirp, I'm the smartest one. Chi DeLong continued to smile vacantly, standing still for over 3 minutes. Steel Coin decided to patrol the area, remaining vigilant to ensure no monsters came close. Chirp, master's definitely lost it. Let's split his loot. Oh whoa, you're spouting nonsense. Say one more word, and I'll bite you. You have gained awakening power. After stroking for 5 minutes, a notification finally chimed. Chi DeLong took a deep breath, a wave of joy washing over him. Ha, what's going on? Why are you two fighting? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Steel Coin standing on top of Torch, his face full of confusion. Steel Coin had always been obedient, and Torch often bounced around on his head. Yet, Steel Coin had never shown anger before. What exactly had happened in these 5 minutes? Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa. Steel Coin gestured with his paws, clearly complaining, though Chi DeLong couldn't understand a word. Alright, you two need to get along. No fighting, okay? Chi DeLong rubbed Steel Coin's head and took out the newly acquired item. Awakening Power significantly accelerates pet growth rate and guarantees the learning of 1 to 3 new skills. Whoa, 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 this is insane. I've hit the jackpot. Seeing the description of the Awakening Power, Chi DeLong's face lit up with unrestrained joy. The higher the quality of a pet, the more challenging its growth path becomes. For pets of ordinary quality, they can evolve once every 10 levels after their juvenile phase, level 10 to adolescent, level 20 to adult, and level 30 to prime. However, starting from elite quality pets, the leveling required to evolve increases. Elite quality pets reach the adolescent stage at level 20, boss quality at level 30, and leader quality at level 40. Under normal circumstances, Gangbang and Torch would need to reach level 40 to evolve, significantly boosting their attributes and unlocking new skills. But with the Awakening Power, they could bypass a massive amount of time and instantly ascend to the adolescent stage.
Lady Luck, you're my queen. I swear I love you to death. If I ever catch you, I'll make sure you have 7 or 8 kids with me. Chi DeLong's face was plastered with a lecherous grin as he unhesitatingly slapped the awakening power onto Gangbang's forehead. Such a rare treasure naturally had to be used on Gangbang first. The little guy was obedient, loyal, and would never betray him. Who else would deserve it more? Oh whoa! The awakening power surged into its body, and Gangbang let out a pained howl, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Yet despite the agony, there was no resentment or even a trace of doubt in its eyes. To Gangbang, Chi DeLong was its everything, someone who would never harm it. Good boy, hang in there. It'll be over soon. Chi DeLong crouched down, gently stroking Gangbang's small head. Gangbang stretched out its tongue, softly licking Chi DeLong's hand in response. The pain didn't last long. A dazzling white light erupted from Gangbang's body as its form rapidly transformed. In less than 10 breaths, the once puppy-sized Gangbang had grown into a creature as tall as a young bull. Name, Holy Light Dragon, Gangbang Adolescent Stage. Quality, Leader. Level, 26. HP, 200,000. Defense, 945. Attack, 1-263. Skills, Asterisk. 1. Tail Sweep, deals 300% attack damage to all targets within range. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2. Holy Dragon Roar, deals 300% attack damage to targets in a cone-shaped area in front, causing a 3-second stun effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 3. Holy Light Judgment, releases a beam from its mouth that deals 250% attack damage per second to a single target, tracking the target's movement for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 4. A Descent of the Holy Dragon, when summoned, the Holy Light Dragon descends upon the target's location, dealing 500% attack damage and causing a 3-second stun effect. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description, loyal, brave, powerful, and unyielding. The evolved steel coin was now rideable, and its wings had grown sturdier and more robust. Let's go for a spin. Chi DeLong swung himself onto steel coin's back. The creature immediately shot forward like an untamed wild horse. The little guy's fur was long and soft, making the ride surprisingly comfortable. It ran with the stability of an old horse, you could barely feel any jolts or bumps. Oh whoa! Steel coin let out a howl, seemingly dissatisfied with just running on land. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a gust of wind, whipping Chi DeLong's hair and fur into his face. He had to squint to keep his eyes open. He'd thought that in its adolescent stage, Steel Coin wouldn't be able to fly, but to his surprise, it actually lifted off the ground. Although it only hovered half a meter above, that was already incredible progress. Fantastic! Chi DeLong gave its rear a hearty slap, and Steel Coin let out an excited howl in response. The rewards from the main quest had truly been generous: the Thorn Assassin's exclusive armor set, the Flameburst Mage's exclusive armor set, and that peculiar dog-headed statue. His gains were monumental. Unfortunately, the statue had a cooldown period of 10 days, and its results were unpredictable. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a game-breaking artifact. I'll give the Thorn Assassin set to Molly. Paired with stealth skills, she'll definitely become the nightmare of our enemies. As for the Flameburst Mage set and skills, Chi DeLong frowned. He didn't want Rujani to switch to a Flameburst Mage. Who would heal him then? I'll hold on to it for now. Sooner or later, some unlucky soul will stumble upon a piece of the set and be willing to pay a fortune for it. Exclusive sets for hidden classes are unique, there's no way they won't cave. While Chi DeLong was wrapped in his thoughts, Steel Coin had already galloped back to the camp. I can't believe the goblins and kobolds have joined forces. Knight Sarah's face turned pale with shock as she read the letter Chi DeLong handed her. The camp was already reduced to a ragged bunch of survivors. Even a small group of goblins or kobolds could wipe them out, let alone if the two races had united. Kobolds and goblins have been at each other's throats for centuries, their hatred running deep. What could have possibly happened to force them into an alliance? Sarah furrowed her brows, sensing the severity of the situation. After a brief hesitation, she said to Chi DeLong, I included 2 sets of numbers in the letter. If interpreted as coordinates, they point to a place ahead called Razorfang Valley. Go there and find out what they're up to. With that, Sarah took off her cloak and handed it to him. I can't leave the camp right now. It's all up to you. This cloak has been with me for years, it might offer you some help. Don't worry, I've got this. Chi DeLong took the cloak and strode off, ready to take on the level 30 dungeon, the final step of the SSS tier main quest, the second ring. After marking the coordinates on the map, Steel Coin spread its wings and dashed off. While on the move, Chi DeLong took out the cloak to inspect it. Name, Divine Miracle. Type, Cloak. Quality, Excellent. Level, 25. Effects, *. 1. Creates a void prison with a shield value of 20,000.
The shield dissipates either when fully depleted or after 30 minutes.
Death within the
prison results in immediate resurrection on the spot, with a 5% boost to all attributes per stack, up to a maximum of 10 stacks.
Cooldown, 12 hours.
Description, said to be casually crafted by an otherworldly visitor who went by the name Gongshu. However, in the eyes of master craftsmen, this was considered a miraculous creation.
Wow, this thing is insane. With this on me, who'd dare mess with me?
I could grind them back to level 10.
Chi DeLong's face lit up with joy. As a hardcore veteran player, he instantly grasped the cloak's primary utility after seeing its attributes. In any online game, the essence lies in player interaction and combat.
No matter how intricate and varied the dungeons may be, they can't compare to the thrill of player versus player battles. Whether it's the epic clash of thousands or the intimate challenge of 1v1 or 1v2, such encounters have their own unique charm. The former is a blood-soaked testament to bravery, while the latter is a showcase of peak skill and strategy. The Seven Wolves belt combined with the Divine Miracle Cloak was destined to become the nightmare of his enemies. Today's a fine day, oh, such a fine day. Chi DeLong hummed a tune, his mood lifted. The destination lay at the border between Goblin and Kobold territories, a place called Razorfang Valley. The Kobold Elder and Goblin Chief were there, negotiating their alliance. As for the exact reasons and future developments, Chi DeLong wasn't sure. The undead Archmage class wasn't suited for small-scale skirmishes, and in his previous life, he hadn't run that dungeon many times. Plus, most of his focus back then had been on Sun Yamming, so his understanding of the storyline was only surface level.
There was still some distance to Razorfang Valley.
Bored, Chi DeLong opened the forums to browse posts. As a prominent figure, nearly every trending post was somehow related to him. The titles, such as The Untold Secret Between Chi DeLong Donqiang and the Snowdrink Group Boss, My 3 Days and 3 Nights with Chi DeLong Donqiang, and a rational discussion on why Chi DeLong Donqiang is so overpowered, were almost irresistible, practically begging to be clicked. Driven by curiosity, Chi DeLong clicked on the post titled 3 Days and 3 Nights. What greeted him on the second floor of the thread was a 32K ultra-high-definition photo. Good heavens! This was the very definition of a pig achieving human-like sentience, or the second brother descending upon the world. The pig-like face in the image was so beyond saving that even an 80-level beauty filter couldn't work its magic. I'd rather beat myself to death. Chi DeLong cursed angrily, immediately blocking the post's creator. This person was not only dark-skinned, ugly, and fat but also completely unaware of their own shortcomings, a rotten dog through and through. If it weren't for how revolting it was, Chi DeLong would have knocked them back to level 10. At a spot roughly 200 meters from the coordinates, gangbang came to a halt. Ahead of him, a horde of kobold berserkers and goblin assassins had gathered, their blood-red names standing out even among the bushes.
Go! Show me your strength, Chi DeLong commanded. Gangbang nodded, and in an instant, his body vanished.
The next moment, he reappeared above the heads of the monsters.
Boom!
It was as if Mount Tai had collapsed, or a raging ocean had overturned. A thunderous shockwave descended, wiping out every goblin assassin and kobold berserker within a 10 by 10 meter radius in the blink of an eye.
A piercing howl echoed in all directions as an invisible shockwave rippled outward. Monsters within the fan-shaped area ahead seemed to have their arteries severed, their health bars plummeting.
The lucky ones barely hung on with a sliver of health, while the unlucky ones dropped dead immediately. 2 of the 3 advanced skills gangbang had learned were already unleashed, and the power of the last one was not to be underestimated. Gangbang opened his massive jaws, releasing a blazing white beam of light that roared forth like tidal waves, sweeping through the densest clusters of monsters. Screams and wails filled the air as monsters fell in droves, powerless to halt gangbang's relentless attack. In less than half a minute, the goblins and kobolds gathered in the area were almost entirely annihilated, leaving only a handful fleeing in panic. Chi DeLong did not bother to chase after them. Instead, he pulled out a piece of chicken and tossed it into Gangbang's mouth.
Well done. My love for you isn't wasted.
Gangbang puffed out his chest, exuding pride from every inch of his being.
How ridiculous. So stingy.
Chi DeLong looked at the ground, clean enough to seem like it had been licked by a dog, and couldn't help but curse. This time, his skill release had wiped out 200 monsters. 200 monsters, yet all he got in return were a measly 3 silver coins.
3 silver coins. Sigh, only the boss monsters have any decency. They at least drop excellent equipment.
With a helpless sigh, Chi DeLong grabbed his little pet, steel coin, and his torch, marching forward. The closer he got to Razorfang Valley, the denser the monsters became. Unfortunately, they were just level 30 regular mobs, hardly capable of causing any ripple in front of Chi DeLong. At best, they cost him some time. After a relentless charge and clearing his path, he soon reached his destination. A sharp sensation swept over him, and Shi Delong knew he had entered the prelude area of the dungeon. The air was dry, carrying a faint scent of burning. From not far away came the sound of noisy chatter, as if something was arguing. Shi Delong approached, and the voices grew clearer. Goblin, woof, guard, dog, woof, boss, eats meat. Stupid dog, guard, goblin, sleeps. Can't these monsters learn some Mandarin or something? All this gibberish is as annoying as a foreign language. Shi Delong sighed in exasperation. Too lazy to bother checking the monster's stats, he simply raised his hand and unleashed a Holy Dragon Descent. Boom! With a loud crash, numbers representing damage instantly popped up over a dozen monsters. 5555, Holy Dragon Descent. 5437, Holy Dragon Descent. 5654, Holy Dragon Descent. The kobolds and goblins were all elite monsters with around 10,000 health points each. Steel Coin slammed down with its heavy body, instantly taking out half of their health. Two unlucky ones got hit by a critical strike, dying on the spot. Jeer! Not to be outdone by Steel Coin's ferocity, the torch let loose as well. A wide area of flames erupted, engulfing the monsters in agonized wails. These elite monsters turned out to be quite generous. Besides the guaranteed blue-quality superior gear, each one dropped silver coins. Shi Delong didn't hold back, collecting every bit of loot on the ground. Items with good stats were carefully stored in his bag, while mediocre ones went straight into his mailbox. Though trash in his eyes, they could be treasures to others. Even the worst items could sell for over 10,000, while better ones might go for 50,000 or 60,000. With his two companions, Shi Delong took his time cleaning up the area. After more than 2 hours, they finally encountered the first boss. Name, Goblin Chieftain. Quality, Boss. Level 30. Health, 230,000. Defense, 1077. Attack, 1439. Skills, 1 Ambush, instantly appears behind the target, dealing 300% attack damage and stunning for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 2 Backstab, deals 250% attack damage and inflicts a 10-second bleed effect. If attacking from behind, it guarantees a critical hit. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 3 Lethal Thrust, attacks the target 3 times consecutively, dealing 200% attack damage each time, with a 30-second tear and bleed effect. Cooldown, 10 seconds. For Bone-Piercing Stab, after a brief charge, deals 400% attack damage. If the target's health is below 50%, guarantees a critical hit. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description: a goblin assassin who can't turn invisible but rivals berserkers in strength. Let's go! Shi Delong stuffed a premium chicken drumstick into his and Steel Coin's mouths, downed a mid-tier berserk potion, and immediately unleashed Holy Dragon Descent. Boom! 878. Steel Coin had incredible luck, landing a critical hit with its slam. Golden stars spun around the goblin chieftain's head, and Shi Delong and Steel Coin seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied assault. Steel Coin, Awoo! Asterisk Holy Dragon Roar. Holy Light Judgment, asterisk. Shi Delong, Awoo! Asterisk Shield Toss. Arcane Slash. Evil Bane Slash. Shield Shock, asterisk. Slap. Shi Delong smacked his own face, his expression dark. Why the hell am I a YNG like a wolf? After using up all his skills, asterisk Holy Dragon Descent asterisk, Shield Toss, Shield Shock, the stun effect on the Goblin Chieftain wore off. Shi Delong stepped back, positioning his shield behind him. Sure enough, the moment the boss regained its senses, it vanished, only to reappear behind Shi Delong. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was sharp and piercing. 3240, Ambush. 2520, Backstab. 1801, Lethal Thrust. 1834, Lethal Thrust. 4679, Lethal Thrust Critical. The Goblin Chieftain was indeed formidable, unleashing all 3 of its skills in less than 5 seconds, dealing over 14,000 damage. Its figure wavered, and to Shi Delong's surprise, it dropped to one knee, unable to maintain its stance. Human, you are strong. The Goblin Chieftain looked at Shi Delong, its small, bean-like green eyes filled with both gravity and admiration. What the heck are you talking about? Didn't you reflect that attack yourself? Shi Delong muttered under his breath as he swung his sword, unleashing a blood-red arc of sword energy. 12096, Dragon Blood Sword Aura. A massive damage number of over 12,000 floated above the Goblin Chief's head, while Steel Coin's health bar also dipped slightly. However, Steel Coin, having advanced, now boasted a staggering 200,000 health points. Losing a sliver like that was nothing more than drizzle. As a show of respect to a formidable opponent, I will unleash my ultimate move. The goblin chief stood up, his body shifting slightly backward as he entered a charging stance. Seeing this, Chi DeLong's face grew serious. He quickly hurled his shield, smashing it toward the enemy. 21947, Backlash from Bone-Picking Thorn. A terrifying damage number appeared above the goblin chief's head. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed to his knees with a loud thud. The Bone-Picking Thorn ability dealt 400% attack damage, and if the target's health was below 50%, it guaranteed a critical hit. Chi DeLong had interrupted the goblin chief's charging skill, doubling the backlash effect. It was unstoppable. Interrupting an enemy's skill wasn't something that could be achieved with just any random crowd control ability. Charging skills and channeled, cast bar, abilities were relatively easier to interrupt. Certain continuous abilities, such as the Ant Queen's Egg-Laying or Steel Coin's Laser Spit, could also be interrupted, though with greater difficulty. As for basic attacks and instant cast abilities, forget it. Not happening. You, despicable. The goblin chief glared at Chi DeLong, the admiration on his face vanishing completely, replaced by hatred and rage. It had to be said, as the levels increased, these monsters were becoming more and more intelligent. By level 60 or level 80, they were practically indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Despicable my foot. You're a goblin, and I'm a human. Chi DeLong snorted coldly. Far from showing mercy, he became even more ruthless. The heavily injured goblin chief could no longer hold on. Under the combined assault of Chi DeLong, Steelcoin, and the torch, it fell dead on the spot. You have slain the level 30 boss monster goblin chief and gained 15,000 experience points. You have slain the level 30 boss monster goblin chief and gained 15,000 experience points. You have obtained Radiant Glory Breastplate. You have obtained Holy Bulwark. You have obtained 1,500 silver coins. Congratulations! You have reached level 27. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Item name, Radiant Glory Breastplate. Type, chest armor. Quality, excellent. Required level, 30. Defense, 108. Strength, plus 30. Constitution, plus 35. Critical resistance, plus 3%. Set effects. 1. Radiant Set, 1/2 increases critical resistance by 10%. 2. Radiant Set, 1/4 increases health by 50 points. 3. Radiant Set, 1/6 increases shield and healing effects by 30%. 4. Radiant Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown time by 50%. Description: crafted by the master blacksmiths of the Dustlight Church, this equipment provides unparalleled protection for noble paladins. Item name, Holy Bulwark. Type, shield. Quality, excellent. Required level, 30. Defense, 162. Strength, plus 32. Constitution, plus 31. Critical resistance, plus 4%. Special effect, absorbs 5% of damage taken and converts it into self-healing. Description: infused with divine power, this shield radiates holiness. It's actually a paladin exclusive set. Chi DeLong's excitement soared as he slapped Steelcoin's massive rump in joy upon seeing the equipment's stats. Hidden classes often had exclusive gear, and standard classes were no exception. For instance, the Radiant Glory for Paladins, the Shadow Judgment for Dark Knights, the Shattered Sky for Berserkers, and the Blazing Fury for Swordsmen. Each individual piece boasted top-tier attributes, and when the full set was assembled, it would completely outshine all other excellent grade equipment. As a fusion of the Paladin and Dragon Knight classes, the advanced Holy Dragon Knight naturally qualified to wield the Radiant Glory set. The Radiant Glory breastplate's stats were balanced and practical, maintaining the typical defensive traits of a Paladin. All three attributes focused on defense. As for the Holy Bulwark, it was even more remarkable, allowing self-recovery when taking damage. What could you even call this? Drinking your own milk. After slaying the goblin leader, Chi DeLong continued forward. Ahead, the path was still filled with noisy kobolds and goblins, but now all of them were of leader rank. Annihilate them. With a single command from Chi DeLong, Gangbang descended from the sky. Its massive rear end landed with a heavy thud, leaving the monsters seeing stars. What followed was a holy dragon's roar and the judgment of holy light, reducing the monsters to mere blood and flesh in a crimson cascade. Beautifully done. Chi DeLong tossed out a piece of premium chicken meat, which Gangbang caught effortlessly with a flick of its large head. You two, clear out all the remaining monsters, Chi DeLong instructed Gangbang and Torch. After giving the orders, Chi DeLong opened the forum and listed several items for auction: a level 10 excellent quality armor piece, General's Battle Armor, a level 20 excellent quality shield, Adhesive Shield, and a level 30 superior quality armor piece, Burning Armor. He set the auction duration to 24 hours. With the massive haul of level 30 superior and excellent quality gear from this dungeon run, selling them would be no issue. A quick deal with the leader of any major guild would easily fetch a hefty sum. These people were never short on money, either backed by corporate sponsors or being top-tier trust fund kids looking for some thrill. Most players were still around levels in their teens, struggling and dying in increasingly creative ways in the bizarre rabbit nest dungeon every day. If someone could obtain a level 10 excellent quality armor piece, they might finally escape this nightmare. The shield's attributes were even better, capable of elevating an entire team's strength to a whole new level. Thanks to the videos of his 2 epic battles with the Kobold Horde, Shi DeLong had already made a considerable fortune. Auctioning on the forum served mainly to expand his trading network. More friends meant more opportunities. After all, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Relying on too few people would only leave you at their mercy, but with a larger crowd, competition would naturally drive the market forward. Opening his wallet on the forum, Shi DeLong was greeted by a string of dizzying numbers. With the first Kobold battle video as a foundation, the second had already surpassed 1 billion views and was still climbing steadily. Recorded from his own perspective and lightly edited, the video delivered an exhilarating sense of bloody carnage, as if one person was single-handedly taking on thousands. As long as he maintained this style, the third Kobold battle, the fourth, the fifth, each subsequent video would only see higher viewership. Not bad, 36 million silver coins. That's about 3,600 gold coins. Converted to Federation currency, close to 400 million. For small goals achieved, Shi DeLong couldn't help but marvel. His choice had been entirely correct. Earning $1 million each from dozens of people couldn't compare to earning 1 coin from tens of millions. A single silver coin, or $5 less than the cost of breakfast, could provide several minutes of godlike exhilaration. Totally worth it. This also reflected just how wildly popular the game Stardust had become. By seizing this opportunity and picking up some breadcrumbs, Shi DeLong had somehow become a billionaire overnight. Meanwhile, the Snowdrink Corporation was raking in astronomical profits from selling gaming pods and VR headsets. Not to mention the exorbitant transaction fees they charged for currency exchanges. Guess I can call myself a tycoon now, Shi DeLong exclaimed gleefully, holding 10,000 gold coins in his hand. 2 bowls of porridge, 1 to drink, 1 to pour away. 2 steamed buns, 1 to eat, 1 to toss. 2 houses, 1 for odd-numbered days, 1 for even-numbered days. 2 cars, 1 to drive whenever he felt like it, and 1 just to leave parked. As for the giant red jujube buns, 1 to eat, 1 to clutch in his hand. This one absolutely couldn't be thrown away. No, definitely not. While Shi DeLong was lost in his thoughts, Steel Coin and Torch had already cleared out the monsters. Looking ahead, Shi DeLong's eyes fell upon a towering, muscular kobold. Name, * Kobold Grand Elder. Rarity, * Boss. Level, * 30. HP, * 210,000. Defense, * 960. Attack, * 1,650. Skills, * 1. Fireball spell summons 10 fireballs, each dealing 200% attack damage to the target. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 2. Great Fireball spell summons a massive fireball that deals 300% attack damage within a 5 by 5 meter area. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 3. Meteor Rain calls down a shower of fire meteors from the sky, each dealing 150% attack damage to the target. Lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 4. Lava Hell summons a 3 by 3 meter pool of lava that deals 300% attack damage per second to targets in contact. The lava does not dissipate and slowly expands over time. Lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. 5. Flame Body absorbs the power of all lava to form an armor of fire covering the entire body. Each normal attack deals 200% attack damage and splashes the same damage to all nearby targets. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description, * the most powerful mage among kobolds, unmatched by any foe. Standing 8 feet tall with a waist equally as wide, the Kobold Grand Elder exuded an aura of raw power and dominance. This was a bona fide fire element archmage, terrifyingly strong. To defeat him, one would need a full set of level 30 green quality gear, coupled with top-level teamwork and skillful operations. Sometimes, even a bit of luck and fire resistance might come in handy. However, relying on his SSS grade talent, Shi DeLong decided to face him head-on. Sun, attack. Awah! Upon hearing the command, Steel Coin crouched low before charging forward. 5066. A massive damage number popped up instantly, and a few small golden stars began spinning around the Grand Elder's head. 2987, Holy Dragon Roar. 2203, Holy Light Judgment. 2167, Holy Light Judgment.
5299, Holy Light Judgment critical. Steel coin unleashed a torrent of attacks, with damage numbers continuously appearing. The Grand Elder's health steadily dropped. With such a powerful pet, the master naturally wouldn't fall behind. 1888, Shield Toss. 3176, Evil Slaying Slash. 3311, Shield Stun. 1790, Demon Breaking Slash. 522, Bleed. 513, Tear. 533, Poison. Qi DeLong unleashed 4 abilities in quick succession, interspersed with a few normal attacks. In perfect sync with Steel Coin, they exploited the Grand Elder's momentary daze, immediately reducing his health by over 20,000. Despicable human, you shall die. As the stun effect wore off, the Grand Elder let out a sinister chuckle and waved his staff, instantly casting his skills. Fireball Spell. Great Fireball Spell. With his raspy roar, 10 small fireballs and 1 massive one materialized. Under his control, they hurtled toward Qi DeLong. Shield Counter. Qi DeLong raised his shield, a faint glow enveloping his entire body. Boom! A series of loud explosions erupted as scorching flames engulfed Qi DeLong. 2200, Fireball Reflected, X10. 4070, Great Fireball Reflected. In a flash, over 30,000 HP vanished from the Grand Elder's health bar. Crafty human, you're stronger than I expected. In just half a minute, more than a quarter of the Grand Elder's 200,000 HP had been depleted. The Kobold Grand Elder was both enraged and awed. True strength always commanded respect, even from one's mortal enemy. However, to Qi DeLong, those words sounded off. Stronger, my foot. You're the one hurting yourself here. Qi DeLong wanted to retort, but the Grand Elder gave him no chance to counterattack. The higher the level, the smarter the monsters became. A level 30 boss wouldn't foolishly stick to a rigid skill rotation like a level 10 monster. No sooner had the fireballs dissipated than meteor rain followed. Flames from the heavens scorched the earth. The Kobold Grand Elder raised his staff high, its thick shaft glowing brightly, as though resonating with the sun in the sky. In mere moments, a massive fireball appeared out of thin air, splitting into countless smaller fire meteors, raining down upon Qi DeLong and his 2 pets. Qi DeLong barely had time to speak before Gangbang had already shielded the torch with his body. The Holy Light Dragon, with its thick skin and tough flesh, wasn't easy to take down in a one-on-one fight, especially after just devouring a piece of premium chicken. Lava Hell. Right after the meteor shower was unleashed, Lava Hell followed swiftly. The lava didn't dissipate, instead, it expanded gradually over time. The longer the battle dragged on, the smaller the area left to dodge became. A slight misstep would leave you scalded and charred. This monster not only tested the player's stats but also demanded exceptional personal skill. Its wide area attack abilities meant that even a single moment of carelessness could result in instant death. This was particularly true for healers, fragile but essential. If the healer accidentally died, the entire team would be doomed. In a strong team, apart from a reliable tank, the healer was the most crucial role. Once the stats were sufficiently improved, the difference in damage output wasn't significant. But tanks and healers, they were often the ones who could save their teammates from dire situations. Damn it, is this never going to end? Seeing the Kobold Elder raising his staff once again, Qi DeLong was consumed with fury and threw caution to the wind. Swinging his arm, he slammed his shield down with all his might. Thud. -1888. A heavy, muffled sound was followed by a piercing scream. -9086, interrupt rebound damage. The Kobold Elder's incantation was interrupted, and a massive damage number popped up instantly. Not only that, but the lava that was supposed to fall to the ground was now clinging to his body. What the heck? A fire mage getting burned by fire? Watching the continuous damage numbers appearing on the Elder, Qi DeLong couldn't help but laugh. This was like a robot being drained of blood, a blind monk being blinded, a stone man being petrified, or a flame mage being ignited. It clearly defied logic, but it was happening anyway. If I remember correctly, about 6 months after the game's launch, there was a 3-day-long server maintenance. They introduced a few new events, fixed a slew of bugs, and tweaked some rules. After that, absurd situations like robots being drained of blood never happened again. Recalling the game's progression in his past life, Qi DeLong's memory was fuzzy. But that particular maintenance was so lengthy that he had nothing better to do and ended up reading the patch notes dozens of times. He could almost recite them backward. With him and his 2 pets launching a relentless assault, flames continued to blaze on their bodies. Attacking from both fronts, the Kobold Elder's health plummeted rapidly. Finally, his last skill was revealed. Humans, you've pushed me too far.
With an ear-piercing roar, the lava clinging to his body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, enveloping him entirely in a single breath. At that moment, the Cobalt Elder resembled a flaming giant emerging straight from the depths of hell, spewing scorching flames from every inch of his body. The staff in his hand, now also engulfed in lava, transformed into a massive hammer that hurtled straight toward Chi DeLong's head. Thud! The muffled sound exploded in his ears, and the terrifying force pushed Chi DeLong half a step back. Sparks flew everywhere, seemingly guided by an unseen force, as they shot toward Gangbang and the torch. Seeing this, Chi DeLong immediately withdrew the torch. The little chick wasn't nearly as resilient as Gangbang. If it died, the loss would outweigh the gain. The flame giant Cobalt Elder still retained his original stats, but his attacks now carried splash damage. Chi DeLong held his shield in his left hand and his scraping sword in his right, advancing steadily and cautiously. Meanwhile, Gangbang stayed behind the Elder, releasing skills as soon as they were off cooldown. Time ticked by, and the Cobalt Elder's health steadily dropped until he finally succumbed to death. You have defeated the level 30 boss Cobalt Elder and gained 18,000 experience points. You have obtained Blazing Glory Gauntlets. You have obtained Cobalt's Joy. You have obtained 1,600 silver coins. Congratulations! You have reached level 28. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Title, Radiant Glory Gauntlets. Type, Gauntlets. Quality, Exceptional. Level, Level 30. Defense, 75. Strength, 32. Constitution, 32. Critical Resistance, 3%. Effects, Asterisk. 1. Radiant Set, 1/2, increases critical resistance by 10%. 2. Radiant Set, 1/4, increases health by 50 points. 3. Radiant Set, 1/6, increases shield strength and healing effects by 30%. 4. Radiant Set, 1/8, reduces skill cooldown time by 50%. Description, Asterisk crafted by the master blacksmiths of the Church of Radiance, this piece of equipment is designed to provide unparalleled protection for noble paladins. Item name, Dog's Joy. Infused with the purest flames from the Cobalt Elder's essence. Finally, the second piece of the set has appeared. Chi DeLong looked at the equipment in his hands, a surge of joy filling his heart. However, when his eyes fell upon the item called Dog's Joy, the gleeful expression on his face turned peculiar. How should one describe this without getting censored? Let's put it like this. The part that comes from a cow is called Cow's Delight if it's from a female cow, and Bull's Joy if it's from a male. Similarly, the part from a female dog would be Dog's Delight, and from a male dog, it's Dog's Joy. Despite its odd appearance, the item contained a tremendous amount of fiery energy. It could be used in alchemy to craft potions, or as a supplementary material in forging equipment, with a chance of granting special effects. Of course, there was another option, consumption. If the attributes matched, consuming it might enhance one's stats or even unlock new skills. With this thought in mind, Chi DeLong immediately summoned Torch, his loyal pet. As always, Steel Coin gets first dibs on the best stuff, but I can't play favorites forever. Chi DeLong was fair. If Steel Coin got something, Torch would too. Chirp! As soon as it was summoned, Torch sensed the rich fiery energy in the air. It fluttered its wings excitedly and perched on Chi DeLong's shoulder, rubbing its tiny head affectionately against his face. Go ahead, eat up. You'll need your strength for the battles ahead. Chi DeLong gently stroked Torch's small head and had Steel Coin lie down. Meanwhile, he himself sat on Steel Coin's belly to wait patiently. The Dog's Joy was about the size of a palm, with a sharp protrusion at one end and two large bulges at the other. Torch pecked at it delicately, taking small bites. It took about 5 minutes for it to finish the entire piece. What's the saying? Hushin plays tricks, indeed. Bird, it's dog, quite something. Chirp, boom. A sharp cry pierced the air as raging flames erupted from Torch's small body, surging skyward. The flames were blazing hot and intense, as though they sought to incinerate everything in their path into ash. The inferno raged for a full 30 seconds before gradually receding, revealing Torch's transformed figure. Its broad wings shimmered like molten lava, its long tail feathers burned with fiery elegance, and its raised crest sparkled like a radiant gemstone. Its eyes gleamed with a sharp, electric intensity, and its talons were curved into hooks, exuding a fierce and commanding aura. Unlike the clumsy Steel Coin, Torch, now in its adolescent stage, could already take to the skies. Chirp, chirp. Torch flew in circles above Chi DeLong's head, brimming with excitement. After a few laps, it gently landed on Steel Coin's back. Just one more evolution, and you'll be able to carry me through the skies. Chi DeLong smiled as he stroked Torch's sleek feathers. Without delay, he opened its attribute panel to check its new stats. Name, Flame Sovereign Phoenix, Torch, Adolescent Stage. Quality, Elite. Level, Level 27. Health, 146,000.
Defense, 685. Attack, 1, 699. Skills, asterisk. 1. Inferno Blaze asterisk summons a sea of flames, dealing 300% attack damage per second to enemies within a 10 by 10 meter area for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 2. Meteor Firestorm asterisk calls down a barrage of fire meteors, each dealing 250% attack damage to enemies in a 15 by 15 meter area for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description, asterisk the phoenix rises from its ashes, soaring to unparalleled heights. Though the effect of Dog's Joy didn't quite match the power of an awakening essence, it did grant Torch a new skill. Even so, Torch's overall damage output had significantly increased. The damage and range of Inferno Blaze had been enhanced, and Meteor Firestorm was equally formidable. Both skills lasted 15 seconds each, with cooldowns of 30 seconds, perfectly alternating for sustained combat. Let's go test out your new skills. Chi DeLong led the way, Steel Coin trotting behind him, and Torch soaring overhead. The trio ventured deeper into the dungeon, determined to clear this preliminary instance. But after walking for about 10 minutes, Chi DeLong noticed something unusual. There were no enemies. To be precise, there weren't any living enemies. Scattered all around were lifeless bodies, sprawled in various positions, some lying flat, others slumped over or curled up. Corpses of goblins and kobolds littered the area, on tree branches, in bushes, near campfires. What was striking, though, was the absence of any visible wounds or bloodstains. It was as if these creatures had simply fallen into a tranquil, eternal slumber. However, the exposed skin was covered with strange, dark purple patterns, so eerie that it sent chills down one's spine. I think I might know what's going on. Chi DeLong's eyes flickered, his thoughts racing. He didn't lift the corpse to examine it closely but pressed forward without a moment's hesitation. The Knight of Shuela had mentioned that the goblins and kobolds in the Kamala Highlands seemed to have formed an alliance. The enmity between goblins and kobolds had persisted for centuries. Whenever they crossed paths, bloodshed was inevitable. Under normal circumstances, they would never coexist peacefully unless faced with a catastrophic threat of annihilation. Such a calamity was undoubtedly not caused by humans, as a single goblin could easily decimate the Knights of Shuela and send them fleeing. There was no reason for them to unite against humans. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. A powerful force or individual had descended upon the Kamala Highlands, delivering a devastating blow to both goblins and kobolds upon arrival and forcing them to unite in resistance. The meeting between the kobold elder and the goblin leader in Fongtooth Valley was clearly an act of desperation. So, the question is, what kind of enemy could terrify so many goblins and kobolds into submission? What is its purpose here in the Kamala Highlands? Is it a corruption of instinct or a collapse of morality? Chi DeLong pondered, a spark of adventurous excitement igniting in his heart. He rubbed his chin, his demeanor reminiscent of a detective solving a mystery. A what? Gangbang, his loyal companion, licked Chi DeLong's hand, clearly hungry. Let's go. Time to meet the one responsible for this calamity, Chi DeLong said, patting Gangbang's head a few times before moving forward. As he picked up his pace, the number of corpses around him increased, and the dark purple patterns grew denser. The bodies lay silently on the ground, showing no signs of revival, nor were there any insects crawling out of them. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but Chi DeLong knew better. The more peaceful it appeared, the greater the danger ahead. These goblins and kobolds had been slain without even a chance to react. Sure enough, as he quickened his steps, the corpses began to reveal wounds. The farther he went, the more gruesome the wounds became. From clean, single strikes to shattered remains, from bodies strewn across the ground to severed limbs scattered everywhere. Finally, Chi DeLong reached the end of the trail, his eyes locking onto the culprit behind the upheaval in the Kamala Highlands. A demon stood there silently, emanating an aura so oppressive it felt suffocating. Its form resembled a human but bore significant differences. Countless dark purple patterns spiraled across its entire body, and two thick, spiraling horns curved backward. Massive bat-like wings gently flapped, keeping the creature suspended half a meter off the ground. This was a demon whose entire body was faintly engulfed in flames. Name, Nameless Demon. Rarity, Boss. Level, 30. HP, 280,000. Defense, 1, 100. Attack, 1, 950. Skills, asterisk. 1. Flame Demon asterisk. All of the Nameless Demon's skills inflict a burning effect, dealing 100% of its attack damage per second for 30 seconds. This effect can be stacked up to 3 times. 2. Parry counter asterisk. The Nameless Demon raises its giant sword to block the next attack, reflecting 200% of the damage back at the attacker. Cooldown, 10 seconds. 3. Devouring slash asterisk. The demon sweeps its giant sword across the area in front,
dealing 300% attack damage to targets within range and inflicting a bleeding effect for 30 seconds.
Cooldown, 10 seconds.
For a rift/asterisk after a brief charge, the nameless demon slashes forward, dealing 350% attack damage to targets in a straight line and inflicting a rending effect for 30 seconds.
Cooldown, 10 seconds.
5. Leaping strike asterisk. The nameless demon leaps toward a random target, dealing 300% attack damage and stunning the target for 3 seconds.
Cooldown, 30 seconds.
6. Flame burst asterisk. The nameless demon spews flames from its mouth, dealing 250% attack damage to targets in a frontal area.
The flames splash upon hitting a target, dealing the same damage to surrounding enemies. Cooldown, 20 seconds.
Description: asterisk. An unknown demon that began a relentless slaughter upon entering the Kamala Highlands, forcing the goblins and kobolds to unite in desperation.
This monster is going to be a tough one, Shi DeLong muttered, his eyes fixed intently on the demon not far away, cautious not to charge in recklessly. This creature was far too powerful, so strong that even an elite team clad in rare, purple-grade equipment might not stand a chance. That's right, boss monsters drop rare equipment, but rare equipment won't necessarily help you defeat a boss monster.
Such absurdity was disturbingly real. As a piece of exceptional equipment just one step below legendary quality, it is incredibly difficult to obtain, typically only found in Abyss-level dungeons.
Abyss, Challenge, Hard, Normal.
For most players, clearing the hard mode is already their limit. Only the elite players and wealthy spenders dare to challenge higher difficulty levels.
As for Abyss mode,
if you don't have the skills to back it up, don't rush in just to throw your life away. Shi DeLong stuffed a piece of premium chicken into his own mouth and into the mouths of his 2 pets. Then, he downed a medium-grade berserk potion for each of them before gripping his scraping sword and charging forward.
Steel Coin.
Howl. With a ferocious howl, Steel Coin had already launched itself at the faceless demon, slamming straight into its face.
Contrary to expectations, the massive damage didn't appear. The faceless demon, wielding a giant sword, managed to block the attack head-on.
Foolish. Before the demon could finish its words, Shi DeLong's shield smashed into it with a violent thud, interrupting its counterattack.
Foolish demon,
Shi DeLong sneered coldly. Taking advantage of the 3-second stun, he unleashed a flurry of attacks.
Minus 2,786, Demon Slaying Slash. Minus 1,508, Shield Tremor. Minus 1,487, Demon Breaking Slash. Minus 12,074, Dragon Blood Sword Chi. Minus 366, Lacerate. Minus 289, Bleed. Minus 302, Poison. One skill after another landed in rapid succession, and the faceless demon's health plummeted like a flood breaking through a dam. The sight was utterly brutal. Cursed human, I will show you the landscapes of hell. The stun wore off, and the faceless demon's counterattack finally began. Shi DeLong raised his shield in front of him, activating shield parry. However, in the very next moment, something completely unexpected happened. Even though Shi DeLong clearly held the aggro, the faceless demon didn't attack him directly. Instead, it swung its massive sword toward the sky. Not good.
Shi DeLong roared in alarm, immediately casting Guardian's Pull. Chirp! A terrified cry escaped from Torch as its body was yanked uncontrollably to Shi DeLong's side.
Boom!
The faceless demon's devastating strike slammed into Shi DeLong's shield, causing a massive damage number to float above its head.
Minus 13,122, Void/critical hit.
The sheer force of this attack was overwhelming and entirely unexpected. Shi DeLong had never imagined that the faceless demon's intelligence would be so advanced, ignoring its aggro target to prioritize striking at Torch just as it was preparing to unleash its skill.
Likewise, the faceless demon hadn't anticipated that its locked target would be abruptly pulled away.
Fortunately, Shi DeLong's quick reflexes not only saved Torch but also reflected the Void/'s damage back onto the demon, taking advantage of the shield parry's window. Human, you are far more formidable than those filthy, disgusting goblins and kobolds. The faceless demon retreated 2 steps, refraining from attacking immediately. Seeing this, Shi DeLong's face darkened, his instincts setting off alarms in his mind. This wasn't because the faceless demon's strength exceeded expectations, nor was it due to a lack of confidence in his own innate skills. Rather, it was because the demon's intelligence was far beyond what anyone could have imagined. The cunning and shrewdness of the faceless demon stood in stark contrast to the brutish, mindless behavior of kobold elders or goblin leaders. When the spark of intelligence shines in a creature supposedly driven by programmed instincts, a sense of dread rises unbidden.
Could it be that my rebirth has somehow accelerated the mutation process?
Shi DeLong furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. He understood that the faceless demon was patiently waiting for the shield parry's effect to wear off. Sure enough, the moment the faint glow surrounding him dissipated, the demon's sword swung down in a violent arc. Leap slash. Demon breaking slash. Annihilation slash. Demon slaying slash. Qi Delong and the faceless demon clashed fiercely, their blades meeting in a flurry of sparks. Steel Coin and Torch watched the battle unfold, their eyes wide in awe. Known for his usual brute force approach, Qi Delong was now engaging the faceless demon in a tactical exchange, countering move with move. Clang! A crisp clash rang out as the demon's enormous sword collided with Qi Delong's scraping sword, sending sparks flying. Screech! Qi Delong gave a sharp tug with his right hand, a piercing sound slicing through the air like a razor. He planted a solid kick into the demon's stomach, though the force sent him staggering back 2 steps as well. 10 years. 10 years of hiding and skulking in the shadows. I thought I'd forgotten, but it seems the techniques are still etched deep into my soul. Qi Delong licked his lips, his expression flickering with a mix of emotions. That was resentment, fury, and a faint trace of nostalgia intertwined. If this were the real world, the fight just now would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of Lab 44. But here, I can go all out without a second thought. Clenching his scraping sword, Qi Delong stepped forward, closing the distance with purpose. After all, the game shattered barriers between social classes, drawing people from all circles closer together. Take me, for instance, I have an ancient martial artist in my circle. Human, what are you talking about? The nameless demon's face showed a rare trace of human-like confusion. I'm saying, you can die now. It wasn't a wide-open, overwhelming strike, nor a gentle counter using softness against hardness. The simplest and most direct move perfectly blocked the nameless demon's attack, turning the tide for a counterstrike. At this moment, all of Qi Delong's previous recklessness and clumsiness vanished. With nimble footwork, precise movements, and a balanced offense and defense, he clearly resembled a seasoned warrior who had fought countless battles. Human, you are strong. I know I'm strong. Qi Delong sneered coldly, sidestepping the giant's sword aimed at his shoulder. With a flick of his wrist, his blade thrust toward the demon's underarm. The more human-like the monster, the more apparent its weaknesses. Take the succubus Queen Daniko, for instance. Aside from her wings, she was nearly indistinguishable from a human. Thus, when Qi Delong's sword pierced a vital spot, the opponent immediately lost all ability to fight back. That said, humanoid monsters are generally far stronger than beast-like ones, both in power and intelligence. Striking their weak points is no easy feat. As expected, seeing Qi Delong's sword thrust toward it, the nameless demon shifted its body slightly, narrowly evading the attack. In Stardust, there are no attributes like accuracy or evasion. If an attack lands, it's a hit. If it doesn't, it's a miss. As a result, ranged classes like archers need decent aim. Otherwise, no matter how powerful their attacks are, they're useless if none of them hit. What's the point of playing then? While Qi Delong engaged in fierce combat with the nameless demon, gangbang wasn't idle either. Skills were used whenever they were available. When on cooldown, he resorted to clawing at the demon. Unlike the straightforward and simple-minded gangbang, Torch was cunning. It would unleash its skills, then fly to higher ground, only swooping back down once its cooldowns reset. If not for the dozens of direct clashes with Qi Delong, the nameless demon would have surely abandoned this stubborn and obnoxious human to first eliminate Torch and gangbang. But now, it couldn't and didn't dare to. Though the techniques weren't flashy, every move pressed the demon further. Simple strikes, thrusts, slashes, and parries carried lethal intent. The nameless demon couldn't afford to focus on Torch or gangbang. Any lapse in attention might lead to its utter defeat. Although the demon's intelligence was remarkably high, it was still just a program. It couldn't comprehend how Qi Delong had undergone such a drastic transformation in less than a minute. Attack after attack was blocked by his shield or effortlessly dodged. For all its efforts in this prolonged battle, the demon dealt pitifully little damage, far less than the premium roasted chicken Qi Delong was using to recover. In contrast, every one of Qi Delong's skills struck like a blade slicing through an artery, sending blood spraying everywhere. The bleeding, tearing, and poisoning statuses continuously chipped away at the demon's health, steadily whittling it down. This monster was strong, but not invincible. With one man, 2 pets, premium roasted chicken, and mid-grade berserk potions, they finally brought it down. You have slain the level 30 boss monster Nameless Demon and gained 20,000 experience points. You have obtained Pendant of Radiant Glory. You have obtained Ring of Radiant Glory. You have learned the skill Shield Counter. You have learned the skill Leaping Slash. You have obtained Damaged Essence of Life. You have obtained Magic Crystal. You have obtained 1,900 silver coins. As the Guardian boss, the Nameless Demon's death triggered a massive loot drop. 2 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books, 2 items. And though there weren't many silver coins, they were scattered across the ground,
forming a glittering display. Chi DeLong shoved everything into his inventory without a second glance. He had no time to inspect them now. Instead, he immediately logged off. Ha! A cool breeze slipped through the cracks in the window, filling the room with a fresh chill as flickering red light illuminated the corners. With a crisp beep-beep, the red glow on the game pod turned green, and the room's lights flickered on. Chi DeLong entered a familiar number from memory, about to make a call, but stopped himself abruptly. His mind was a chaotic mess, a jumble of conflicting memories. The entanglement of past and present, the intertwining of previous life and current destiny. It left Chi DeLong questioning whether he had truly been reborn or if he was merely a fusion of another soul altogether. After sitting on the bed for 7 or 8 hours, waiting for the sky to gradually brighten, Chi DeLong pressed the button on his phone. Beep, beep, beep. The ringtone lasted for a full minute. Just as Chi DeLong began to doubt whether he had remembered the number incorrectly, the other side finally picked up. Hello, who is this? It was a woman's voice, lazy and drowsy, as if she had just woken up. It's me, number 444. 444? What 444? You must have the wrong number. Hearing Chi DeLong's words, the woman instinctively questioned. But soon, she seemed to realize something. Chi DeLong heard a chaotic series of noises, as if something had fallen off the bed, accompanied by the sound of shattering ceramic and glass. After waiting for roughly half a minute, the voice came through again. This time, the earlier laziness was gone, and the tone was no longer gentle. Instead, it was a hysterical shriek. What did you say? 444? You remember everything now? Yes, I've remembered it all. Chi DeLong sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The other party fell silent again, the atmosphere taut like a drawn string. After a long pause, the woman's voice broke the silence. What are you planning to do next? Try again? Mental induction will only become less effective with each attempt. If you broke free once, you'll do it a second, a third time, until it stops working entirely. Do you have time? Let's meet up and talk in person. I'm traveling in stealing country right now. What's so great about stealing country? Isn't it just stealing from Shin country? Trying to imitate but failing miserably, it's laughable. Chi DeLong snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. True, Shin country is vast, and its rare treasures are all taken by ancient martial families and high-ranking officials. People like us wouldn't dare to compete with them. But the ginseng from stealing country is actually pretty good. I heard it was famous worldwide even before the Doomsday War. I plan to buy a few roots to infuse in wine, maybe grab some deer antlers and lingji mushrooms too for kidney health and vitality. The effects are supposed to be amazing. What's a woman like you doing worrying about kidney health or vitality? Be careful you don't grow chest hair. Chi DeLong sneered, his tone teasing, a glint of mischief in his eyes. A woman needing kidney tonics? She should be grateful if she doesn't exhaust the men around her first. There for you. Is that not okay? Send me your account number. I'll wire you some money, buy a few extra roots. Chi DeLong's voice carried a note of sincerity. Well, I knew it. 95% of men have kidney issues, the other 5% are just in denial. You're not bad, you're honest. The woman teased relentlessly, but she sent over her account number casually. Though she wasn't exactly wealthy, she had a decent amount of savings, enough to afford a few ginseng roots. Accepting Chi DeLong's money, on one hand, was a way to check on how he was doing, on the other, it was also to preserve his pride. After all, the two of them were practically each other's only family. Not even 10 seconds after she sent the account number, the woman received a notification of a bank balance update. She had assumed that getting a few 100,000 yuan would already be generous. But when she counted the zeros, her jaw practically dropped to the floor. 4 billion? What the hell? Did you rob a bank? No, just made some money playing a game. Chi DeLong sighed. I've given you my entire savings. If anything goes wrong, I'll come after you. Come after me? Hee hee. How many lives do you think you have to play with? The woman was utterly unafraid, even provocatively playful in her response. Stop with the nonsense. Call me when you're back, and let's meet up. All right. When your big sister gets back, I'll take good care of you. By the way, the game you mentioned, is it Stardust? Yeah, want to play? I'll carry you to glory, or maybe straight into a trash dump. We'll soar high, go wild, and then crash into walls together. Chi DeLong sounded full of confidence. I'm already playing. Just left the newbie village, about to go hunt some rabbits. What's your in-game name? I'll add you when I log in. Chi DeLong Donqiang. You're Chi DeLong Donqiang? No wonder you're so loaded. Her tone suddenly shifted, becoming soft and endearing. Little brother, guess I'll have to rely on you to take care of me from now on. Don't worry. As long as I have a bowl of rice, you'll never go without a spoonful of porridge.
Qi Delong hung up the phone, his mood complicated. In his previous life, he had achieved nothing and never reached out to her again, even until his death. This time, Qi Delong was determined not to repeat that path. If he could give up the familiar role of a lich necromancer and choose to become a holy light dragon knight, then he could also take responsibility.
1 month, at most, just one more month.
He would be free of all fears and shadows and firmly establish himself in this chaotic world. By then, ancient martial arts, supernatural abilities, and advanced tech weapons would all have to make way.
After grabbing a quick bite to eat, Qi Delong logged back into the game.
7 or 8 hours had passed, and the corpse of the nameless demon had already respawned. The surrounding area was now only littered with monster
remains and scorched traces of battle.
Qi Delong mounted his mechanical steed, Steel Coin, and began to take out the items he had obtained earlier.
Name, Radiant Glory Pendant. Type, Necklace. Quality, Exceptional. Level, Level 30. Attack, 54. Strength, 31. Constitution, 32. Critical Resistance, 3%. Effects, *.
1. Radiant Set, 1/2 increases critical resistance by 10%.
2. Radiant Set, 1/4 grants an additional 5000 HP.
3. Radiant Set, 1/6 enhances shield and healing effects by 30%. 4. Radiant Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldowns by 50%.
Description: crafted by the master blacksmiths of the Dustlight Church, this piece of equipment was designed to provide life-saving protection to noble paladins. Name, Radiant Glory Ring. Type, Ring. Quality, Exceptional. Level, Level 30. Attack, 33. Strength, 30. Constitution, 32. Critical Resistance, 3%. Effects, *.
1. Radiant Set, 1/2 increases critical resistance by 10%.
2. Radiant Set, 1/4 grants an additional 5000 HP.
3. Radiant Set, 1/6 enhances shield and healing effects by 30%. 4. Radiant Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldowns by 50%.
Description: crafted by the master blacksmiths of the Dustlight Church, this piece of equipment was designed to provide life-saving protection to noble paladins.
Skill, Counter Riposte, blocks the next attack and reflects 200% of the damage back to the attacker.
Mana cost, 100. Cooldown, 30 seconds, ***. Skill, Leaping Strike, leaps toward a target, dealing 300% damage and stunning it for 3 seconds. Mana cost, 80.
Cooldown, 20 seconds, ***. Item, Broken Essence of Life, grants a permanent 2000 HP increase upon use. Item, Mana Crystal, a mysterious crystal of unknown origin that contains volatile and immense power. The nameless demon had dropped 2 pieces of the Radiant Glory set, and combined with the chestplate and gauntlets from earlier, Qi Delong was now able to activate the 4-piece set bonus. As a Paladin-exclusive armor set, the Radiant Glory series was entirely defense-oriented, with even the set effects bolstering survivability.
But that didn't matter.
Once players reached higher levels and resources became more abundant, Qi Delong planned to modify the attributes of his equipment to fit his needs. After learning the 2 new skills and consuming the Essence of Life, Qi Delong prepared to exit the dungeon.
It was at that moment he suddenly realized something. All 3 bosses had been defeated. By all accounts, the prelude to the dungeon storyline should have concluded. So why hadn't there been a server-wide announcement? Could it be there was a hidden 4th boss? Ha ha ha, fresh prey delivered right to my door? I've grown so tired of those disgusting, ugly goblins and kobolds. Qi Delong didn't have to wait long.
Accompanied by a seductive, maniacal laugh, a familiar figure appeared before him. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, with a slender waist, curvaceous hips, and well-endowed assets. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, her sharp horns glinted like polished thumbs, and a pair of black, leathery wings fluttered behind her. She was dressed in a black strapless top and tight shorts, holding a whip in her hand. It was none other than Xiaoji Denai, the succubus from the venomous spider nightmare dungeon, the very one who had fled in humiliation after being tormented by Qi Delong before.
It's you! It's you! The 2 spoke in unison, Qi Delong filled with fury, and Xiaoji Denai with shock. Ma ha ha! Fate truly works in mysterious ways. We were destined to meet again, weren't we?
Qi Delong rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with predatory glee. His expression shifted from surprise to suggestive, then from suggestive to exhilarated, and finally into unrestrained joy.
Xiaoji Denai's face was pale with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Come here, my little darling. Let me shower you with my fiery embrace.
With a loud laugh, Qi Delong tossed aside his shield and sword, lunging toward her. No, stay away, Xiaoji Denai's voice was filled with despair. As a boss from a level 20 dungeon, she was now promoted to serve as the gatekeeper boss of a level 30 dungeon. While her stats had improved significantly, the psychological trauma from her previous encounter with Chi DeLong lingered. Faced with this relentless human, her instincts screamed at her to flee. But before she could escape, Chi DeLong seized her by the wings. Slap! 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 Chi DeLong gripped the wing with his left hand while wielding a whip in his right. At this moment, tides of cries and sobs erupted from Choji Danako, who had completely lost the dignity of a demon leader.
Woo, woo. I was wrong, woo. I won't dare again.
Her delicate, alluring face was filled with grievance, and tears surged uncontrollably from her round, shimmering eyes. Such a pitiful sight could melt even the coldest of hearts. But, unfortunately for her, Chi DeLong was no ordinary man. Choji Danako's cries did not stop him. Instead, they seemed to awaken the beast within him.
That primal instinct. That battle lust. This game is way too realistic.
There's no way a tech company on Earth could have created something like this. Chi DeLong thought to himself as he lashed out relentlessly. In his past life, he had always doubted whether Earth's technology could truly bring these fantastical powers into reality.
If skills and items could manifest, then, could NPCs as well?
Under the merciless assault, Choji Danako appeared to be at her limit. The poor little succubus gritted her teeth and, in an act of desperation, tore off half of her own wing.
Still trying to run?
Chi DeLong sneered, his lips curling into a cruel smile as he instinctively grabbed at Choji Danako's bustier and gave it a ferocious tug. Rip! It was unclear whether Choji Danako had used too much force or if the fabric was simply too fragile. With a sharp tearing sound, the grim and brutal atmosphere quickly began to veer into something far more explicit.
Is this something I can watch for free? Forget a young man full of vigor, even a boy who hasn't even hit puberty wouldn't be able to resist this.
Chi DeLong's eyes were fixed intently on title Princess Danako, a bold idea suddenly surfacing in his mind.
Should I give it a try?
The moment this thought emerged, it grew wildly like weeds in spring, taking root, sprouting endlessly, and becoming unstoppable. Women might slow down his swordsmanship, but title Princess Danako was different. This seductive, beautiful demoness could only warm his icy heart. However, just as he stood there, momentarily dazed, title Princess Danako suddenly fluttered one half wing and took to the air.
Demon! I won't let you go.
Her voice was shrill, laced with indescribable anger and grievance. It was understandable. After being humiliated twice in a row by Chi DeLong, even having her bustier ripped off, the psychological trauma title Princess Danako had suffered was unimaginable.
Wow, it's so big and so white.
Chi DeLong wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth as he watched title Princess Danako fly higher and higher.
Her figure was stunningly voluptuous, unmatched by almost any woman he had ever seen except for Lu Zhani.
The former was sultry, the latter alluring, two contrasting styles, but both were equally irresistible.
Ha, I wonder what the scene will be like the next time we meet. Chi DeLong chuckled, unbothered by title Princess Danako's escape.
To be fair, he had let her escape on purpose. Otherwise, a single shield throw could have easily knocked the poor little succubus out of the sky.
On one hand, title Princess Danako was clearly an important NPC. Keeping her around would undoubtedly push the storyline forward.
On the other hand, considering the psychological shadow he had cast on her, there might be unexpected gains in the future.
Of course, the main reason was the reward. Even though title Princess Danako fled, she still left behind a treasure chest.
Chi DeLong had lost nothing and even got to enjoy himself a bit. Why not? This bustier has to be something good. It's huge, so at the very least, it must be an excellent piece of gear.
Chi DeLong muttered as he checked the item's attributes.
The next second, a string of classic curses escaped his lips.
Holy crap! Legendary! It's actually legendary! Chi DeLong was stunned.
A piece of legendary gear he couldn't obtain in his past life, no matter how hard he tried, had just fallen into his hands like this. It was as valuable as the national treasures of the 6 nations and 3 tribes.
Name, the princess's oversized eye mask. Type, leather armor. Quality, legendary. Level, level 30. Defense, 111. Effect?
Description, a custom-made piece of equipment crafted by the Lord of Hell for his beloved daughter, consuming countless resources. Non-tradable, non-discardable, indestructible, and exclusively usable by title Princess Danako.
What the hell? Made me happy for nothing.
But come to think of it, this thing really does look like an eye mask. Chi DeLong placed the bustier over his eyes. It was slightly oversized. One piece was enough to cover both eyes completely. Not to mention, the faint scent of milk lingered, teasing his senses and stirring his untamed thoughts.
The Lord of Hell? Looks like I've gotten myself into big trouble.
Chi DeLong, however, remained indifferent. If the sky collapsed, there were taller folks to hold it up. If the earth cracked, there were fatter ones to fill it in. Someone neither tall nor fat like him could just quietly go about his days. What a pity, it's title Princess Danako's exclusive gear. Others can't see its full attributes, let alone use it. Shi Delong sighed, a sudden flash of inspiration lighting up his mind. It didn't matter if it couldn't be used, he could always melt it down as material. With some additional resources, there was a 90% chance of forging another piece of legendary gear. Of course, material conflicts might result in failure, turning the whole thing into junk. But even the weakest legendary item would still outclass 90% of excellent grade equipment. The risk was worth taking. He placed the Blazing Glory battle armor as the main piece and the princess's oversized eye mask as a sacrificial item. The predicted result confirmed the new item would be of legendary quality. Unfortunately, the detailed attributes were still unknown. After hesitating for a few minutes, Shi Delong gritted his teeth and added 2 magic crystals into the mix. One of the magic crystals had dropped after killing an unnamed demon, while the other was a mysterious red crystal obtained from a strange rabbit's nest. In his previous life, Shi Delong had heard a rumor: when forging excellent grade gear, adding a single magic crystal could cause the equipment to undergo a complete transformation. Unfortunately, a rumor was all it was until the day Shi Delong self-destructed. He had never been able to verify it. Because NPCs capable of crafting extraordinary equipment are invariably the most treasured assets of the 6 nations in 3 races. Let alone having them create equipment for players, any attempt to approach them would immediately provoke an attack. That said, the immense power contained within magic crystals became common knowledge in the later stages of the game. Many items capable of providing massive short-term boosts, including mid-tier berserk potions, required magic crystals as their core material. Screw it. It's legendary equipment, it can't possibly be trash. With clenched teeth, Shi Delong placed 2 magic crystals onto the crafting platform and chose to smelt them without hesitation. The few seconds of waiting felt like half a century to him. When the notification sound signaling the completion of the smelting process reached his ears, Shi Delong instantly felt like a deflated balloon, all strength drained from his body. Name: Holy Oath Demon Armor. Type: chest plate. Quality: legendary. Level: level 30. Defense: 140. Resolve: 39. Critical rate: 4%. Penetration: 4%. Lifesteal: 4%. Effects: 1. Death penalty immunity, revive within 10 minutes of death. Cooldown: 24 hours. 2. Instant recall, return to the respawn point immediately, ignoring all restrictions such as combat state or crowd control. No casting required. Cooldown: 12 hours. 3. Non-tradable, non-droppable, indestructible. These effects have the highest priority. 4. Downward compatibility, compatible with the Radiant Glory series of paladin equipment. When combined with other pieces, corresponding set bonuses are activated. Description: a sacred oath intertwined with demonic power. It is the whisper of divinity and the call of darkness. It actually worked. Gazing at the newly crafted chestplate, Shi Delong could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. Legendary equipment, a national treasure of the 6 nations and 3 races, he had actually managed to craft one. A skill granting revival once per day, and an escape ability usable twice daily. Most importantly, this piece of equipment couldn't be taken by anyone else and was compatible with the Paladin's set bonuses. Though it lacked the devastating destructive power of the legendary equipment owned by the 6 nations and 3 races, to Shi Delong, it was still nothing short of a divine artifact. It's truly worthy of being legendary equipment. Critical hit, penetration, and lifesteal, all 3 rare attributes are here together. Shi Delong gently stroked the equipment in his hands, his heart racing with excitement. He had won the gamble. A massive, resounding victory. Critical hits meant double damage, lifesteal allowed for self-healing, and penetration weakened the enemy's defense. While 4% penetration might not seem like much, at a critical moment, it could make all the difference. And most importantly, only legendary grade equipment could possess the penetration attribute. Magic crystals are such amazing items, I need to collect more of them in the future. Shi Delong calculated silently in his mind. With 10,000 gold coins in hand, he could go on a shopping spree as soon as he returned to town. Aside from magic crystals, he also planned to stockpile a large amount of materials for crafting potions and special items. In the early stages of the game, recipes were scarce, and most materials were almost useless, just piling up in inventories. But Shi Delong knew better. Hoarding them now would never be a loss, even if he couldn't use them immediately. Especially magic crystals. These would become a crucial strategic resource in the later stages, an absolute necessity that could not be underestimated. After carefully storing the Sacred Oath magic armor, Shi Delong scanned his surroundings. In no time, he spotted a treasure chest hidden beneath a pile of rubble. Opening the chest, its contents spilled out like a cascade of treasures, dazzling in their brilliance. You have obtained Radiant Glory Boots. You have obtained Radiant Glory Sword. You have obtained Basic Blood Defense Potion. You have obtained Advanced Berserk Potion. You have obtained Magic Crystal ×3. You have obtained 2,200 silver coins. System notification: your team has successfully unlocked the Instance Fang Nightmare. Please name your team. A text input window popped up. Chi DeLong thought for a moment, entered a few characters, and clicked confirm. Server-wide announcement: the team Loneliness is Truly Like Snow has successfully cleared the pre-instance of the level 30 dungeon Fang Nightmare. Team member Chi DeLong Dongxiang is awarded 25,000 experience points, 3 gold coins, and their heroic deeds will be recorded in the Stardust Chronicles. Server-wide announcement: the level 30 dungeon Fang Nightmare is now open. Coordinates: 616, 616. All brave adventurers are welcome to take on the challenge. Congratulations! You have reached level 29. You have earned 10 free attribute points. Why is it Chi DeLong Dongxiang again? Does he own the dungeon or something? Loneliness? Who's lonely? Look at that guy, he's professionally solving loneliness. Hey, someone, quick, find evidence to prove Chi DeLong Dongxiang is from our country. The opening of the level 30 dungeon caused an uproar, as expected. At this stage of the game, most players hovered around level 20, with their gear consisting mainly of white common and blue superior items. Only a select few hardcore players or wealthy spenders own 1 or 2 pieces of green excellent grade gear. Now, Chi DeLong not only cleared the pre-instance of a level 30 dungeon but also had at least 3 level 40 purple epic grade items on him. The discussions were ablaze. Some were envious, some were jealous. Some admired him, others hated him. But the brilliance of the sun always casts shadows, and beneath the dazzling exterior often lies hidden danger. Watching his in-game mailbox explode from 3 to 99.99 plus in less than 10 seconds, Chi DeLong let out a helpless sigh. The fans were too crazy, he could hardly bear it anymore. He began examining the items from the chest one by one. Name: Radiant Glory Boots. Type: Boots. Quality: Epic. Level: 30. Defense: 76. Strength: 33. Constitution: 31. Critical resistance: 3%. Effects: *. 1. Radiant Set, 1/2 increases critical resistance by 10%. 2. Radiant Set, 1/4 increases health by 5,000. 3. Radiant Set, 1/6 boosts shield and healing effects by 30%. 4. Radiant Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown by 50%. Description: crafted with utmost effort by the master blacksmiths of the Dustlight Church, this equipment provides a life-saving guarantee for noble paladins. Name: Radiant Glory Sword. Type: one-handed sword. Quality: Epic. Level: 30. Attack: 121. Strength: 31. Constitution: 31. Critical resistance: 3%. Effects: *. 1. Radiant Set, 1/2 increases critical resistance by 10%. 2. Radiant Set, 1/4 increases health by 5,000. 3. Radiant Set, 1/6 boosts shield and healing effects by 30%. 4. Radiant Set, 1/8 reduces skill cooldown by 50%. Description: crafted with utmost effort by the master blacksmiths of the Dustlight Church, this equipment provides a life-saving guarantee for noble paladins. Basic Blood Defense Potion, increases defense by 100 points and health by 1,000 points. Requires Magic Crystal Powder, Turtle Shell, Ginseng, and Beast Blood, ***. Advanced Berserker Potion, * increases attack by 300 points, lasts for 30 minutes. Requires Magic Crystal Shards, Sun Spirit Grass, Dew. The opportunity is here. This is the perfect chance to make a fortune. Chi DeLong burst into laughter, his voice echoing like thunder. Players had already begun challenging the Venom Spider Nightmare dungeon, causing a flood of magic crystal powder to hit the market. This powder was a crucial ingredient for crafting beginner vitality defense elixirs and intermediate berserker potions essential for clearing high-difficulty dungeons. Chi DeLong planned to start by selling at sky-high prices, ruthlessly targeting the rich players first. Once these wealthy individuals cleared the dungeon, he'd lower the prices to fleece the mid-tier players. As for the broke ones, well, they could just grind it out honestly. Dreaming too big would only leave them hungrier. After exiting the dungeon, Chi DeLong immediately returned to Dawnlight Town. He paid a deposit of 5,000 gold coins at the auction house and began aggressively buying up various materials, including magic crystal powder. He didn't care about spending this small amount of gold, his eyes were fixated on the startup capital. The real money-making opportunities lay ahead. Once everything was set, Qi Delong opened the chat window of Bloodfire Sky Dominator, the guild leader of Bloodfire Nether Emperor, Wang
Xiaoming. Interested in some level 30 fine-grade gear?
3 to 400 pieces, enough to arm half your 100-man raid team. The message was sent, and just as he was about to close the chat window, Wang Xiaoming replied instantly, "I'll take it." What a thrill! Conversations between real men were always this straightforward and efficient. As for those scheming types, forget it, they weren't even worth mentioning. After a brief exchange, the deal was quickly sealed. Nearly 400 pieces of level 30 gear were sold for 50 million Federation credits. Although Qi Delong took a slight loss, he didn't have time to haggle over every detail. Selling quickly and cutting the hassle was worth it. He sent over his bank account details, and within 10 seconds, the 50 million Federation credits were deposited. Qi Delong then messaged Lu Zhani, asking her to retrieve the gear from the mailbox and forward it to Wang Xiaoming. With everything taken care of, the day was almost over. Without dragging things out until the last minute, Qi Delong logged off, ready to get some proper rest. Tomorrow, he'd go house hunting for a villa. Qi Delong lived in a small city called Shang County, which spanned over 1,000 square kilometers but had a population of just over 100,000. Vast lands with sparse inhabitants, it all seemed somewhat out of place. More than 200 years ago, the Doomsday War broke out. The world, once home to over 200 nations, saw destruction and ruin. Some perished outright, while others were left broken and crippled. Civilization was nearly wiped out. In order to survive, humanity had no choice but to unite. Due to differences in ethnicity and geography, 3 superpowers emerged: Shenzhou, Baizhou, and Chouzhou. Some smaller nations, weak in strength yet self-proclaimed as destined for greatness, struggled to survive in the cracks between these giants. As time passed, the once near-extinct civilization began to reawaken, breathing new life and vitality into the world. To prevent another catastrophic war, the 3 superpowers signed an agreement strictly prohibiting the research and manufacturing of large-scale weapons of war. However, human nature is no different from that of beasts. Reason may veil the exterior, but it cannot conceal the cruelty and madness within. Peace lasted less than a century before both open and covert competition began to surface once more. Shenzhou, blessed by nature, had always been the master of Earth. With a long history of civilization, it had accumulated countless treasures of wisdom, its level of evolution far surpassing that of Baizhou and Chouzhou. Among these treasures, ancient martial arts shone as the brightest gem. To comprehend the heavens and earth, to cultivate oneself, to achieve clarity within and without, to unify man and nature. Practitioners of ancient martial arts viewed themselves as microcosms of the universe. The ultimate goal of their cultivation was to perfect their internal world and harmonize it with the external universe, merging seamlessly with the natural order. In contrast, the people of Baizhou were born with incomplete meridians and flawed bodies. Even if they obtained ancient martial arts manuals through illicit means, they were incapable of practicing them. Thus, they combined their cultural heritage with modern technology, embarking on the path of supernatural abilities. As for Chouzhou, once the most powerful technological empire before the Doomsday War, it had now fallen to become the weakest of the 3 superpowers. Born with innate deficiencies, they could not cultivate ancient martial arts. Lacking cultural depth, they could not grasp the mysteries of supernatural abilities. Although their technological advancements surpassed those of Shenzhou and Baizhou, the margin was limited. Faced with these constraints, Chouzhou chose another path: high-tech superweapons. Genetic modification, physical augmentation, neural enhancement, mechanical implants. Through technological means, they enhanced the human body to achieve superhuman strength. While the mortality rate was alarmingly high, the power it granted was undeniable. Each of the 3 superpowers had its own focus, yet all sought to learn from one another, striving to incorporate the strengths of others into their own systems. High-tech superweapons and supernatural abilities began to intersect in many areas, and faint traces of ancient martial arts could even be glimpsed in certain aspects. Meanwhile, ancient martial arts also started to leverage the power of technology to accelerate the cultivation process. War had never truly ceased, it had merely taken on a new form. High-tech superweapons, what a nightmare! Qi Delong muttered to himself, a flash of pain crossing his face. He was a practitioner of high-tech superweaponry, and a failed one at that. True high-tech warriors could shatter mountains with their bodies and reverse rivers with their mental power. But that was the ideal, the ultimate dream. The path was fraught with peril, countless had died, countless had been left crippled. Qi Delong considered himself relatively lucky. He wasn't entirely dead, nor was he entirely useless. However, he had become sensitive to strong light, and he had lost the ability to feel pain. Although he wielded terrifying power capable of leveling a city, he could do nothing but watch as his body slowly wasted away. The physical torment and the mental anguish combined to push Qi Delong to the brink of madness. To prevent him from causing irreparable chaos, Zheng Moqing, his companion through countless life and death battles, sealed away his memories, allowing him to live as an ordinary person in hiding. Qi Delong's luck held out. Unaware of his past, he managed to survive until the onset of the mutation. The boundary between the fantastical and the real began to blur, and the peculiar energy of a death archmage gradually transformed his body into that of an undead being. Had it not been for the schemes of Yang Wen and Sun Yaming, he might have lived another 300 to 500 years, or perhaps even fully transitioned into an undead lifeform. Sir? Sir? The voice of a salesperson rang out, pulling Qi Delong from his thoughts. Sorry, I got distracted. Qi Delong smiled faintly. No suitable options? Shan County is just a small place, the salesperson replied apologetically. Its scenery isn't particularly picturesque, and there's no pillar industry here. Aside from locals, very few people choose to settle down or retire here. Most of the villas are built based on specific orders, and the remaining ones have already been sold. Qi Delong wasn't surprised by this response. With a population of only a little over 100,000, the demand for housing in Shan County was minimal. Without sufficient market demand, no businessperson would risk a loss-making venture. In that case, forget it. Qi Delong waved his hand, ready to move on to the next location. But just then, the salesperson suddenly followed him quietly, sneaky and furtive, like a thief. Sir, would you consider a second-hand property? It's only 200 meters from the national highway. To the east, you have the largest shopping mall in Shan County. To the west, a hospital. To the south, a park. And to the north, it borders Mount Leifo. The mountain is home to free-ranging cattle, sheep, dogs, and rabbits. At the base of the mountain, there's an artificial lake stocked with 7 or 8 kinds of fish. The property itself is a 3-story villa covering 1,000 square meters. The previous owner had extensive connections and even managed to acquire the ownership rights to Mount Leifo. Now, the owner's nephew urgently needs money, so the price is only 10 million. The salesperson took a deep breath and continued, if you let me handle the negotiations, I can push the price down further. About 8 million should seal the deal. 8 million? Qi Delong stopped in his tracks, suspicion flickering in his eyes. This villa had an exceptional location, a shopping mall, a hospital, and a park all nearby, making it incredibly convenient. Even if something unexpected happened in the future, having Mount Leifo as a buffer would guarantee security. Just the villa alone, with its 1,000 square meter lot, would cost more than 10 million to build, not to mention the ownership of the mountain itself. Qi Delong had never believed in free lunches falling from the sky. If such a great deal existed, why would it fall to him? Sure enough, seeing the doubt on Qi Delong's face, the salesperson looked a little embarrassed. Forcing a smile, he explained, well, to be honest, there was a murder case in the villa before. The owner thinks it's bad luck, so… Oh, I see. Qi Delong nodded, though inwardly he thought, it's just a death. I've seen worse. Still, he couldn't resist asking, how many people died? 107. Good grief, one more, and you'd have the full roster of the 108 Stars of Destiny. Qi Delong thought to himself, dumbfounded by the absurdity of the situation. That's right, the salesperson added, his expression earnest. The current owner is the only one left in his family. He doesn't even dare step foot back in Shan County, let alone live here. The salesperson laid everything out plainly, wearing a look of honesty. In the sales industry, the so-called 4 sacred tools were deception, exaggeration, flattery, and persuasion. Trust ghosts and spirits before trusting a salesperson's words. To sell something, they could spin bad into good, and bring the dead back to life. Even a rusty bronze artifact thousands of years old could be polished into a gleaming treasure in their pitch. But as the saying goes, a lotus blooms pure even in muddy water, and a phoenix can rise from a chicken coop. Occasionally, even in the sales industry, you might encounter a genuinely good person. This house, since its construction, had changed hands a total of 8 times. The current owner was the 9th, a wealthy second-generation heir, rumored to have trained in martial arts from a young age. Unfazed by superstitions, he bought the house, only to see his once thriving company inexplicably sabotaged. Its stock price plummeted overnight. If not for his preemptive sale of company assets, he'd likely be drowning in debt by now. Interesting, Qi Delong nodded, his eyes flickering as a spark of curiosity ignited within him. There were no such things as ghosts in this world. Not in the past, not now, and there never would be. For something so bizarre to occur, there had to be hidden truths waiting to be uncovered. Qi Delong originally had no intention of wading into this murky water, but his current living space was far too cramped.
When Zhang Moqing returned from her trip to stealing country, he couldn't very well let her sleep on the couch, could he? The villa, nestled against a mountain and beside a river, offered a strategic balance of offense and defense with its prime location. Even though 107 lives had been lost there, the price of 10 million yuan made the risk worth taking. "Let's do it," Shi Delong said, his voice as sharp as a blade. It cut through the air, leaving the real estate agent sighing in exasperation. Though he had been certain the house wouldn't sell, the sting of defeat was hard to shake. After all, he had once proudly guaranteed that he could sell the property. Who would have guessed that 2 months would pass without even a single buyer willing to step inside, let alone purchase it? "Here's my business card. Please feel free to reach out if there are any opportunities to work together in the future," the agent said, handing over his card with both hands. Even though the deal hadn't gone through, he still upheld his commitment to top-notch customer service. "What's this? You're not selling the house anymore?" Shi Delong asked, taking the card with a puzzled expression. You want to buy the villa? What else would I be here for?" Shi Delong shook his head, realizing his earlier words might have been misleading. 10 million yuan. Get it all sorted out for me. Anything extra is yours, Shi Delong declared, pulling out a bank card with the unmistakable air of a nouveau riche. "Rest assured. 3 days, no, by 6 o'clock tomorrow evening at the latest, you can move in." The agent's face lit up with joy. He took the card and rushed off to process the paperwork. Problems that can be solved with money are small problems. Not having money is the real problem, Shi Delong remarked with a chuckle as he turned to leave, feeling rather pleased with himself. He was indifferent to wealth. He'd given away 4 small goals without hesitation. Why would he care about a mere 10 million? Besides, in the game, he could farm some equipment and easily find some poor soul to buy it back. After grabbing a bite to eat and some daily necessities, he wandered around for a bit before heading home. By the time he got back, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The dim streetlights barely illuminated the narrow path. A chilling wind swept through the air, failing to dispel the loneliness in his heart. A stray cat emerged lazily from the shrubbery, casting a disinterested glance at Shi Delong before leaping away into the shadows. "Damn it!" Shi Delong cursed under his breath. Even a scrawny stray cat dared to look down on him? It better not let him catch it, or he'd make sure it got a full neutering package. After tidying up a bit, Shi Delong slid into his gaming pod, ready to grind some mobs at a leveling spot. He had just reached level 30 earlier that morning. But just then, the voice of Aunt Wang echoed from upstairs. "Wang, you better get your act together and find a job. Stop lazing around at home all day." Uncle Wang is hopeless," Shi Delong sighed. Aunt Wang was a gentlewoman, the epitome of grace and virtue. Describing her as a model of womanly excellence wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet, Uncle Wang managed to infuriate her to this extent. "What an achievement!" "You're right," came Uncle Wang's dejected voice. "I should go out and find a job, earn some money for the baby's formula." Hearing this, Shi Delong couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Life, after all, was about surviving and enduring. People busied themselves every day, chasing nothing more than security, warmth, and the sight of their family safe and sound. Recalling how kind Uncle and Aunt Wang had been to him, Shi Delong debated whether to lend them a hand. But before he could decide, Aunt Wang's voice rang out again, extinguishing his thoughts. "Formula money? Is this about formula money? If you just went out, my body would produce enough milk for 2 babies. Put. Cough, cough, cough." Shi Delong nearly choked on his own spit. Uncle Wang was a man of true character. A kindred spirit, indeed. Shaking his head helplessly, Shi Delong closed the lid of his gaming pod, ready to dive into the virtual world. But just as he was about to connect, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him, making his hair stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Shi Delong kicked open the pod's lid and leapt out of the window. Bang! Though it had been over a decade since his last fight, Shi Delong's agility remained sharp. A torrent of information flashed through his mind as he instantly analyzed the enemy's position and potential weapons. Using the darkness as cover, he swiftly darted into a nearby alley, holding his breath. He didn't know who was targeting him, but since they had come for him, they wouldn't give up easily. As expected, it took less than 5 minutes before a faint rustling sound drifted over from not far away. The noise was sharp yet subtle, rhythmic, and almost identical to the sound of leaves brushing against each other. But Shi Delong knew better. Because there weren't any trees around. The surroundings were deathly quiet, with only the soft scuffing of his shoes against the dirt breaking the stillness. A glimmer of light flickered in Shi Delong's eyes as he instantly deduced the identity of the intruders. Mercenaries from the slave nation. The small island country, born from the remnants of the Hua people, refused to bow to Shenzhou's annexation and stubbornly maintained its independence. Relying on their exceptional assassination skills,
they lurked in the shadows, scavenging on the scraps Shenzhou tossed their way to survive. Shenzhou was vast, abundant, and brimming with powerful individuals. A few of these petty nuisances could be wiped out with the flick of a hand. However, Shenzhou's internal factions were many, and conflicts often intertwined. Keeping the slave nation around served a purpose. Tasks that were inconvenient for Shenzhou's hands could conveniently be outsourced to them. Like the scene unfolding now. So, it's those sewer rats again. I haven't gotten my hands dirty in 10 years, this'll be a good warm-up. Shi Delong's face twisted into a grimace, but his body remained as still as forged iron. In the darkness, a black-clad assassin crept closer. Calm and decisive, such traits were the hallmark of slave nation assassins. Even if their necks were snapped, they wouldn't make a sound. The first one. Carefully lowering the lifeless body, Shi Delong tightened his grip on his pistol and silently moved toward the second assassin. Click! The crisp sound shattered the silence, instantly alerting the distant assassins. One of them tapped lightly on his waist, feeling a faint vibration pulse back in response. 2 down. Have we been compromised? The assassin furrowed his brows, but he stayed silent. Under the dim moonlight, he saw a figure emerge from around the corner, clad in a casual white outfit. To eliminate 2 comrades without a sound, clearly, the opponent was also a seasoned master of assassination. Admiration rose in the assassin's heart. Among assassins, respect for skill was natural. When 2 masters crossed paths, victory was decided by who executed their craft more flawlessly. At this moment, a surge of determination welled within him. He holstered his pistol and reversed his grip on the dagger in his palm. He planned to end this target in the way of an assassin. He assumed the other would think the same as a fellow master of silent killing. But in the very next moment, his face froze in utter shock. Shi Delong fired his gun. Bang! The bullet pierced through the skull, ending a life in absolute silence. The assassin's stunned expression froze on his face, as if carved in stone. His lips quivered slightly, as though he wanted to explain himself, but in the next instant, he collapsed straight to the ground. There was no denying it. When it came to assassination techniques, the killers from the slave nation truly surpassed those from Shenzhou. One shot, clean and efficient, even sanitation robots couldn't help but applaud their precision. Not shooting when you have a gun? What an idiot! Shi Delong fired several shots in rapid succession, each one finding its mark and taking down the surrounding assassins with precision. In the assassin world, the slave nation's reputation had always been top tier. Affordable rates, impeccable work, and thorough cleanup afterward. They never left a trace. Their guns were all custom-made by their own assassin organizations, without any model numbers or indicators of origin. The surface was coated with anti-fingerprint layers, and their communication devices were encrypted with advanced coding. With solid professional knowledge, exceptional operational capability, and Shenzhou's tacit tolerance, the slave nation had managed to cling to existence for over 2 centuries, even to this day. In contrast, the stealth nation, which had also chosen independence, had devolved into a nation of chickens and ducks, a laughingstock where everything and everyone was for sale, from the highest officials to the common people. At this thought, Shi Delong shook his head in exasperation. Put in more effort next time. If you're here, why bother skulking in the shadows? Are all assassins from the slave nation this useless? He casually tossed his gun aside and turned his gaze toward a nearby alley. Under the dim moonlight, a shadow silently emerged. The figure was about 1.7 meters tall, of average height and build, weighing roughly 130 pounds, not too fat, not too thin. Though the face was obscured, the aura of bone-chilling murderous intent was unmistakable. Sharp-tongued fool, all you can do is talk big. The assassin sneered mockingly as he slowly approached Shi Delong. Remember this, your executioner is none other than Kobayashi, the dim wolf from the 1,000 assassin rankings. You didn't even make it into the top 100, yet here you are bragging. Shi Delong shook his head with resignation. Back in his prime, his opponents had at least been ranked in the top 50 of the assassin rankings. Even now, though he was no longer at his peak, he couldn't bring himself to take such mediocrity seriously. Humph, stubborn to the end. You'll regret this soon enough. Kobayashi snorted coldly before vanishing into the shadows. The slave nation's combat style had always been like this. Gender and age made no difference. Their priority was always stealth and ambush. Even when forced to reveal themselves, their first choice was ranged weapons rather than engaging in close combat. All these years, and they're still using the same old tricks. Shi Delong sighed. He had no desire to fight, but faced with a powerful adversary employing such despicable tactics, he had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Swoosh! A dazzling blue light erupted, illuminating the area within 100 meters. Kobayashi, who had been hiding in the shadows near the corner, stared in terror as if he had seen something utterly horrifying. Uranium crystal. Battle form. Bang! A single punch landed. Kobayashi's head exploded instantly, red and white matter splattering across the walls, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In less than 2 seconds, this so-called 1000 assassin-ranked killer from the slave nation met a gruesome end. As for Qi Delong, boom! The uncontrollable surge of power reduced everything within 100 meters to dust in an instant. Qi Delong dropped to one knee, his face twisted in pain. I only used less than 30% of my strength. He took a deep breath, forcibly reabsorbing the radiation energy that was spiraling out of control back into his body. In the realm of high-tech superweapons, there were 3 legendary body enhancements: the Titanium Extreme Body, the Yin-Yang Magnetic Demon Body, and the Uranium Crystal Battle Form. The Titanium Extreme Body specialized in defense. At its peak, it could withstand almost all personal weapons. The Yin-Yang Magnetic Demon Body excelled in control. At its peak, it could take on thousands of opponents at once. As for the Uranium Crystal Battle Form, it was destruction incarnate. Its terrifying radiation energy could obliterate mountains, shock the world, and leave the land barren for centuries. Qi Delong was already considered a failed experiment. After countless battles, his body had long been on the verge of collapse. If he were to seal his memories and live as an ordinary person, as he had in his previous life, he might have been able to enjoy a peaceful century. But once he engaged in combat, his injuries would worsen exponentially. In his current state, he estimated he had no more than 6 months before his body completely disintegrated, turning everything within a few kilometers into a desolate wasteland. In his past life, Qi Delong had survived by embracing undeath. But in this life, he had chosen a different path, breaking free from Zhang Moxing's seal on his own. How could he resign himself to such a fate now? I won't need more than a month to unseal Stardust. Once I channel its power into reality, I can deal with all these lingering issues once and for all. Qi Delong took a deep breath. After carefully ensuring that no evidence was left behind, he slipped away under the cover of night. This battle was bound to attract attention, but between investigation and identifying a target, the entire process would take at least 2 months. For Qi Delong, that was more than enough time. Accompanied by a crisp notification sound, Qi Delong logged into Stardust. The air was still fresh, birds chirped as they always did, but Qi Delong felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and pressure. He spent 2 whole days grinding through monsters, finally reaching level 30. Assigning all 10 free attribute points to willpower, Qi Delong rented a carriage and headed straight for the Kamara Highlands to meet Knight Shella. Upon reaching level 30, the 5-piece Brilliance Glory set and the Sacred Oath Magic Armor would unlock 3 set bonuses. Increase critical resistance by 10%. Boost health by 5,000 points. Enhance shields and healing effects by 30%. For a knight, these attributes were like a dream come true. But in Qi Delong's eyes, they seemed somewhat lackluster. Still, as the saying goes, special circumstances call for special measures. What Qi Delong was about to undertake did require these defensive attributes. The shield and healing bonuses from the 6-piece set can be sacrificed, Qi Delong concluded after some thought. The scraping sword had proven extremely effective so far. Until he acquired a weapon of legendary quality, Qi Delong planned to refine and upgrade it step by step. The level 8 fine-grade eco-friendly boots, though seemingly unimpressive, had a rare attribute, a 30% increase in movement speed, a highly valuable trait. Unless absolutely necessary, Qi Delong had no plans to replace them. After experimenting for some time, Qi Delong had come to a realization. During the refining process, the primary equipment's effects had a high chance of being preserved, while the sacrificial item's effects depended largely on luck. Generally speaking, if there was no conflict with the primary item, there was over a 70% chance for the second attribute to carry over. As for the third attribute, Qi Delong wasn't sure, as he hadn't acquired enough equipment with special effects to test this. Let's give it a shot. Even if it fails, no big deal, Qi Delong encouraged himself silently. He placed the scraping sword in the primary slot, with a Brilliance Glory longsword and the burning armor as sacrificial items. After some consideration, he also added 2 magic crystals to the mix, refining all 3 items together. Success or failure, it didn't matter, these were just a few pieces of equipment. He could afford the loss. The few seconds it took felt like an eternity. Under Qi Delong's anxious gaze, the newly refined scraping sword finally appeared. Its blade glowed a deep crimson, with a faint shimmer flowing within. The serrated edges were intricate, faintly tinged with green. Qi Delong's absurdly good luck had struck again. It was a success. Name, * scraping sword. Type, * one-handed sword. Quality, * exceptional. Level, * 30. Attack, * 131. Willpower, * 35. Critical rate, * 5%. Lifesteal, * 2%. Effects, *. 1. Each attack inflicts poison, dealing 100% attack damage and reducing all attributes by 30% for 10 seconds. 2. Each attack inflicts rend, dealing 100% attack damage, doubling the effect while moving, lasting 10 seconds. 3. Each attack inflicts bleed, dealing 100% attack damage over 10 seconds. For each time the wielder is attacked, the offender is ignited, taking 100% attack damage over 10 seconds. 5. Compatible with the Brilliance Glory series, activating set bonuses when equipped with other pieces. Description: * The ultimate scraping tool. Life steal. It actually has life steal. Overcome with excitement, Chi DeLong couldn't believe his eyes. Though 2% seemed negligible, when combined with the scraping sword's damage output, its potential was staggering. He couldn't wait to test it out on a field boss. The lifesteal effect would be invaluable. Equipping the scraping sword, Chi DeLong then turned his attention to the Brilliance Glory boots and the eco-friendly boots. While the scraping sword was a sacred artifact that would remain intact no matter what, the eco-friendly boots were less durable. As long as the 30% movement speed boost remained, he didn't care much about the other attributes. Just to be safe, Chi DeLong decided to use his last magic crystal during the refinement process. The system notification chimed, and the sacrificial items vanished. A new piece of equipment materialized before him. Name, *unnamed. Type, *boots. Quality, *exceptional. Level, *30. Defense, *83. Willpower, *32. Critical rate, *3%. Lifesteal, *1%. Effects, *1. Increase movement speed by 30%. 2. Compatible with the Brilliance Glory series, activating set bonuses when equipped with other pieces. Description, *none. What's going on? Another lifesteal attribute? Looking at the attributes of his battle boots, Chi DeLong had a thought flash through his mind. Could this have something to do with magic crystals? After fusing the magic crystals with legendary equipment, the newly obtained chest armor bore 4 attributes: fighting spirit, critical hit, lifesteal, and penetration. 3 of these leaned towards offense, while 1 was more supportive. Similarly, when fusing the magic crystals with superior equipment, the new scraped sword gained 3 attributes: fighting spirit, critical hit, and lifesteal. Magic crystals contained a violent energy that could turn living creatures into frenzied, bloodthirsty monsters. Based on this principle, it made sense that equipment obtained after fusing with magic crystals would inherit attributes like fighting spirit, critical hit, and lifesteal. Not bad, not bad. Let's call them the Blood Siphon boots. Chi DeLong nodded in satisfaction, put on the Blood Siphon boots, and then pulled out a bronze ring. The ring's special effect was to increase attack speed by 100%, which could slightly enhance the damage from his scraping attacks. Unfortunately, he didn't have any magic crystals on hand, so he had to set it aside for now. The equipment he had listed on the forums had all been snapped up. Chi DeLong added a few buyers as friends and mailed the items to them. His goal was to diversify his connections and build relationships with major factions. Although it was inevitable that people would scatter like birds and beasts when disaster struck, they could still be relied upon to offer help in normal times. After all, selling equipment to someone was still a sale, and a few friendly ties were better than purely transactional relationships. Next, it's time to deal with the matter of my assassination. Chi DeLong's eyes flashed coldly as he opened the chat window of Blazing Blood Emperor Wang Xiaoming. He lived a solitary life, with no friends by his side. The only people who knew him were the elderly men and women in the neighborhood. In this situation, finding his location would have to rely on the internet. IP address, phone number, bank account, ID number. He had never disclosed his phone number or ID number. His IP address was routed through Shuayin Group's servers, making it nearly impossible to trace. That left only his bank account. The people who knew his bank account details were few: Lu Zhani, No Money, and Wang Xiaoming. The rest came from forum transactions. Lu Zhani belonged to an ancient martial arts family, detached from worldly affairs, so the likelihood was low. No Money was a business prodigy, who, after retiring, just fooled around in the game. He had little connection with Lu Zhani, so the likelihood was also low. This narrowed the target to the leader of the Blazing Blood Guild, Wang Xiaoming. Based on Chi DeLong's understanding of Wang Xiaoming, the chance of betrayal was also slim. After all, Wang Xiaoming had suffered emotional trauma in the past, which led him to form a guild that only recruited men. It was highly probable that the leak came from one of Wang Xiaoming's subordinates. After all, few could resist the temptation of beauty. I was assassinated. Sun Yaman, leader of the Blossoming Flowers Guild, hired the killer. Chi DeLong sent this message and immediately closed the chat window. Ding, ding, ding. In less than half a minute, Wang Xiaoming had replied. Qi Delong ignored the message and directly blacklisted him. He had no interest in knowing Wang Xiaoming's thoughts or any of his actions. Whether it was an act of justice or a cover-up, in 1 month, everything would be settled.
By then, the Slave Nation's assassin organization, Sun Yaming, none of them would escape death.
The carriage swayed gently as it soon reached the Kamala Highlands. Qi Delong found Shuela and detailed everything he had encountered in the dungeon.
That succubus is actually the daughter of a Hell Lord?
This is serious trouble. Shuela furrowed her brow, sensing the gravity of the situation.
The connection between hell and the human world creates a realm filled with endless death energy, a paradise for the undead.
The undead are inherently combative and
constantly seek to invade our world. Each invasion brings unimaginable disaster.
For a Hell Lord to send his daughter here, there must be a sinister plot at play.
You don't have enough strength to confront Hell's creatures head-on right now. If you act recklessly, you'll only end up injured. Explore other areas for now, and when the time is right, I'll send someone to contact you. Oh, by the way, here's the thing I promised you.
Understood.
Until we meet again.
Qi Delong nodded, mounted his dragon, and headed to his next destination.
The reward Shuela gave him was a scroll that contained methods for grinding magic crystals into various particle sizes.
Level 20 dungeons dropped a large amount of magic crystal powder, while dungeons above level 30 dropped intact magic crystals. Qi Delong needed a massive quantity of magic crystals to craft intermediate berserk potions and basic blood defense mixtures. These were highly sought-after goods that would be snatched up the moment they hit the market. But Qi Delong planned to first make a batch for his own use. After defeating the wilderness boss and obtaining the Soul of Death, he would then focus on making money. After wandering in circles for a few days, Qi Delong retraced his steps based on memory but failed to locate any suspicious targets. The so-called Soul of Death refers to the state in which a living being's vibrant soul is eroded by necrotic energy, just before being transformed into an undead.
From the name and description alone, it was easy to discern the likelihood of obtaining the Soul of Death.
Although Qi Delong hadn't identified a clear target, he did reap significant rewards over the past few days. That sales agent was exceptionally capable. Within just a day, they had secured the villa containing the souls of 107 heroic spirits and even retained the soul-bound vehicles of its previous owners. Qi Delong moved into the large house.
Aside from the cool and refreshing atmosphere, there wasn't much else remarkable about it.
In the game, Qi Delong spent a full 1,000 gold coins to unlock extra storage slots at the bank and activate the auto-storage function. Now, any items, gold, or silver coins earned from the auction house were sent directly to the bank.
No more tedious trips back and forth to the auction house.
It had to be said, this was indeed the best time to make money. Items that would soon cost thousands of silver coins could now be purchased for just a single silver coin, with plenty of eager sellers. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Delong prepaid another 3,000 gold coins and went on a material buying spree. Packing all the potion-making ingredients into his backpack, Qi Delong set off for his next destination without delay. On the carriage, Qi Delong took out a copper ring and the Ring of Charisma. He placed the copper ring in the main slot, the Ring of Charisma as the sacrificial item, and added magic crystal powder.
Level 20?
That's a bit low, he muttered while continuing to add more magic crystal powder. When the predicted level reached 30, he immediately clicked smelt.
Sizzle!
A faint wisp of smoke rose and then vanished into thin air. A new piece of equipment appeared before him.
Name, *unnamed. Type, *ring. Quality, *exceptional. Level, *30. Attack, *35. Willpower, *34. Critical rate, *3%. Lifesteal, *1%. Effect, *1, increases attack speed by 100%. Description, *none.
Let's call it the Bloodthirst Ring, Qi Delong decided, naming the new equipment. Then, finding a comfortable position, he leaned back and began crafting potions.
With so many materials acquired, he needed to convert them into potions as quickly as possible.
The sooner they were finished, the sooner he could rake in profits. The carriage swayed gently as 3 hours passed by in a flash. Qi Delong managed to produce 260 bottles each of intermediate berserk potion and basic blood ward elixir. Combining the two types of potions with chicken meat, he finally crafted 52 bottles of advanced berserk potion, 10 bottles of advanced blood ward elixir, and 20 portions of premium chicken meat. Advanced berserk potion, * increases attack by 300 points for 30 minutes. Advanced blood ward elixir, * increases defense by 300 points and max health by 3,000 points.
Premium chicken meat, * restores 500 health per second for 30 minutes. These were Qi Delong's essential supplies for taking on the outdoor boss monster.
If other players found out about these items, even the wealthiest elites would drool with envy. After all, These treasures weren't just things money could buy, they were entirely dependent on whether Qi Delong was willing to sell them. The 3-item smelting limit, seems even the heavily artisan alchemy isn't omnipotent, Qi Delong sighed. He stuffed a piece of premium chicken meat into his own mouth and handed one each to Gangbang and Torch.
You have arrived at your destination. Enjoy your game. The system notification chimed as the carriage vanished into thin air.
Checking the map to confirm his location, Qi Delong dashed toward the nearby village. He recalled that there was an outdoor boss monster in this area, but as for its exact location or how to lure it out, he would have to figure that out on his own. Not far ahead was a village called Lija Village. As Qi Delong jogged over, he stumbled upon 2 women quarreling. My Xiaohua is pregnant and gave birth to 3 little black puppies.
If your Heisey didn't do it, then who else could it be?
A widow in her 30s stood with her hands on her hips, scolding fiercely.
Oh, how dare you slander us without proof? My Heisey is well-behaved and obedient.
He never mingles with those disreputable stray dogs. If your Xiaohua is pregnant, who knows which stray dog might have had its way with her? An older woman, Madam Li, retorted in a sharp and sarcastic tone, her words full of insinuation.
You! The widow was so enraged her body trembled with fury. What about me?
Madam Li puffed up her chest, looking smug and triumphant. There are no stray dogs around here, only our Lija village dogs.
Who knows?
Maybe your Xiaohua is just a natural flirt, luring in stray dogs from elsewhere.
The widow and Madam Li were locked in a fierce verbal battle, neither willing to back down.
At that moment, Qi Delong's voice broke through the commotion. For some inexplicable reason, his arrival instantly united the 2 women against a common enemy.
It must have been you, they shouted in unison. Qi Delong? What the heck? What do they mean? It must have been me.
Qi Delong stood there, utterly baffled. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first time stepping into this village in this life.
He hadn't even harmed a single blade of grass or a tree, yet somehow, he was being blamed for this?
After some back and forth with the 2 women, Qi Delong's confusion turned into speechlessness.
What in the world? They seriously think he did it? Dogs. Reproductive isolation. He didn't particularly care about being accused, but would the dogs even agree to this nonsense?
It's probably because of the big black pot effect, Qi Delong muttered, glancing at the description of his cursed helmet. When something bad happens nearby, the blame will inevitably fall on you. As absurd as the claim about the pregnant dog was, it kind of made sense in a twisted way.
Well, sort of.
After a lengthy argument, the final outcome was Qi Delong coughing up 300 silver coins to buy Xiaohua and her 3 black puppies.
What the hell is this? I've become a scapegoat for a dog.
Qi Delong grumbled inwardly, but his frustration melted away the moment he saw the 3 adorable puppies.
Chubby and fluffy, soft and cute. Their fur was silky smooth, a tactile delight.
Upon seeing a stranger approach, Xiaohua, the protective mother, immediately shielded her 3 pups with her body, baring her teeth and putting on a fierce display.
However, her hostility didn't last long. With a clap of her hands, the widow transformed all 4 dogs into a bamboo basket.
Brave warrior, please take good care of this mother and her puppies. The widow wiped away a tear and handed the basket to Qi Delong. Dog den of Xiaohua and her puppies, don't forget to feed and water them. Taking a peek inside the basket, Qi Delong saw that the 4 dogs had shrunk to the size of peanuts. Xiaohua lay curled up on one side, while her 3 pups squirmed and whimpered, nosing around aimlessly.
All 4 dogs were level 1 with almost no combat abilities. They were classified as ornamental pets. Since they didn't occupy any valuable pet slots, he could simply carry them around in the basket. Stashing the basket into his inventory, Qi Delong prepared to head elsewhere in search of clues. But just as he was about to leave, something black caught his attention. It was a flower. A black flower. Palm-sized, with no stem or leaves, it had 4 black petals. This thing. Qi Delong frowned, sensing something was off. The flower was tainted with an aura of death. The withering sungrass tainted by death, this weed, typically thriving under scorching sunlight, had somehow turned black. This thing. Upon seeing the description of the black flower, Qi Delong's face immediately lit up with delight. Search high and low, only to find it effortlessly in hand. The saying couldn't be more fitting. And, as Qi Delong always believed, a scapegoat is a wonderful thing. If there's a chance to shift blame, take it. If there isn't, create one. Where did you find this? Qi Delong released the small creature, Xiaohua, from his grasp and asked. Xiaohua, seemingly realizing it was being sold out, wagged its tail and affectionately rubbed against Qi Delong's leg in an attempt to curry favor. However, when it came to answering Qi Delong's question, Xiaohua clearly didn't understand a word. Where did you find this? Qi Delong repeated the question, watching Xiaohua's response closely, only to confirm that it really had no clue what he was asking. Should I find a translator? Chi Delong muttered to himself before summoning Gangbang, his trusty, albeit overly enthusiastic, companion. Whoa! Gangbang howled dramatically at the sky before turning to Chi Delong, tongue lolling, ready to slobber him with affection. Chi Delong, acting swiftly, grabbed Gangbang's tongue mid-leap, only to have his hand drenched in saliva. Ask it where it found this thing, Chi Delong ordered while wiping his hand on Gangbang's thick fur. Whoa! Gangbang nodded and immediately barked at Xiaohua. Surely, a conversation between dogs should be productive, right? But the result was unexpected. The moment Xiaohua saw Gangbang, it stiffened, its legs kicked out, and the poor creature fainted in fright. Chi Delong rubbed his temples and sighed deeply, feeling a headache coming on. Warrior, perhaps you should ask the village chief? He understands both human and beast languages and is knowledgeable about many things. If even he doesn't know, then no one within 10 miles will, suggested Widow Li, who had been observing from the side. Good idea. I'll go ask him now. Following Widow Li's directions, Chi Delong found his way to the chief of Li village. The village chief was an ancient-looking figure, with hair so white it seemed like it had been bleached for 7 days. His face was a maze of wrinkles sharp enough to crush flies, and his skeletal frame barely supported his sallow, lifeless complexion. Seeing him, Chi Delong immediately thought, this guy doesn't have long to live. Warrior, what brings you here? The chief squinted his eyes and addressed Chi Delong in a slow, dragging tone. Do you know where I can find this? Chi Delong presented the withering sungrass tainted by death and asked. The chief examined it carefully. After a moment, he sighed heavily, his expression growing solemn. Chi Delong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the monster guarding this plant was unimaginably powerful, far beyond his current level? It looks familiar, but I can't quite recall. My old mind isn't what it used to be, the chief lamented with a long sigh, shaking his head. No rush, take your time. I've got all day, Chi Delong replied with an awkward smile. Hearing this, the chief suddenly froze. Take my time? Who are you again? Chi Delong. Good grief. This guy's got dementia? Chi Delong couldn't help but grumble internally. Still, he bit back his frustration and forced himself to hand over the withering sungrass once more. Do you know where I can find this? What is it? Sungrass. What grass? Sungrass. Sun what grass? Chi Delong took a deep breath, his eyes widening. He drew his scraping sword and bellowed, It's grass, you damned idiot. The chief, unfazed by Chi Delong's outburst, remained as calm and composed as ever. At my age, I've seen it all. Whether I die today or tomorrow, it makes no difference. The chief stroked his beard leisurely. Young man, don't let your temper get the better of you. Anger can harm your health. I'm not angry. Me? Angry? Never. Chi Delong took another deep breath and forced his fury down. This game was ridiculously realistic. Every NPC had their own quirks and personalities. With a stubborn old goat like this, Chi Delong knew he had to find a way to exploit his weaknesses. After a brief moment of thought, Chi Delong materialized a shiny gold coin. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it into the air and caught it smoothly. Then, he tossed it again, repeating the motion. Sure enough, the strategy worked. The chief's squinty eyes immediately widened into full moons, and his lazy, half-reclined posture straightened up at once. As the coin flipped and glinted, the chief's gaze followed it intently, a look of greed creeping onto his wizened face. 1 gold coin was worth 10,000 silver coins, and a single silver coin could buy 2 large white steamed buns. For players, gold coins were precious. For NPCs, they were treasures beyond measure. Answer a few questions for me, and this coin is yours, Chi Delong said with a sly grin, dangling the coin before the chief. What if you're not satisfied with my answers? The chief, sharp from years of experience, immediately caught the loophole in Chi Delong's offer. Fine. Answer 3 questions. If I'm satisfied, the coin is yours, Chi Delong amended. And what if you only ask 2 questions? Chi Delong. You sly old fox. Unbelievable, Chi Delong cursed inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. His tone was icy as he declared, 1 gold coin per question, but it has to satisfy me. Once again, he materialized a few gold coins, solidifying the rules of the exchange. The coins were in his hands now. If he still allowed the village chief to manipulate him, he might as well drown himself in the morning dew. Deal. Though the village chief lacked manners, he was an old fox, cunning and adept at reading people. He could tell Chi Delong had reached his limit, and pushing further would only backfire. Follow the narrow path southward. When you see a lake, turn east and walk another 7 or 8 miles. There's a small hill there, and on its peak grows plenty of yangling grass. The moment he finished speaking, the village chief extended his hand expectantly. A gold coin. He couldn't have earned that much even after 3 years of hard labor. Yet now, all it took was answering a single question.
A grin spread across the chief's wrinkled face, his creased skin blooming like a chrysanthemum. But just as the chief's fingers twitched in anticipation, Chi DeLong suddenly flipped his palm, retracting the gold coin. You what? Chi DeLong smirked coldly and instead materialized 2 silver coins, placing them on the table. The village chief of Li Family Village's favorability towards you has decreased by 80 points. Current favorability, -80, hatred. The village chief fell silent, glaring at him with eyes full of venom. What are you staring at? Believe it or not, I'll cut you down with one swing of my sword. Chi DeLong blared back, his voice booming like thunder. The village chief of Li Family Village's favorability towards you has increased by 20 points. Current favorability, -60, anger. Damn it! Chi DeLong sighed helplessly. This old man wasn't just cunning and greedy, he was also a master at playing the victim. Just moments ago, he'd acted like someone daring him to strike, completely unfazed by threats. Yet the moment Chi DeLong got the information he needed, the chief seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. You should feel lucky this is just a game. Chi DeLong materialized 100 silver coins, placed them on the table, and turned to leave without another word. There was no point wasting time on an ordinary NPC. Once Chi DeLong tracked down the field boss and defeated it, he would be able to move on to higher level maps. Parting ways like this, there was no need to ever see each other again.